violent basketball hardcore system. When the iron fists of champion Tyson collide with the rugged rules of 90s NBA, the basketball court transforms into an octagonal cage. The protagonist, Yi Ching-chun, wields the ruffian basketball system in his left hand, while merging the talents of Chris Webber and Serge Ibaka in his right. He delivers punches to Rodman and elbows to Karl Malone, leaving Jordan himself exclaiming "Brother Chun." Rising from an undrafted rookie to become the strongest rebounder on earth, he conquers the entire league while effortlessly capturing the hearts of Hollywood goddesses. This is not merely basketball, it is a display of testosterone-fueled martial arts. On June 26, 1991, NBA Draft Day. New York City, United States. The draft venue is bustling with people. At this moment, Yi Ching-chun sits at a small round table, his eyes filled with anticipation. He has awaited this day for a long time. A year prior, Yi Ching-chun traversed into this era. With his exceptional physical gifts, he successfully joined the Georgetown University basketball team. At this time, the Georgetown basketball team was indeed quite formidable, featuring the likes of the fighter Alonzo Mourning and the towering Dikembe Mutombo. As a newcomer, Yi Ching-chun's entry into Georgetown is accompanied by an intriguing story. As a traveler, Yi Ching-chun is bestowed with a standard system. This system, while related to basketball, also possesses elements that seem unrelated. It is called the ruffian basketball system. From the outset, the system granted Yi Ching-chun two specialized abilities: limitless stamina and professional fighting skills. Upon seeing these two skills, Yi Ching-chun remained silent for a prolonged moment. He pondered the relevance of these abilities to basketball. Nevertheless, the system's mission was clear. Yi Ching-chun must enter Georgetown University. Fortunately, his static attributes were quite impressive. Standing at 206 centimeters, weighing 115 kilograms, with a wingspan of 222 centimeters, hand length of 24.5 centimeters, hand width of 28.4 centimeters, and a standing reach of 275 centimeters. In fact, he surpassed many African-American basketball athletes in these metrics. As for his dynamic attributes, they were passable. A 100-meter dash in 12.0 seconds, a 34-court sprint 22.86 meters in 3.65 seconds, a vertical leap of 70 centimeters, a broad jump of 82 centimeters, a running reach of 365 centimeters, and a maximum bench press of 30 repetitions at 200 pounds. All of these details were gleaned from the panel of the ruffian basketball system. Moreover, Yi Ching-chun noticed that these attributes had progress bars. This indicated that the points for these attributes could be increased. However, after a year in the NCAA, Yi Ching-chun had yet to decipher how to enhance these attributes. His entry into Georgetown University was indeed a stroke of serendipity. When the Georgetown basketball team was recruiting new players, Yi Ching-chun's appearance at the recruitment site immediately captured everyone's attention. There was no denying it. Yi Ching-chun's static attributes were simply terrifying. 82 meters and 6 centimeters tall, with arms that reached beyond his knees. He was the very embodiment of a predestined basketball player. Thus, Yi Ching-chun soon caught the attention of the head coach of Georgetown University, John Thompson. Before everyone present, Yi Ching-chun earnestly declared to John Thompson, "Coach, I wish to play basketball." His sincerity deeply impressed Thompson. Consequently, Yi Ching-chun seamlessly became a newcomer at Georgetown University. Although he had been an avid basketball enthusiast prior to his arrival, he felt a surge of trepidation upon being thrust into this new reality, where the system compelled him to join the Georgetown basketball team. What surprised him even more was how John Thompson had singled him out at first glance, leading directly to his initiation into the tryouts. Unbeknownst to Yi Ching-chun, Thompson's true intent was to find a blue-collar player. Despite Georgetown's already formidable frontcourt, players like Mourning and Mutombo still required protection. Particularly in NCAA games, the physicality of the paint often demanded relentless engagement. Continuous exertion on both ends could severely test a player's stamina. Therefore, Thompson sought a tall, robust athlete whose primary task would be to shadow the opposing team's star player, thereby depleting their energy. It was no wonder that Thompson was immediately drawn to Yi Ching-chun. When he showcased his exceptional athleticism and strength during the tryouts, Thompson was elated. Thus, Yi Ching-chun naturally became a member of the Georgetown basketball team. Even he found the situation rather absurd. Thompson hadn't even required him to perform any technical basketball maneuvers, merely inquiring whether he understood the relevant rules. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Thompson nodded in satisfaction. Thus began Yi Qingquan's bewildering NCAA basketball journey. His playing time during matches was relatively limited, generally ranging around 15 to 16 minutes. During his time on the court, his sole responsibility was to closely monitor the opposing team's star player, sapping their stamina. Remarkably, Yi consistently excelled in this task. A notable instance occurred during the game between Georgetown and UNLV, where Yi Qingquan, coming off the bench, made Larry Johnson's life exceedingly difficult. The assignment given to him by Thompson was straightforward: exhaust Larry Johnson, preventing him from receiving the ball easily and disallowing him any comfortable shots. Yi adhered to this directive, resulting in a remarkable 15 minutes on the court where Johnson struggled immensely to receive the ball. Johnson attempted 8 shots in Ye's presence, failing to score a single one, and even suffered 2 blocked attempts at Ye's hands. Following that game, Yi Qingquan began to attract the attention of several agents. Larry Johnson candidly expressed after the game, "That guy emerged from nowhere, more terrifying than a rabid dog." Despite the considerable challenges he faced from Yi Qingquan, as a blue-collar player, he attracted little attention. Consequently, Yi Qingquan's NCAA career was marked by a scarcity of highlights, with his average points per game failing to exceed 5. While playing for Georgetown University's basketball team, he was afforded no opportunities for offensive play. John Thompson never devised any offensive strategies for Yi Qingquan. His scoring largely stemmed from seizing offensive rebounds for second-chance points. Even so, whenever he scored, he was met with reproach from Thompson, as it was deemed outside his designated role. Nevertheless, Yi Qingquan excelled in one statistical area: steals. During his year with Georgetown, he averaged an impressive 3.0 steals per game, attributed solely to his long reach and size. However, other statistics were quite dismal: an average of 4.5 points, 1.5 assists, and 5.5 rebounds. With such lackluster numbers, Yi Qingquan received the second task from the Brute system: to participate in the 1991 NBA draft and become an NBA player. Upon receiving this task, Yi Qingquan felt utterly overwhelmed. While others seemed to embark on their journeys with maximum potential, he found himself in a different predicament. The system was present, but its utility was questionable at best. Although his infinite stamina was impressive, he had no opportunities to showcase it on the NCAA stage, where he consistently played 15 to 16 minutes per game. Most players possessed sufficient stamina to execute their coach's directives. Additionally, his specialized combat skills were rendered nearly irrelevant. The NCAA was merely a collegiate league. While occasional conflicts arose, large-scale brawls were rare, as the participants were primarily students, typically engaging in verbal disputes rather than physical altercations. Thus, during this year, Yi Qingquan scarcely had the chance to exhibit either of his two skills. The only aspect that drew interest was his ability to steal. Even his teammates showed little regard for him. Notably, Morning struggled to recall Yi Qingquan's full name. In Morning's eyes, Yi Qingquan was akin to a mere practice player. After all, he was just a blue-collar athlete, a type of player not deemed worthy of attention. Even during regular team practices, Yi Qingquan rarely engaged with the squad. John Thompson primarily tasked him with physical conditioning and weight training. As a result, over the course of the year, Yi Qingquan made significant strides in his strength. As he donned his jersey, the formidable musculature of his arms was indeed quite intimidating. Each time John Thompson beheld Yi Qingquan's impressive physique, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "Hey, young lad, your muscle development is commendable. Make sure to spend 4 fruitful years here," he remarked. "Then aim for the NBA draft. While I can't guarantee a first-round selection, a spot in the second round is certainly within your grasp. The current NBA era is characterized by intense competition, and you will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous teams." These were the precise words John Thompson conveyed to Yi Qingquan. However, Yi Qingquan did not imbibe the motivational soup that Thompson offered. Although Thompson viewed Yi Qingquan as a blue-collar player, Yi Qingquan was no fool. Despite the basketball rogue system lying dormant, he refused to succumb to complacency. Thus, upon joining the Georgetown University basketball team, he embarked on a rigorous regimen to hone his basketball skills. Most of his time was spent practicing diligently after team training sessions had concluded. Although the system did not mandate skill refinement, Yi Qingqing believed that mastering additional techniques could only serve to enhance his game. Consequently, he dedicated himself to improving his low-post offensive capabilities and finishing skills in the paint, for in this era, many offensive plays transpired near the basket. Engaging in rigorous practice of these techniques and refining his dexterity could only yield benefits. In truth, what pleased Yi Qingqing the most was the size of his hands. He could effortlessly grasp the basketball with one hand, executing various maneuvers with ease. The advantages of having large hands manifested in many ways. They not only instilled fear in opponents during defense, but also provided excellent control when securing rebounds. Hence, Yi Qingqing often focused on developing his skills in relation to his large hands. Moreover, beyond his notably large palms and long fingers, Yi Qingqing possessed other exceptional physical attributes. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he was taken aback by his own handsome visage. He marveled at the fact that such a strikingly attractive young man could emerge from the small nation of America, particularly one who had just turned 19. In fact, upon first glimpsing his reflection, Yi Qingqing entertained thoughts of pursuing a career in Hollywood, as he believed his good looks surpassed even those of Leonardo DiCaprio. Perhaps he could indeed seize the opportunity to snatch the script for Titanic right from under DiCaprio's nose. After Georgetown University concluded its exhilarating March Madness campaign, Yi Qingqing received a task from the system. Thus, when he informed John Thompson of his intent to enter the draft, Thompson's expression was one of utter astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Yi Qingqing would dare to make such a decision at this juncture. He has not even found a decent agent. Consequently, John Thompson unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Yi Qingqing. He believed that Yi Qingqing was attempting to pressure him into granting him more playing time. Yet, in the face of John Thompson's aggressive demeanor, Yi Qingqing remained undaunted. He calmly declared to John Thompson, "Hey, old man, do you know? The NBA shall take pride in my name." This rather audacious proclamation incensed John Thompson to the point of fury that in truth, Yi Qingqing held significant importance within the Georgetown University basketball team, particularly on the defensive end. John Thompson recognized that Yi Qingqing consistently excelled at restraining the star players of opposing teams, which was why he wished for Yi Qingqing to remain with the team. However, despite Yi Qingqing's impeccable performance, John Thompson was reluctant to provide him with additional offensive opportunities at this juncture. Within the Georgetown University basketball team, Yi Qingqing's skin color rendered him an anomaly. Consequently, even his teammates did not treat him with the utmost friendliness. Yi Qingqing was acutely aware of this reality and took it to heart. He understood the necessity of treading carefully in his early stages. Recklessness could lead to disastrous repercussions. After all, this was not the great dragon country in America. Everyone had the liberty to express themselves freely. Should he display excessive arrogance, he risked encountering a harsh backlash that could have dire consequences. Thus, in response to John Thompson's ire, Yi Qingqing refrained from immediate rebuttal. He merely expressed his desire to earn money and support a family. In reality, Yi Qingqing had no family to support, as his memories contained no information regarding any relatives in that case. Allow me to congratulate you in advance on your impending draft rejection. John Thompson did not conceal his fury in the slightest. Similarly, when Yi Qingqing's teammates learned of his intention to enter the draft, they erupted in laughter. Morning openly mocked, "You think you can participate in the draft? Which team's general manager would be foolish enough to select you?" Morning's derision darkened Yi Qingqing's expression. If not for Yi Qingqing's defense, how could Morning possibly have achieved such remarkable performance that year? Did he not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Yi Qingqing had grown increasingly disdainful of Morning. Despite being teammates, Morning had never regarded Yi Qingqing with respect. During practice, he would never partner with Yi Qingqing, who was perpetually relegated to the role of a bench warmer, primarily tasked with defense and rebounding. Regarding the task of scoring, he is utterly incapable. More often than not, Yi Qingqing is engaged in strength training at the gym, without partaking in the tactical drills of the team. Thus, Morning's impression of Yi Qingqing is that of a mere clumsy giant, devoid of any commendable basketball skills. Even Morning himself had no intention of entering the draft this year. Those with knowledge of the game are aware that Morning participated in the draft of 1992, where the first overall pick was Shaquille O'Neal, while Morning was selected as the second pick by the Hornets. This year's draft has also seen Larry Johnson declare his candidacy, who would later earn the nickname Grandma within the league. Therefore, Morning's ridicule of Yi Qingshan appears to be without fault. In response to Morning's mockery, Yi Qingshan calmly stated, "My decision to enter the draft is my own affair. You should refrain from making such derogatory remarks." Yi Qingshan's words left Morning quite astonished, as he was accustomed to Yi Qingshan's silence within the team. Indeed, there were times when Morning doubted whether Yi Qingshan even spoke the language of America. Thus, when Yi Qingshan uttered those words, Morning was genuinely taken aback. However, his expression quickly morphed from surprise to scorn. "So you could speak American, huh? I thought you were mute." Morning's taunt elicited laughter from the other players, and even Matambo joined in the mirth, his signature metallic voice sounding rather captivating. Although he harbored no significant disdain for Yi Qingshan, he always perceived him as an outsider, which led to Matambo's lack of fondness for him. By the way, Matambo had also declared his intention to enter this year's draft, with many professional analysts believing he would be selected in a high position. Yi Qingshan, keenly aware, knew that Matambo was chosen 4th overall by the Nuggets. As the laughter of his teammates reached his ears, Yi Qingshan's brow began to furrow slightly. "You should not mock your teammates in such a manner." At this moment, Yi Qingshan lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the crowd. His expression revealed no hint of anger or joy. Morning seemed to have stumbled upon the most amusing joke in the world. He never anticipated that Yi Qingshan would dare to retort. Hey, who said we were teammates? You ought to understand your own status. To me, you are hardly even a basketball player. A person of your complexion has no place in this sport." Morning's statement garnered agreement from many of his teammates, for at Georgetown University, Yi Qingshan was indeed the only player with yellow skin. Moreover, they had always harbored a certain bias against players of that complexion. With Morning voicing their underlying sentiments, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. "Do you wish to reflect upon the words you are uttering?" Yi Qingshan regarded Mo-Ning with an impassive expression. At this moment, Yi Qingshan was thoroughly incensed by Mo-Ning. Had Mo-Ning merely mocked his basketball skills, Yi Qingshan would not have been so enraged. However, the fact that he had brought Yi Qingshan's skin color into the conversation had escalated the matter beyond mere banter. It had veered into the realm of discrimination. Certain matters can be trivialized, yet others cannot be overlooked, such as Mo-Ning's remarks regarding Yi Qingshan's complexion. Clearly, Mo-Ning was oblivious to the gravity of his error. He even erupted into loud laughter. "I am fully aware of what I am saying, and my teammates have heard me clearly. Thus, I can assert that your skin color is entirely unsuited for basketball. What will you do about it?" Evidently, Mo-Ning was quite displeased with Yi Qingshan's earlier demeanor. How dare he demand that Mo-Ning rephrase his words? What authority did he possess? Yi Qingshan's gaze was fixed, piercing into Mo-Ning. Sensing the fury in Yi Qingshan's eyes, Mo-Ning's smile only broadened. "Ha! Look at you, do you intend to strike me? Do you possess the capability to do so?" Upon hearing Mo-Ning's taunts, the other players erupted into laughter. In truth, there was not a substantial height difference between Yi Qingshan and Mo-Ning. Mo-Ning stood at a towering 2 meters and 8 centimeters, while Yi Qingshan measured 2 meters and 6 centimeters. Moreover, Yi Qingshan's physique appeared more robust than Mo-Ning's. After all, during training, Yi Qingshan dedicated considerable time to strength training. Thus, after a year of rigorous training, Yi Qingshan had indeed bulked up, especially his powerful arms, which presented a striking visual impact. Yet, despite Yi Qingshan's impressive physique, Mo-Ning perceived him merely as a soft-bodied individual with yellow skin. In Mo-Ning's mind, Yi Qingshan would never dare to retaliate or even respond to his mockery. After all, he was backed by a group of loyal teammates. Should Yi Qingshan audaciously confront him, he would undoubtedly face a collective assault. Observing the unrestrained expression on Mo-Ning's face, Yi Qingshan let out a sigh. He had intended to develop discreetly, to gain experience over the course of a year before entering the draft. Yet, unexpectedly, at the final moment, he found himself compelled to reveal his true capabilities. Yi Qingshan truly wished to avoid conflict with Mo-Ning. He was uncertain of the precise level of the combat skills that the system had rewarded him with. Nevertheless, given the aspect of infinite stamina, it stood to reason that his professional combat skills were indeed substantial. Since Mo-Ning had already belittled his skin color, Yi Qingshan felt there was no longer a reason to continue his subdued development. Thus, Yi Qingshan stepped forward, directly confronting Mo-Ning. For the sake of our camaraderie as teammates, I shall extend you one final opportunity to apologize. Yi Qingshan's words resonated clearly with every player present. Mornin's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Yi Qingshan would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Was this a threat? In this context, he felt compelled to demonstrate his authority to Yi Qingshan. Consequently, Mornin forcefully pushed both hands towards Yi Qingshan's chest. Witnessing Mornin's aggressive move towards Yi Qingshan, the other players were filled with excitement. Although Yi Qingshan was their teammate, their interactions outside the court were virtually non-existent. To them, Yi Qingshan was an anomaly. Now, with Mornin mocking his skin color, how could Yi Qingshan possibly expect an apology? His demand was evidently a provocation towards the team's leader. Hence, Mornin's actions against Yi Qingshan seemed entirely justified in their eyes. They all anticipated Yi Qingshan being knocked to the ground and were even ready with a barrage of taunts. Little did they know, Yi Qingshan was eagerly awaiting Mornin's aggression. The setting was Georgetown University's basketball training facility, marking what could be considered the final collective training session for the Georgetown basketball team. As no significant matches were on the horizon, many players eyeing the draft had begun to chart their own courses, leaving the gym nearly devoid of spectators, aside from the staff. The staff, having sensed a quarrel brewing, paused their tasks to observe. Though curious, they dared not approach. Despite the players being college students, their behavior often transcended typical collegiate conduct, verging on brazen arrogance. Thus, when a dispute arose among the players, the staff remained distant, mere bystanders. Upon witnessing the star player Mornin take the initiative, they began to grasp the unfolding dynamics. A group of dark-skinned players was engaged in verbal sparring with a player of lighter complexion. The situation was unmistakably clear, especially as Mornin shoved Yi Qingshan. They foresaw a grim fate for Yi Qingshan, anticipating that he would be thoroughly beaten by the group of dark-skinned players. The staff could only nod silently, feeling powerless. The coaches had long departed the gym, leaving Yi Qingshan seemingly at a point of utter helplessness. What nobody expected was that this seemingly disadvantageous situation for Yi Qingshan was, in fact, precisely what he had been hoping for. In such circumstances, he felt no need to hold back. Thus, under the watchful eyes of numerous players, Yi Qingshan began his counterattack. One thing that had always puzzled Yi Qingshan was why these players often resorted to shoving others with both hands during conflicts. In Yi Qingshan's eyes, such actions were undeniably foolish and utterly ineffective, as they were riddled with flaws. Prior to her transmigration, Yi Qingshan had familiarized herself with a traditional martial arts school from the Dragon Kingdom. This particular school was the only one in the nation's history to have recorded successful kills in combat. Their foundational lesson was to thoroughly study criminal law, and their core philosophy centered on the principle of self-defense and counterattack. When faced with aggression, one must retaliate in the shortest time possible and incapacitate the assailant swiftly. This martial arts school was known as the Mad Dog Fist School, a designation Yi Qingshan greatly admired. It emphasized self-defense and the ability to swiftly incapacitate an opponent. Presently, Yi Qingshan employed this very strategy, especially in the context of America, where the premise of self-defense rendered the extent of potential harm to the opponent. Inconsequential, as Ning's palms were poised to thrust against Yi Qingshan's chest, she did not retreat. Instead, she advanced, pressing her chest directly against his hands. In the next moment, Ning experienced a tremendous counterforce emanating from Yi Qingshan's chest. He not only failed to push her down, but was instead propelled backward several steps by her unexpected resilience. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, with Mutomba being the most shocked of all. Mutomba was acutely aware of Ning's strength, as they were both teammates and rivals, frequently engaging in muscular contests during their training sessions. Thus, it was evident that Ning's power was on par with Mutomba's. Yet now, witnessing Ning's inability to budge Yi Qingshan and being forced to recoil was a clear testament to her formidable strength. Is that all? Haven't you eaten? Why do you act like a weakling? Yi Qingshan's trifecta of taunts ignited Ning's fury, especially under the watchful eyes of their teammates. He had not only failed to overpower her, but had also been subjected to her verbal mockery. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how would he ever maintain his standing within the team? Ning launched another assault against Yi Qingshan, this time exerting his full strength. His intention was to grapple her to the ground and deliver a couple of heavy punches, ideally positioning himself atop her for maximum effect. However, the chasm between intention and execution was vast, and Yi Qingquan represented that formidable gap. Consequently, it was Imon Ning who found himself thrown to the ground, bewildered by the manner in which Yi Qingquan had bested him. Yet the ordeal did not end there. After effortlessly subduing Imon Ning, Yi Qingquan seated herself firmly upon him. With his face pressed against the ground, Imon Ning now found Yi Qingquan perched on his back. Mornin, overwhelmed by humiliation, yearned to rise. Yet he tragically discovered that escape was beyond his reach. "Release me, you wretched yellow-skinned monkey! Damn it, you motherfer—" Evidently, in that moment, Mornin had succumbed to a fit of rage, unleashing the essence of American vernacular. However, Yi Qingquan paid him no heed. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other players and softly inquired, "So, do any of you have something to say?" At that juncture, the Georgetown University basketball team, aside from Mornin, who was seething with indignation, stood in utter astonishment. Their expressions warranted documentation, for the combination of their countenance and complexion was simply extraordinary. Every eye was wide with disbelief, and Yi Qingquan found himself worried that their eyes might pop out from sheer shock. Their mouths hung agape, as if they had encountered something utterly unfathomable, akin to witnessing a ghost. In addition to the players' astonished faces, the arena staff mirrored the same sentiment. Initially, they were inclined to offer prayers for Yi Qingquan, yet the outcome had taken a dramatic turn. Yi Qingquan had effortlessly toppled Mornin, leaving him seated on the ground, utterly incapable of movement. Even the atmosphere grew eerily tranquil, save for Mornin's futile struggles beneath Yi Qingquan. "Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Attack together." Chapter 5. Shall we join forces? Magnificent. Manual stacking up high for an understanding. Imon Ning cried out in exasperation, finally prompting the players to respond. They all turned their gazes toward Mutombo. In truth, Imon Ning was oblivious to how he had ended up on the ground. However, the others had witnessed the event with clarity. They distinctly saw Imon Ning advance, attempting to take down Yi Qingquan. Yet, Yi Qingquan nimbly ducked, effortlessly evading Imon Ning's embrace. In a swift reversal, Yi Qingquan ensnared Imon Ning's waist. In the next moment, Imon Ning was hoisted off the ground and forcefully slammed onto the floor. Fortunately, they were in a basketball training facility. Had it been elsewhere, Imon Ning might have sustained a concussion. It was astonishingly simple to bring Imon Ning down with just these two maneuvers. Yet, to the other players, Yi Qingquan's strength was truly formidable. Imon Ning weighed at least 116 kilograms, yet Yi Qingquan had so easily toppled him, seemingly without exertion. This outcome was enough to leave everyone in shock. Now, Yi Qingquan sat atop Imon Ning, who was utterly unable to rise. At this moment, Imon Ning audaciously called for them to join forces. Did he truly believe they could prevail? In truth, most of these players were fond of posturing. After witnessing Yi Qingquan's prowess, they hesitated to recklessly advance. Thus, their gazes shifted toward Mutombo, who wore a grave expression. He did not support Imon Ning's decision to confront Yi Qingquan. However, since Imon Ning was determined to engage, he refrained from intervening. After all, minor disagreements among teammates were normal. He could always step in later as a mediator. Yet, the outcome was not as Mutombo had envisioned. Rather than being subdued, Yi Qingquan had effortlessly brought Imon Ning down. Now, Imon Ning insisted they all join forces to take on Yi Qingquan. Was it truly necessary? Could they succeed? Mutombo found himself at a loss. Just as he hesitated, Imon Ning shouted again, "Daikimbi, have you lost your mind? We have the numbers. Together we can easily bring him down. For heaven's sake, get him off me." Imon Ning's plea jolted Mutombo back to reality. He was correct. If they did not show Yi Qingquan some semblance of resistance, their reputation would suffer. Hence, without further contemplation, Mutombo resolved to rescue Imon Ning first. "Let us join forces," he bellowed. In truth, aside from his shout, his feet had yet to move. Nevertheless, Mutombo's call spurred the other players to rush toward Yi Qingquan. Engaging in brawls was not an unfamiliar occurrence for them. Although Yi Qingquan had effortlessly taken down Imon Ning just moments before, they remained unconvinced of his ability to contend against their numbers. A basketball team comprised of 12 individuals meant that, excluding Yi Qingquan and Imon Ning, there were still 10 left. A single spit from each could easily drown him. Consequently, they were intent on overpowering Yi Qingquan and showing him their true colors. The arena staff, witnessing the melee unfold, began to feel a sense of concern for Yi Qingchen. Despite his recent triumph over Mo Ning, facing nearly 10 adversaries meant that even his prowess would be insufficient against such overwhelming odds. Had Yi Qingchen been privy to the thoughts of the staff, he would surely have enlightened them about the notion of taking on 10 opponents. Indeed, he had long harbored a desire to comprehend the depths of professional combat skills. And this moment presented a rare opportunity. As the throng lunged toward him, Yi Qingchen swiftly rose to his feet. In the process, he forcefully stepped upon Mo Ning's waist. Initially, Mo Ning, feeling a sense of liberation, was caught off guard by the heavy blow Yi Qingchen dealt him, leaving him unable to rise again. This time, he truly could not get back up, for Yi Qingchen had begun his masterful maneuvers. The first player to charge at Yi Qingchen aimed to tackle him. But Yi Qingchen deftly extended a leg, tripping him. The unfortunate player fell squarely onto Mo Ning. A cry of anguish escaped Mo Ning's lips. Not long after, 2 more cries echoed through the arena, as the second player met a similar fate, being lifted and hurled onto the heap of bodies that included Mo Ning and another player. The onlooking arena staff, their expressions gradually turning to one of disbelief, murmured uncertainly, "Is this some sort of stacking game?" Yi Qingchen's subsequent actions only confirmed their suspicions. The players who had attempted to assault him were unceremoniously tossed atop one another. Yet, Yi Qingchen did not merely lift them. As he flung them down, he also delivered a powerful blow to each, momentarily incapacitating them without inflicting significant harm. Like the legendary heroes rescuing their grandfather, the players continued to charge at him, only to be repeatedly subdued. Eventually, only Mutombo remained. Yi Qingchen was well acquainted with him, as he had later played for the Rockets, where many fans affectionately referred to him as Uncle Mu. At this moment, Mutombo had indeed become Uncle Mu, for it appeared undeniably aged. At this moment, Mutombo was genuinely alarmed. He had witnessed the brutality of Yi Qingchen firsthand. One by one, his teammates were seized and hurled down by Yi Qingchen. The throng behind Yi Qingchen was a testament to his handiwork. Now, he stood alone. Heh, Yi. We are all teammates here, comrades. Relax, we were merely jesting. Mutombo attempted to parley with Yi Qingchen, utilizing his distinctive metallic voice. Yi Qingchen observed him quietly before responding softly. When he struck, did you consider it mere play? Furthermore, if you were the one being mocked for your skin color, how would you react? With just these 2 succinct statements, Yi Qingchen rendered Mutombo speechless. Without further ado, Yi Qingchen addressed Mutombo directly. Let us not squander time. Shall I take action myself, or will you walk over? Chapter 6. Blocking Mutombo. The art of the finger wag is in Yi Qingchen's hands. Upon hearing Yi Qingchen's words, Mutombo immediately grasped the implication. Yi Qingchen was urging him to position himself atop his teammates. After all, he was the last player from Georgetown University yet to be bested by Yi Qingchen. The request made by Yi Qingchen was a source of humiliation for Mutombo, who felt profoundly disrespected. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the eldest member of the team and one of its star players. Although he had previously chosen to remain passive in the face of Yi Qingchen's discrimination, he believed this did not justify Yi Qingchen's merciless approach. Moreover, despite Yi Qingchen's recent display of formidable prowess, it did not guarantee Mutombo's defeat. He stood at a towering height of 2 meters and 18 centimeters, a full head taller than Yi Qingchen. He could not fathom that Yi Qingchen could easily overpower him. After careful consideration, Mutombo resolved to demonstrate his prowess to Yi Qingchen. He charged towards him with determination. Observing Mutombo's advance, Yi Qingchen shook his head, clearly indicating that he had afforded him an opportunity, which Mutombo had squandered. Yi Qingchen's decision to grant him this chance stemmed primarily from Mutombo's past experience with the Rockets. However, that was a matter for another time. Now that Yi Qingchen found himself in this era, it remained uncertain whether Mutombo's future trajectory would be altered. Consequently, Yi Qingchen had exhausted his patience. Since Mutombo was intent on confronting him, he would have to bear the consequences. The players who had succumbed to Yi Qingchen's devastating blow longed to rise. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless, as Yi Qingchen's strike had stripped them of their combativeness. Those familiar with boxing understand that a well-placed punch can render an individual completely defenseless. Presently, they could only endure as Yi Qingchen piled them together. However, their hearing remained intact, and they clearly overheard the exchange between Yi Qingchen and Mutombo. They held hope that Mutombo would triumph over Yi Qingchen. Given that his height and wingspan far surpassed those of Yi Qingchen, Mutombo was, in essence, their final beacon of hope. Regrettably, they were unable to turn and witness the clash unfolding before them. Only the arena staff, who witnessed the entire event, could attest to what transpired. They observed Matambo charging at Yichinchin, only for Yichinchin to effortlessly evade the attack with a sidestep. After dodging Matambo's strike, Yichinchin rose with momentum, delivering a powerful and decisive blow. With a forceful strike, the blow landed squarely on Matambo's liver. The impact rendered him as if he had received a tremendous shock. He yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. Bent over, he collapsed onto the ground. The grimace etched on his face revealed that Yichinchin's punch had inflicted excruciating pain upon him. Observing the crumpled form of Matambo, Yichinchin shook his head in disappointment. Suddenly, he recalled Matambo's signature gesture. After a block, he would wag his finger at his opponent, a move that would later become his trademark. In that moment, Yichinchin resolved to adopt Matambo's iconic skill for himself. He squatted before Matambo and extended his right hand. In the midst of Matambo's agonized and contorted gaze, Yichinchin wiggled his index finger gently. This action would forever be etched in Matambo's memory, especially when paired with Yichinchin's sardonic expression. From that instant, Matambo's life trajectory altered irrevocably. He developed a profound aversion to the finger-wagging gesture. In the future, whenever he witnessed someone wagging a finger, the painful memories would resurface. After completing the gesture, Yichinchin rose to his feet. Amidst Matambo's bewildered resentment and fear, he hoisted him up and positioned him atop a towering stack of Georgetown University players. Once Matambo was set down, Yichinchin clapped his hands with satisfaction and nodded. He then crouched again, facing mourning. This is the consequence of your reckless words. Remember, if I ever hear you uttering any discriminatory remarks against individuals of Asian descent, I won't hesitate to recreate this scene. Upon finishing his statement, just as he was about to rise, a thought struck him. He turned back to the cluster of Georgetown players piled together and proclaimed, "By the way, the NBA will be transformed by my presence." The players of Georgetown University clearly heard Yichinchin's declaration. Though his tone was markedly calm, it resonated in their ears like thunder, reverberating loudly. After accomplishing this, Yichinchin turned with satisfaction and exited the arena. Before leaving, he acknowledged the staff with a nod. The staff member, startled by Yichinchin's gesture, was nearly petrified with fear, worried that the harbinger of destruction might seek trouble with him. Yet, Yichinchin bore no ill intent. In fact, the staff member noted that as Yichinchin nodded, a warm smile adorned his face. This smile left the staff member in deep contemplation. Yichinchin, however, paid little heed to the aftermath concerning mourning and others. There are staff members at the arena serving as eyewitnesses, and it is believed that they will promptly inform the coaching team to rescue them. Yichinchin is no longer concerned about these players seeking trouble with him. Such matters, if disclosed, would be a source of disgrace. In this era, internal conflicts within a team are predominantly resolved internally. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. They will certainly keep these matters to themselves. Unlike the time Yichinchin had traversed back to, when Green delivered a heavy punch to Poole, which truly opened the eyes of many fans. It revealed that such shocking incidents could indeed occur within NBA teams. Moreover, Coach Kerr's post-game remarks left many fans even more astonished, unveiling that there existed a multitude of internal conflicts within NBA teams. However, these issues are typically digested and resolved internally. Therefore, Yichinchin harbors no concerns regarding the subsequent developments. Lost in thought at the draft, Yichinchin found himself somewhat dazed. At this moment, David Stern appeared on stage holding an envelope. Soon, he would utter the most iconic lines to announce the first overall pick. Yichinchin felt a sense of nostalgia, pondering whether he would make it into the first round this time. As for the first pick, Yichinchin had already known who it would be. That individual was, in fact, one of his own defeated adversaries. Chapter 7. Predictions for Yichinchin's draft position. Jerry West's strategy. In the concluding moments of the first round of the 1991 draft, the Charlotte Hornets, holding the first overall pick, selected Larry Johnson. As David Stern announced Larry Johnson's name, all eyes were drawn to him, fulfilling the expectations of many. The Hornets, having endured a dismal season, were rewarded with the coveted top pick, and without hesitation, they chose Johnson as the cornerstone of their future team. Larry Johnson rose from the small round table, accepted the cap adorned with the Hornets logo, and with spirited confidence, approached Stern. Stern extended his right hand, and they exchanged a firm handshake. In the audience, Yichinchin observed this scene with an impassive expression, seated beside his newly appointed agent, Tim Harvey. Yichinchin had conducted a thorough evaluation of this agent over time. He found Harvey's commission to be reasonable, and through his observations, he deemed Tim Harvey to be quite professional. Upon their first meeting, Harvey immediately recognized Yi Qingchen and accurately recited his average statistics from the NCAA season. He was even well-versed in Yi Qingchen's physical metrics, which astonished him. When Yi Qingchen inquired about Harvey's familiarity with him, Harvey smiled and replied, "I am acquainted with every player entering the draft." This statement affirmed Yi Qingchen's confidence in Harvey's expertise. However, Yi Qingchen refrained from signing a contract with Tim Harvey immediately. Instead, he requested an assessment report tailored to his situation, eager to ascertain whether his predicted draft position would fall within the first or second round. Tim Harvey promptly agreed, and Yi Qingchen granted him a week to compile the report. During this time, Harvey diligently gathered comprehensive information about Yi Qingchen and obtained evaluations from NBA scouts regarding his potential. After a week, a detailed assessment report landed before Yi Qingchen. The first page proclaimed, predicted to be selected at the end of the first round. Draft template, Karl Malone. This outcome took Yi Qingchen by surprise, particularly the comparison to Karl Malone, which left him genuinely astonished. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that this draft template resonated well with his own attributes. Nevertheless, being projected for selection at the end of the first round left Yi Qingchen feeling somewhat disheartened. He was aware of the teams holding those late first-round picks: the Golden State Warriors, the Chicago Bulls, and the Sacramento Kings. The teams in question all possess first-round draft picks, and Yi Qingchen has undergone trials with several of these teams. Among them, the Chicago Bulls have shown considerable interest in him. Particularly upon observing Yi Qingchen's physical prowess, they immediately envisioned him as a potential enforcer for the Bulls. In this era of the NBA, a team without one or two enforcers can place its star player in considerable jeopardy. For instance, the notorious Bad Boys, comprised of players like Bill Laimbeer and Dennis Rodman, are infamous figures in the league. It is often jested that whenever these two are on the court simultaneously, it invariably signals an injury to another player. They are not merely there to play basketball. Rather, they engage in brawls, occasionally with a ball in hand. Michael Jordan, having faced the brunt of their antics, is perhaps the most authoritative voice on their troublesome nature. Had it not been for their presence, Jordan could have secured championships 2 to 3 years earlier. This animosity fuels Jordan's deep-seated hatred for the Bad Boys, as they subjected him to relentless challenges. Thus, in their quest to find a suitable protector for Jordan, the Chicago Bulls exerted considerable effort. Although they had already ascended to the pinnacle of the league this season, their ambitions now extend toward establishing a Bulls dynasty, necessitating reinforcement of their roster. A crucial aspect of this augmentation is the acquisition of a player with a fierce playing style, directing their gaze toward this year's draft, where Yi Qingchen has emerged as one of their targets. However, during his trial with the Bulls, Yi Qingchen's performance was far from stellar, particularly in defensive evaluations, where his display could only be described as lackluster. Despite his underwhelming showing, the Bulls nonetheless expressed a significant interest in him. Yi Qingchen found himself somewhat at a loss, as he had deliberately underperformed during the trials, wishing to avoid being selected by the Chicago Bulls, at a time when the Bulls are basking in their glory. Especially with the presence of a robust figure like Michael Jordan, many players would eagerly wish to catch the Bulls' attention. Yet, Yi Qingchen harbored a distinct aversion to joining the Chicago Bulls. The reason was simple: having returned to this era, a time synonymous with Jordan's rise, what value would there be in being his teammate? Prior to his time traveling, Yi Qingchen had admired and revered Jordan, but that did not compel him to cling to his coattails upon his return. Yi Qingchen aspired to stand toe-to-toe with Jordan, eager to ascertain whether the accolades surrounding him truly reflected the reality of his legendary status. If he could dethrone the basketball deity, would that not imply that he himself is the genuine embodiment of basketball greatness? Having traversed back to this moment, it is imperative to seize a grand opportunity. What of the basketball deity? What of the 2 consecutive championships? Yi Qingchen is determined to obliterate his dynasty. Thus, he displayed a lackluster performance during the trials. However, to his astonishment, his draft prospects remained the subject of discussion. The Chicago Bulls happened to be one of the teams possessing a draft pick. Yi Qingchen found himself in a state of considerable indecision. He understood that after this season, a significant event would unfold in the league. The legendary Magic Johnson would announce an indefinite hiatus due to an HIV infection. The Los Angeles Lakers, in the wake of Magic's absence, would see their fortunes plummet. This presented the perfect opportunity to join the Lakers. Yet, the team's draft position was at the tail end of the second round, seemingly leaving no avenue for Yi Qingchen to be acquired. Little did he know, while he pondered his path to the Lakers, the team's general manager, Jerry West, had also set his sights on him. Chapter 8. The general managers of the team are like old silver coins. In pursuit of Yichin, Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, was deeply troubled by the team's defeat in the finals. The clash between the Lakers and the Bulls during the 1990 to 1991 season's finals took many by surprise. The aging Lakers succumbed to the Bulls with a disheartening record of 1-4. Consequently, Michael Jordan finally secured his first championship title in his illustrious career. In the aftermath of the game, Dan was seen weeping profusely while clutching the championship trophy, declaring, "This will not be my only championship. I will secure more." That year, Dan ascended to the pinnacle of the league, successfully inheriting the mantle of the league's best player from Magic Johnson. Yichin was quite familiar with this historical moment. At that time, Magic Johnson was likely unaware of the more brutal challenges that awaited him. The Lakers found themselves in a state of disarray, lacking a clear leader. Yichin understood that he must seize this opportunity. Achieving success in this environment could potentially lead to an extraordinary future. Los Angeles, the city that housed the Lakers, was a bustling hub for basketball. Playing in such a vibrant market presented an excellent opportunity for all athletes, particularly if one could deliver an outstanding performance. Lucrative contracts would surely follow. Therefore, during his tryout with the Lakers, Yichin exerted himself diligently. However, it seemed that the coaching staff had little interest in him at that time. In truth, while Yichin was preoccupied with how to secure his place in the Lakers, Jerry West had already begun his maneuvering. West had long been aware of Yichin's potential. Even during Ye's tenure as a blue-collar player at Georgetown University, West recognized his distinct abilities. Jerry West was the type of general manager who relished the thrill of uncovering talent. He meticulously assessed rookies, often analyzing their potential from various perspectives. Yichin caught his eye primarily due to his astonishing stamina. It could be said that he was a physical phenomenon. This was particularly evident during Georgetown's matchup against UNLV, where his ability to contain Larry Johnson truly impressed Jerry West. Johnson was renowned for his exceptional athleticism among his peers. Yet, under Yichin's defense, scoring became a significant challenge for him. West observed that while you defended Johnson, he remained composed and unfazed, his breathing steady and rhythmic. In stark contrast, Larry Johnson struggled to catch his breath, leaning on his knees, clearly exhausted by Ye's relentless defense. This striking disparity made Jerry West acutely aware of Yichin's remarkable endurance. While Larry Johnson was gasping for breath, he maintained a calm demeanor. Such stamina was nothing short of astonishing. Consequently, since that match, Jerry West began to pay special attention to Yichin. With this newfound focus, his astonishment only grew, as Yichin's defensive prowess was genuinely remarkable. Of course, West kept his observations discreet, understanding that such matters are best handled quietly for maximum benefit. Moreover, Yichin's physical attributes were quite impressive. His large hands and extensive wingspan were essential traits for an elite defender. Even if his offensive capabilities were lacking, he could still be nurtured into a formidable defensive asset. However, what troubled West the most was whether Yichin would enter the draft. To his delight, Yichin indeed announced his intention to participate in the draft. Furthermore, during the finals, the Lakers players were utterly unable to contain Jordan, who scored with effortless ease against their defense. This only intensified West's desire for a defensive stalwart. Thus, Yichin became a coveted prospect for Jerry West. When Yichin arrived for his tryout with the Lakers, West discreetly observed his performance, which could only be described as flawless. However, he could not reveal his interest, nor could he allow other teams to become aware of it. After all, the Lakers were still a formidable force at that time. If other teams learned of the Lakers' interest in Yichin, they would undoubtedly attempt to swoop in, particularly the Chicago Bulls, who possessed a late first-round pick. West was particularly concerned about the Bulls' general manager, as all parties involved were well aware of the unspoken rules of the draft. The truth would only be unveiled at the moment Stern made the announcement. The Lakers held a late second-round pick, and to acquire Yichin, they would need to execute a trade, either obtaining a late first-round pick or persuading the team that owned it to select Yichin on their behalf. This was West's objective. Thus, as the draft commenced, West had already orchestrated a deal with the Golden State Warriors, trading the Lakers' late second-round pick and some cash to the Warriors in exchange for selecting Yichin and subsequently trading him to the Lakers. This was the strategy Jerry West sought to implement, although it still had its uncertainties. It cannot be guaranteed that the teams preceding the Golden State Warriors did not have their sights set on Yichin, who was subsequently selected by them. Thus, Jerry West finds himself in a state of apprehension. Yichin embodies the quintessential attributes he envisions in a defensive forward. Should he be usurped, it would indeed cause him considerable distress. In fact, Jerry West has endeavored to negotiate with teams holding higher draft positions, yet these teams have proven to be quite unreasonable. Upon sensing West's intent to acquire a promising rookie from their ranks, they have demanded exorbitant terms, which has left him considerably vexed. Consequently, their negotiations have faltered. Naturally, West refrained from disclosing his true intentions regarding his desired selection. Until an agreement was reached, he would certainly withhold the fact that he aimed to choose Yuchichin. Ultimately, only the Warriors acquiesced to their conditions, thus placing all hope upon them. Fortuitously, the Warriors are positioned directly ahead of the Bulls, ensuring at the very least that the Bulls will not secure Yuchichin. Chapter 9. The intrigue between the Lakers and the Bulls at the draft. In the 1991 draft, the Denver Nuggets selected Dikembe Mutombo as the 4th overall pick. Upon hearing Stern announce Mutombo's selection, Yuchichin displayed a smile imbued with profound significance. Despite Mutombo's seemingly innocent demeanor at that moment, he was, in truth, a master of cunning. Had it not been for Yuchichin's formidable prowess, he would undoubtedly have been at the mercy of Mutombo. Ever since Yuchichin single-handedly subdued their group, they had significantly tempered their bravado. At the very least, they had not dared to confront him individually thereafter. Although Yuchichin had not graced the basketball court since that incident, he had embarked on his own journey of tryouts. Now, history appeared to mirror his past experiences closely. Thus far, the draft order remained unchanged. In reality, Mutombo had long since spotted Yuchichin in the crowd. Yet he refrained from approaching him, harboring resentment over the memory of being bested by Yuchichin's formidable punch. Deep down, he secretly wished for Yuchichin to go undrafted. When he was ultimately chosen by the Nuggets as the 4th pick, a sense of vindication washed over him. In fact, as he made his way to the stage, he deliberately passed in front of Yuchichin, casting a scornful glance in his direction. Unbeknownst to him, a single gesture from Yuchichin nearly sent Mutombo into a fit of rage as Yuchichin playfully wagged his finger at him, instantly rekindling memories of that fateful blow. Mutombo shot Yuchichin a fierce glare, already concocting ways to taunt him should he fail to be selected. Observing Mutombo's flustered demeanor, a faint smirk graced Yuchichin's lips. If fate permitted a future encounter, he resolved to treat him to a lavish hot pot feast. Meanwhile, Stern continued to announce the names of the newly selected rookies. Yet Yuchichin's name remained conspicuously absent. Beside him, his agent Harvey began to fidget restlessly. He held a strong belief in Yuchichin's physical attributes and innate talent, particularly his exceptional static abilities, which could be deemed legendary. His hands were even larger than those of Michael Jordan, accompanied by an astounding wingspan, rendering him nearly invincible on the defensive end. However, due to a lack of exposure, many teams overlooked Yuchichin. In that era, avenues for visibility were scarce. Aside from newspapers and television, opportunities for players like Yuchichin, who started as blue-collar workers within teams, to garner attention were indeed limited. As the first round of the draft gradually approached its conclusion, Yuchichin remained unchosen, and the final few selections loomed on the horizon. At this moment, both the general manager of the Bulls and the general manager of the Lakers sat up straight in anticipation. The Bulls' general manager had been fervently hoping that Yuchichin would not be selected by the teams ahead. They held great faith in Yuchichin's physical prowess, believing that his addition would significantly bolster the Bulls' defensive capabilities. Thus, they discreetly confirmed their draft target. As the Bulls' turn approached, the Golden State Warriors stood before them. A team unlikely to choose Yuchichin, as he did not align with their style of play. Yuchichin, acutely aware that his most probable selection was imminent, felt a reluctance towards both the Warriors and the Bulls. However, if selected, he would have to accept the reality and strive to rise quickly within the team to earn their recognition. While Yuchichin pondered the possibility of compromising his preferences, Stern finally announced the Warriors' choice. The Bulls' general manager was now fully alert, eagerly wishing to present the envelope bearing Yuchichin's name. Simultaneously, Lakers general manager Jerry West wore an expression of excitement and exhilaration. This was a certainty. Yuchichin was practically theirs. Although the Lakers had sacrificed a considerable sum of cash and a second-round draft pick for Jerry West, acquiring Yuchichin was worth every penny. In the 1991 draft, the Golden State Warriors selected Yuchichin, hailing from Georgetown University, with the 25th pick. The Bulls' general manager, beaming with joy, handed the envelope to the event staff without even paying attention to who the Warriors had chosen. Then, he heard Stern announce Yuchichin's name. His initial reaction was one of confusion. Why did that name sound so familiar? The Bulls general manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the Warriors general manager, utterly perplexed by their decision to select Yuchinchin. It was simply illogical. The staff had already taken the Bulls general manager's envelope, preparing to deliver it to Stern. With a forlorn expression, the general manager had to reclaim the envelope, exclaiming, "The player we intended to select has already been taken. We must choose another." His words were clearly laced with frustration. Meanwhile, the Warriors general manager wore a satisfied smile, having secured Yuchinchin. Truthfully, Yuchinchin was not a suitable fit for the Warriors. Therefore, when Jerry West approached them, they readily agreed, viewing it as a favorable trade. They were even unaware of who Yuchinchin truly was. When they sought to understand Yuchinchin's personal data, they had already lost access to his information. Such a blue-collar player held little value. Consequently, they happily reached an agreement with the Lakers. Now, with Yuchinchin secured, the transaction was successfully completed. Jerry West's gaze was fixed intensely on the Bulls general manager when Stern announced that the Warriors had selected Yuchinchin. He then observed the dejected expression on the Bulls general manager's face. Indeed, the Bulls had also set their sights on Yuchinchin. Fortunately, his strategic foresight prevailed. Otherwise, they would have truly intercepted him. Jerry West was genuinely exhilarated by this turn of events. Ultimately, he was indeed chosen by the Golden State Warriors. All that remained was to perform admirably and strive for a substantial contract. Harvey gently patted Yuchinchin's shoulder and remarked, Chapter 10. Jerry West grasped Yuchinchin's hand. Truly remarkable. It was evidently a foreseen outcome. Being selected towards the latter part of the first round cannot be deemed a poor result. At the very least, it signifies entry into the NBA. With this new chapter, one could anticipate the unlocking of novel opportunities. With the system at his disposal, Yuchinchin harbored no trepidation regarding his foothold in the NBA. However, being chosen by the Warriors left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Especially prior to his transmigration, Yuchinchin harbored considerable disdain for the boisterous Draymond Green. The various and scrupulous tactics and defensive maneuvers he employed had instilled a sense of aversion towards the Warriors in Yuchinchin. Now, unexpectedly selected by the very team he had come to dislike, he found himself in a moment of reflection. Upon Yuchinchin's selection by the Warriors, Dikembe Mutombo was utterly astonished. He genuinely did not anticipate that Yuchinchin would be chosen at the 25th pick by the Warriors. In his eyes, Yuchinchin was entirely unworthy of entering the NBA, as his skills appeared rather lacking. He was baffled by the thought process of the Warriors' general manager. How could such an unremarkable player be selected? However, just as Mutombo was grappling with his displeasure, he quickly noticed an instantaneous trade flash across the screen. Many general managers in attendance gasped in astonishment. The trade in question involved the Lakers, who had exchanged a second-round pick and nearly $1 million in cash to acquire Yuchinchin, who had just been selected by the Warriors. This outcome left everyone in a state of shock, particularly the general manager of the Bulls. Upon witnessing the trade, his gaze was fixated on Jerry West. Seemingly anticipating this scrutiny, West met the Bulls' general manager's stare directly. This time, Jerry West truly relished the moment. He had finally triumphed in the draft. Although the Bulls had bested the Lakers in the finals, West was not one to concede defeat easily, despite the Lakers' roster skewing towards the older side. With Magic Johnson visibly showing signs of aging, they still boasted the prowess of James Worthy. Thus, the Lakers lineup remained formidable. Jerry West had exerted considerable effort to secure Yuchinchin, and in his eyes, every ounce of exertion was worthwhile. At the very least, he had successfully thwarted the Bulls' ambitions, an accomplishment that brought him immense satisfaction. The Lakers had managed to acquire an obscure player of Asian descent with such substantial assets, a turn of events that caught many off guard. Indeed, numerous general managers expressed their bewilderment over the Lakers' maneuver, with some even openly mocking. Is Jerry perhaps losing his mind? A player with yellow skin, despite appearing to possess commendable physical attributes, utterly lacks basketball intelligence, as remarked by the general manager of the Nuggets. Mutombo wholeheartedly agreed. Promptly echoing in his distinctive voice, the general manager speaks the truth. He was once my teammate. His skills are quite rudimentary. And I cannot fathom what the Lakers are thinking. They will undoubtedly regret this decision. At that moment, Mutombo was engulfed in envy towards Yuchinchin. He simply could not comprehend why the Lakers would expend such considerable resources to acquire Yuchinchin. Had they truly discerned his prowess on the court? Yet, basketball is not akin to brawling. Regardless of his capabilities, one cannot manifest their skills on the court without the proper context. Thus, Mutombo found himself utterly perplexed by the Lakers' actions. Similarly, regarding the trade between the Lakers and the Warriors, almost everyone believed that the Warriors had emerged victorious. The consensus was that the Lakers had lost their sanity. At this moment, Yi was merely receiving the Warriors logo cap. As he descended from the stage, he learned of the trade. Stern's congratulatory words still echoed in his ears. To descend from the stage only to discover he had been traded? Moreover, he had been traded to the Lakers. From the perspective of the assets the Lakers had relinquished, they had indeed invested significantly. Consequently, Yi felt a profound surprise. During his tryout with the Lakers, he had exerted considerable effort. Yet, their initial response indicated a lack of genuine interest in him, leading him to lose faith in the Lakers entirely. However, it was utterly unexpected that he would be traded to the Lakers despite being selected by the Warriors. Thus, his aspiration to join the Lakers had been realized in the most bewildering manner. Equally astonished was his agent, Harvey. He had never anticipated that Yi would be traded to the Lakers. Based on his research on these teams, the Lakers seemed the least likely to select Yi due to their draft pick being at the tail end of the second round. Regardless of Yi perceived shortcomings, it was improbable for him to be chosen at such a low position. Furthermore, the Lakers maintained exceptionally high standards for their players. From Harvey's analytical perspective, Yi playing style did not align with the Lakers' requirements. Yet, the ultimate outcome defied his expectations. The Lakers appeared to have developed a significant interest in Yi and were willing to pay a hefty price for him. Ultimately, both Yi and Harvey found themselves thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Yi had become a member of the Lakers. At that moment, Lakers general manager Jerry West had approached Yi, first engaging in cordial pleasantries with the general manager of the Warriors. He then turned to face Yi. At this moment, Yi emotions had already settled. Upon seeing Jerry West gazing at her with a smile, Yi maintained a calm demeanor. In her heart, her evaluation of Jerry West had significantly risen. At that moment, Jerry West extended his right hand towards Yi, saying, "Welcome to the Lakers. I am Jerry West." Yi, with a composed expression, extended her right hand to shake his. Just as their hands met, she heard Jerry West exclaim, "That's truly remarkable. I have never seen anything quite like it." His words left Harvey beside them in utter shock. Was he being serious? As Yi attempted to withdraw her hand, she sensed a lingering reluctance from Jerry West. "What are your thoughts on being selected by the Lakers?" Chapter 11. Magic Johnson is displeased with the draft results. Jerry West gazed at Yi with eager anticipation, his grip unwavering. What pleased him most about Yi were his remarkably large hands, even surpassing those of Michael Jordan. Moreover, he could sense the immense power emanating from Yi-Chin's grasp, indicating that his strength was indeed formidable. As Jerry West caressed Yi-Chin's right hand, he regarded him with satisfaction. At that moment, Yi became aware of West's gestures and began to ponder whether there was a hidden implication behind them. Particularly the way West looked at him heightened his vigilance. Could it be that he was intrigued by Yi-Chin's physique? Yi felt a twinge of helplessness. His undeniable charisma seemed impossible to conceal. Despite his efforts to remain modest, he had inevitably attracted attention. With a sigh, he calmly withdrew his right hand and softly remarked, "You possess excellent judgment. You shall find reason to be grateful." Yi-Chin's response momentarily stunned Jerry West, who had not anticipated such an answer. Yet, this very reply only deepened West's satisfaction, affirming that Yi-Chin was a person of considerable confidence, an essential trait for success in basketball. At this juncture, Yi-Chin had fully composed himself, having realized his dream of becoming a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. Now, he could focus on crafting his own illustrious legacy. The Lakers still relied heavily on Magic Johnson, and selecting Yi-Chin was intended to bolster Johnson's efforts as they aimed for championship glory in the upcoming season. With Yi-Chin now drafted, Agent Harvey would strive to secure a more lucrative contract for him. Yi-Chin understood that during this period, rookie contracts were not bound by financial limitations or specific salary standards. Essentially, teams could negotiate contracts of any magnitude with rookie players. The most notable example being the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, who would soon sign a staggering 12-year contract worth $110 million with the Hornets, a figure that left everyone astounded. Consequently, Yi-Chin believed this was the opportune moment to address contract matters. By demonstrating sufficient prowess, he could negotiate terms with the Lakers for a more substantial deal. Although Yi-Chin was eager to play for the Lakers, he was equally unwilling to compromise on salary. Thus, he conceived a new strategy to delay signing the rookie contract. This would allow him to participate in the Summer League, representing the team following his selection. Yi Qingquan's intention was to negotiate a contract with the Los Angeles Lakers after the completion of the Summer League. This was the optimal outcome, allowing him to enhance his market value and maximize his contract amount. Consequently, Yi Qingquan shared this notion with Harvey, who wholeheartedly agreed upon learning of it. Jerry West, upon hearing Yi Qingquan's request, regarded him with increased admiration, recognizing that he was a thoughtful individual. Rather than making exorbitant demands, Yi Qingquan aimed to seize the opportunity provided by the Summer League to prove his worth. This presented a mutual opportunity for both parties. Jerry West was also eager to observe Yi Qingquan's performance during the Summer League. The draft concluded successfully, marking a significant moment for Yi Qingquan as he achieved his aspiration of joining the Lakers. It appeared that Lakers general manager Jerry West was thoroughly pleased with Yi Qingquan, and both sides shared a deep mutual understanding, which was indeed the best possible outcome. However, while the Lakers rejoiced, the Chicago Bulls were filled with dismay. From the perspective of the Bulls' general manager, they had lost a player with immense potential, one who could potentially alter the trajectory of the entire team. The fact that such a promising player was acquired by their arch-rivals, the Lakers, signified a daunting prospect for the Bulls, as it suggested the Lakers might experience a resurgence in the upcoming season, something the Bulls were desperate to avoid. Nevertheless, aside from the Bulls' general manager, few believed that the Lakers' choice was prudent. Even the Lakers' star player, Magic Johnson, expressed his outrage upon learning that the team had expended considerable effort to acquire a player of Asian descent. He exclaimed vehemently, "Damn it, Jerry. What is he thinking? What can a player with yellow skin accomplish? I've never seen a player of that complexion on an NBA court. They are typically undersized, lack technical finesse, and possess inferior athleticism. What do we need such a player for?" Magic Johnson had not even taken the time to understand the nature of Yi Qingquan as a player, which starkly illustrated the biases held by some African-American players towards those of Asian descent. In response to Magic Johnson's dissatisfaction, Jerry West unceremoniously thrust Yi Qingquan's scouting report into his face, declaring, "You should examine my scouting report on him before you speak." Jerry West was undeniably forthright with Magic Johnson, who he had played a significant role in promoting. Without Jerry West's influence, Magic might not have achieved his current success. Their relationship was quite amicable, allowing for candid exchanges of opinions. Magic, with a dismissive expression, removed the scouting report from his face. How remarkable can a player with yellow skin truly be? Just as the thought lingered, the voice of Magic Johnson abruptly ceased. He had come across the astonishing records detailing Yi Qingquan's physical talents. His handspan is this large. His wingspan is that extensive. His vertical leap exceeds 80 inches. His speed is remarkable as well. Are you truly presenting me with the physical statistics of an individual of Asian descent? At this moment, Magic Johnson's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Jerry West was thoroughly pleased with Magic Johnson's reaction, for it was indeed Yi Qingquan's performance data from his tryout with the Lakers that had elicited such a response. At that time, Yi Qingquan had given his utmost effort. Moreover, he had not showcased his full potential during his trials with other teams. Coupled with the inherent prejudice that other teams held towards Yi Qingquan's skin color, they had naturally overlooked his impressive physical attributes. Thus, Yi Qingquan became a member of the Lakers. Do you still think I am out of my mind? Jerry West looked at Magic Johnson with a teasing smirk. In response, Magic Johnson shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A player with yellow skin cannot possess such physical prowess." Clearly, Magic Johnson remained skeptical of the analytical data regarding Yi Qingquan's physical capabilities. If you doubt it, would you like to meet him in person? Chapter 12. With the system in hand, do I possess the world? Novels are deceptive. Jerry West's words left Magic Johnson momentarily speechless, before he inquired, "Are you truly optimistic about a player with yellow skin?" It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such an expression on Jerry's face. Magic Johnson's curiosity was piqued. What kind of player could evoke such admiration from Jerry West? In this draft, aside from the first pick, Larry Johnson, this player was undoubtedly the most promising talent. These individuals are blind to the truth, but that fellow from the Bulls nearly snatched him away. Jerry West exclaimed, his demeanor tinged with schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Johnson's curiosity intensified. What? That guy from the Bulls has his sights set on him too? Johnson was well aware that Jerry was referring to the Bulls' general manager, an astute figure in the world of basketball. The configuration of the Bulls roster revealed the general manager's acumen, as they had decisively outperformed the Lakers, leading to their championship victory. Thus, Magic Johnson harbored a deep resentment towards the Bulls, yet felt powerless in the face of their superior lineup. Now, the revelation that the Bulls' general manager had been outmaneuvered by Jerry West implied that he too had recognized the talent of this yellow-skinned player. The fact that both general managers of the finals teams were eyeing the same player spoke volumes. Johnson's curiosity deepened. Was he truly a good fit for our team? Jerry West nodded emphatically. Once you see him, you will understand what true talent is. Moreover, he is only 19, at the perfect age for development. I am confident in my ability to mold him into your right-hand man or perhaps even your successor. Jerry West's ambition was palpable. Magic Johnson rarely observed Jerry West in such fervent spirits, which only heightened his interest in Yi Qingchen. Since you hold him in such high regard, let us arrange a meeting. I too wish to witness the prowess of this immensely talented yellow-skinned player. Jerry West nodded enthusiastically. I even wish to see him face off against you in a one-on-one. Johnson shot Jerry West a pointed glare. It is widely known that Magic Johnson was not particularly skilled in offense. His true expertise lay in his unpredictable passing abilities. After all, how else could he have earned the title of Magic? At that moment, Johnson's interest in Yi Qingchen was undeniable. He genuinely hoped that the Lakers could select a promising rookie with untapped potential. After all, his age has indeed become somewhat advanced, and his body has manifested various injuries. Particularly during this year's finals, facing the vigorous Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, Magic realized the limitations imposed by his own physical condition. Now, Jerry West has mentioned selecting a promising rookie player, and he certainly intends to assess this individual. Should this player prove to be exceedingly suitable for the Lakers, West would not hesitate to provide thorough guidance. After all, Johnson has signed a contract with the Lakers that spans 25 years, essentially amounting to a lifetime agreement. This signifies that his entire professional career will unfold within the Lakers organization, a team he has come to regard as his home. Thus, Johnson genuinely hopes for the continuous strength and success of the Lakers. Following the conclusion of the draft, Yi Qingchen returned to his modest abode, a rather simple apartment. At this juncture, Yi Qingchen had been traded to the Lakers, qualifying him as an aspiring NBA player. Awaiting him is a contract of substantial financial magnitude, a testament to his ascent to the pinnacle of his career. However, for Yi Qingchen, this is merely the beginning. The moment he was selected, the basketball brute system had successfully unlocked, though he had not yet had the opportunity to explore its functionalities. Now, Yi Qingchen finally has the time to delve into the newly unlocked capabilities of this system. Yi Qingchen meticulously observed the system that presented itself before him. The interface displayed his personal information: height, 2.06 meters, weight, 115 kilograms. Alongside these basic physical attributes, the most striking distinction lay within the dynamic talent statistics, which exhibited noticeable differences: 100-meter sprint, 12.0 seconds, 10.88 seconds, 3-4 court sprint, 22.86 meters and 3.65 seconds, 2.98 seconds. Vertical leap, 70 centimeters, 90 centimeters. Running jump, 82 centimeters, 120 centimeters. Running max jump, 365 centimeters, 395 centimeters. Bench press, 200 pounds for 30 reps, 250 pounds for 50 reps. Upon reviewing these figures, Yi Qingchen was instantly exhilarated. He could discern that behind these dynamic talent statistics, a progress bar awaited. The numbers enclosed in parentheses represent the maximum potential he could achieve. This implies that if he were to elevate his running jump to its highest point, it would reach 395 centimeters, a height with which many would be familiar, as it corresponds to the rim's elevation. Should he truly manage to maximize his running leap, Yi Qingchen would be able to touch the top of the rim, an unprecedented feat in NBA history. If he truly accomplished that, it would be remarkably impressive. However, as Yi Qingchen continued to peruse the attributes panel of the system, a smile quickly faded from his face. The reality dawned upon him that enhancing these values necessitated experience points, which Yi Qingchen, as the host, would need to earn himself. Upon examining the methods for acquiring experience points within the system, Yi Qingchen discovered that in official matches, scoring a point would grant him 1 experience point. Scoring 2 points would yield 2 experience points, and so forth. Likewise, securing a defensive rebound would provide 1 experience point, while an offensive rebound would confer 2 points. Steals and blocks would grant 3 experience points each, while an assist would earn him 4 points. What filled Yi Qingchen with despair was the realization that 100 experience points were required merely to increase his jump height by a single centimeter. This system was nothing short of parasitic. To elevate his statistics to their pinnacle, Yi Qingchen would need to amass an astounding amount of data. Furthermore, these were merely dynamic talents. As he continued to scrutinize, Yi Qingchen beheld his various basketball statistics. Chapter 13. The Summons of Magic Johnson. A reminder from Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen observed the system's evaluation of his basketball statistics, a shooting percentage of 65-95 for 2-point shots under no defense, 35-80 under defensive pressure, an 80-99 success rate for uncontested layups, and 40-95 when contested, a 3-point shooting percentage of 50-85 when unguarded, and 30-75 when faced with defenders. It became evident that all these shooting percentages could be enhanced through experience points. This meant that to elevate any of the system's data, one must utilize experience points. The sole method to acquire these points was through consistently accumulating data. Yi Qingchen also noted that official matches included, but were not limited to, regular season games. This implied that he could fervently amass data during the summer league to enhance his personal basketball attributes. For Yi Qingchen, this was indeed a positive revelation. At the very least, he could achieve some improvement in his individual skills before the commencement of the regular season, which was certainly a boon. Beyond his personal attributes, he discovered a skill backpack belonging to him. Upon opening this backpack, Yi Qingchen found a novice gift pack, which brought him a sense of solace. After all, the items within the novice gift pack were likely to be permanent. Eagerly, he opened the gift pack and contemplated the two skills it contained, the death grip skill and the magic pass skill. Both skills were permanent and of considerable significance. The death grip skill, in essence, imposed immense pressure on opponents defensively, compelling them to commit errors. Such a defensive skill was invaluable for a team, especially against formidable offensive players, as it could significantly restrain the opposing star's performance. The magic pass skill, on the other hand, was even more remarkable, essentially replicating the passing prowess of Magic Johnson. Furthermore, Yi Qingchen quickly realized that within this ruthless system, assists yielded the highest experience points. An assist granted 4 experience points, thus making the magic pass skill ideally suited for amassing experience points. At that moment, Yi Qingchen felt that the ruthless system was rather benevolent towards him. The permanent skills awarded to him would enable him to establish a firm foothold in the NBA, coupled with his boundless stamina. This was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Now, Yi Qingchen was genuinely filled with confidence about the future, even beginning to worry for Danzi. With his formidable abilities, what would become of Danzi? Although at this moment Yi Qingchen remains an unknown individual, even after being acquired by the Lakers, he is still merely a nameless rookie. In the eyes of many general managers, the selection of a player with yellow skin by the Lakers is, in itself, a foolish decision. Throughout the annals of NBA history, no Asian player has ever managed to establish a foothold in the league, let alone a player from the Dragon Nation. While Yi Qingchen's physical attributes appear quite impressive, these are merely superficial. The true essence of a basketball player lies in their dynamic talent and potential. Despite the general manager's lack of extensive knowledge about him, they hastily conclude that Yi Qingchen's physical gifts are decidedly mediocre based solely on his skin color. Some GMs even speculate that Jerry West is losing his touch, lamenting that he has resorted to such questionable strategies. Ever since the Bulls triumphed over their team in the finals with a 1-4 score, he seems to have become somewhat delusional, placing his bets on a player of Asian descent. It is utterly laughable. Next season, they anticipate enjoying a good laugh at his expense. However, Yi Qingchen pays little heed to the comments of these general managers. His immediate priority is to showcase his potential and caliber during the Summer League, to demonstrate to Jerry West that he holds immense developmental value. The moment Jerry West expended considerable resources to acquire him, Yi Qingchen surmised that West had significant faith in his abilities. Thus, he must ensure that Jerry West is further astonished by his performance. Only then can he secure a more prominent position in West's estimation. Yi Qingchen understands that every individual harbors a sense of pride. If his abilities merely align with Jerry West's expectations, it would only serve to affirm that West's judgment was not flawed. Yet, if Yi Qingchen's prowess exceeds West's anticipations, the outcome would be vastly different. It would be akin to Jerry West discovering a hidden treasure, much like unboxing a mystery box that exceeds one's expectations, bringing forth an immense sense of joy and accomplishment, something everyone yearns for. Thus, Yi Qingchen is determined to create this profound sense of achievement for Jerry West. The Summer League presents the most opportune moment for Yi Qingchen to manifest this accomplishment. He continues to delve into his system attribute panel, contemplating the technical characteristics he should exhibit during the Summer League. At that moment, an urgent ring from his phone interrupts his thoughts. Upon checking, he discovers it is a call from his agent, Harvey. When Yi Qingchen answered the phone, his agent, Harvey, informed him to wait downstairs as he would come to pick him up. Where were they headed? To meet Magic Johnson. Yi Qingchen felt a sense of perplexity. He could not fathom why Magic Johnson wished to see him at this moment. After being selected by the Lakers, Harvey had exchanged contact information with Jerry West. Furthermore, during the call, Harvey urged Yi Qingchen to prepare himself slightly, as he considered meeting Magic Johnson an immense honor. After all, in the contemporary NBA landscape, Magic is undeniably a godlike figure. Although he was defeated by Jordan in the previous season's finals, the achievements Magic Johnson secured with the Lakers are indeed remarkable. Thus, Magic stands as the emblematic figure of the Lakers. To receive an audience with Magic Johnson is, in itself, a tremendous privilege. However, for Yi Qingchen, the prospect of meeting Magic Johnson felt somewhat unsettling. He mused that he should perhaps remind himself to take protective measures during their encounter. He wondered whether Magic had contracted HIV at this time. Yi Qingchen muttered to himself as he descended the apartment stairs. Chapter 14. Yi Qingchen. Are you really Johnson? As Yi Qingchen arrived at the base of the apartment building, Harvey was already waiting. Upon entering Harvey's Dodge sedan, Yi Qingchen immediately heard his admonition. I cannot fathom why Johnson wishes to meet you. However, from Jerry's tone, it is evident that he hopes you will present yourself favorably. As the star player of the Lakers, Johnson has essentially become a part of the team's management. If he forms a negative impression of you, he could very well advise team owner Bus to consider trading you. You comprehend the gravity of this, do you not? Harvey said with utmost seriousness. Yi Qingchen remained silent. Ever since learning of Magic Johnson's desire to meet him, he had been contemplating the reasons behind this encounter. After much reflection, he surmised that the meeting likely stemmed from a disagreement between Magic Johnson and Jerry West, with the cause of this discord resting upon himself. Magic Johnson must perceive him as incongruous with the Lakers system, prompting his wish to meet Yi Qingchen. It was likely that Jerry West had made grand claims about him in front of Magic Johnson. If Yi Qingchen failed to demonstrate the requisite caliber during this meeting, he could justifiably expect Jerry West's disappointment. Yi Qingchen shook his head. It appeared that gaining entry into a prestigious team was not as simple as he had once imagined. It was evident that he could no longer afford to remain low-key. Initially, he had planned to make a remarkable impression during the Summer League, but now it seemed prudent to showcase his abilities before Magic Johnson. With this thought in mind, he ceased pondering the meeting's implications. As someone already endowed with a system, there was little for him to genuinely worry about. The meeting was set to take place at Magic Johnson's private basketball court, which was, in fact, located within his residence, a mere indoor basketball court in his home. When Harvey drove Yi Qingchen to the entrance of Magic Johnson's abode, Yi Qingchen was taken aback by the sight of the villa before him. It was astonishing that someone could inhabit such an expansive estate. This was the early 1990s. And here he was, residing in such a luxurious manner. Yi Qingchen couldn't help but muse internally. Magic Johnson's career earnings were not particularly substantial. How could this allow him to reside in such an opulent estate? Clearly, housing prices were not exorbitant during this period. A villa of this magnitude could easily host daily festivities. No wonder he may have succumbed to such ailments. Just as Yi Qingchen was lost in thought, Harvey had already driven into the grounds of Magic Johnson's villa. At that moment, Yi Qingchen finally beheld the entirety of Magic Johnson's estate. In a moment of bewilderment, Yi Qingchen found himself at a loss for words. He realized that even before his time travel, he had never set foot in such a grand villa estate. This, indeed, was what one might call life. It was from this moment onward that Yi Qingchen's resolve strengthened profoundly. He was determined to make a name for himself in the league, secure a superlative salary, and ascend to the pinnacle of life, residing in an even larger villa, reveling in extravagant gatherings every day. The mere thought exhilarated him. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Harvey and Yi Qingchen were greeted by a butler awaiting their arrival. Under the butler's guidance, they proceeded to the private basketball court of the illustrious Magic Johnson. As Yi Qingchen stepped into the arena, he beheld Jerry West and the man famously known as Magic engaged in a free throw contest. At that moment, Jerry West was at the line, displaying a remarkably smooth shooting touch. True to his reputation as Logo Man, even after a long retirement, his free throw technique remained exceptional. It would be no exaggeration to describe it as steady as a rock. Simultaneously, as Yi Qingchen appeared at the entrance, the gazes of both Jerry West and Magic Johnson swiftly converged upon him. "You've finally arrived," Jerry West exclaimed with palpable excitement. In truth, Jerry was uncertain about what aspect of Yi Qingchen's skills Magic Johnson wished to observe. If he intended to witness Yi Qingquan's prowess in a competitive setting, it would be more sensible to allow him to participate in a game where Magic could observe from the sidelines. Wouldn't that provide a better evaluation of Yi Qingquan's capabilities? The notion of bringing Yi Qingquan here for a one-on-one showdown was absurd. Everyone knew that Magic Johnson's strengths lay not in offense but in orchestrating the team, with his true talent shining through in assists. At this moment, Magic Johnson's gaze was firmly fixed upon Yi Qingquan. He had already perused the detailed dossier on Yi, and upon reviewing his static and dynamic talents, even Magic felt a sense of astonishment. He found himself questioning the authenticity of the document. The physical attributes described therein seemed to belong solely to an African-American athlete. Yet, Jerry West had informed him that Yi Qingquan was of Asian descent. Thus, Magic Johnson had summoned Yi to ascertain whether his physical prowess was indeed genuine. Should there be a significant discrepancy from the data, he would certainly advise owner Jeannie Buss to reconsider Yi Qingquan's position, as the upcoming season was of paramount importance for the Lakers. Despite their defeat to the Bulls in the finals, the Lakers' belief in their pursuit of the championship remained unwavering. Yet the illustrious Magic Johnson remains undeterred by age, believing that the upcoming season necessitates bolstering the team's roster. They are poised to make another formidable challenge for the championship. Thus, this endeavor for reinforcement becomes paramount. Magic Johnson strides purposefully towards Yi Qingquan. Upon witnessing Johnson's approach, Yi Qingquan's expression remains unchanged. Despite standing before the legendary figure, he feels no trepidation. From the moment the Lakers selected him, Yi Qingquan has embraced his role as the team's leader. This sense of confidence stems from the fact that he is, indeed, the protagonist of this narrative. Consequently, even as Magic Johnson's gaze bears down upon him, Yi Qingquan remains unfazed. In fact, as Johnson closes the distance, he boldly poses a question that leaves Harvey utterly astounded. So you are Magic Johnson? Chapter 15. A duel with Magic Johnson's personal trainer. Johnson. Jerry West. At this moment, Harvey was the first to react. He shot a sharp glare at Yi Qingquan before turning to Magic Johnson with a sheepish smile, saying, "Hey, Magic, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm his agent, Harvey. You know, he might be a bit nervous to see you, which is why he said that. Please don't take it to heart." Upon hearing Harvey's explanation, Magic Johnson's expression gradually returned to normal. With genuine curiosity, he looked at Yi Qingquan and asked, "Is what your agent said true?" Yi Qingquan's response once again surprised Magic Johnson. "Not really. I just feel you differ from my expectations." "What differences?" Johnson inquired. "Just that. Nothing more." After this exchange, Magic Johnson fell into silence. It was the first time someone had stated so plainly in front of him that it was merely that. Now, Johnson's impression of Yi Qingquan deepened significantly. Setting aside other factors, it was clear that Yi Qingquan was not one to shy away from confrontation. Typically, young players would exhibit excitement and joy upon seeing him, yet Yi Qingquan remained calm, even somewhat disdainful. This indicated a profound self-confidence that piqued Magic Johnson's curiosity further. Although Johnson had expressed dissatisfaction with the decision to select Yi Qingquan during discussions with Jerry West, he now adopted a friendly demeanor in front of Yi Qingquan. This was characteristic of Johnson's approach to life. Should Yi Qingquan fail to impress him in the forthcoming performance, there would be ample time to be less courteous. As Magic Johnson scrutinized Yi Qingquan, the latter was quietly observing the changes in Johnson's expression. Particularly after displaying his disdain, Yi Qingquan became increasingly intrigued by Johnson's reactions. As a time traveler, Yi Qingquan was far from a fool. His initial bluntness towards Magic Johnson was, in fact, intentional. The tactic was rather cliché, to attract Magic Johnson's attention through exaggerated behavior. For seasoned stars like Johnson, their self-perception is typically quite elevated, and they are held in high esteem by fans. Yi Qingquan's demeanor, in stark contrast to that of the adoring fans, was bound to create a significant juxtaposition, naturally arousing Johnson's curiosity about why he failed to capture Yi Qingquan's admiration. Thus, while Yi Qingquan's approach may have been somewhat trite, it served its purpose effectively. However, the effect was remarkably effective. Had Yi Qingquan initially displayed profound admiration for Magic Johnson, it would have led Johnson to perceive him merely as one of his admirers, naturally diminishing Yi Qingquan in stature. This was something Yi Qingquan was truly reluctant to do. Now that he had taken the initiative, it was time to showcase his true capabilities and demonstrate to the magician that he possessed the pride to be respected. Furthermore, this pride was substantial enough to command Magic Johnson's attention. In merely a brief encounter, both parties had entertained numerous thoughts. It is safe to say that neither was a novice in this arena. Jerry West, on the sidelines, refrained from interjecting, instead observing their conversation with keen interest. He was eager to witness how Yu Qingchen would comport himself in the presence of Magic Johnson. To his surprise, Yu Qingchen's demeanor was indeed unexpected. His attitude could even be described as audaciously arrogant. If one were unaware, they might mistakenly think Yu Qingchen was the seasoned star while Magic Johnson was the newcomer. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it indicated that Yu Qingchen was a young man with lofty ambitions. Now, the time had come to test Yu Qingchen. Magic Johnson continued with a smile. It has been many years since I have encountered such a brazen young individual. I hope you do not disappoint me. A player's arrogance is warranted. However, to be arrogant without the skill to back it up is foolishness. Johnson's remarks were clearly a jab at Yu Qingchen, suggesting he was pretending to be something he was not. Yu Qingchen, of course, understood the implication. So, you summoned me merely to convey this? Is there nothing else? If not, I shall take my leave. He maintained his haughty demeanor. At this point, Magic Johnson was genuinely incensed by Yu Qingchen's audacity. Very well. Since you are so confident, let me see what grounds your pride. My personal trainer has arrived. Your task is to engage in a one-on-one challenge with him. Show me the extent of your abilities. Upon hearing Johnson's words, Jerry West's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that Magic Johnson intended to test Yu Qingchen against his personal trainer. It is well known that the personal trainers of NBA stars are not ordinary. Their skills are unparalleled. The trainers of top NBA athletes are undoubtedly among the elite. Moreover, Jerry West was acutely aware that Johnson's trainer was not an easy opponent. Indeed, one-on-one challenges are the ultimate test of a player's skills, and Yu Qingchen was not particularly adept at offense. Jerry West regarded Yu Qingchen as a prime candidate for a defensive powerhouse due to his physique, which was undeniably suited for such a role. As for Yu Qingchen's offensive capabilities, Jerry West hardly paid them any mind. However, it was quite astonishing that Magic Johnson intended for Yu Qingchen to engage in a one-on-one challenge with his personal trainer. Was this not a deliberate attempt to put Yu Qingchen in a difficult position? Hey, my friend, you must realize that Yi is not particularly adept at offense. Jerry West could not help but express his concern to Magic Johnson. To become an NBA player, offensive skills are undeniably a crucial aspect. Implicitly, this was a test of Yu Qingchen's offensive prowess. Clearly, it was an effort to challenge him. Let us get started. Yu Qingchen remarked with an air of calmness at that moment. Chapter 16. A showdown with the private trainer? Yu Qingchen's dimensional strike. Yu Qingchen's composure astonished everyone present. How could he feel no sense of unfairness? What fueled his confidence? Jerry West even began to suspect that Yu Qingchen was merely putting on a facade. The private trainer of Magic Johnson was no ordinary individual. To be chosen as Magic Johnson's personal trainer, one must possess impeccable skills. Moreover, the one-on-one match spoken of by Magic Johnson was distinctly American in style. What does an American one-on-one entail? In this format, the offensive player is permitted only 3 dribbles. After 3 dribbles, a shot must be taken. Otherwise, the possession is deemed a violation, resulting in a turnover. Furthermore, Jerry West had conducted a thorough investigation into Yu Qingchen's scoring ability. Averaging a mere 5 points per game, he primarily scored through second-chance opportunities beneath the basket. He had never initiated a solo offensive play. For such a blue-collar player to engage in a one-on-one with Magic Johnson's private trainer seemed profoundly unjust. Even Jerry West felt compelled to advocate for Yu Qingchen, seeking an alternative assessment method. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Qingchen readily agreed to the challenge. Did he genuinely believe in his own prowess? Equally perplexed was Yu Qingchen's agent, Harvey. As a professional agent, he was acutely aware of the offensive capabilities possessed by NBA star trainers. Were it not for their physical limitations, these trainers could easily compete in the NBA. Additionally, they possess unique insights into personal technique. Often, even stars might not secure a guaranteed victory against these trainers under such one-on-one rules. Thus, Harvey felt that Yu Qingchen was overreaching in his confidence, a decision that was evidently unwise. Conversely, Magic Johnson was thoroughly pleased with Yu Qingchen's willingness. He was almost eager to witness Yu Qingchen being thoroughly schooled by his private trainer. Consequently, he interrupted Jerry West, calling out to the trainer who had just entered the gym. Hey, Steve, you're late. If you lose this one-on-one, you won't receive your appearance fee today. Yu Qingchen turned to follow Magic Johnson's gaze. The individual referred to as Steve by Magic Johnson did not appear particularly imposing, standing at about 6 feet tall. His physique was well-proportioned, embodying the ideal build for basketball. At that moment, Jerry West could no longer contain himself and proceeded to introduce Steve to Yu Qingchen. His physique and skills are undoubtedly capable of competing in the NBA, even securing a starting position. However, during his college years, he suffered a severe injury that significantly diminished his explosiveness. Ultimately, this unfortunate setback led to his exclusion from the draft, relegating him to the role of a trainer. Yet, one should not underestimate his technical prowess. Many of Magic Johnson's personal offensive techniques were honed through his training. A remark from Jerry West elicited an eye roll from Magic Johnson. Although West's statement held merit, Steve's offensive skills are impeccable, particularly his stop and pop jump shot, which is nearly impossible to defend against. On the defensive end, his ability to intercept passes is remarkably precise. Each training session with Steve feels like a trial for Magic, yet he consistently gains invaluable insights from these encounters. After listening to Magic Johnson's words, Yuchichin nodded silently, fully aware of the reputation of American private basketball trainers. The most memorable instance was the Dream Team's training camp, where players took turns facing off against American personal trainers. Athletes like Anthony and Durant could easily score against these trainers, but when it was LeBron's turn, he found himself completely shut down, becoming the subject of many jokes. Yuchichin's rudimentary offensive skills became the target of ridicule during that period. Hence, even NBA superstars can falter in one-on-one matchups. From the outset, Yuchichin understood Magic Johnson's intentions, which were to educate him through his personal trainer. At that moment, Magic had a convenient excuse to challenge Yuchichin directly. One must concede that the strategy employed by Magic Johnson is rather cunning, as it allows the team's general manager and his agent to witness his struggles firsthand. This scenario could potentially jeopardize Yuchichin's chances of negotiating a lucrative contract in the future or even securing a deal with the Lakers. However, what Magic Johnson did not anticipate was that Yuchichin's skills were not as rudimentary as he imagined. Buddy, do not forget that your skills were also cultivated by me. You think you can have me face off against such an inexperienced player? Truly, you underestimate me. I tell you, my appearance fee must be doubled. With that, Steve directed his gaze towards Yuchichin. At that moment, Yuchichin donned a loose-fitting t-shirt and denim jeans. Although he shared a similar height to Magic, his physique did not reveal the extent of his strength. Thus, Steve, with a look of disdain, addressed Yuchichin. Are you the rookie player? Why haven't you even changed into your jersey? Hurry up and put it on. Do not waste everyone's time. After uttering these words, Steve strode towards the court. Yuchichin, without further ado, retrieved his shorts from his backpack and swiftly changed at the sidelines. As he removed his t-shirt and donned the jersey and shorts he had brought, his well-defined muscles were laid bare before all, except for Jerry West and Harvey. Both Magic Johnson and Steve were taken aback by the striking physique of Yuchichin. Magic Johnson, visibly astonished, turned to Jerry West and remarked, "Did you select a bodybuilder? With muscles like that, are you certain he can play basketball?" Jerry West replied in a somber tone, "We are merely seeking a defensive specialist. Why must you insist on a one-on-one?" Once Yuchichin had donned his jersey, he approached Steve. "You go on the offensive," he said, passing the ball to Steve. "Let me show you what American one-on-one truly means." Upon receiving the ball, Steve smirked and assumed a triple threat posture. After a series of feints, Yuchichin remained entirely still. Observing Yuchichin's unmoving stance, Steve presumed he had bewildered him. Seizing the moment, he executed a quick dribble and attempted to break past Yuchichin's left side. Just as Steve believed he could effortlessly bypass Yuchichin, he was horrified to discover that he had indeed passed him. But where was the ball? Chapter 17. Yuchichin, how is it that you collided with me, yet you flew out? As Steve maneuvered past Yuchichin, he intended to humiliate him with a graceful layup. However, in the very moment he prepared to shoot, he discovered that the basketball had vanished from his grasp. In astonishment, he turned around only to find Yuchichin holding the ball with one hand, a mocking expression adorning his face as he taunted, "Is this all you've got?" At this point, Steve was genuinely astonished. Yuchichin had executed a steal in the blink of an eye. He could hardly fathom how Yuchichin had managed such a feat. Only the spectators, Magic Johnson and Jerry West, perceived the situation with clarity. Magic Johnson's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, for this single steal had already made him acutely aware of Yuchichin's formidable defensive skills. He distinctly observed that the instant Steve bypassed Yuchichin, the latter's right hand had precisely struck the basketball, snatching it away with effortless grace. This was not merely a steal, it was an outright heist. Jerry West's eyes began to glimmer with intrigue. Although he was aware of Yuchichin's large hands and robust defense, he had never witnessed such a display of individual defensive prowess from him. After all, he was the personal trainer of Magic Johnson, who, on occasion, could even best Magic in their one-on-one matches. Yet, against Yu Qingshan, Steve had been utterly outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, Harvey's face illuminated with surprise. Initially, he believed that Yu Qingshan's decision to engage in a one-on-one was recklessly bold. However, it now appeared that Yu Qingshan was anything but reckless. His defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Harvey began to anticipate an impressive performance from Yu Qingshan in this matchup. Despite the nagging thought that such expectations were somewhat absurd, as Yu Qingshan was not particularly known for his offensive skills. Yet, the desire for such an outcome was undeniably strong. Steve, stung by Yu Qingshan's derisive comment, wore a visibly displeased expression. "Do not be so arrogant. I am merely unheated. Let me see what you are truly capable of." With that, he approached Yu Qingshan directly. Although Steve was merely a personal trainer, it did not diminish his pride. On the contrary, he held a profound confidence in his abilities. Being the personal trainer of an NBA elite was, in itself, a testament to his skill. Therefore, after being stripped of the ball by Yu Qingshan, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. He resolved to treat this one-on-one with utmost seriousness. As Yu Qingshan held the ball, Steve positioned himself closely against him, clearly unwilling to grant Yu Qingshan any opportunity for a breakthrough. Judging by Yu Qingshan's physique, it was evident that he was a player who thrived on physical confrontation. Under normal circumstances, players of such caliber exhibit rather mediocre offensive skills, let alone their dribbling capabilities. Hence, Steve resolved to deny Yu Qingshan any space to maneuver. Ultimately, he would be compelled to force a shot. Steve's defensive strategy was, in fact, astute. For players endowed with robust physiques, restricting their dribbling space is essential. In one-on-one confrontations, such physically imposing players are often the easiest to defend against. At this moment, however, Yu Qingshan appeared unfazed by Steve's defense. Holding the ball in one hand, he positioned it behind his back, a gesture that showcased his remarkably large hands. Furthermore, he even held the ball in front of Steve with one hand, a blatant act of provocation that incited Steve's ire. He yearned to swat the basketball away. But the instant he made his move, Yu Qingshan sprang into action. This was precisely what Yu Qingshan aimed for the moment Steve shifted his center of gravity. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Yu Qingshan forcefully penetrated from Steve's right side with the ball held firmly in one hand. Steve, realizing his lapse in judgment, found himself completely outmaneuvered. He scarcely grazed Yu Qingshan's jersey. After a couple of dribbles, Yu Qingshan executed a thunderous one-handed dunk, lifting the ball high above his head with immense force. Upon completing the dunk, he landed, pivoted, and raised his right hand in front of him, wearing an expression of shock and bewilderment. This action clearly conveyed his astonishment at his own large hands, as if to announce to the world that he too was taken aback by the strength of his right hand. Such a gesture was undeniably provocative, reaching the zenith of taunting. Jerry West, witnessing Yu Qingshan's antics, could barely contain his laughter, astonished by Yu Qingshan's unexpected offensive prowess. Moreover, Yu Qingshan's taunting seemed remarkably seasoned, a skill that is quintessential for every NBA player. It appeared that Yu Qingshan had mastered this art of provocation well before his contemporaries. In stark contrast, Magic Johnson's expression darkened considerably. He was genuinely taken aback by how effortlessly Yu Qingshan scored in front of Steve. It wasn't merely effortless, it was as if it required no exertion whatsoever. Consequently, he shouted at Steve in frustration, "Steve, what are you doing? Can you take this seriously? At this rate, you want to have a game fee." After Magic Johnson's outburst, Steve's countenance grew even more somber. He was convinced that the issue lay not in Yu Qingshan's formidable skills, but rather in his own complacency. "I want to allow him to score again," Steve muttered to himself. With the ball now in his possession, it was Steve's turn to attack. This time, he had devoted all his attention to offense. Moreover, Steve was well aware of Yu Qingshan's formidable stealing skills. Consequently, he was particularly cautious in protecting the basketball while probing for an opportunity. Steve's continuous feints failed to deceive Yu Qingshan. Jerry West observed Yu Qingshan's unwavering stance and nodded repeatedly, indicating that Yu Qingshan was not easily fooled by fakes. Witnessing Yu Qingshan's immobility, Steve began to feel a sense of urgency. At that moment, Yu Qingshan taunted him. "Are you cramping? Your feints are futile. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be deceived by you." Yu Qingshan's mockery only fueled Steve's anger further. He resolved to forcefully drive past Yu Qingshan. Thus, Steve executed a wide lateral shift, attempting to bulldoze through on Yu Qingshan's left side. He leveraged his body to push against Yu Qingshan. This was a technique of using force against force to break through. Ordinarily, the defensive player would yield to the offensive player's momentum. However, what typically seems predictable often leads to the unexpected. Indeed, someone was knocked aside. But that individual was not Yi Qingchen. Jerry West and Magic Johnson simultaneously gasped in astonishment. How is that possible? Chapter 18. Is Yi Qingchen's offensive technique crude? I beg your pardon, but you harbor a grave misunderstanding of my capabilities. The astonishment on Jerry West and Magic Johnson's faces stemmed from witnessing Steve not only failing to displace Yi Qingchen as he approached, but, in fact, being rebounded back by him. Yi Qingchen remained motionless, wearing a mocking expression as he gazed at Steve. You traveled. Yi Qingchen's tone was markedly calm, yet it resonated with a biting sarcasm directed at Steve. Steve was utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that his attempt to close the distance would not only fail to push Yi Qingchen back even a fraction, but would result in his own uncontrolled rebounding. This scenario was entirely foreign to him. Although Steve was not an NBA player, as a personal trainer to a top NBA star, he was obliged to maintain his competitive edge. Thus, he frequently participated in private games, engaging in pickup matches to keep himself in peak physical condition. During these informal settings, he often dominated, achieving impressive personal scores, and had never encountered a situation where he attempted to make contact only to be repelled instead. Consequently, a tempest of emotions surged within Steve. He no longer dared to underestimate Yi Qingchen. If he were to still perceive Yi Qingchen as a mere novice, he would be a fool indeed. So, when Yi Qingchen accused him of traveling, he refrained from retorting. Instead, he silently brought the ball to the top of the arc and passed it into Yi Qingchen's hands. Observing the taciturn and serious expression on Steve's face, Magic Johnson's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as well. He was profoundly familiar with Steve, and such a serious countenance indicated that Steve was now fully engaged. Especially in his silence, it was clear he intended to concentrate entirely on the unfolding game. Magic Johnson vividly recalled a time when, on a whim, he challenged Steve to a one-on-one match. As his personal trainer, Steve obliged. However, during their duel, Magic Johnson incessantly taunted Steve with banter. Initially, Steve responded jovially, recognizing that Magic was his benefactor. Yet, after Magic Johnson won 2 consecutive matches, his taunts escalated, and he became increasingly unrestrained in his remarks, prompting Steve to express his discontent and attempt to curb Magic Johnson's excessive chatter. However, Magic Johnson not only disregarded Steve's admonitions, but also escalated his mockery, deeming Steve a coward. This provoked Steve to a boiling point. Consequently, his demeanor shifted to a grave seriousness. From the onset of the third one-on-one match, Steve fell into a profound silence. Initially, Magic ridiculed Steve's fragile mental fortitude, claiming he could not withstand ridicule. Yet, when the one-on-one officially commenced, Magic's laughter promptly faded. For Steve was genuinely committed to the game. His technical maneuvers were executed with meticulous precision, verging on perfection. In contrast, Magic Johnson was not particularly adept at defense. And with his towering height of 6 feet and 9 inches, his center of gravity was inherently high. Thus, Magic found himself skillfully outmaneuvered by Steve. In that match, Steve astonishingly managed to shut out Magic Johnson completely, 5-0. After the game, Magic was thoroughly awakened to the reality that he had incited Steve's wrath. Fortunately, there were no other witnesses present, sparing Magic the humiliation of public defeat. This loss left an indelible impression on Magic regarding Steve's demeanor, which had now resurfaced, indicating that Steve was indeed taking things earnestly. This signified that the one-on-one was officially underway. Steve is serious now. This match can be deemed concluded. Magic Johnson remarked with an air of nonchalance to Jerry West. Jerry West cast a puzzled glance at Magic, although he could not fathom the sudden surge of confidence emanating from Magic. Witnessing Steve's stern expression led Jerry to believe that Steve was indeed gearing up for a serious endeavor. This time, it was Yi Qingchen on the offense, with Steve on defense. Having learned from his previous underestimation of Yi Qingchen, Steve deliberately afforded him a half-step of space to drive. The intention behind this strategy was to provide Yi Qingchen an opportunity for a direct shot, should Yi Qingchen attempt to exploit that half-step to penetrate. Steve was confident in his ability to intercept the ball. At that moment, Yi Qingchen, while dribbling with one hand and positioning the ball behind him, maintained an elevated center of gravity. He cast a scornful glance at Steve before commencing his dribble. Yi Qingchen's initial dribble bore no indications of an impending forward breakthrough, and the high center of gravity during his dribble appeared fraught with vulnerabilities to all observers. Steve was utterly confident in his capability to steal the ball from Yi Qingchen, prompting him to make a decisive attempt at the steal. Just when he believed the interception would be effortlessly accomplished, Yi Qingchen executed a clever behind-the-back dribble, evading Steve's gamble. The second dribble was successfully completed. Yi Qingchen proceeded with his third dribble, pushing the ball forward with his left hand. Then, he charged towards the basket with great strides. The number of dribbles had already reached 3. Yi Qingchen received the ball and, with just 2 powerful steps, arrived at the basket. Immediately following was a forceful one-handed slam dunk. 2 o'clock. Another dunk. He effortlessly surpassed Steve in a single bound. At this moment, both Magic Johnson and Jerry West wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Even Harvey was baffled by Yi Qingchen's extraordinary dribbling skills and defensive prowess. Wasn't Yi Qingchen merely a blue-collar player? Throughout his collegiate career, he had not even scored once while actively holding the ball. Why had he suddenly transformed as if his meridians had been unblocked? It was as though he had become an entirely different person. If your defense is only this feeble, then defeat is inevitable. After completing the dunk, Yi Qingchen glanced at Steve with a look of disappointment and remarked, "What a heart-wrenching defeat." This seemingly casual remark effectively belittled Steve's defensive efforts, causing his expression to shift to one of fury. He glared at Yi Qingchen with eyes filled with the intensity of vengeance, as if Yi Qingchen were the murderer of his father. "What are you staring at? It's your turn to attack now. Let's not waste everyone's time." After saying this, Yi Qingchen directly thrust the ball into Steve's arms. Chapter 19. In the face of absolute power, all skills are futile. Steve instinctively reached out to catch the basketball that Yi Qingchen had tossed to him. However, the moment he caught it, an immense force propelled him backward, causing him to stumble several steps. Once Steve regained his balance, he found himself standing within the center circle. Although his physique did not appear particularly robust, he possessed commendable strength. Yet, even this strength, characteristic of a personal trainer, was insufficient to withstand the force of the basketball Yi Qingchen had thrown, which had sent him reeling. Was Yi Qingchen's power truly so formidable? Amidst his frustration, Steve found himself reassessing Yi Qingchen's strength. What a formidable adversary. His might is tremendous. How should I navigate his defense? Anxiety began to creep into Steve's mind, leaving him in a quandary. He was torn between attempting to penetrate Yi Qingchen's defense or opting to shoot right in front of him. Yi Qingchen's defensive prowess was exceptional, and his strength was alarmingly overwhelming. It seemed impossible to overcome him physically, leaving Steve with the sole option of relying on his shooting skills to score. Resolving to adapt his strategy, Steve bent his knees and lowered his center of gravity, keenly observing Yi Qingchen's defensive movements. Notably, Yi Qingchen's center of gravity remained relatively high, suggesting that his mobility might be slightly compromised. Seizing this opportunity, Steve began to dribble. On his first dribble, he feigned an aggressive drive toward the basket, propelling his body forward. Yi Qingchen responded slowly, retreating a step. Witnessing this, Steve felt a surge of excitement. His intention was to disrupt Yi Qingchen's balance. By pretending to drive inward, he aimed to coax Yi Qingchen into stepping back, thereby creating space between them. Steve followed up with a substantial crossover dribble, swiftly retreating to his original position, successfully increasing the distance between himself and Yi Qingchen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On his third dribble, he executed a backward dribble, then pulled up for a step-back shot. With 3 dribbling attempts exhausted, the gap between Steve and Yi Qingchen had widened to its maximum. Without hesitation, Steve, after regaining possession, stepped behind the 3-point line to launch his step-back jumper. Upon witnessing this move, the magician finally exhaled in relief. For Steve, this step-back jump shot was his signature move, capable of maximizing the distance from his defender while maintaining a remarkably high shooting percentage. Do you see? This is the true caliber of Steve. With an air of triumph, Magic Johnson looked at Jerry West. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief. At the moment Steve executed his step back, Yi Qingchen lunged forward as if he had anticipated Steve's move from the very beginning. He was fully prepared to pounce as soon as Steve completed his maneuver. Over the course of a year in his blue-collar basketball career, Yi Qingchen had diligently studied many popular offensive techniques of the era. He often indulged in watching various one-on-one American basketball videos during his leisure time. Not only did he watch, but he also engaged in private training sessions. Although the basketball brute system had yet to be unlocked, Yi Qingchen remained committed to his training, doubling his efforts to perfect every technical move. After all, the system could only serve as an auxiliary tool. Without sound physical skills, it would be of little use. Thus, Yi Qingchen possessed the foresight to rigorously explore various offensive and defensive techniques, and now he was finally able to showcase his hard work. Moreover, his physical attributes were quite impressive, and his height provided him with a distinct advantage. As he leapt to defend, Yi Qingchen effectively blocked Steve's shooting angle. Having already jumped, Steve was struck with panic as he realized a massive hand had suddenly appeared before him. More accurately, it was in front of the basketball he held. Steve was flabbergasted. He never could have imagined that, despite executing his signature move and creating a significant distance between himself and Yi Qingchen. The latter could close the gap in such a short time. Yet, the harsh reality confronted him. Yi Qingchen had decisively thwarted Steve's shot. The score remained elusive for Steve. Magic Johnson's expression darkened considerably. Originally, he had intended for Steve to humiliate Yi Qingchen in their one-on-one encounter, but the outcome was quite the opposite. His prized personal trainer had been thoroughly outmatched by Yi Qingchen. On the offensive end, Yi Qingchen had completely locked down Steve, while on defense, he had easily overwhelmed him. At this rate, could it be that Steve would be shut out entirely? The most pleased were Jerry West and Harvey. One reveled in his keen insight, while the other felt invigorated by Yi Qingchen's stellar performance, realizing that Yi Qingchen's contract negotiations would surely be fruitful. Your idea was commendable. You were almost able to take the shot, Yi Qingchen remarked as he moved to the top of the arc. With a change of possession, it was once again Yi Qingchen's turn to attack. At this moment, Steve had resolutely decided not to make any hasty attempts to steal the ball. He was firmly glued to Yi Qingchen, clearly intent on denying him any opportunity to easily break through. A hint of concern flickered across Jerry West's face. Such defensive tactics indicated a determination to prevent Yi Qingchen from approaching the basket with ease. Just as Jerry West was consumed with worry for Yi Qingchen, the latter sprang into action. Yi Qingchen once again held the ball with one hand, but this time he was facing away from Steve. Was he attempting to execute a back-to-the-basket move against Steve, starting from beyond the three-point line? Surely, he must be out of his mind. At that moment, Magic Johnson could not resist mocking Yi Qingchen, especially after the latter's previous performance had embarrassed him. Naturally, this was an opportunity too good to pass up for some jibes. However, as soon as Magic Johnson finished his taunt, he was horrified to witness Yi Qingchen successfully complete his first back dribble. Steve, who had been entirely pressed against Yi Qingchen, was suddenly sent sprawling backward as if struck by a truck, careening through the air. After hitting the ground, he slid a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence in that instant. Chapter 20, A Subtle Touch. Yi Qingchen easily defeats Steve. The magician looks on in awe. In a mere moment, with a simple back-to-basket dribble, Yi Qingchen sent Steve crashing to the ground. What incredible strength is this? Moreover, Jerry West and Magic Johnson clearly observed that Yi Qingchen's maneuver was nothing more than a standard move. Yet this seemingly ordinary action propelled Steve away with such force. It is noteworthy that while defending against Yi Qingchen, Steve had his entire weight leaning against him. Still, he was violently knocked aside by Yi Qingchen. This serves as a testament to the sheer power possessed by Yi Qingchen. This was not merely an offensive foul. It was an absolute demonstration of Yi Qingchen's strength. At this moment, Yi Qingchen turned to face Steve. Without a hint of mockery, he resumed dribbling towards the basket and executed a one-handed slam dunk, scoring effortlessly. 3 o'clock. Yi Qingchen had accomplished 3 consecutive dunks. After scoring, he calmly gazed at the fallen Steve and remarked, "Hey, there are no referees here, so no one will call me for an offensive foul. The game isn't over yet, so don't lie there like a coward pretending to be dead." In truth, Steve had yet to recover from his shock. Alongside his fear, he felt discomfort. Yi Qingchen's back-to-basket move had nearly broken his ribs. He never wished to experience that uncontrollable sensation again. At this juncture, Steve began to resent Magic Johnson, who had suggested he teach a rookie player a lesson, one deemed to lack offensive capability and promised double the pay. Thus, Steve had enthusiastically agreed, believing it to be an effortless opportunity for extra earnings. Yet, the outcome had been nothing short of humiliation at the hands of Yi Qingchen. Now, he found himself trailing by 3 points. It was Steve's turn to attack, yet confidence eluded him in the face of Yi Qingchen's overwhelming presence. The latter's physical prowess, both defensively and offensively, had left Steve utterly beleaguered. At this moment, all he desired was to lie still on the court and not rise again. However, when Yi Qingchen's taunting voice reached his ears, Steve could not suppress the urge to force himself upright. He shot Yi Qingchen a fierce glare before turning to Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson perceived the resentment in Steve's eyes, feeling a twinge of discomfort himself. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had led Steve into this predicament. Had he not invited him, Steve would not have faced such humiliation. Fortunately, there were not many witnesses present today. Otherwise, Steve might truly struggle to remain in the coaching profession. To think that a novice who has yet to officially join the league has dealt such a crushing blow. "Hey, Steve, he only scored 3 points. You still have a chance. Do not let him distract you. Showcase your true potential. Magic Johnson immediately encouraged him. In essence, Magic's implication was for Steve to score as much as possible. He must not allow himself to be shut down by Yi Qingchen. Being completely silenced would be a tremendous embarrassment. After hearing Magic Johnson's words, Steve fell silent. He fully understood the underlying message. His current objective was to score despite Yi Qingchen's defense. Thus, when Yi Qingchen passed the ball to Steve, he instinctively dribbled towards the paint. Strictly speaking, one might consider this a sneaky move. However, once the opponent passed the ball to him, he was allowed to attack, so it hardly constituted a deceptive tactic. Typically, such maneuvers would not be employed, yet this time, it proved effective for Steve. At the very least, his sudden acceleration allowed him to bypass Yi Qingchen in a single dribble. With the first dribble, he had already left Yi Qingchen behind. By the second dribble, he found himself beneath the basket, with Yi Qingchen trailing behind by a full step. Without hesitation, Steve seized the opportunity and opted for a layup. To ensure safety, he chose a reverse layup. However, to his astonishment, a large hand came down from behind and firmly pushed the ball against the backboard. It was Yi Qingchen. He had followed Steve closely and accurately predicted his offensive choice. Once again, a successful defense. At that moment, Steve's expression turned incredibly despondent. A sense of helplessness welled up within him as Yi Qingchen completely overwhelmed him. His spirits had been utterly crushed by Yi Qingchen. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Harvey could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Nice. His defensive prowess is truly remarkable." Jerry West also openly expressed his admiration for Yi Qingchen. As for Magic Johnson, his expression revealed that he had fully accepted the reality of Steve being thoroughly outmatched by Yi Qingchen. "Shall we continue?" Yi Qingchen called out loudly to Magic Johnson. Upon hearing Yi Qingchen's shout, Magic Johnson turned his gaze towards Steve. The latter, sensing Magic's scrutiny, dejectedly shook his head. Clearly, Steve had entirely lost his confidence. There was no need to proceed further. Noticing Steve's demeanor, Yi Qingchen nodded and extended his right hand towards him, signaling for a high five. Steve stared at Yi Qingchen's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. He initially believed that Yi Qingchen would subject him to a round of ridicule and scorn. However, Yi Qingchen refrained from such antics. Instead, as he extended his right hand, he spoke directly to him. "You performed admirably. I merely held an advantage in physicality." The sincerity in Yi Qingchen's expression was strikingly evident, contrasting sharply with the banter he had engaged in moments prior. Steve sensed Yi Qingchen's genuine nature and, with a wry smile, extended his own right hand for a high five, saying, "Hey, you know, I was thoroughly outmatched." Yi Qingchen chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Your skills are indeed quite refined. It's merely that your height and physique put you at a disadvantage." After articulating his perspective, Yi Qingchen chose not to speak further. Despite Steve being a personal trainer, his skills were commendable, and there was no need to belittle him in the aftermath of victory. Moreover, Steve harbored no ill will towards him. At that moment, Jerry West, observing the high five between Yi Qingchen and Steve, nodded in approval. Yi Qingchen's sportsmanship was clearly commendable. Even Magic Johnson, witnessing Yi Qingchen's gesture, formed a significantly favorable impression of him. At the very least, Yi Qingchen had afforded Steve the respect he deserved. "All right. I concede that your judgment is indeed astute," Magic Johnson remarked to Jerry West with an air of resignation. Chapter 21. Seeking to establish oneself in the NBA of the 1990s? Exceptional physical attributes are the primary asset. Jerry West observed that Magic Johnson had finally acknowledged Yi Qingchen's prowess, and a satisfied smile finally graced his face. "You have at last conceded that my choice was indeed the right one. Rest assured, he shall become the secret weapon of our Lakers team." Jerry West spoke with eager anticipation. Clearly, he was filled with expectations for Yi Qingchen at that moment. Magic Johnson did not respond to Jerry West's words. Although Yi Qingchen had demonstrated his individual defensive and offensive skills in the one-on-one match, the true efficacy of these abilities in a real game remained uncertain. Thus, today, Yi Qingchen had merely passed the test set by Magic Johnson. If he wished to earn the Lakers' trust and be utilized extensively, a considerable amount of time lay ahead of him. One should not rejoice too soon. His journey is still lengthy. Magic Johnson's expression did not relax in the slightest. In fact, the significance he placed on this draft stemmed from the lingering dissatisfaction he felt after being defeated by the Young Bulls in last season's championship. Despite achieving early fame and leading his team to a championship at a young age, his yearning for another title remained undiminished. Thus, Magic Johnson was determined to pursue the championship once more in the upcoming season, which rendered him particularly stringent regarding Yi Qingchen. However, Yi Qingchen's recent display of prowess had already garnered Magic's respect. At the very least, Ye's defensive capabilities met his expectations. The next step would be to assess Yi Qingchen's performance in actual gameplay. Just as Magic was contemplating these matters, Yi Qingchen approached, engaged in cheerful conversation with Steve. Harvey was the first to rush over and commend Yi Qingchen, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, your performance just now was absolutely incredible. He is indeed the exclusive personal trainer of the legendary Magic Johnson. You effortlessly outperformed him." As Harvey finished his impassioned speech, Steve, standing beside Yi Qingchen, shot a disapproving glare at Harvey and retorted, "With all your talk, do you wish to challenge me to a duel?" Harvey finally realized that he had misspoken. After all, mentioning in front of Steve that Yi Qingchen had defeated him was indeed somewhat awkward. Yi Qingchen smiled and shrugged at Steve. At that moment, Jerry West approached, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed to Yi Qingchen, "You always manage to astonish me. Your performance has been commendable. I hope you will excel even further in the Summer League. I believe you will exert every effort to showcase your abilities, for it pertains to your rookie contract." Jerry West remarked with a hint of jest. Yi Qingchen casually remarked, "Of course, I only hope that by then you won't be overly astonished." His nonchalant demeanor caused Magic Johnson's brow to furrow once again. Yi Qingchen's attitude made him somewhat uncomfortable, as the young player always exuded a sense of confidence that seemed out of place for someone so inexperienced. One should not speak too boldly. This is an official match, vastly different from a one-on-one. Magic Johnson couldn't resist offering a cautionary reminder. Upon hearing Johnson's words, Yi Qingchen merely nodded with an unfazed expression and chuckled. "Won't we know the difference when the time comes?" Once again, his words left Magic Johnson speechless. He felt that Yi Qingchen was deliberately provoking him. Jerry West, observing the expression on Johnson's face, erupted into laughter, as such a reaction from the Magic was a rare sight. "I shall await the outcome. I hope you do not embarrass yourself." With that, Magic Johnson turned and left his private basketball facility, clearly infuriated by Yi Qingchen's demeanor. Yi Qingchen, however, dismissed Johnson's irritated departure, initially contemplating offering him a friendly reminder about his personal life, but it seemed unnecessary now. It appeared that fate had destined him to become the leader of the Lakers. Indeed, he was the chosen one, the one. Yi Qingchen whimsically recalled a trope from a web novel and chuckled to himself. Jerry West was quite pleased with Yi Qingchen's performance, and the young player's standing in his eyes rose substantially. Initially, he had envisioned developing Yi Qingchen into a defensive powerhouse, but now it seemed he possessed immense potential on the offensive end as well. The thought of harnessing Yi Qingchen's offensive abilities was rather frightening. He could become a formidable weapon on the basketball court. Consequently, Yi Qingchen's potential in West's mind was elevated once more. "Perform well in the Summer League. Our Lakers are not short on funds," West boisterously declared as Yi Qingchen departed. Hearing West's words, Yi Qingchen beamed with a radiant smile. He was well aware of who Lakers owner Jerry Buss was, and it was precisely due to his stewardship that the team thrived. Indeed, West was correct. The Lakers truly lacked financial constraints, especially since their owner, Jerry Buss, would not hesitate to invest heavily in a player he admired. It is precisely due to Jerry Buss's willingness to invest heavily that the Los Angeles Lakers have transformed into a powerhouse within the NBA. Following a one-on-one training session with Magic Johnson's personal trainer, Yi Qingchen's life returned to a state of tranquility. His next objective was to achieve commendable results in the Summer League. Thus, Yi Qingchen devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. He held exceedingly high standards for his own skills, particularly regarding his physical conditioning, which he approached with great rigor. In this era of basketball, lacking a robust physique can indeed be a significant disadvantage. Yi Qingchen had witnessed the NBA regular season of this age. It was not uncommon for a game to feature several instances of confrontation, and occasionally, players would sustain serious injuries, not to mention the myriad of muscle collisions that occur throughout the game. Therefore, Yi Qingchen was acutely aware that to establish himself in the contemporary NBA, physicality was of utmost importance. Time spent immersed in rigorous training and weightlifting passed swiftly, and the days of preparation flew by. At last, the day of the Summer League had arrived. Chapter 22. The Summer League commences. Lakers versus Nuggets. The Summer League primarily serves as a training ground for rookie players. Many of those participating are not official players of NBA teams. A significant portion comprises newly drafted rookies or undrafted prospects. The essence of the Summer League is to provide these young talents an opportunity to hone their skills. Consequently, the audience for the Summer League is rather limited, predominantly consisting of team general managers and coaching staff. Although these players are all rookies and undrafted, there are always some who may be overlooked or underestimated. Thus, these executives and coaches attend with the intent of discovering hidden gems, aspiring to unearth rookies with immense potential amidst the competition. While the probability of such discoveries is slim, the possibility remains. Nevertheless, the primary objective for these general managers and coaching staff is to assess the capabilities of their newly selected rookies. For Jerry West, the general manager of the Lakers, this summer league holds particular significance. Likewise, for Magic Johnson, this event is equally captivating. Ever since his personal trainer was bested by Yi Ching-chen, Magic has approached Yi with newfound seriousness. As a seasoned veteran and all-star player, Magic Johnson possesses a discerning eye for talent. What impresses him most about Yi is his defensive prowess displayed during their one-on-one encounters, coupled with Yi's exceptional physical attributes, which grant him a distinct advantage on the defensive end. Consequently, Magic is quite pleased with this draft pick, although he refrains from displaying his satisfaction to avoid inflating Yi's ego. Thus, he emphasizes that true skill is revealed only in competition. When the Summer League commences, it is rare to see Magic Johnson present at the game. The Lakers' inaugural match in the Summer League happens to be against the Denver Nuggets. Upon learning that the opponent is the Nuggets, Yi Ching-chen is momentarily taken aback, as it means facing his teammate, Mutombo. Yi distinctly recalls the taunts Mutombo directed at him, particularly during the draft, when Mutombo boasted about showcasing his superiority on the court. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived for Yi to teach Mutombo a lesson. Conversely, for Mutombo, this matchup presents an ideal chance to humiliate Yi. Both players exude unwavering confidence in their abilities. However, the ultimate outcome will only be revealed when they face off. Interestingly, this Summer League game is not even held at the Lakers' home court. The event is taking place at the Salt Lake City Sports Arena, as the host city for this Summer League is indeed Salt Lake City. 6 NBA teams are participating, with each team set to play 5 matches. The team with the best record will be crowned the Summer League champion, although the significance of this title is rather negligible. At this moment, Yi Ching-chen is already engaged in warm-up exercises on the court. Meanwhile, the spectator stands surrounding the arena are so sparsely populated that sparse hardly does justice. Only a handful of spectators can be seen occupying the expansive seating. These attendees are predominantly general managers or members of the coaching staff from their respective teams. However, to everyone's astonishment, besides the presence of Lakers general manager Jerry West in the stands, the Lakers star player, Magic Johnson, is seated beside him. The appearance of Magic Johnson has taken both the Lakers and the Nuggets players by surprise, as he is regarded as an idol among them. What could possibly bring him to the audience of the Summer League? This thought crosses the minds of nearly everyone present. The announcer, equally astonished, exclaims, "My goodness! 5-time champion Magic Johnson is actually in the stands. Am I seeing things? Does this mean the Lakers hold this Summer League in high regard? Or do they have great expectations for this year's rookie players?" When the announcer mentions the rookie selected by the Lakers, laughter erupts from many general managers in attendance. They all understand that Jerry West has made a rather puzzling trade, exchanging a second-round draft pick along with cash for a player of Asian descent. While this player possesses commendable physical attributes, his performance in college was, to put it mildly, unremarkable, lacking offensive prowess and even basic ball handling skills. He could only showcase his physicality as a blue-collar player on the Georgetown University basketball team. What future could such a player possibly have? There is little faith in Yi Ching-chen making a name for himself in the NBA. Instead, there is only derision directed at Jerry West. Now, with Magic Johnson also present, one wonders if he has come specifically to observe this Asian player. Could he truly possess some extraordinary talent? It is worth noting that among the Lakers participating in today's game, Yi Ching-chen is the only rookie. The others are merely the team's benchwarmers, who can only seize this opportunity to represent the Lakers in competition. As the anticipation from the announcer and the gathered general managers builds, the referee blows the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. The Lakers' starting lineup takes to the court. Their starting lineup consists of Roy Paslow, Demetrius Calip, Jack Halley, Keith Owens, and Yi Ching-chen. Yi Ching-chen dons the number 28 jersey, surprisingly occupying the center position. He stands out as the tallest among the current Lakers roster, while the other players are not positioned for the interior. Even the coach, unfamiliar with Yi Ching-chen, made the decision to place him at the 5 spot, as he serves as an assistant coach for the Lakers. The management of the Lakers has not set any definitive goals for the Summer League, focusing instead on training and development. Thus, Assistant coach Keelan also took on the role of head coach for this summer league, believing a casual approach would suffice. On the other hand, the Denver Nuggets starting lineup is unfamiliar to Yi Chichin, except for Mutombo. Coincidentally, Mutombo also occupies the center position. This means that Yi Chichin will face off against Mutombo in the inaugural game of the summer league. The jump ball is set, Yi Chichin versus Mutombo. At this moment, a playful smile graces Yi Chichin's face, while Mutombo stands before him, wearing a cruel grin. Hey, just don't cry when I dominate you. That would be quite embarrassing. Mutombo taunts Yi Chichin mockingly. Chapter 23. The opening display is explosive. Magic Johnson's expression management is out of control. In response to Mutombo's taunts, Yi Chichin remained utterly indifferent. At this moment, he can hardly be bothered to engage in a verbal spar with Mutombo, for soon he would make Mutombo question his very existence. Observing Yi Chichin's silence only heightened Mutombo's delight. To Mutombo, it was evident that Yi Chichin was exceedingly anxious about this match. Although merely a summer league game, it served as a crucial benchmark for assessing the talents and potential of rookie players. Thus, for a late first-round pick like Yi Chichin, this game held even greater significance. Should Yi Chichin fail to perform admirably, the Lakers would certainly not prioritize his development. In essence, Yi Chichin's future was inextricably linked to these summer league games, a fact that was bound to induce considerable tension. However, Mutombo's assumptions were soon proven to be misguided. Standing a full 12 centimeters taller than Yi Chichin, no one anticipated that Yi Chichin could triumph in the jump ball. The referee had tossed the basketball high into the air, and both Yi Chichin and Mutombo leapt simultaneously. Mutombo was brimming with confidence in this jump ball. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with the ball, he was astounded to discover a large hand had already touched it first. The ball was deftly redirected to Lakers player Jack Haley. The general managers present were left utterly astonished by Yi Chichin's leap, as they had clearly witnessed his remarkable vertical speed. In an instant, Yi Chichin had risen above Mutombo, making initial contact with the ball. This did not merely indicate Yi Chichin's impressive jumping ability, it underscored the astonishing rapidity of his ascent. Additionally, astute general managers noted Yi Chichin's wingspan. At the moment both players prepared to jump, they had raised their right hands high. Yi Chichin's arm was nearly at the same height as Mutombo's, suggesting that his wingspan was equally formidable. Consequently, the smiles faded from the faces of these general managers. Being at the helm of a team, they were not fools. Yi Chichin's explosive vertical speed and wingspan were sufficient indicators of his extraordinary athletic talent. They began to realize that Yi Chichin was perhaps not as weak as they had once presumed. Some even started to feel a vague sense of regret, wondering if they had overlooked something significant. Initially, they had never seriously considered studying Yi Chichin, simply because he was of Asian descent, leading these general managers to inadvertently disregard him. However, now that their attention was focused on Yi Chichin, they recognized his distinctiveness. In stark contrast to the astonished expressions of the general managers from various teams, Jerry West maintained an air of calm composure. Ever since Yi Chichin triumphed over Magic Johnson's personal trainer in a one-on-one match, West had been imbued with unwavering confidence in him. He firmly believed that Yi Chichin would undoubtedly deliver an outstanding performance in the Summer League. As it turned out, Yi Chichin did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson looked equally astonished. Could it be that Yi Chichin had effortlessly outjumped Mutombo? Johnson, familiar with Mutombo, harbored hopes that the Lakers could acquire a towering player. He had long sought a successor to Jabbar, as having such a giant on the team would be a tremendous boon. However, much to his dismay, the Lakers could not secure a high draft pick. Returning our gaze to the court, after effortlessly outjumping Mutombo, Yi Chichin paid no heed to the bewildered expression on Mutombo's face. Instead, he swiftly dashed towards the front court. With remarkable speed, and taking advantage of Mutombo's momentary distraction, Yi Chichin quickly widened the gap between them. He surged to the free throw line at the front court, and upon witnessing Yi Chichin's vigorous movement, Jack Haley instinctively passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Yi Chichin faced only a single Denver forward guarding the paint. Without a hint of hesitation, he dribbled directly into the key. The Denver forward in question was Marcus Labarty, who, while not diminutive by any means, stood at a height of 2.03 meters and weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Although he could not match Yi Chichin's muscularity, he did not appear significantly less imposing. Yet, this seemingly comparable forward decided to confront Yi Chichin during his drive. Labarty's intention was straightforward, to thwart Yi Chichin's offensive attempt. His defensive maneuver was executed with remarkable cunning, positioning himself perfectly in Yi Chichin's path. In such a scenario, it was evident that Yuchinchin would likely be intercepted, potentially even drawing an offensive foul. As Magic Johnson observed Yuchinchin barreling into the paint, his expression darkened. Damn it, how could he play like this? He should have passed the ball. What a thoughtless player. A brute. Johnson's string of expletives left Jerry West utterly speechless. Yet, it appeared that Yuchinchin's choice of attack was indeed questionable. Just as West pondered the folly of Yuchinchin's offensive decision, he witnessed a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. Yuchinchin astonishingly sent the obstructive Labodi flying with sheer force. Remarkably, Yuchinchin did not engage in any deliberate shoulder charge or exert excessive effort. Rather, he simply collided with Labodi while progressing forward. Consequently, Labodi soared backward like a kite severed from its string. Reminiscent of the previous incident when Yuchinchin propelled the Magician Johnson's personal trainer. This was not an offensive foul that constituted a legitimate instance of physical contact. The referee likewise refrained from blowing the whistle. Following the collision that sent Labodi sprawling, Yuchinchin continued his momentum, flawlessly gathering the ball and executing a powerful dunk with great force. The Lakers players, witnessing this formidable display, erupted in exuberance, rushing forward to celebrate with Yuchinchin. At that moment, Mutombo had just returned to the arc's apex. He had observed Yuchinchin's collision with his own teammate and the ensuing dunk in vivid detail. Doubts began to creep into Mutombo's mind as he questioned his perception. The individual who had just executed such a robust dunk could not possibly be the teammate he knew from their collegiate basketball days. Could such a feat truly be accomplished by that yellow-skinned player, known only for his laborious tasks? Not only was Mutombo in a state of bewilderment, but the expressions of the general manager and coaching staff mirrored his astonishment. A glance at Magic Johnson revealed that while his earlier expression of anger still lingered, it had now solidified into a mask of disbelief. At this moment, Magic Johnson's composure had clearly unraveled, as he found himself once more profoundly astonished by Yuchinchin. Chapter 24. Rib Fracture of Labodi. Yuchinchin, I haven't even exerted myself yet. Though merely a summer league match, the event was being recorded by cameras. These recordings would be preserved, allowing the participating teams to review them. Consequently, Yuchinchin's inaugural dunk in the Summer League was meticulously documented. The commentator's gaze was firmly fixed upon Yuchinchin. This rookie player, donning the number 28 jersey for the Lakers, is named Yuchinchin. He hails from the Dragon Country? I recall now. He was acquired by the Lakers through a second-round pick and some cash in a trade with the Warriors. Initially, many believed the Lakers' maneuver was a misguided transaction. However, based solely on that recent offensive display, Yuchinchin's performance has genuinely surpassed all expectations. The commentator's remarks left many general managers present feeling quite embarrassed. At the onset of the game, they regarded the selection of an Asian player by the Lakers as a mere jest, as they had never witnessed a player of such descent on the NBA court. Yet, that previous moment clearly displayed Yuchinchin's formidable prowess during the offensive play. Following his physical confrontation with Labodi, it was evident that Yuchinchin's ability to withstand contact was remarkable. Despite the clash, Yuchinchin's rhythm remained undisturbed, while Labodi found himself unceremoniously propelled out of bounds. Labodi's height and weight were not significantly less than Yuchinchin's, which only underscores the latter's astonishing strength. At that moment, several players from the Nuggets rushed to Labodi's side, eager to assist him. Among them was Mutombo, who approached Labodi immediately to ascertain whether Yuchinchin had indeed exerted force intentionally. Hey, buddy, how could you have been knocked down so easily? He must have gone all out, Mutombo remarked, reaching out to help Labodi rise. To his surprise, Labodi did not extend his hand and wore a pained expression instead. What's wrong? Are you injured? Mutombo exclaimed. Damn, I knew it. He must have intentionally hit you hard. In an instant, Mutombo blamed Yuchinchin for the incident. Don't move, it's broken. Just as Mutombo's hand brushed against Labodi's, Labodi let out a pained scream. The other Nuggets players were taken aback by Labodi's proclamation. Broken? What do you mean, broken? Mutombo was still bewildered by Labodi's words. Damn it. Quickly, call the team doctor. My rib is fractured. Labodi is truly at a loss for words. This rookie player, Mutombo, is on the verge of driving him to despair. At last, Mutombo seems to have grasped the gravity of the situation. With a look of utter astonishment, he gazes at the prostrate Labodi. He can hardly believe that such a seemingly simple collision with Yuchinchin could result in Labodi's rib being fractured. What kind of force is this? Are ribs truly so easily susceptible to fracture upon impact? The general managers seated in the audience now directed their attention towards the players of the Nuggets, eager to observe how Labodi would respond after rising from the ground. Some of the general managers speculated that he might have feigned injury in an attempt to deceive the referee into calling an offensive foul on Yichichin. Hence the dramatic fall. However, to their utter astonishment, Lebo D was unable to rise. The team physician of the Nuggets had already rushed to his side to assess the situation. The anguish etched on Lebo D's face conveyed his suffering. Even the commentator, bewildered, remarked, "Could it be that the collision between him and Yi just moments ago resulted in his injury? Is the resilience of Leaves truly so formidable?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone present witnessed the team doctor signaling the medical personnel at the sidelines to bring over a stretcher. The sight of the stretcher's arrival left all in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the large screen at the venue finally displayed a slow-motion replay of the moment when Yichichin collided with Lebodi. Every head was tilted upward, gazing at the screen. It was then that they finally discerned the circumstances surrounding the clash between Yichichin and Lebodi. Their chests had collided forcefully. Moreover, at the moment of impact, Yichichin had instinctively retracted his elbow, aiming to avoid striking Lebodi with it. Therefore, it was evident that Yichichin had not intentionally directed his elbow towards Lebodi. It was merely a collision of their chests. Now, Yichichin is safe and sound. However, Lebodi must be carried out on a stretcher. What does this signify? This illustrates that Yichichin's impact is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Even the assistant coach of the Lakers, now head coach Malone, appears utterly astonished. He is well aware of Yichichin, as Jerry West had previously urged him to provide ample playing time for the young talent. Although Malone is uncertain about West's reasoning, he has complied without question. Now, he is beginning to grasp West's intent. This could genuinely be a rookie of immense potential. In the stands, Jerry West and Magic Johnson exchanged a glance, and within each other's eyes, they discerned a shared sense of astonishment. When you selected him, it was not merely for his offensive prowess, was it? The magician Johnson inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, my admiration for him primarily stems from his defensive prowess. I had never anticipated the sheer strength he possesses in confrontations. Jerry West has candidly expressed his thoughts this time. Thus, it appears we have stumbled upon a treasure. The expression of pure elation has already manifested on Magic Johnson's face. From his earlier disdain and fury upon hearing that the Lakers had selected an Asian player, to his current state of ecstasy, Magic Johnson's emotional journey has been quite remarkable. However, let us observe further. While his recent offensive display was truly spectacular, we must evaluate his capabilities in other areas as well. At this moment, Jerry West has adopted a more composed demeanor. Meanwhile, as Magic Johnson and Jerry West engaged in conversation, Lebodi was being carried off the court on a stretcher. The commentator then received news regarding Lebodi's injury. "Oh, my goodness." Following a preliminary assessment by the Nuggets medical staff, it appears he has sustained a fractured rib. It seems the number of fractures may exceed one. A collective gasp echoed through the arena upon hearing the commentator's report. At this juncture, the spectators turned their gazes towards Yichichin with perplexed expressions. Particularly, Mutombo's visage reflected considerable anger. Yichichin had, astonishingly, caused his teammate's rib to break right from the onset. This was utterly unforgivable. Consequently, Mutombo approached Yichichin, glaring fiercely as he declared, "You are finished. You have successfully provoked us." In response to Mutombo's furious countenance, Yichichin appeared distinctly bewildered. "I advise you to take better care of your own ribs." Chapter 25, That was not a steal. That was indeed a robbery. As Mutombo approached Yichichin and engaged him in conversation, the commentator promptly elucidated their relationship. It is well known that Dikembe and Yi both hail from Georgetown University, having been teammates for a year. However, their current demeanor suggests that their rapport is far from amicable. I could even discern that Mutombo was provocatively addressing Yi. Upon reviewing some records, I discovered that Yi was Mutombo's substitute, tasked with the responsibility of guarding the opposing team's key players. Moreover, he has executed his duties quite admirably. Yet, it appears that the relationship between him and Mutombo is rather strained. This development certainly makes the game exceedingly intriguing. The commentator displayed remarkable dedication. Although the actual audience was scant, he remained fervently engaged in narrating the match. His commentary has provided many team general managers with a deeper understanding of Yichichin. Now, these executives no longer dare to underestimate him. After all, one does not ascend to the position of general manager without possessing discernment. Initially, their dismissive attitude towards Yi stemmed from a preconceived notion, as they believed that players with yellow skin were generally mediocre at basketball. However, Yi has showcased his extraordinary strength and talent right from the outset. Consequently, their interest in Yi has significantly heightened. and they are eager to witness his splendid performance in the forthcoming segments of the match. Meanwhile, Mutombo has positioned himself in the low post. The point guard of the Nuggets is at the top of the arc, surveying his teammates' movements. As this year's fourth draft pick, Mutombo is of considerable importance to the Nuggets, making him the focal point of this summer league. Thus, at the behest of his teammates, Mutombo has advanced to the arc to set a screen. Yi Qingxin trails closely behind him, with a height advantage over Yi. Mutombo possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to score effortlessly over him. After the screen, Mutombo pivoted swiftly and cut into the paint. This is a fundamental guard-center pick-and-roll tactic. Mutombo's movement was remarkably swift, having effectively shielded Yi behind him. The Nuggets guard executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball into Mutombo's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Mutombo aimed to complete a dunk. At this juncture, the collaboration proved to be quite successful, with both the quality of the screen and the timing of the pass being impeccably executed. If all goes as expected, Mutombo would effortlessly complete a slam dunk. The commentator on site, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "What a splendid pick-and-roll collaboration. Dikembe's height advantage is simply overwhelming. He is destined to shine in this game." However, scarcely had the commentator's words faded when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as Mutombo comfortably received the ball and prepared to execute his dunk, a pair of powerful hands clutched the basketball with an iron grip. In that instant, as Mutombo was poised to elevate for the dunk, he was shocked to encounter resistance preventing him from raising the ball above his head. When he glanced down in astonishment, he was horrified to discover that Yi Qingxin's hands had firmly ensnared the basketball. Before he could fully process his shock, Yi Qingxin's hands surged with force. The next moment, Mutombo lost control of the ball. Yi Qingxin had forcibly snatched it away. Magic Johnson's eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this a steal? No. This is not merely a steal. This is outright robbery. Jerry West, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment, his expression one of disbelief. After executing the steal, Yi Qingxin paid no heed to Mutombo's expression. He immediately dribbled the ball forward with fervor. His previous dunk over Lebo had merely garnered him 2 experience points. This time, having executed the steal, he had already accrued 3 experience points. As Yi Qingxin sped down the court, his mind raced with calculations. If he were to complete a fast break score, this steal could yield 5 experience points. However, if he were to pass to a teammate for a score during the fast break, he could net 7 experience points. After all, in this ruthless basketball system, assists were the most rewarding, with each assist netting 4 experience points. Thus, while rapidly advancing, Yi Qingxin continuously scanned for his teammates' positions. Before long, he noticed his teammate, Keith Irvins, trailing closely behind him. Yi Qingxin silently commended him. Such a teammate was indeed worthy of a pass. His enthusiasm and prompt reactions were commendable. As Yi Qingxin barreled forward, Keith had timely kept pace. It is often said that players who actively move are the ones who reap the sweetest rewards. And Yi Qingxin found the sentiment to be undeniably true. In stark contrast, the players of the Nuggets, upon realizing the situation, found that Yi Qingxin had already crossed half-court. Their reaction time was not merely a beat late, it was a considerable delay. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Yi Qingxin completed the fast break score. As he approached the free throw line, he astonishingly chose not to score for himself. Instead, he executed a behind-the-back pass from between his legs, delivering the ball directly into the hands of the trailing Keith Irwin. Although Irwin had been closely following Yi Qingxin, he had assumed that Yi would not pass to him, as this was an excellent opportunity to showcase his own abilities. Nevertheless, since he had already caught up, he decided to continue his pursuit. To his astonishment, Yi Qingxin indeed passed the ball to him. Moreover, he did so with such an elaborate maneuver. Overwhelmed with joy, Irwin immediately envisioned his dunking technique. Upon receiving the ball, he took a 2-footed step and leaped into the air, soaring high before placing the ball behind his head and forcefully slamming it into the hoop. 4-0. A steal and an assist accomplished. Gaining experience points was now Yi Qingxin's foremost objective. After all, it was imperative for him to enhance his skills across the board at this juncture. Aside from Yi Qingxin's composed demeanor, the others present were left in a state of astonishment. They truly did not anticipate that within less than a minute of the game's commencement, Yi Qingxin would deliver such an overwhelming shock. Mutombo's face was etched with disbelief. He could not comprehend how, despite the basketball being firmly in his grasp, Yi Qingxin had still managed to snatch it away so effortlessly. In that fleeting moment when the ball was taken from his hands, Mutombo experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, an overwhelming force that seemed insurmountable. Chapter 26. Mutombo's imposing presence fails to deter Yi Qichin, who clears the path with iron elbows. After Keith Owens executed a triumphant dunk, his face radiated pure exhilaration. He rushed towards Yi Qichin, eager to celebrate with a chest bump. Yet, Yi Qichin merely extended his right hand for a simple high five. Witnessing Yi's calm demeanor, Owens felt a profound admiration swell within him. For Owens, the Summer League held immense significance, particularly for rookie and undrafted players like himself. Such competitions were crucial. A standout performance could garner the attention of the team's general manager, potentially paving the way to an NBA career. Owens, an undrafted player himself, had fought tirelessly for the opportunity to represent the Lakers in the Summer League. Thus, when Yi Qichin graciously offered him the chance to shine, Owens was genuinely appreciative. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely seeking to enrich his own experience. Both parties benefited, a perfectly reasonable arrangement. Meanwhile, Lakers coach Keelan wore an expression of excitement. Yi Qichin's performance had surpassed his expectations, and his respect for general manager Jerry West had deepened. Players of such caliber were indeed rare. Possessing immense defensive prowess while simultaneously exhibiting remarkable selflessness on offense, opting to pass to teammates even when scoring opportunities arose. Such players undoubtedly possessed high emotional and basketball intelligence. Even Magic Johnson, seated among the audience, expressed his sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. "All right, Jerry, I concede. I am beginning to like him a bit. This fellow is exceptionally astute. Especially in his passing choices, he possesses the potential to be my successor." Observing the beaming face of Magic, Jerry West scoffed. "Just a bit? Weren't you previously quite dissatisfied with my selection?" At that moment, Magic Johnson chose to disregard West's remarks, chuckling, Let us continue watching the game. My curiosity about him has truly intensified. Will he deliver even more spectacular performances?" As Jerry West noted the eager anticipation in Magic's eyes, he merely rolled his own in disdain. Nonetheless, West's spirits were quite buoyant. Yi Qichin had indeed showcased his talents, notably on defense, even managing to guard the towering Mutombo. Magic was right. Yi Qichin exhibited remarkable basketball intelligence, consistently making the most judicious decisions with the ball. Although this is merely a summer league match, the coach of the Nuggets is quite displeased with the Lakers scoring consecutively at the outset. Consequently, he promptly called for a timeout. "Our defensive focus is lacking. We must closely monitor player number 28. His speed and strength are formidable. Hey, Mutombo, you need to step up your game on offense. I heard this fellow used to be your backup. You actually let him steal the ball from you?" The coach's remarks rendered Mutombo's expression quite grim. The earlier incident where he was unceremoniously stripped of the ball by Yi Qichin was undeniably embarrassing. Now, with the coach bringing it up in front of his teammates, it only heightened his displeasure. "I wasn't serious enough earlier. It won't happen again. You all can trust me with the ball. I will handle him," Mutombo asserted confidently at that moment. Upon hearing Mutombo's words, the Nuggets coach nodded in satisfaction. His intention was to provoke Mutombo, igniting his competitive spirit. With that goal achieved, he could now enjoy Mutombo's performance. The Nuggets hold Mutombo's interior defensive capabilities in high regard, and it is essential to provide him ample opportunities to showcase his skills, thereby bolstering his confidence. In contrast, the atmosphere within the Lakers camp is vibrant and spirited. Coach Keelan expresses admiration for Yi Qichin's performance but refrains from elaborate tactical instructions, opting instead to encourage the players to maintain their current enthusiasm. Following a brief directive, the game resumes. Once again, the Nuggets are on the offensive. This time, Yi Qichin is still tasked with defending Mutombo under the basket. Upon spotting Yi Qichin, Mutombo's eyes seem ablaze with determination. He firmly positions Yi Qichin behind him and reaches out for the ball. Standing at a towering height of 2.18 meters, Mutombo finds it quite effortless to receive the ball in the paint. Thus, the basketball is swiftly placed into his hands. At this moment, Yi Qichin does not employ a strategy of circumventing him, but instead braces his elbow against Mutombo's lower back. After receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side, Mutombo assesses Yi Qichin's defensive prowess and begins to back down, dribbling for a one-on-one play. Mutombo does possess some low-post defensive skills, and he's now in close proximity to the basket. Typically, after receiving the ball at this position, he would only need to back down once, gather himself, pivot, and execute a simple hook shot to score with ease. Indeed, Mutombo is prepared to do just that. However, as he begins to back down and dribble, an unexpected turn of events occurs once again. It seems that whenever one encounters Yi Qichin, even the most mundane occurrences can yield unexpected outcomes. This instance was no exception, as an unforeseen event unfolded. While Mutombo was backing down with the ball, he was astounded to discover that he could not move Yiqingshan at all. In other words, after attempting to back down, he found himself unable to penetrate even a fraction into the paint. Moreover, he felt a force pushing him outward. Mutombo's initial reaction was to accuse Yiqingshan of a foul. However, the referee stationed along the baseline observed the situation clearly. Yiqingshan displayed no deliberate forceful action. Mutombo truly could not overpower Yiqingshan. In frustration, he shouted at the referee, "Hey ref, he pushed me." Yet, the referee remained unresponsive, which only fueled Mutombo's anger. Resolute in his determination, he decided that if the referee would not blow the whistle, he would demonstrate his prowess to Yiqingshan. Once more, Mutombo backed down, this time exerting all his strength. Yet, Yiqingshan remained immovable. Nevertheless, Mutombo transitioned smoothly into a turn towards the free throw line. This turn was not merely a simple maneuver. As he pivoted, his left elbow swung directly towards Yiqingshan's face. If that elbow were to connect, it would undoubtedly result in a bloody scene on the court. As Mutombo's iron elbow approached, poised to strike Yiqingshan's face, the latter maintained an expression of calm indifference. Chapter 27. The Unfathomable Confidence of Magic Johnson, who believes that Yiqingshan is his loyal admirer. Regarding Mutombo's formidable elbow, Yiqingshan, having once been his teammate, was undoubtedly well aware of its potency. Thus, when Mutombo found himself unable to overpower Yiqingshan with his backing maneuvers, Yiqingshan surmised that Mutombo might soon succumb to a fit of indignation. In this era of basketball, minor collisions are exceedingly commonplace. Therefore, possessing a defensive mindset during the game is of paramount importance. In Yiqingshan's perspective, it is essential to make accurate predictions when the opponent is on the offensive. One must discern the forthcoming strategies of the adversary and subsequently devise the most rational defensive tactics. Now, as Mutombo raised his iron elbow, it confirmed Yiqingshan's foresight. The elbow was poised to strike his face. At that moment, Yiqingshan reacted, leaning back with remarkable agility. Spectators observed in awe as he arched his body backward precisely when Mutombo spun around. His form resembled a graceful bow, leaving many perplexed. However, as they witnessed Yiqingshan's retreat coinciding with the brush of Mutombo's elbow against his face, they finally grasped the intention behind his movement, a masterful evasion of Mutombo's assault, executed with utmost finesse. The astonishment did not end there. Despite leaning back, Yiqingshan's legs remained steadfast. Once Mutombo's elbow had swept past, he swiftly regained his defensive posture. This maneuver was executed in an instant. The most astonished of all was Mutombo, whose aim was to deliver a punishing blow with his elbow upon turning. Yet, he found himself thwarted by Yiqingshan's exaggerated evasion. Fortunately, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle, indicating that Mutombo had escaped the foul call. In truth, such an elbow swing could be deemed a hazardous action, warranting a charging foul against Mutombo. However, the referee might have suspected that Yiqingshan was attempting to feint a charge and, given that he was not struck, opted not to call the foul. Thus, while Mutombo felt relieved, he continued with his offensive play. Having completed his turn, Mutombo was set to execute a delicate hook shot into the basket. Yet, as he prepared to launch the ball, he quickly realized something was amiss. Yiqingshan, who had been his defender, had seemingly vanished from sight, as if he had evaporated into thin air. This filled him with immense terror. In reality, Mutombo was perplexed, while the remaining spectators clearly understood the situation. After deftly evading Mutombo's iron elbow, Yiqingshan did not reappear before him. Instead, he maneuvered directly behind Mutombo. Initially, no one discerned Yiqingshan's intentions. However, as he circled to Mutombo's rear, at the very moment Mutombo made his move, Yiqingshan simultaneously launched his own. My goodness! He accurately predicted Dikembe's shooting technique. He aimed to intercept Dikembe's hook shot beforehand. The commentator exclaimed in horror. As the commentator articulated, Yiqingshan's true objective in maneuvering behind was to preemptively thwart Mutombo's attempt. For attempting to block a hook shot from the front was exceedingly challenging, requiring precise timing and vertical leap. At this moment, Yiqingshan lacked such remarkable leaping ability. Thus, he opted for a clever strategy. Yiqingshan possessed profound knowledge of Mutombo's game. During his time at Georgetown University, although he engaged in strength training on the sidelines, he meticulously observed the players' drills. Therefore, he was acutely aware of Mutombo's offensive repertoire, particularly the turnaround hook shot following a back-to-basket play. He even eschewed feints. This understanding led Yiqingshan to decisively adopt a defensive strategy from behind. In fact, Yiqingshan's defensive tactic proved remarkably successful. Before Mutombo could elevate the basketball to its apex, Uchichin intercepted it directly. This constituted a block. Experience points. 3. Following the block, Uchichin surged forward with the ball. In defense, he assumed the position of center, while in offense, he transformed into a point guard. This seamless transition bore no sense of dissonance. It was fluid and graceful. The other players on the Lakers, having witnessed Yi Qingqin's successful block, were astonished. Yet, this did not deter them from racing forward in tandem with him. Fast breaks are among the easiest defensive strategies to score. Moreover, Yi Qingqin's previous assist to Kith Owen showcased his willingness to pass, further emboldening them to charge ahead without hesitation. Among all in the arena, the most vexed was undoubtedly Mutombo. After 2 consecutive offensive attempts thwarted by Yi Qingqin, one a steal, the other a block, this was no longer a matter of embarrassment. It was a profound humiliation. Yet, he found himself paralyzed, for by the time he regained his senses, Yi Qingqin had already dribbled past the midcourt line. Moreover, after crossing the midline, Yi Qingqin continued to surge toward the basket without reducing speed. The Lakers players trailing behind him dashed forward with reckless abandon. Under the reluctant gaze of Mutombo, Yi Qingqin lofted the ball against the backboard. After the rebound, it was deftly intercepted by the Lakers player Jack Harry, who leaped high to slam the ball into the hoop with both hands. This time, it was a block assist, netting him 7 experience points. Yi Qingqin's spirits were exceptionally high. It appeared that acquiring experience points was not particularly challenging. After all, this was merely the summer league, and the skill level of the players was not overly formidable. It was indeed an opportune moment to amass experience points, while Yi Qingqin pondered strategies to accumulate more points. All the general managers in the audience were left astounded. Even Magic Johnson could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. Upon witnessing Yi Qingqin's choice of pass, he had already risen from his seat, for such a decision resonated profoundly with his own style. Jerry, judging from his passing style, he is undoubtedly my devoted fan. Chapter 28. After Yi Qingqin executed a remarkable block against Mutombo, he even playfully wagged his finger at him. Mutombo's composure shattered in that moment. Upon hearing Magic Johnson's remarks, Jerry West was left utterly perplexed. Are you truly listening to yourself? How could he possibly be your fan? Magic Johnson, brimming with enthusiasm and fervor, responded, just look at his 2 recent passes. They reveal him to be an altruistic player. Moreover, his passing style is exquisitely flamboyant, reminiscent of my own. Therefore, he must indeed be my admirer, well-versed in my playing style to deliver such aesthetically pleasing assists. Jerry West felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He genuinely believed that Magic Johnson's audacity was astounding. Initially, he had been quite critical and disdainful of Yi Qingqin, but now, witnessing Yi's exceptional skills, he hastily claimed him as a fan. Such a swift change in stance was truly remarkable. While the mood was buoyant for the Lakers' general manager and star player, the other team executives in attendance were engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, particularly the Denver Nuggets general manager, Wright. He had been closely observing the game, initially harboring no interest in Yi Qingqin, even unaware that Yi and Mutombo played for the same collegiate team. However, Wright was soon astounded by Yi's performance, primarily due to his successful defense against Mutombo on 2 consecutive occasions. It is essential to note that Mutombo was this year's 4th overall pick. Although his offensive prowess was not particularly outstanding, it should have sufficed to handle a late first-round player. Yet, the outcome was starkly different. The very player he had selected as the 4th pick was thoroughly stifled by Yi Qingqin, who denied him even a single shot attempt. Furthermore, Yi adeptly transformed solid defense into scoring opportunities, even delivering 2 exquisite assists. From the mere observation of these 2 transitions between defense and offense, it was evident that Yi Qingqin possessed immense potential. At this point, Wright was genuinely anxious. Should Mutombo fail to shine in this game, the Nuggets fans and management would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction. Therefore, it was imperative for him to ensure that Mutombo showcased his abilities effectively. Having completed 2 consecutive fast break assists, Yi Qingqin had earned the trust of Lakers coach Key Long. His performance in both defense and offense was exceedingly satisfactory. Such players are precisely what coaches cherish, capable in both realms, yet unselfish. Young talents like this are exceedingly rare, and now he had been selected by the Lakers. At this moment, Keelong's admiration for Jerry West deepened. His discerning eye was indeed astute. Meanwhile, the commentator continued to exuberantly recount the recent block and assist executed by Yi Qingqin. The 28th player of the Lakers truly captivates the audience. His defensive prowess is simply extraordinary. Have you noticed? His hands appear remarkably large. He can undoubtedly grasp the basketball with just one hand effortlessly. Likewise, those sizable hands will provide him substantial assistance on the defensive end. Jerry, the general manager of the Lakers, indeed possesses a discerning eye. The commentators' praises have cast a pall over the faces of many team executives present. Initially, they scoffed at Jerry West for his apparent oversight in selecting such a player of Asian descent. Yet, it now appears that the jesters are, in fact, themselves. Yi Qingquan's performance has even outshone this year's 4th draft pick, Mutombo. That is the source of their astonishment. The one feeling most disheartened must be Mutombo. Especially after hearing the commentator's remarks, his expression darkened further. Mutombo is acutely aware that if he does not respond promptly, the undeniable truth of his being overwhelmed by Yi Qingquan will be irrepressible. Thus, he resolved to score during this offensive play under Yi Qingquan's defense. The game continues. It is once again the Nuggets' turn to attack. At this moment, Mutombo did not immediately position himself. Instead, he waited for his teammate to advance the ball past half-court before suddenly exerting his strength. In an instant, he had maneuvered Yi Qingquan behind him. With both hands raised high, Mutombo called for the ball. His teammate promptly delivered it into his grasp. Positioned deep within the paint, Mutombo was ready to make his move. Upon receiving the ball, he forcefully slammed it to the ground, completing a powerful dunk while colliding heavily with Yi Qingquan. Simultaneously, Mutombo executed a swift turn, facing the hoop, and elevated the basketball high above his head, forcefully driving it towards the basket. This movement was fluid and seamless. Although he could not displace Yi Qingquan during the dunk, he had already closed the distance to the hoop. At this moment, Mutombo had found the perfect opportunity to strike. With a powerful two-handed slam dunk, Yi Qingquan would undoubtedly be unable to defend against this attempt. After all, Mutombo possessed a significant height advantage. Even the Nuggets general manager, Wright, nodded in approval upon witnessing Mutombo's offensive choice. This is the hallmark of a formidable interior player, asserting dominance by completing a dunk over his opponent to boost morale. However, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as Mutombo believed this dunk would be an effortless triumph, a colossal hand appeared before him. To be precise, it was just before the basketball was about to be thrust into the hoop that the enormous hand appeared. When Mutombo beheld the colossal palm, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He truly did not anticipate that Yi Qingquan could timely thwart his dunk. What kind of defensive beast was this? Yi Qingquan effortlessly swatted Mutombo's dunk away. Upon landing, Yi Qingquan gestured with a wagging finger towards Mutombo. The moment Mutombo saw Yi Qingquan shaking his index finger, memories of being thoroughly defeated by him surged back. It was a moment he wished to forget most in his lifetime. That simple gesture resurrected all his haunting recollections. How cruel. Already in a foul mood, Mutombo's composure shattered completely. All he desired was to break that finger that taunted him, as a means to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Consequently, Mutombo's right hand lunged towards Yi Qingquan's wagging finger, while his left hand simultaneously aimed for Yi Qingquan's head. His actions astonished everyone present. No one had expected such a scene to unfold during a summer league game. Yet Yi Qingquan seemed momentarily paralyzed with fear, as if he had no reaction whatsoever. This prompted urgency from Magic Johnson and Jerry West. Chapter 29. As the formidable Mutombo was about to pin Yi Qingquan's head down, Yi remained unfazed. Could Magic Johnson and Jerry West contain their anxiety? It could be said that Yi's performance in this match had already garnered their utmost satisfaction. Thus, witnessing their player on the verge of being bullied, they were understandably perturbed, even rising from their seats. Yet, just as they stood, Yi Qingquan finally reacted. He deftly withdrew his right hand, effortlessly evading Mutombo's grasp. Simultaneously, he tilted his head slightly aside, successfully avoiding Mutombo's attempt to press down on him. To onlookers, Yi's two evasive maneuvers appeared almost effortless, as if he were merely engaging in casual banter. Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged astonished glances, astonished that Yi could so easily evade Mutombo's attack. However, mere evasion proved insufficient. At this juncture, with the opponent having initiated an assault, a counterattack was imperative. At the very least, one must demonstrate some resistance to signify discontent. In the next moment, Yi launched his counterattack. True to Magic Johnson's expectations, he boldly pushed against Mutombo. Yi thrust toward Mutombo's chest, and the towering figure, momentarily stunned by Yi's evasion, was caught off guard. As a result, Yi's retaliatory shove left Mutombo unable to react. In an instant, Mutombo felt as though he had been struck by a train, losing control and flying backward. Witnessing Mutombo being forcefully propelled away by Yi, everyone was left in a state of disbelief. They truly did not anticipate that Yi Qingchun could so effortlessly send Mutombo sprawling. His demeanor hardly suggested a feigned fall. Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged dumbfounded glances once more, grappling with the bewilderment of it all. Although every action Yi took seemed entirely reasonable, the consequences were astonishingly irrational. How could Yi's forceful push send the 18-meter-tall Mutombo hurtling backward uncontrollably? Was Yi truly that strong, or was Mutombo's acting exceptionally convincing? After all, this was merely a summer league game. As seasoned NBA general manager, Jerry West found himself unable to comprehend Yi Qingchun any longer, let alone Magic Johnson, whose gaze toward Yi had completely transformed. Initially, he had worried that Yi might suffer under Mutombo's might. But now it seemed that the true concern should lie with Mutombo himself. The referee promptly halted the match, positioning himself in front of Yi Qingchun to prevent him from advancing towards Mutombo. In truth, after pushing Mutombo, Yi Qingchun had remained stationary, his expression betraying a serene nonchalance. Although Mutombo had been shoved by him, Yi Qingchun's demeanor suggested a complete detachment from the incident, leaving the spectators in utter disbelief. A shared question arose in their minds. Could this individual truly be a novice player? How could he exude the aura of a court bully? Even the players of the Lakers felt that Yi Qingchun's composure was excessively unwavering. Conflicts on the court are commonplace, yet both parties typically exhibit intense emotions. Remarkably, there was no discernible emotional fluctuation from Yi Qingchun. The commentators, equally astonished, remarked, "Is this guy genuinely a rookie? His calmness is extraordinary. He possesses a colossal heart and formidable strength." As the commentators expressed their astonishment, the audience's attention shifted to Mutombo, who remained prostrate on the floor. This outcome left everyone perplexed. Could Yi Qingchun's push have inflicted significant harm on Mutombo? Such a notion seemed implausible. How could a mere shove cause substantial injury? Many general managers suspected that Mutombo was merely feigning injury. However, when the Denver team's physician approached to assess Mutombo's condition, the gravity of the situation became apparent. After a brief inquiry, the physician's expression darkened, and he shook his head at the coach, signaling for a stretcher to be brought in. When the stretcher entered the arena, tension gripped the crowd. This alone indicated the severity of Mutombo's injury. Typically, a mere injury would not necessitate a stretcher. The audience could not help but recall Liberty, who had sustained a rib fracture after a collision with Yi Qingchun at the start of the game. Now, with Mutombo requiring a stretcher, did this imply that his ribs were also compromised? Consequently, the gazes directed at Yi Qingchun shifted dramatically. Who was this individual? Including Mutombo. He had incapacitated 2 players in this match, and it had only just begun. Was he here to inflict harm? This was merely the Summer League, not the playoffs or finals. The intensity of competition in the Summer League is generally mild, with minimal defensive pressure. Yet, within a few short minutes of the opening, 2 players had been injured, both due to the actions of the same individual. This was ample evidence of Yi Qingchun's brutality. As Mutombo was carried off on a stretcher, his expression was one of profound agony. In his mind, the words spoken by Yi Qingchun echoed incessantly, "Take good care of your ribs." Mutombo was on the verge of insanity. He had initially thought that Yi Qingchun's warning was merely a scare tactic. Little did he realize that it was a sincere reminder. To his dismay, he found himself suffering a fate akin to his teammate Lebo's with fractured ribs. This injury would necessitate a recovery period of at least 2 to 3 months. Reflecting on this, Mutombo's feelings towards Yi Qingchun were a mixture of astonishment and fury, deepening his resentment. Upon learning of Mutombo's rib fracture, the commentator was equally struck into silence. After a considerable pause, the commentator, with a vacant expression, remarked, "It remains uncertain what decision the referee will render regarding this incident." No sooner had he spoken than the referee signaled a decision concerning Yi Qingchun. Chapter 30. Magic Johnson. Yi Qingchun plays with great reason. He is my successor. Although the referee was about to make a ruling, Yi Qingchun remained remarkably composed. He understood that while this was a summer league, the referees typically exhibited a higher tolerance. It was rare for players to be ejected during summer league games. Even though Mutombo had suffered a fractured rib due to Yi Qingchun's actions, it was clear that he had not initiated the aggression but rather reacted defensively. Thus, despite the unfortunate outcome for Mutombo, Yi Qingchun retained confidence that he would only receive a technical foul at most. Magic Johnson and Jerry West, both deeply invested in Yi Qingchun's performance, were understandably anxious. They were eager to witness more of Yi's talents, and the thought of him being ejected for this incident would be a significant disappointment. Fortunately, the referee's signal quickly alleviated their concerns. As Yi Qingchun had anticipated, the ruling was indeed a technical foul, as the officials recognized that he had not intentionally attacked Mutombo. This distinction was crucial. The technical foul was merely symbolic, reflecting the serious consequences of Ye's defensive reaction. Most general managers present at the game expressed little dissent regarding the decision, acknowledging that such conflicts were commonplace on the court. However, given that it was a summer league game, the situation appeared somewhat surprising. When Mutombo was carried off the court, the general manager of the Nuggets wore a grim expression. He had hoped to witness Mutombo's impressive performance in the summer league, but was met with an outcome that was difficult to accept. Although Mutombo's rib fracture was not overly severe, it would still require 2 to 3 months of recovery. This setback meant that he would miss valuable training time, which was particularly disheartening as this period was crucial for rookie players to acclimate to the intensity of NBA competition. Teams typically conducted preparatory training to help these athletes mentally and physically prepare for the rigors of the NBA. However, with Mutombo's injury disrupting all plans, not only did he harbor resentment towards Yi Ching-chun, but the entire management of the Nuggets began to share that animosity. Yet, Yi Ching-chun remained indifferent to it all. Once Mutombo was taken off the court, the game resumed. The Nuggets, having lost Mutombo, found their strength significantly diminished. Originally, this match was tailored for Mutombo, with all other players positioned to complement him. However, with his injury, the entire strategy has been thrown into disarray. The coach of the Nuggets wears a look of helplessness, compelled to reconfigure the game plan. Yet, whether this new strategy can be effectively executed on the court remains an entirely different matter. Once again, it is the players of the Lakers who take charge. The Lakers guard, Keith Owens, advances the ball across half-court, surveying his teammates' movements from the arc. Yi Ching-chun steps forward to set a solid screen for him. During the previous timeout, Coach Kalong had devised this very tactic for Yi Ching-chun, emphasizing the importance of setting screens. Yi Ching-chun possesses a robust physique, ensuring the quality of his screen is impeccable. Owens, utilizing Yi Ching-chun's screen, maneuvers himself to the vicinity of the free-throw line. With a deft pivot, Yi Ching-chun cuts into the paint. Owens, ever vigilant, tracks Yi Ching-chun's positioning. Noticing his teammate's emergence in the key, he delivers a precise bounce pass, placing the ball perfectly into Yi Ching-chun's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Yi Ching-chun finds himself in an unchallenged position. All that is required is a gentle leap to execute a two-handed dunk. Just as everyone anticipates a spectacular dunk from Yi Ching-chun, he astounds the crowd with an unexpected decision. In a wide-open position beneath the basket, he astonishingly passes the ball back to Keith Owens. The attention of the Nuggets defenders had shifted entirely to Yi Ching-chun upon receiving the ball, leaving Owens unattended. Consequently, Yi Ching-chun's pass catches Owens off guard. Nevertheless, with the unoccupied space now available, Owens hesitates not a moment longer, effortlessly sinking a floater for the score. Keith Owens scores with ease, courtesy of Yi Ching-chun's assist. Experience points, 4. Yi Ching-chun's spirits soar. However, his choice leaves many spectators bewildered. Even Jerry West expresses his confusion, remarking, he could have easily scored himself. Why pass the ball? This statement is clearly directed at Magic Johnson, whose smile is now unmistakable. He grows increasingly fond of Yi Ching-chun, for he alone can appreciate the sentiment behind his passing. Much like himself, he yearns for teammates in open positions to score. He, too, relishes assists more than points. Hey, Jerry, now you understand how sharp my eye for talent is. I have long asserted he is a promising player. My foresight is truly remarkable. Magic Johnson rambles on, leaving Jerry West in a state of utter perplexity. Do you even hear yourself? Is your skin any thicker? How dare you utter such shameless words? When you first learned that I had chosen him, you nearly leaped up to strike me. Jerry West's expression was genuinely filled with disdain and contempt. He could hardly believe that Magic Johnson would dare to speak such audacious words. After Jerry West's remark, Magic Johnson displayed no change in his demeanor. He even solemnly stated, "Continue watching the game. My successor is still performing." Jerry West was taken aback by the sheer audacity of Magic Johnson, and after giving him a fierce glare, he redirected his gaze to the court. The Denver Nuggets' offense appeared to be stagnating, while Yi Ching-chun's defense remained relentless. Whenever a Nuggets player penetrated the Lakers' paint, Yi Ching-chun would decisively intervene. His robust physique proved to be an immovable barrier. The Nuggets players could not budge him, often bouncing off him, let alone attempt a shot. Yi Ching-chun effortlessly secured the defensive rebound, gaining 2 experience points. After passing the basketball to his teammate, he swiftly moved to the front court. This time, Yi Ching-chun positioned himself low to receive the ball. Immediately upon receiving it, he was met with a double team from the Nuggets players. However, with his height advantage, his vision was exceptional. He deftly passed the ball to an open teammate. The teammate did not disappoint Yi Qingqian's expectations, easily sinking the open three-pointer. Assist secured, gaining 4 experience points. As the game progressed, the spectators began to suspect that Yi Qingqian might be trying to inflate his assist stats. Chapter 31. The challenge of accumulating data is far greater than anticipated. In truth, with Mutombo being carried off the court, the suspense of this match had already dissipated. From the onset, Yi Qingqian exhibited his dominance on both ends of the court, even managing to outshine Mutombo. Consequently, following Mutombo's injury-induced exit, the Denver Nuggets' disadvantage became increasingly pronounced. Thus, this game evolved into Yi Qingqian's defining moment. As the first half concluded, the score reflected a staggering 50-32, with the Nuggets trailing by a significant 18 points. What was even more astonishing were Yi Qingqian's individual statistics: 10 points, 10 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, 5 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Merely within one half, he had achieved a remarkable triple-double, with assists surpassing both points and rebounds, a feat truly extraordinary for a rookie. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Yi Qingqian plays the center position. The ability of an interior player to amass such a plethora of assists and steals is indeed mind-boggling. By the end of the first half, the general managers present were visibly envious of the Los Angeles Lakers. No one could still regard the Lakers' recent transaction as a foolish decision. It had indeed proven to be a masterstroke. As seasoned executives, their keen insight was evident. Yi Qingqian's performance in the first half unequivocally showcased the caliber of a future star, particularly highlighting his exceptional passing abilities. While there were hints of him padding his assist stats, it was undeniable that Yi Qingqian consistently located open teammates and delivered the ball with precision. This singular passing talent ignited immense envy among many general managers, some even likening his abilities to those of the early Magic Johnson. With the Lakers already boasting a Magic of their own, the acquisition of such a promising rookie was enough to provoke serious jealousy. Consequently, when the first half concluded, numerous general managers gravitated towards Jerry West, inundating him with inquiries. "Hey, Jerry, how did you discover this number 28 player? Have you signed a contract with the Lakers? What are the financial terms and duration? Why were the Warriors willing to engage in this trade? Did they not conduct their due diligence on this player?" At that moment, Jerry West could hardly contain his delight, his smile nearly splitting his face. The expressions of jealousy and envy from the other general managers were unmistakable, particularly from the Bulls GM, whose probing question was clearly intended to stir discord between the Lakers and the Warriors executives. Moreover, Jerry West is acutely aware of the situation. The general manager of the Bulls had initially set his sights on Yi Qingqian. Had it not been for the Warriors' interference, he would undoubtedly have secured Yi Qingqian for his team. Now, by posing such a question, Jerry West's delight only deepens. Clearly, my discernment surpasses that of all of you. As for why the Warriors acquiesce to my terms, it is fundamentally a matter of mutual benefit. Upon concluding his remarks, Jerry West bid farewell to the various general managers with a smile. He was eager to return to the locker room to offer encouragement to Yi Qingqian. Today, Yi Qingqian's performance has truly brought him considerable pride. Observing Jerry West's smug demeanor, the general manager of the Bulls wore an expression of considerable displeasure. "Damn it, Jerry. Do not presume that acquiring this rookie player will catapult you to greatness. Next season, our Bulls will undoubtedly reclaim the championship." Upon returning to the locker room, Yi Qingqian wore a somewhat serious expression. He was not entirely satisfied with his statistics from the first half. While others might be unaware, he was acutely conscious of his own abilities. With the skills of Death Grip and Magic Pass, logically, his stats should have been explosive. However, the results were merely acceptable. The primary issue lay with his teammates. Although Yi Qingqian consistently found open teammates, their shooting percentage was far from perfect. In fact, they struggled to even achieve 50% accuracy. Consequently, Yi Qingqian's assist tally for the half stood at a mere 12. This discrepancy was the source of his discontent. It diverged significantly from his expectations. Yi Qingqian realized that he had underestimated the complexity of accumulating statistics. He had initially assumed that achieving over 30 assists in a single game would be effortless. Yet, it now appeared that securing 20 assists would be commendable. Thus, the prospect of amassing a substantial amount of experience points to enhance his skills seemed increasingly daunting. Reflecting on this, Yi Qingqian opened his attribute panel. Summing up all the data from the first half, he had amassed experience points totaling 10,212,410 25 35 31 18. As he examined his various technical abilities, he fell into contemplation. To elevate his 2-point shooting percentage by a single point, he would require 50 experience points. Currently, his two-point shooting percentage stood at 65%, and that was under uncontested conditions. To raise it to 67% would consume 100 experience points, leaving him with only 18 points, which would be insufficient for any further enhancements. At the very least, he would need 30 experience points to improve his shooting accuracy near the basket. Moreover, the experience points accumulated from the first half could not be utilized until the conclusion of the entire match, at which point these points could be applied to enhance his skill attributes. Yuchichin has begun to realize that significantly enhancing his skill attributes during the Summer League is rather unrealistic. This thought leaves him feeling somewhat melancholic. Nevertheless, the current Summer League presents the best opportunity to accumulate experience points. He must devise a more effective strategy to facilitate his teammates in scoring effortlessly. After all, assists yield the highest experience points and offer the best value. Thus, focusing on assists is the most sensible approach at this juncture. With this in mind, Yuchichin has resolved to intensify his efforts in assisting during the second half. At that moment, he heard a hearty laughter resonating from outside the locker room. He quickly recognized that the voice belonged to Magic Johnson. He even caught the words Magic shouted from outside. This he truly lives up to my expectations as a promising rookie, indeed. Yuchichin. Chapter 32. The Magician, you are here to assist me in securing the championship, exclaimed Magic Johnson. You have it all wrong, replied Yuchichin, genuinely impressed by the audacity of Magic Johnson. From the outset, he had formed a bias against her, and now he expected her to engage in one-on-one training with his personal coach. Now, he dared to claim that she was his chosen one. No matter, he would not remain elated for long, as soon he would be unable to play. At that moment, Yuchichin quietly reflected. Before long, Magic Johnson entered the locker room, his face radiating excitement and pride. Yuchichin noticed Jerry West behind him, observing Magic with an expression of apparent disdain. She quickly grasped Jerry West's sentiment. When Magic Johnson spotted Yuchichin seated on the bench, he approached her with a hearty laugh, extending his right hand. As they exchanged a high five, he boisterously declared, "Little one, you performed admirably today. You are indeed the designated player to assist me in our quest for the championship." Upon hearing these words, many players in the locker room cast envious glances at Yuchichin. Magic Johnson's statement was not merely casual banter. He was the unequivocal core and star of the Lakers. To proclaim Yuchichin as his ally in the pursuit of the championship was an affirmation of her prowess. It is important to note that Yuchichin was not even a formal member of the Lakers, as she had yet to sign a contract with the team. To be directly appointed by Magic Johnson as a player to aid in the championship pursuit was an unparalleled honor. Even Jerry West, upon hearing Magic's words, wore a look of astonishment. He understood Magic Johnson's character well. He did not easily hold a player in high regard. However, if he did, it indicated his confidence and trust in that player. Although Magic Johnson had already lavished praise on Yuchichin's performance, it was merely a summer league game. Many players could shine in such a setting, which is why Jerry West was taken aback by Magic's remarks. What astonished Jerry West even more was Yuchichin's subsequent response. "Oh, buddy, I believe I need to correct your earlier statement. I am not here to assist you in securing the championship. More accurately, I am not yet a member of the Lakers, as I have not finalized a contract with the team." Yuchichin's words left everyone in the locker room momentarily speechless. Most individuals would revel in the recognition from Magic Johnson, expressing joy and humility or declaring their loyalty. Yet, Yuchichin did neither. To his astonishment, he directly proclaimed that he was not a member of the Lakers. Is he serious? After receiving the endorsement of Magic Johnson, he should certainly be able to secure a contract with the Lakers. Why would he choose this moment to contradict Magic Johnson? Is he out of his mind? Beside him, Keith Owens was nearly driven to exasperation by Yuchichin. Although he had only played half a game alongside Yuchichin, he held a profound admiration for his performance. Keith Owens, an aspiring NBA player, was ecstatic when he received the opportunity to represent the Lakers in the Summer League. Unable to sleep for days as his mind was consumed with thoughts of making a strong impression to capture the attention of the Lakers coach. His ultimate dream was to sign a contract and become a part of the Lakers. Keith Owens yearned to be a bona fide member of the Lakers. So when he heard Magic Johnson praise Yuchichin, he felt a genuine sense of envy. However, he did not harbor any jealousy towards Yuchichin, as the latter did not seek personal glory during the game but instead passed the ball multiple times, granting him the chance to showcase his own abilities. In fact, Keith Owens felt quite grateful towards Yuchichin. When Magic Johnson lauded Yuchichin, he was genuinely thrilled and excited for him. Yet, he was utterly taken aback when Yuchichin uttered such words. Keith Owens noticed that the smile on Magic Johnson's face gradually stiffened. Without a moment's hesitation, he interjected before Magic could respond. "Hey, man, you must be joking. The Lakers will definitely resolve the contract issue for you." What Magic just said was primarily to commend your performance on the court. You should be expressing excitement and enthusiasm, right? Am I right? Haha. After saying this, he even made playful gestures towards Yi Qingqing, urging him to agree with his assertion. Upon witnessing Keith Owens' antics, Yi Qingqing could not help but understand his intent. Deep down, Yi Qingqing appreciated that Keith Owens had a good heart. At least from his eyes, it was evident that he genuinely wished for Yi Qingqing to rectify his statement promptly. It appeared that Keith Owens was a player worth associating with, and Yi Qingqing silently formed this evaluation in his mind. Keith Owens' reaction also surprised Jerry West. Jerry West understood Keith Owens relatively well. He possessed commendable physical attributes and solid skills, yet sometimes he struggled with self-doubt while playing. In simpler terms, he lacked confidence. Thus, Jerry West did not immediately decide to sign Keith Owens. He also wishes to continue assessing him during the Summer League. However, from his earlier defense of Yi Qingqing, it is evident that he possesses commendable emotional intelligence. Moreover, he has demonstrated genuine concern for Yi Qingqing, which has significantly enhanced Jerry West's impression of Keith Owens. Upon hearing Keith Owens' words, Magic Johnson's expression finally softened. After all, Yi Qingqing's previous remarks had indeed placed him in a rather awkward position. Now, with a player advocating for Yi Qingqing, he was curious to observe her reaction. Consequently, Magic Johnson turned his gaze back to Yi Qingqing. Judging by the expression on her face, it seemed she had realized that her words might have been problematic. This only heightened Magic Johnson's anticipation for what she would say next. At that moment, Yi Qingqing took a deep breath, steadied her composure, and with resolute determination, addressed Magic Johnson. Chapter 33. The commentator exclaimed, "Does player number 28 believe that scoring is a criminal act? Can I say that you are assisting me in competing for the championship?" As Yi Qingqing's words echoed through the locker room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. No one anticipated that Yi Qingqing would dare to utter such a statement. This was none other than Magic Johnson. His assertion that Yi Qingqing could assist him in the quest for the championship was a clear indication of his esteem for Yi Qingqing. One would expect Yi Qingqing to feel honored. Yet, instead of gratitude, Yi Qingqing boldly proclaimed that he was the one being assisted in the championship pursuit. This was an utter display of hubris. In that moment, even Jerry West questioned Yi Qingqing's emotional intelligence. Just when everyone presumed that Magic Johnson would be infuriated, he paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well said. The youth is ambitious. You are quite right, from your perspective. It is indeed I who assist you in the quest for the championship. You must work diligently to secure a spot in the Lakers' starting lineup." After exchanging a high five with Yi Qingqing, Magic Johnson turned and exited the locker room. The entire locker room was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Magic Johnson's unexpected leniency towards Yi Qingqing. However, from the tone of Magic Johnson's voice, it was evident that he held high expectations for Yi Qingqing. Keith Owens gazed at the departing figure of Magic Johnson, his eyes filled with envy. Recognizing that it was Yi Qingqing's talent that had garnered such favor from the legendary player. Meanwhile, Jerry West remained behind, engaging in a private conversation with the Lakers' interim coach. "Keelan, in the second half, you might consider increasing player number 25's playing time a bit. I wish to observe his performance further." Keelan nodded in surprise upon hearing Jerry West's words. Player number 25 was none other than Keith Owens. His performance in the first half could be described as competent, overshadowed by Yi Qingqing's brilliance, yet sufficiently stable. His ability to seize opportunities was commendable, and with proper cultivation, he could significantly bolster the team's bench strength. As for Yi Qingqing, Jerry West did not provide any additional directives. However, Keelan understood what was expected of him. If he failed to deduce such intentions, he would never have made it into the Lakers' coaching staff. Magic Johnson's evident admiration for Yi Qingqing suggested that the latter was undoubtedly a key player for the Lakers' development in the upcoming season. Consequently, playing time and tactical arrangements would undoubtedly revolve around Yi Qingqing. At this moment, Keith Owens remained oblivious to the fact that his well-intentioned remarks on behalf of Yi Qingqing had paved the way for a remarkable opportunity for himself. As the halftime intermission concluded, the second half of the match resumed. Yi Qingqing and Keith Owens continued to take the court as starters. When Keith Owens learned he would remain in the starting lineup, he was overwhelmed with excitement, perceiving it as a testament to the coach's trust in him. At that moment, Yi Qingqing proactively exchanged a high five with Keith Owens, exclaiming, "Hey, keep an eye on my passes. Your mission is to sink that damned basketball into the hoop." Yi Qingqian's words ignited a surge of enthusiasm within Keith Owens. During the first half, he had already received numerous passes from Yi Qingqian, successfully capitalizing on them. Now, with Yi Qingqian urging him to focus on his passing, it was an act of profound trust. Naturally, he felt exhilarated. The second half commenced with the Lakers taking the first offensive turn. The score on the court stood at 50-32, with the Lakers leading by a substantial margin of 18 points. In the stands, the general managers of various teams remained in their seats. Notably, Magic Johnson and Jerry West were still positioned where they had been. At this moment, Magic Johnson's face had regained its composure. Jerry West puzzled over why Magic Johnson showed no disdain for Yi Qingqian's bold statement made before such a large audience. How could he not be offended by such words? Magic Johnson chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he replied, "Every player destined for superstardom possesses a lofty ambition. When I first joined the Lakers, I harbored similar sentiments. Wasn't Kareem still with the team back then? In truth, I was merely a rookie. While he was the team's leader, I never expressed my true thoughts. Instead, I proved myself through my actions, clinching a championship in my very first season. My only regret at that time was that I should have been more confident and audacious. After all, who isn't a bit brash in their youth?" Thus, I empathize with his perspective and take comfort in his words. At the very least, he voiced what I, as a rookie, dared not say. Jerry West, observing the somewhat reflective Magic Johnson, finally grasped the latter's genuine sentiments. It seemed that since the defeat against the Bulls, Magic Johnson's outlook had significantly evolved. Returning the focus to the court, Yi Qingqian initiated the first offensive play with yet another clever pass, precisely finding Keith Owens cutting in from the baseline. The latter seized the opportunity with assurance, executing a two-handed dunk. Yi Qingqian recognized that Keith Owens possessed a solid foundation in his skills. He merely lacked someone adept at delivering him the ball. Now, that person was himself. Moreover, Keith Owens exhibited commendable ability to capitalize on opportunities, making him an indispensable asset for accruing assists. The passing of Yi Qingqian evoked profound sentiments among the team general managers present at the game. Although Yi primarily occupies the center position, his role resembles that of a facilitating big man. There are moments when he ventures to the high post to receive the ball. And despite being double-teamed by the Nuggets players, he deftly delivers the ball to his teammates. His vision and passing ability are reminiscent of the legendary Magic Johnson. The thought of the Lakers soon possessing a younger, more robust incarnation of Magic Johnson left the general managers gritting their teeth in envy. Furthermore, Yi Qingqian is not merely a passer. He can also exploit his physical advantages to score effortlessly in one-on-one situations. However, he appears to exhibit a certain reluctance towards scoring, only doing so when absolutely necessary, such as when his teammates cannot find an open shot. On one occasion, despite being in an ideal position under the basket, he chose to pass the ball to the trailing Keith Owens. This prompted the commentator to exclaim in exasperation, "Perhaps, for player number 28, scoring feels like a transgression." Chapter 34. Devote all experience points to enhance dribbling skills. Addressing weaknesses, gearing up for the regular season. The commentator's words left Jerry West in a state of exasperation. Indeed, as the commentator stated, Yi Qingqian truly excels in assisting but struggles to score, as if the act of scoring were a source of profound anguish for him. However, Magic Johnson found this quite reasonable. As a point guard, he believed that the thrill of assisting a teammate was even more exhilarating than scoring oneself. The satisfaction derived from facilitating a teammate's success is unparalleled. This summer league featured three particularly noteworthy teams: the Charlotte Hornets, the New Jersey Nets, and the Sacramento Kings. Each of these teams boasted one of the top 3 draft picks from this year: Larry Johnson, Kenny Anderson, and Billy Owens. These 3 players were the focal point of attention for numerous fans, especially the first overall pick, Larry Johnson, who reportedly reached a verbal agreement with the Hornets. The contract amount soared to over $100 million, a staggering figure that astonished many fans and basketball analysts alike. Some teams, eager to retain promising players, often resorted to exorbitant contracts, a practice particularly pronounced among smaller market teams. Clearly, the Charlotte Hornets fit the description of a small market team. After a lackluster previous season, they were fortunate enough to secure the first pick in the draft, selecting Larry Johnson as the cornerstone of their franchise. Consequently, to retain Johnson, they felt compelled to offer an astronomical contract. However, many fans mocked the Hornets' general manager for being foolishly extravagant, especially considering that even Michael Jordan's salary at the time was merely a few $1,000,000. Yet, here was a rookie who had yet to play a single official NBA game, already commanding a salary in the tens of millions. Was this not sheer folly? In response to the external criticisms, Larry Johnson boldly declared his intent: "I will prove my worth in the games. This season, I will undoubtedly lead the team into the playoffs. To showcase my abilities, I will participate in the Summer League. I will demonstrate what it means to be the first overall pick." Johnson's statement successfully captured the attention of many fans, heightening anticipation for the Hornets' Summer League participation. Hornets fans naturally hoped to witness an impressive performance from Johnson, while supporters of other teams were eager to see him falter. Nonetheless, some more neutral basketball analysts offered a balanced perspective, noting that the competitive intensity of the Summer League itself was relatively low. Moreover, the skill level of the participating players is rather mediocre, and Larry Johnson indeed possesses the potential to dominate the Summer League. After all, he is the first overall pick. Consequently, even before the Charlotte Hornets game commenced, it had already attracted considerable attention. The Hornets' inaugural match was against the New Jersey Nets. This contest began following the game between the Lakers and the Nuggets, which explains the presence of numerous team general managers at the Lakers game. Since they were already there to witness the match, it seemed reasonable for them to observe the Lakers' performance. However, it was unexpected that the game they attended would be so astonishing. The match between the Lakers and the Nuggets had reached its final quarter. In reality, by the end of the third quarter, it had devolved into garbage time. The score stood at 80-55, with just 6 minutes remaining. During a timeout, Yuchichin did not return to the court, as there was no longer a necessity for him to continue overwhelming the opposition. Yuchichin felt a twinge of regret, as he had wished to remain on the court to accumulate assists, considering this was the optimal opportunity to enhance his statistics. At that moment, Yuchichin occupied a seat on the bench, reviewing the experience points he had earned during the game. His final personal statistics were as follows: 15 points, 25 assists, 15 rebounds, 6 steals, 6 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Consequently, his experience points totaled 196. Although Yuchichin was not entirely satisfied with this outcome, it represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. While he believed that such figures were still far from adequate, others regarded his performance as extraordinary. Particularly, his astonishing 25 assists were a remarkable feat, even in the Summer League, where such a high number of assists is exceptionally rare. Upon realizing that Yuchichin had finally taken a break, the Nuggets players experienced a sense of relief. They were genuinely overwhelmed by Yuchichin's prowess. His physicality was simply formidable. He seemed to be an inexhaustible force on the court, tirelessly running throughout the game without even appearing to be fatigued. His stamina alone was sufficient to overshadow most rookie players. Logically, these rookies were merely 19 or 20 years old, brimming with vitality. Yet, in comparison to Yuchichin, they appeared to be worlds apart. Thus, with his terrifying physical reserves and deliberate assists to his teammates, the suspense of the game had long since dissipated. Now that Yuchichin had finally stepped off the court, the other players were freed from his grip. Yet, he did not concern himself with the ongoing match. Instead, he pondered a question. After much contemplation, Yuchichin resolved to allocate all his acquired experience points to enhancing his dribbling skills. While he possessed no deficiency in his passing ability, his dribbling was rather mediocre. Throughout the match, Yuchichin seldom engaged in dribbling. Rather, he positioned himself at high or low posts to receive the ball, leveraging his height to observe his teammates' movements. This approach stemmed from his awareness of his own limitations in dribbling. He recognized that careless attempts could easily result in turnovers. In this match, Yuchichin adeptly capitalized on this strategy to accumulate assists. However, should rival teams scrutinize his playing style with diligence, they would likely uncover this vulnerability. After all, every NBA team employs dedicated video analysts and technical staff, tasked with dissecting the tactics of opponents and the playing habits of star players to identify weaknesses. Yuchichin understood that as his fame grew, an increasing number of teams would focus their attention on him. Thus, it was imperative to address his shortcomings swiftly, while analysts remained unaware. Consequently, he invested all 196 of his experience points into improving his dribbling attribute. Prior to the enhancement, his dribbling rating stood at 70. After utilizing the entirety of his experience points, it elevated to 74. Satisfied with this 4-point improvement, Yuchichin noted that the final buzzer of the game coincided with his enhancement. The Lakers concluded their first Summer League game with a remarkable victory over the Nuggets, 93-70. Yuchichin's performance was exceptional, garnering the approval of both Jerry West and Magic Johnson. Chapter 35, the duel between the top pick and the second pick. Yuchichin steals the spotlight. Even the head coach of the Denver Nuggets expressed admiration for Yuchichin. His gameplay is remarkably steady. He assists rather than forcing shots to score. This selfless approach surpasses even that of the legendary Magic Johnson. It is worth noting that players of this age often seek to showcase their talents, rarely passing up a scoring opportunity. In contrast, Yichingchen's style of play exudes a maturity and composure that is commendable. Darn it, Jerry's eye for talent is indeed sharp. Just before the game commenced, we were mocking his poor judgment, yet it turns out we were the fools. I genuinely believe this player of Asian descent deserves to rank among the top 3 of this rookie class. Fear not, the Hornets game is imminent. We shall witness the prowess of the top pick firsthand. The general managers of various teams began to engage in lively discussions. Clearly, in just one game, Yichingchen had captivated them. Their curiosity about Larry Johnson intensified, as they were eager to see the true extent of the top pick's abilities. Of course, this upcoming match would not only feature the illustrious Larry Johnson, but also the talented second pick, Kenny Anderson. The rivalry between these two had begun long before the draft, with both players possessing the potential to be the number 1 pick. Ultimately, the Hornets favored Larry Johnson, thus he became the top selection. However, the Nets recognized that Kenny Anderson was no ordinary player. His final season statistics at Georgia Tech were nothing short of impressive, averaging 25, 9 points, 7, 5 rebounds, and 9 assists per game. For a guard standing merely 6 feet tall, those figures are truly astounding. His scoring ability speaks volumes about his talent. The Hornets, however, opted against selecting Kenny Anderson primarily due to concerns regarding his height. The NBA, unlike the NCAA, features a more intense level of physicality. Anderson's height and weight are below the league's average standards. Despite his exceptional scoring capabilities, it was challenging for the Hornets to envision a brighter future for him. Thus, they chose Larry Johnson, a player who boasts both impressive height and weight, standing at 6 feet 8 inches and weighing 250 pounds. Johnson is known for his aggressive and powerful playing style, consistently delivering awe-inspiring dunks. Particularly noteworthy is his ability to compete physically, a skill that set him apart in the NCAA. During his season at UNLV, he averaged a staggering double-double of 22 points and 11 rebounds per game. It is remarkable to consider that Larry Johnson stands at a mere 6 feet 8 inches. However, he managed to secure an impressive 11 rebounds, which unequivocally demonstrates his absolute dominance beneath the basket. Furthermore, Larry Johnson is not a traditional post player. His height and playing style designate him as an exceptional swingman. In positions 2 to 3, his physicality allows him to overpower his opponents effortlessly. Even when matched against towering forwards or centers, he remains formidable. Thus, it is evident that Larry Johnson's potential far surpasses that of Kenny Anderson. In fact, public sentiment surrounding this match heavily favors the Hornets. Larry Johnson's personal performance is overwhelmingly positive, with few believing that the Nets stand a chance of victory. Magic Johnson and Jerry West chose to linger in the arena, eager to assess the prowess of this promising rookie. Prior to this, Magic had already taken an interest in Larry Johnson's capabilities. It must be acknowledged that Larry Johnson's skills are indeed remarkable. He exhibits no apparent weaknesses, demonstrating versatility in both offense and defense, coupled with a robust physique that withstands physical confrontations. Magic Johnson had fantasized about the Lakers acquiring Larry Johnson, convinced that such a move could herald the dawn of a new dynasty. However, this remained a mere daydream, as the Lakers were unable to secure even a first-round draft pick. This explains Magic's intense reaction upon learning that Jerry West selected a player of Asian descent. A stark contrast to his expectations, which left him momentarily in disbelief, leading to his impassioned remarks. Nevertheless, Magic Johnson has since relinquished that initial thought, recognizing that Yichingchen's displayed abilities, aside from offensive concerns, are nearly impeccable. Magic and Jerry West remain to discern whether a significant gap exists between Yichingchen and Larry Johnson. As the players of the Hornets and Nets took the court, the announcer, due to budget constraints, continued from the previous match. He diligently introduced each player. When it came to Kenny Anderson, his tone soared with enthusiasm. For the Nets, number 7, Kenny Anderson, the second overall pick in this year's draft, a graduate of Georgia Tech. After introducing Anderson, the announcer swiftly shifted focus. Kenny is a point guard, excelling in orchestrating and structuring the team's offense. His assist and scoring abilities are formidable. However, the question remains, can he break the assist record set by Yi in the last game? Initially, the commentator's introduction of Ken Anderson garnered little attention. However, when he mentioned the intention to break the assist record, curiosity piqued among the players from both teams present. They were unaware of the assist record from the previous game. But the very mention of a record suggested an astonishing statistic. The commentators seemed to grasp the player's intrigue and elaborated. You may not yet know that in the recently concluded match between the Lakers and the Nuggets, a player achieved a triple-double. His assist tally reached an impressive 25. Furthermore, this player entered the NBA through this year's draft. His name might be unfamiliar to you, but rest assured, after this game, I believe his name will resonate throughout the nation. He is Yi Chin, hailing from Georgetown University. Selected 25th overall in the first round by the Warriors and subsequently traded to the Lakers. Upon hearing the name Yi Chin, most players were left in a state of bewilderment. Only Larry Johnson's expression turned notably grim. Damn, he was actually chosen by the Lakers? Chapter 36, A Clash of Titans? The Magician's Assessment, merely mediocre. To the outside world, Larry Johnson's collegiate basketball career appears to have been a seamless journey, as he garnered virtually every accolade available. Having emerged as the first overall pick in the 1991 draft, he is often regarded as a quintessential victor in life. However, beneath this facade of triumph, Larry Johnson harbored a lingering psychological burden. This stemmed from an unforgettable confrontation on the NCAA stage against Georgetown University, where he faced an adversary who would remain etched in his memory, Yi Chin. Initially, Georgetown assigned Alonzo Mourning to defend Larry Johnson. Despite Mourning's commendable defensive prowess, he was utterly incapable of containing Johnson's formidable offensive skills. Witnessing Mourning's inability to restrict him, Johnson reveled in exhilaration, even resorting to a barrage of taunts directed at Mourning. Consequently, Georgetown's coach, John Thompson, opted to substitute the defender. As the defender changed before him, particularly to one of Asian descent, Johnson's smile grew ever more audacious. He was convinced that Thompson had lost his wits by employing a player of such background to guard him. Although the opponent surpassed him in height and weight, basketball is not solely predicated upon physical attributes. In that moment, Johnson brazenly declared his intention to execute thunderous dunks over Yi Chin. Throughout this exchange, Yi Chin maintained an expression devoid of emotion, seemingly impervious to Johnson's provocations. This stoicism only served to further infuriate Johnson. Thus, he demanded the ball, intent on isolating against Yi Chin. It was at this juncture that his nightmare commenced. Whether through driving or shooting, he found himself incapable of evading Yi Chin's relentless defense. Like a specter, Yi Chin clung to him tenaciously. During the span of those several minutes under Yi Chin's watchful eye, Johnson failed to score a single point. He vividly recalls Yi Chin's parting words as he was substituted. Our contest has merely begun. We shall meet on the NBA stage. I hope you can rise to the occasion then. Although Yi Chin did not return to the court thereafter, Johnson's apprehension towards Yi Chin's defense lingered. Following the game, he sought to explore the rosters of both teams, uncovering Yi Chin's true identity. However, when he inquired with his own coach, he found that the coach had little recollection of the player. In the days that followed, Yi Chin's name seemingly faded into obscurity. Gradually, Johnson began to rationalize that Yi Chin's performance might have simply been a stroke of good fortune. Nonetheless, during the draft, Larry Johnson continued to cast a degree of attention towards Yi Chin. Upon learning that Yi Chin had been selected by the Warriors, he left the scene without a word. He believed that being chosen by the Warriors foretold a bleak future for him. Since then, he had not made an effort to inquire about Yi Chin's well-being. However, today, upon hearing the commentator's introduction of Yi Chin, memories of him surged back. He was astonished to learn of Yi Chin's remarkable triple-double performance, with an astonishing 25 assists. How could this be? Larry Johnson's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Soon, however, his gaze regained its determination. If Yi Chin could achieve such explosive statistics, then surely he could as well. Thus began his journey to dominance with the Nets, he murmured to himself. Clearly, Larry Johnson was inspired by Yi Chin's individual statistics. Initially, he had no intention of exerting himself in this match, planning only to make a token appearance. Yet, the situation had changed. Yi Chin had astonishingly secured a triple-double in the first summer league game. If he, as the first overall pick, did not make an impression, it would seem rather unbecoming. On the other hand, Kenny Anderson displayed a look of disdain upon hearing about Yi Chin's statistics. He had not heard of Yi Chin before. But if his assists had indeed reached 25, Kenny was more than willing to break that record. After all, as the second overall pick, he ought to showcase his playmaking abilities. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the Summer League match between the Hornets and the Nets, Larry Johnson and Kenny Anderson, spurred by Yi Chin's individual achievements, regarded this game as their opportunity to shine. The Hornets secured the first offensive possession. Larry Johnson, positioned at the top of the arc, utilized a teammate's screen and charged into the paint like a raging bull. The Nets players were utterly incapable of halting Larry Johnson's ferocious assault. Consequently, Larry Johnson successfully broke through and completed a powerful dunk. Following the dunk, Larry Johnson's expression was one of sheer exhilaration. The general managers of various teams in the audience were taken aback by Larry Johnson's ferocity right from the outset, with the Hornets GM nearly beaming with joy. Larry Johnson had certainly not disappointed him, delivering an impressive dunk to start the game. Only Magic Johnson and Jerry West maintained calm expressions, subtly shaking their heads. In their view, while Larry Johnson possessed explosive physical attributes and decent skills, his approach to offense appeared rather reckless. They still believed that Yi Qingqian's playing style was the most pragmatic and stable. Upon witnessing Larry Johnson's performance, Kenny Anderson of the Nets wore a grave expression. He had always held a deep-seated apprehension towards Johnson, although he felt discontent at being the second pick in the draft. He could not dismiss the undeniable prowess that Johnson possessed. His primary objective now was to showcase his worth on the court. Thus, after swiftly dribbling past half-court, Anderson adeptly utilized a teammate's screen to maneuver near the free-throw line, drawing the Hornets defenders into a double team before distributing the ball to an open teammate beyond the arc. Anderson's teammate seized the opportunity, sinking a three-pointer with precision. This moment elicited waves of astonishment from the audience. It was evident that both Larry Johnson and Kenny Anderson, being the top two draft picks, exhibited remarkable skills. As the game progressed, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, captivated by the unexpectedly thrilling contest. Both Johnson and Anderson exerted themselves, reveling in the display of their individual talents. However, Magic Johnson and Jerry West, after observing the first quarter, vacated the arena. In their estimation, despite the impressive performances, the two could not compare to Yi Qingqian. Consequently, they deemed it unnecessary to continue watching. Meanwhile, Jerry West had already commenced negotiations for a contract with Yi Qingqian and felt it necessary to have a thorough discussion with his boss, Jerry Buss. Chapter 37. Upon learning of Yi Qingqian's data from the first match, Jerry Buss was utterly alarmed. Jerry Buss, the helm of the Los Angeles Lakers, was currently enjoying a backyard barbecue with his family. As a businessman, he was undoubtedly successful. Since acquiring the Lakers, under his astute management, the team had swiftly ascended to the ranks of NBA powerhouses. While the players' relentless efforts were primarily responsible for the championships, it was undeniable that without Buss's substantial support, the Lakers' aspirations for the title would have been mere folly. After all, sustaining a roster of such caliber came with significant financial obligations, particularly with the team star, Magic Johnson, whose annual salary had exceeded $2 million. Buss was renowned for his generosity. When he valued a player, he was willing to invest significantly to secure their contract. He understood that financial incentives were often the most effective means to ensure a player's unwavering commitment to the team. Prior to this moment, Buss had received a call from Jerry West, who was coming to discuss matters with him. Shortly thereafter, West arrived at Buss's residence. Welcoming West, Buss led him to his study. He picked up a Cuban cigar from the desk and offered it to West, tossing him a lighter. Buss then selected another cigar for himself, patiently waiting for West to ignite it. West seemed accustomed to Buss's routine, skillfully catching the lighter. He leaned in to light Buss's cigar. Buss inhaled deeply, reclining comfortably in his chair, and inquired, "Hey, Jerry, your eagerness to see me surely concerns player contracts?" Having lit his own cigar, West savored a puff before responding, "Indeed, boss, you know me well." He subtly complimented Buss, who chuckled, "After so many years of collaboration, how could I not know your character? Now, tell me, what type of player are you hoping to sign this time?" "My requirements are simple," Buss continued. "The player must possess the talent to assist Magic in the quest for the championship. As for other matters, money is no object." Buss's words filled West with excitement. Such was Buss's nature. His sole criterion for players was their ability to bring victory to the team. Other considerations were of little consequence. "Boss, it's the rookie I mentioned last time, the one drafted towards the end of the first round. He shone brightly in today's summer league. I wish to expedite his contract signing." Jerry West spoke candidly. "Oh, are you referring to that yellow-skinned player you acquired in the recent trade with the Warriors?" Jerry Buss, with a commendable memory, quickly recalled the transaction. Jerry West nodded and continued, "Indeed, I hope you're mentally prepared. I am about to disclose his personal statistics from today's game." He spoke with a hint of mystery, which elicited a touch of impatience from Jerry Buss. "A rookie player, even with remarkable performances in the Summer League, is unlikely to boast explosive statistics. At most, it would be a double-double. Spare me the suspense and just tell me. I cannot afford to delay my family gathering today. It was evident that Jerry Buss was running short on patience. Although he desired the team to secure a player with immense potential, he knew such occurrences were rare. After all, the potential of players is evident to all. While there are instances of finding hidden gems, they are few and far between. He discerned the underlying implication in Jerry West's words, an assertion that this first-round pick possessed extraordinary potential, warranting a substantial contract to retain him. However, while Jerry Buss did not place great importance on money, he was certainly no fool. Just how much potential could a late first-round pick truly possess? He believed Jerry West was likely exaggerating, hence his impatient demeanor. Upon observing this expression from his boss, Jerry West realized he could no longer withhold the information. Otherwise, his boss might genuinely dismiss his claims. 15 points, 15 rebounds, 25 assists, 6 steals, 6 blocks, 0 turnovers, Jerry West suddenly declared. Jerry Buss, who had been indulging in his cigar, abruptly halted upon hearing West's words. He even questioned whether he had misheard. Staring intently at Jerry West, he asked, "What are you saying?" Jerry West was thoroughly pleased with Jerry Buss's reaction. "You know precisely what I'm saying. You simply find it hard to believe." At that moment, Jerry West had seized the upper hand, successfully piquing Jerry Buss's interest in Yuchichin. In truth, Jerry West did not aim to secure a lucrative contract for Yuchichin. He merely wanted Jerry Buss to recognize the player as significant potential. To acquire such a talent, the team must be prepared to pay an appropriate price indeed. A price far exceeding expectations. Only by demonstrating sufficient respect for Yuchichin could they persuade him to willingly sign a contract. Jerry West was gradually coming to understand Yuchichin's character. He was the type who responds well to kindness rather than force. If the contract offered by the Lakers fails to meet Yuchichin's expectations, it is indeed plausible that he might forsake the Lakers. Thus, at this moment, Jerry West must cultivate an interest and anticipation in owner Buss regarding Yuchichin. Only in this manner can he persuade Buss to willingly part with funds to secure Yuchichin's signature. Upon hearing Jerry West's words, Jerry Buss was left in a state of greater astonishment. Are you saying that this rookie player achieved a triple-double in today's concluded Summer League, with 25 assists? Jerry West nodded calmly. Observing this gesture from Jerry West, Jerry Buss took a deep draw from his cigar and replied in a somber tone. What price do you propose to sign him? Chapter 38. Yuchichin I propose $2.5 million a year as a starting point for discussion. Jerry West received the response he desired. He aimed to prompt Jerry Buss to inquire about the price he would be willing to sign Yuchichin for. If possible, we should at least be prepared to allocate $3 million, Jerry West mused after a brief contemplation. Upon hearing this figure, Jerry Buss nodded, acknowledging that it fell within an acceptable range for him. And how many years should the contract span? Jerry Buss continued to probe. For years, I believe. By then, his talent should have manifested, and we can revisit the renewal negotiations, Jerry West stated confidently. This, he surmised, was the most prudent time frame. Clearly, he had devised multiple strategies and was now articulating his thoughts openly. $3 million for 4 years is indeed a considerable sum for a rookie player. Jerry Buss's expression conveyed his discomfort with the expense. Although he was not particularly concerned about money, signing a rookie for $3 million was undeniably steep. Especially considering that Yuchichin was merely a late first-round draft pick and had only participated in a single Summer League game. Negotiating at this price felt somewhat audacious. Understanding Jerry Buss's sentiments, Jerry West chuckled and clarified, "Hey, boss, this $3 million is merely our maximum acceptable offer. When I negotiate with him, I certainly won't present this figure up front. I believe $250,000 will secure his agreement," Jerry West confidently asserted. He was evidently convinced that Yuchichin would be taken aback by the proposed contract amount. Encouraged by Jerry West's words, Jerry Buss finally resolved to proceed. Gritting his teeth as he stated, "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, be aware that if this rookie underperforms after signing, you know the consequences." Jerry Buss smiled as he spoke. Jerry West was all too aware of the implications of Jerry Buss's statement. Should Yuchichin fail to realize his potential, it could very well result in his own dismissal. Though Jerry Buss appeared benevolent, he was, in truth, a team owner with an iron will. He could be exceedingly lenient or exceptionally stringent with his subordinates. Success would afford one leniency, but failure would necessitate accountability. Yet, Jerry West brimmed with confidence this time. For Yuchichin had garnered the endorsement of Magic Johnson, who regarded him even more favorably than Jerry West himself. He was certain that this endeavor would not falter. Now that he had secured the boss's commitment, it was imperative to expedite the process of reaching an agreement with Yi Qingchen and finalizing the contract. As Yi Qingchen's potential has become widely recognized, numerous team managers have turned their attention to him. Therefore, it is imperative to resolve Yi Qingchen's contract issues swiftly, lest prolonged deliberations lead to complications. With 6 matches scheduled for the Summer League, Yi Qingchen is currently residing in a hotel in Salt Lake City, courtesy of the Los Angeles Lakers. Upon returning to the hotel, Yi Qingchen felt somewhat unsatisfied with his performance from earlier. However, he took solace in discovering a proficient scorer, Kiss Owens. After passing the ball to numerous teammates, it became evident to Yi Qingchen that Kiss Owens possessed the greatest ability to capitalize on scoring opportunities. Upon receiving a pass from Yi Qingchen, Kiss Owens' shooting accuracy soared to at least 63. This statistic implies that for every 3 passes Yi Qingchen makes to Kiss Owens, he could secure at least 2 successful scores. Thus, Yi Qingchen has devised a strategy to enhance his assist tally by focusing on delivering the ball to Kiss Owens. Currently, Yi Qingchen's ball handling skills stand at a modest 74, which is merely average. If targeted, he remains susceptible to turnovers. Therefore, it is crucial for him to elevate his ball handling abilities. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingchen rose to seek out Kiss Owens to discuss their perspectives on the game, as mutual communication fosters better synergy. However, just as he was about to open the door, a knock resonated from the other side. Puzzled, Yi Qingchen wondered who might be visiting at such an hour. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Jerry West standing there, exuding confidence and urgency. "Hey, Yi, I hope I'm not interrupting your rest." Jerry West greeted him with a smile as he stepped into the room. "Not at all, General Manager. Is there something you need?" Yi Qingchen inquired with curiosity as he returned to his seat. "I'm here to discuss your contract signing. I just spoke with the team owner, and we believe we can finalize an agreement with you," Jerry West stated directly. Yi Qingchen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I'm curious. What is the contract amount?" Jerry West maintained a steady gaze on Yi Qingchen, hoping to see excitement and enthusiasm in his eyes. To his disappointment, Yi Qingchen's expression remained remarkably calm, piquing Jerry West's curiosity even further. Since Yi Qingchen had already inquired about the contract amount, Jerry West decided to be forthcoming. $250,000. Upon hearing this figure, a flicker of surprise finally crossed Yi Qingchen's face, filling Jerry West with a sense of accomplishment. Indeed, this price is one that few can resist. This figure has taken me by surprise. Although it falls short of my expectations, it nonetheless reflects your sincerity. A sum of $2.5 million per annum is certainly negotiable. In Yi Qingchen's mind, his target figure stands at $3 million annually. The Los Angeles Lakers' offer of $2.5 million comes surprisingly close to his aspirations. Yi Qingchen is also confident that this cannot possibly be their final offer, which is why he expressed that negotiations could be entertained. At this moment, Jerry West was hardly paying attention to Yi Qingchen's words. With an air of smugness, he remarked, "This price reflects our recognition of your potential, which is why we have presented it." "Wait, did you just say $2.5 million per year?" Jerry West finally registered the information, his doubts about his hearing evident as he fixed a look of alarm upon Yi Qingchen, questioning him intently. Chapter 39, Yi Qingchen's request to explode Larry Johnson's contract amount. I suggested an annual salary of $2.5 million as a starting point for negotiation. Do you not comprehend? Yi Qingchen was somewhat perplexed by Jerry West's exaggerated reaction. It was he who initially proposed the figure of $2.5 million per annum. Why was West now feigning astonishment? At that moment, Jerry West's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had finally grasped the essence of Yi Qingchen's proposition. The audacity of demanding $2.5 million annually was unfathomable. It is worth noting that the current salary of Magic Johnson is merely a little over $2 million a year. Yet here was Yi Qingchen, a player yet to step onto an NBA court, boldly declaring such a figure. For a moment, Jerry West found himself at a loss for words. He surmised that Yi Qingchen must believe that $2.5 million was a trifling sum. Upon observing West's expression, Yi Qingchen began to connect the dots. "Are you implying that this $2.5 million is not an annual salary, but rather the total contract amount? For how many years?" Yi Qingchen inquired calmly. At this juncture, he started to reflect on the average salary of NBA players during this era. He realized that the average compensation was not particularly high, with even Michael Jordan earning just over $3 million a year. Jordan's lucrative contracts commenced only after 1996. As for the Lakers star, Magic Johnson, his annual salary fluctuated between $2 and $3 million, stemming from a 25-year contract totaling $25 million, thus averaging it out. Johnson's annual salary amounted to $250,000. Yichichin was acutely aware that there were no restrictions on contract duration or amount at this time. Such limitations would only emerge with the new labor agreement in 1995. This explains why many teams resorted to long-term contracts to retain players. For instance, Larry Johnson had signed a decade-long contract exceeding $100 million. Upon hearing Yichichin's inquiry, Jerry West, with a resigned expression, replied, "I meant 4 years for $250,000. Upon hearing this, Yichichin fell silent. He was taken aback that the Lakers would propose such a meager contract for him. He had already showcased his immense potential on the court. Yet their offer felt profoundly disrespectful. 4 years at $250,000 meant an annual salary barely surpassing $60,000. Was this an attempt to dismiss him? Nonetheless, Yichichin's demeanor remained composed. He perceived that the reason for this paltry offer stemmed from a misunderstanding, given that during this era, even superstar salaries were generally modest. Thus, Yichichin, as a player nearing the end of his rookie contract, should not be entitled to a salary exceeding that of these superstars. Consequently, he pondered a pressing question: how to persuade Jerry West that he deserves a higher salary. Soon, Yichichin conceived a strategy. He calmly stated, "As far as I know, Larry Johnson has signed a staggering contract exceeding $100 million with the Hornets. His annual salary surpasses that of many superstars. Do you find this reasonable?" Yichichin's words momentarily stunned Jerry West. He had not anticipated that Yichichin would invoke Larry Johnson in their discussion. Thus, West instinctively retorted, "But he is the first overall pick of this year's draft, and the Hornets have high expectations for him. The city where the Hornets are located is relatively small. They must employ extreme measures to retain Larry Johnson." Implicit in Jerry West's response was the notion that Larry Johnson, as the first pick and a player of considerable talent, represented the Hornets' future. Unbeknownst to West, this response was precisely what Yichichin sought. "Allow me to ask you again, is potential more significant than being the first overall pick?" Yichichin continued his inquiry. His question plunged West into contemplation. Yichichin's statement illuminated his intended message. In West's perspective, Yichichin's potential was not inferior to that of Larry Johnson, making it seem reasonable for you to seek a lucrative contract. After a prolonged silence, Jerry West reluctantly replied, "I believe potential holds greater importance." Yichichin appeared to have anticipated this answer. Nodding, he continued, "Then if, in the forthcoming matches, my performance exceeds that of Larry Johnson, with comprehensive statistics overshadowing him, should I not be entitled to a higher contract?" With this, Yichichin posed his final question. Jerry West found himself at a loss for words, for it was evident that Yichichin possessed the capability to surpass Larry Johnson. His interest in Yichichin stemmed from the latter's prior ability to effectively neutralize Johnson's scoring. Now, with Yichichin's skills further refined, it was conceivable that he could indeed outshine Johnson. Caught in a dilemma, Jerry West felt torn between his desire to swiftly finalize a contract with Yichichin and the realization that Yichichin truly deserved a more substantial agreement. Thus, he queried, somewhat helplessly, "So, what are your thoughts?" Observing West's exasperation, Yichichin recognized that he had gained the upper hand. "It is quite simple. The next match will be between the Lakers and the Hornets. After that game, let us revisit the discussion regarding the contract." Yichichin articulated his proposition. Jerry West also comprehended Yichichin's intentions. Yichichin undoubtedly aimed to exploit Larry Johnson in the upcoming match against the Hornets. Should Yichichin indeed manage to outshine Larry Johnson, he would possess the confidence to negotiate an increase in his contract. Ultimately, Jerry West acquiesced to Yichichin's request, harboring hopes that he would deliver an exceptional performance against the Hornets. If that were to occur, team owner Buss would likely regard Yichichin with newfound admiration. As for the issue of the contract, that would be a concern for owner Buss to grapple with. If Yichichin truly manages to dominate Larry Johnson, Buss would undoubtedly treat him as a prized asset. Thus, the matter of the Lakers signing Yichichin remained unresolved, destined to be addressed only after the encounter with the Hornets. Meanwhile, Larry Johnson remained blissfully unaware of the nightmarish challenge that awaited him. Chapter 40. The esteemed victor of the 91st edition shines brightly, sealing the game with a crucial shot. The contest between the Hornets and the Nets unfolded with remarkable intensity. Larry Johnson showcased his formidable offensive prowess, leaving the Nets utterly powerless against him. Kenny Anderson's performance was likewise commendable as a point guard. He consistently found his teammates in open positions, facilitating their scoring opportunities. His perimeter shooting was also notably precise. The general managers in attendance expressed their admiration for both players. Some even remarked that despite the explosive statistics of the Lakers' number 28 player in the previous game, it was primarily due to the absence of competent players on the Nuggets roster. Indeed, following Dikembe Mutombo's injury, the Nuggets struggled to regain their offensive rhythm, allowing the Lakers' number 28 to shine. It is evident that had the Lakers faced off against the Hornets or the Nets, such dazzling performance would have been improbable. Thus, anticipation builds for the upcoming clash between the Hornets and the Lakers. It is clear that this Jerry is excessively arrogant. It is high time he acknowledges the truth. The general managers of these teams remain reluctant to concede the immense strength of Yuchingchen. They yearn for Larry Johnson to decisively counter Yuchingchen's prowess, finding joy in dampening his vigor. The match between the Hornets and the Nets remained tightly contested, with the outcome only determined in the final moments. The decisive shot that sealed the game was executed by the illustrious rookie, Larry Johnson. With merely 24 seconds remaining, the score stood at an impasse of 80 points each, and the Hornets possessed the offensive ball. Larry Johnson, stationed at the top of the arc, signaled for his teammates to spread out. He intently monitored the countdown on the shot clock. As the clock dwindled to 8 seconds, he initiated his move. Just as he did, the Nets double team arrived. Conventionally, faced with such a predicament, Larry should have passed the ball to an open teammate to secure the victory. This would have been the most prudent course of action. However, Larry Johnson chose a different path. As the double team closed in, he boldly charged towards the paint, undeterred by the impending pressure. His explosive momentum proved overwhelming. The Nets trio could not impede his advance, allowing him to breach the defense and execute a layup, even earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. With the clock winding down to a mere 2 seconds, this was a near game winner. The general managers present were left in awe of Larry Johnson's clutch performance. Even Kenny Anderson, who had delivered an impressive display throughout the match, wore a look of dejection. However, Larry Johnson's final basket was truly a display of superstar talent. Utterly unstoppable. The Nets' defense had reached its zenith, yet they still succumbed to Johnson's prowess. This illustrates the formidable offensive capabilities Johnson possesses. With poise, he executed a flawless shot and free throw, exuberantly gazing skyward in celebration. In this match, he amassed an impressive tally of 32 points, 15 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks, committing merely 2 turnovers. Such statistics are undeniably explosive. In the closing 2 seconds, the Nets attempted a long pass for a shot, but Johnson anticipated their move, successfully intercepting the ball and extinguishing the Nets' last flicker of hope. Johnson's performance was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving the audience in awe. Indeed, he lived up to the title of the strongest rookie of the 1991 class, delivering a performance that can only be deemed flawless. The commentator, filled with emotion, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is this the caliber of a number 1 draft pick? Forgive my previous ignorance. I retract my earlier statement and concede that the Lakers' is not yet a match for Larry. Larry truly embodies the prowess of the 1991 rookie class." Of course, Kenny also showcased remarkable talent, achieving a stellar line of 25 points, 15 assists, 5 rebounds, and 6 steals. Regrettably, the victory belonged to the Hornets, and thus to Larry. Let us congratulate Larry on securing his first win in the Summer League. No one could dispute the commentator's remarks, as Larry Johnson's brilliance in this match was indeed resplendent. Even Larry himself brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming game against the Lakers. Initially, upon hearing Yuchingchen's explosive statistics, he felt a twinge of concern. Yet, as he effortlessly dominated the game, he realized the Summer League's defensive intensity was surprisingly lax. Scoring became a task so easy it felt almost effortless. Thus, this match instilled within Larry a profound sense of confidence, eradicating any lingering fears regarding Yuchingchen. Post-game, numerous media outlets fervently reported on Johnson's performance. As the number 1 draft pick, he naturally garnered the most attention. Though merely a Summer League game, his statistics were nothing short of astonishing. The most elated of all were the Hornets fans, who initially harbored concerns about Johnson possibly being a disappointing pick. However, after such a dazzling debut in the Summer League, all their apprehensions vanished. They have begun to envision the upcoming season, firmly believing that Larry Johnson will undoubtedly lead the team into the playoffs. Regarding Larry Johnson's performance in his inaugural match, the players of the Lakers swiftly became aware of the pertinent information. Keith Owens exhibited considerable interest in other teams. Thus, upon learning about Larry Johnson's individual statistics and performance, he promptly informed Yuchingchen. At this juncture, Keith Owens had grown quite familiar with Yuchingchen. When Yuchingchen learned of Larry Johnson's personal data, she merely remarked, "Not bad." Observing her composed demeanor, Keith Owens expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that all?" His statistics are extraordinary. It was evident that Keith Owens held Larry Johnson in high regard. In response to his incredulous expression, Yi Qingchen countered, "If he is so remarkable, did he achieve a triple-double?" Keith Owens paused momentarily before shaking his head and replying. Although he did not secure a triple-double, his opponent was the Nets. Yi Qingchen, remaining unfazed, stated, "It matters not. I will take my shot. In the next match, just be ready to catch and shoot." Chapter 41. The external consensus favors the Hornets. Are the Lakers destined for a devastating defeat? Although Keith Irvin holds a considerable respect for Yi Qingchen's abilities, he believes that Yi's prowess pales in comparison to that of Larry Johnson. After all, during the match against the Nuggets, Yi's impressive triple-double was largely facilitated by Mutombo's unfortunate injury. Moreover, in that game, Yi primarily focused on distributing the ball and assisting his teammates in scoring. Consequently, Keith perceives Yi's offensive capabilities as rather mediocre. Upon hearing Yi's confident assertions, he admires Yi's self-assurance but cannot shake a sense of concern. "Hey, Yi, I truly believe your skills are outstanding. However, I think we should remain vigilant when facing the Hornets. After all, they're the top draft pick." Observing the serious expression on Keith's face, Yi understands that further discussion would be futile. He can only nod resignedly and reply, "Indeed, it is quite challenging to convince you of my capabilities at this moment. All you need to do is heed my instructions and be prepared to catch and shoot. I will handle everything else." With that, Yi refrains from delving deeper into the topic with Keith. The summer league schedule is exceedingly tight, allowing merely a single day of rest. During this brief respite, Yi does not squander the opportunity. He heads directly to the gym for a rigorous workout. Meanwhile, Keith remains industrious, engaging in shooting drills on the court. Yi holds a favorable impression of Keith. The young man is sincere and displays a commendable dedication to the game. On the court, he is notably proactive, tirelessly moving and battling for rebounds, regardless of offensive opportunities. His defensive efforts are equally commendable, as he never shirks from his responsibilities. Thus, Yi has considered that if Keith continues to perform consistently and lives up to Yi's trust, he will advocate for Keith in front of Jerry West. Yi understands that while his own skills are formidable, an NBA team inevitably harbors its own factions. Entering the Lakers as a newcomer might lead to initial exclusion by the other players. Although Yi is confident in his ability to navigate the challenges of a rookie season, he recognizes that having an ally would significantly ease his transition. Given the current circumstances, Keith appears to be an excellent companion. Joining the Lakers with him would be ideal, as it would effectively form Yi's own support system. This is Yi's strategic vision for his future. The solitary day of rest was spent in rigorous training, and he finds such a lifestyle immensely fulfilling. This simple and pure training regimen may seem rather monotonous to others. However, for Yi Qingchen, it is nothing short of delightful. He understands that despite possessing the advantageous system, he must not slacken in his training. Personal physical fitness can only be attained through diligent effort. These are the essential prerequisites for successfully completing the competition. Yi Qingchen would never allow himself to relax easily. The Lakers are set to face the Charlotte Hornets in their second summer league game. The Hornets, led by the highly touted rookie Larry Johnson, have been fervently praised by the media, especially after his near buzzer beater against the Nets, which earned him the moniker of a clutch player. Many media pundits confidently speculate that the Hornets will achieve an undefeated record in the summer league and claim the championship, given Larry Johnson's overwhelming prowess compared to his peers. Such media acclaim has drawn a significant number of fans to this summer league match. When the Lakers players step onto the court, they are astonished to find that the stands are nearly filled to capacity. The stark contrast to their previous game against the Nuggets, where the audience consisted mainly of team executives with hardly any genuine fans, is striking. The current turnout speaks volumes about the high level of interest in this match. Keith Owens stands in awe of the situation. He is acutely aware that the abundance of spectators is primarily due to their admiration for Larry Johnson, which simultaneously amplifies his reverence and apprehension towards the rookie. He nudges Yi Qingchen and whispers, "Hey, Yi, look at all these fans. I'm feeling a bit anxious. Are you nervous?" Upon hearing Keith Owens' words, Yi Qingchen responds with an air of nonchalance, shaking his head. "I'm not nervous at all. The larger the audience, the better. This is our chance to shine. Let us perform well and showcase the strength of our Lakers." Yi Qingchen's assertive attitude leaves Keith Owens momentarily dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingchen would not exhibit any signs of anxiety. Instead, he even encourages himself to put forth his best effort. Yi Qingqian's formidable mental fortitude earns Keith Owens deep admiration. Just as they engage in conversation, the crowd erupts in excitement. Yi Qingqian and Keith Owens quickly turn to see the source of the commotion. It is none other than the Hornets players making their entrance. With Larry Johnson leading the way, his expression is notably stern, remaining unresponsive to the enthusiastic cheers from the audience. He seemed to be quite accustomed to such scenes. However, in reality, at this moment, Larry Johnson was secretly reveling in the attention. He was fully aware that the majority of the audience had come to witness him. The sensation of being in the spotlight was undeniably exhilarating. Larry Johnson had made up his mind to exert himself to the fullest in this match, determined to showcase his prowess to the spectators. Among the throng of onlookers, Magic Johnson and Jerry West were also present. Magic Johnson had high hopes for the Lakers in this game, while Jerry West was concerned about whether Yi Qingqian could truly outperform Larry Johnson. "Hey, Jerry, do you think our rookie can secure another triple-double in this match?" Magic Johnson inquired curiously. "Our opponent is the Hornets, and their strength has significantly increased with Larry's addition. Therefore, I believe the chances of Yi achieving a triple-double in this game are slim," Jerry West replied after a moment of contemplation. In truth, Jerry West also hoped for Yi Qingqian to continue shining brightly. However, to be pragmatic, this match posed considerable challenges for the Lakers. After listening to Jerry West's analysis, Magic Johnson silently nodded, clearly in agreement with his perspective. Yet, deep within their hearts, there lingered a strong sense of anticipation. Even they themselves were uncertain of what they were hoping for. Meanwhile, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the official commencement of the game. The starting players from both teams converged near the center line. The match was about to unfold. Chapter 42. Even before the match commenced, Larry Johnson initiated a provocation towards Yi Qingqian. Let us first examine the starting lineups of both teams. For the Lakers, Yi Qingqian and Keith Owens continued as starters, alongside Royce Parro at the point guard position, Calip at shooting guard, and Jack Halley at power forward. Keith Owens maintained his role as the starting small forward, while Yi Qingqian occupied the center position. On the Hornets side, Larry Johnson was placed at power forward. The Hornets lineup featured Elliot Perry at point guard, Michael Ansley at shooting guard, Tony Masonberg at small forward, and Eric Kleckner at center. In truth, aside from recognizing Larry Johnson, Yi Qingqian was unfamiliar with the other starters of the Hornets, as the players present on the Summer League stage were largely considered marginal talents. Similarly, the audience had little interest in these players. Their attention was primarily drawn to Larry Johnson. As Yi Qingqian approached the circle to prepare for the jump ball against Kleckner, Larry Johnson unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Upon seeing Johnson blocking his path, Yi Qingqian's brow furrowed slightly. With a hint of amusement, Johnson looked at Yi Qingqian and remarked, "Are you the yellow-skinned player who broke Dikembe's ribs?" This provocation elicited a knowing smirk from the other Hornets players, who had heard tales of Yi Qingqian's recent exploits, including a triple-double and the unfortunate injury of 2 Denver players. Such a feat was indeed impressive, yet now Yi Qingqian faced a Hornets team bolstered by Johnson's presence. No one believed Yi Qingqian could replicate his previous performance, especially with Johnson's taunts fueling their excitement. In response to Johnson's provocations, Yi Qingqian calmly replied, "Indeed. So I advise you to take good care of your ribs." With that, he boldly collided chest to chest with Johnson, sending him aside. Johnson's expression darkened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such audacity from Yi Qingqian, who had initiated physical contact. Just as Johnson prepared to retaliate, the referee intervened, stepping between them and sternly declaring, "This is a basketball game. Mind your actions and words." Realizing the moment for retaliation had passed, Johnson shot Yi Qingqian a fierce glare before returning to his team. The audience erupted in excitement. The match had yet to begin, yet the tension between Larry Johnson and the Lakers players had already ignited the atmosphere, heightening the anticipation for the game ahead. These spectators had evidently conducted their homework prior to the match. They were aware that the Lakers boasted a promising rookie within their ranks. It now appeared that Larry Johnson was the one who had provoked him. The expressions of Magic Johnson and Jerry West in the stands turned peculiar upon witnessing Larry Johnson's audacious taunt directed at Yi Qingqian. Given their acquaintance with Yi Qingqian, they knew that his demeanor was not as feeble as it seemed. The incident involving Mutombo served as a prime example. The fact that Larry Johnson would initiate a provocation before the game commenced seemed rather unwise. This development heightened the anticipation for the match in the minds of Magic Johnson and Jerry West, who believed Yi Qingqian would undoubtedly respond robustly during the game. After the officials intervened to quell the tensions, they signaled for the game to proceed. The jump ball commenced. Yi Qingqian versus Kleckner. despite Lechner's height advantage. Yi Qingqian's wingspan was formidable, coupled with his astonishing vertical leap, enabling him to easily outjump Lechner. The Lakers seized the offensive possession first. After Royce Perot dribbled past half-court, he orchestrated the play from the top of the arc. Yi Qingqian, as the center, promptly moved up to set a screen for Royce Perot. Utilizing Yi Qingqian's screen, Royce Perot swiftly maneuvered to the vicinity of the free throw line. Upon the completion of the screen, Yi Qingqian adeptly pivoted downwards. The quality of Yi Qingqian's screen was commendable, leaving the Hornets players momentarily disoriented. Royce Perot delivered a precise bounce pass, placing the ball firmly in Yi Qingqian's hands. As Yi Qingqian turned and descended, Keith Owens rapidly positioned himself at the corner behind Yi Qingqian. At this moment, the attention of the Hornets players was entirely captivated by Yi Qingqian. Furthermore, upon receiving the ball, Yi Qingqian found himself already within the Hornets' restricted area. Lechner's attempt to rush forward for a defense against Yi Qingqian seemed futile. However, Larry Johnson arrived just in time. In truth, he had been closely monitoring Yi Qingqian's movements. As Yi Qingqian pivoted downwards, Larry Johnson promptly retreated to the paint. Unbeknownst to him, this defensive shift left Keith Owens with an ample opportunity. To be precise, Larry Johnson had overlooked his assignment. Yi Qingqian's gaze was sharp. He swiftly spotted the open Keith Owens. Without a moment's hesitation, he passed the ball to Owens. Larry Johnson was taken aback, having not anticipated that Yi Qingqian would still opt to pass under such circumstances. Keith Owens was equally astonished, although he had found an open spot. He was uncertain whether Yi Qingqian had noticed him. However, it became apparent that Yi Qingqian had indeed acknowledged his presence. Keith Owens recalled Yi Qingqian's earlier advice to shoot boldly whenever an opportunity presented itself. He spread his arms and launched a three-pointer. He nailed it. Keith Owens made a successful open three-pointer right from the start, thanks to an assist from Yi Qingqian. The excitement on Keith Owens' face was palpable as he celebrated with a high five from Yi Qingqian. Meanwhile, Larry Johnson's expression soured. He had anticipated that Yi Qingqian would drive towards the basket but was taken aback when he opted to pass instead. Yi Qingqian cast a disdainful glance at Larry Johnson before turning to sprint back to defense. This look of contempt infuriated Larry Johnson, pushing him to the brink of madness. "Damn it, I will make you regret this on the next offensive play," Larry Johnson roared inwardly. In the stands, Magic Johnson and Jerry West wore smiles on their faces. This guy truly relishes assisting his teammates in scoring. Indeed, it seems our rookie player is unfazed by the pressure, Jerry West exclaimed in surprise. However, next up was the Hornets' offensive play, and Larry Johnson was sure to respond. This anticipation heightened the excitement for both Magic Johnson and Jerry West. Chapter 43. A steal and fast break, assisting a teammate to dunk over Larry Johnson. The offensive strategy of the Hornets revolves primarily around Larry Johnson. As the basketball crossed half-court, it found its way into Johnson's hands. Positioned at the arc, Larry pointed to Lechner, signaling him to set a screen. This maneuver aimed to have Yi Qingqian defend him, prompted by the unsettling gaze he had received from him moments ago. It was imperative for Johnson to assert himself against Yi. Lechner swiftly approached the arc, delivering a robust screen for Johnson. Utilizing the cover, Johnson advanced to the left side at a 45-degree angle. The defender in front of him transitioned from Keith Owens to Yi Qingqian, successfully creating a switch. This offensive tactic is commonly referred to as a named play, wherein the offensive player designates a specific defender for a one-on-one confrontation. Typically, this involves a smaller player facing off against a larger one, or vice versa, as mismatched matchups are often the most lucrative scoring opportunities on the court. At this moment, spotting Yi Qingqian before him, Johnson signaled for his teammates to spread out. He then retreated while dribbling, moving all the way beyond the three-point line. Yi calmly followed, maintaining his composure as they both reached the arc. The audience, witnessing this setup, erupted in excitement, recognizing that Johnson was poised to challenge Yi in a one-on-one duel. With Johnson pulling Yi out to the perimeter, the Lakers' interior defense was left significantly exposed, as the other players lacked rim protection. Keith Irwin, originally tasked with defending Johnson, was now compelled to guard Lechner, creating yet another mismatch. Johnson could easily pass the ball into the paint for Lechner to finish. Yet his intention was clear. He sought to score directly in front of Yi. At that moment, Larry Johnson fixated on Yi Qingqian, bending low as he dribbled. After a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he executed a sudden and wide change of direction, moving to Yi's left side, seemingly intent on bypassing him. The audience gasped in awe, captivated by the fluidity and grace of Johnson's dribbling. His technical prowess was evident, showcasing his solid fundamentals. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, His high center of gravity did not hinder his ability to dribble with such elegance, making for a truly mesmerizing spectacle. The sheer artistry of his movements was enough to leave the crowd in utter astonishment. Even Magic Johnson and Jerry West were astounded by Larry Johnson's dribbling skills. The commentator on-site exclaimed with great fervor, "My goodness, Larry's dribbling is simply extraordinary, especially during his recent change of direction." It seemed as if the Lakers' number 28 player was on the verge of being completely bamboozled. However, as the commentator uttered the word bamboozled, his voice abruptly ceased. He was horrified to see that Larry Johnson, who intended to maneuver past Yi Ching-chun on his left, had suddenly lost possession of the basketball. Indeed, it was utterly absurd. Larry Johnson's preceding moves had been remarkably fluid, yet as he attempted to navigate past Yi Ching-chun's left side, he discovered that the basketball had vanished. Where had the ball gone? Naturally, Yi Ching-chun had deftly swiped it away. It turned out that as Larry Johnson executed a dramatic change of direction, Yi Ching-chun had already anticipated his dribbling trajectory. The moment Larry attempted to pass on his left, Yi Ching-chun decisively intervened and seized the ball with precision. In one swift motion, the basketball was propelled towards the front court, and while Larry Johnson remained in a state of shock, Yi Ching-chun sprinted ahead with fervor. Chris Owens had been closely monitoring Larry Johnson's offensive maneuvers. He had already devised a plan should Larry Johnson effortlessly bypass Yi Ching-chun and drive towards the basket. He would promptly commit a foul to prevent an easy dunk. However, he did not witness Larry Johnson breezing past. Instead, he saw Yi Ching-chun effortlessly snatch the basketball from Larry's hands. With remarkable speed, Yi Ching-chun seized the ball, initiating a fast break. Although Chris Owens was taken aback, he quickly reacted, racing towards the front court. Despite his uncertainty about whether Yi Ching-chun would conclude the play with a dunk, he felt compelled to keep pace. After all, in the previous game, Yi Ching-chun had predominantly opted to pass to his teammates for scoring opportunities. He thought, perhaps if Yi Ching-chun truly intended to pass, he could fulfill his wish. Thus, Yi Ching-chun charged forward with the ball, while Chris Owens chased diligently behind him. Trailing Chris Owens was Larry Johnson, who was still attempting to defend, albeit at a slower pace than Chris. His shock rendered him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Yi Ching-chun's lightning-fast reflexes that allowed him to steal the ball so swiftly. At this moment, Larry Johnson was driven by a singular determination. He must not allow Yi Ching-chun to convert this fast break into points. With that thought in mind, Larry Johnson quickened his pace. His athletic prowess was indeed remarkable, and as he exerted himself, he surpassed Chris Owens shortly after crossing half-court. He was now closing in on Yi Ching-chun, with only a slender distance separating them. Larry Johnson's heart surged with excitement once again. His intention was to deliver a spectacular chase-down block just as Yi Ching-chun prepared to score. At the very least, this would serve to redeem himself. As anticipated, Yi Ching-chun indeed gathered the ball and began his move. Observing his stance, it was evident he aimed to execute a fast break dunk. Larry Johnson felt a wave of exhilaration. Confident in his ability to thwart Yi Ching-chun's dunk and firmly pin the ball against the backboard, Yi Ching-chun leaped off one foot. Simultaneously, Larry Johnson sprang into action, his remarkable vertical leap reaching its zenith. In this rapid pursuit, his jumping prowess was maximized. As Larry Johnson ascended to the pinnacle of his jump, he raised both hands, poised in midair to intercept Yi Ching-chun's dunk. However, at the last moment, Yi Ching-chun abruptly altered his strategy. He surprisingly pulled the ball back to his waist and executed a behind-the-back pass. Larry Johnson had never anticipated that Yi Ching-chun would opt to pass at such a critical juncture. Consequently, after raising his hands, he was unable to block the brilliant behind-the-back pass. As he turned in the air, he saw the basketball deftly land in the hands of the trailing Keith Irvin. Upon receiving the ball, Irvin took two powerful strides and leapt, completing a forceful one-handed slam dunk. 5 o'clock. Keith Irvin scored 5 consecutive points. Yi Ching-chun tallied 2 assists in succession. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Yet, Magic Johnson and Jerry West simultaneously rose from their seats, captivated by the sheer brilliance of Yi Ching-chun's behind-the-back pass, an act that was nothing short of extraordinary. Larry Johnson was utterly bewildered. Chapter 44. Larry Johnson attempts to dunk over Yi Ching-chun. Yi Ching-chun is about to wave his finger. What was initially perceived as a straightforward endeavor to surpass Yi Ching-chun turned into an unexpected ordeal for Larry Johnson. Not only did he fail to outmaneuver Yi Ching-chun, but he also fell victim to a deft steal executed by Yi. In a climactic moment, Yi Ching-chun further toyed with him, opting to pass to a teammate for an assist, leading to Johnson being dunked upon by his own companion. When has Larry Johnson ever endured such humiliation? Following the dunk, Keith Owens was equally exhilarated. He had not anticipated receiving a pass from Yuchichin, yet his well-honed habit of sprinting during fast breaks finally bore fruit. Yuchichin indeed passed him the ball, and in such a flamboyant manner that it landed perfectly in his hands. Owens seized the moment to complete a dunk over Larry Johnson. Although it was executed while Johnson was caught off guard, it nonetheless counted as a dunk. Naturally, Keith Owens was elated. He celebrated by colliding chests with Yuchichin. His demeanor remained composed as ever, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed Owens. "I told you, didn't I? If you keep moving actively and position yourself correctly, scoring opportunities will always arise." It was only after the game commenced that Yuchichin conceived a bold notion. He intended to refrain from scoring, dedicating himself instead to feeding his teammates. He aimed to amass assists, crafting a unique triple-double. As Yuchichin conversed with Keith Owens, the commentator exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! The Lakers' number 28 has executed a steal and assisted in a single fluid motion. His passing style remarkably resembles that of the Lakers star, Magic Johnson." The audience wholeheartedly agreed with the commentator's observation. Yuchichin's consecutive assists were indeed a revelation, particularly the second one, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Magic Johnson's signature passing style. Upon hearing the commentator's words, Magic Johnson beamed with pride, turning to Jerry West and declaring, "Did you see that? Even the commentator believes his playing style closely mirrors mine. I can confidently assert that he is my admirer." At that moment, Magic Johnson was genuinely elated. Each of Yuchichin's passing decisions aligned perfectly with his ideal choices. It was as if he were witnessing his own doppelganger. In fact, Johnson felt that Ye's recent pass was something he might not have executed himself, as he had sprinted forward with unwavering focus, not even glancing back. Remarkably, he managed to deliver the ball to his teammates' hands with precision, all without even looking at him. This is the most challenging aspect of the pass. At this moment, Jerry West's expression became notably animated. He was acutely aware of the exquisite finesse displayed in Yuchichin's recent pass. This led him to earnestly ponder the words Yuchichin had previously shared with him. "Hey, buddy, have you ever contemplated that if he truly manages to outshine Larry, we would indeed be deserving of a lucrative contract?" Jerry West's words left Magic Johnson momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Yuchichin had not finalized a contract with the Lakers, but rather intended to discuss matters further with Jerry West after the conclusion of the game. It appears that Yuchichin indeed has the potential to hold his own in front of Larry Johnson. Let us continue to observe and see what unfolds after this match. At this moment, Magic Johnson remained unperturbed. After all, it was not his own money at stake, but rather that of the Lakers' owner, Bus. Moreover, even if Yuchichin demanded an exorbitant fee, Magic Johnson found it entirely reasonable. After all, one gets what one pays for. And the prowess that Yuchichin had demonstrated was indeed quite impressive. In fact, there was a genuine possibility that he could outshine Larry Johnson. Should that be the case, Yuchichin would undoubtedly possess significant leverage. These matters were not a source of concern for Magic Johnson. However, he had resolved to do everything in his power to facilitate the signing of this contract, even if Yuchichin were to make substantial demands. For if Yuchichin were to successfully secure a contract with the Lakers, the overall strength of the team would experience a remarkable enhancement. This was beyond dispute. Now let us turn our gaze to the scene. Once again, it is the Hornets' offense. At this moment, Larry Johnson's face no longer bore an expression of ease. His sole thought was to score as swiftly as possible. From the outset until now, the Hornets had yet to register a single point, nor had they executed even a semblance of a cohesive offense. However, Larry Johnson was not one to act recklessly. After observing Yuchichin deliver a series of assists, he began to discern that Yuchichin seemed disinclined towards scoring. This led Larry Johnson to believe that Yuchichin might not be particularly adept at scoring. Consequently, he felt it was reasonable to ease his defensive pressure on Yuchichin. With this realization, Larry Johnson had already conceived a sound defensive strategy. Yet, as it stood, the Hornets still retained possession of the ball, and he needed to focus on executing this offensive play before considering further tactics. After being intercepted by Yuchichin, Larry Johnson had become wiser. This time, he did not explicitly call out Yuchichin, nor did he request Leekner to set a pick. Instead, he directly signaled his teammates to spread out, intending to engage in a one-on-one duel with Keith Owens. In his view, although Keith Owens possessed a physique similar to his own, his defensive demeanor appeared to be remarkably earnest. With a seriousness that bordered on tension, Larry Johnson quickly discerned that Keith Owens was undeniably anxious at that moment. Thus, for a player enveloped in such nervousness, Johnson possessed an array of strategies. After executing a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs, he once again made a pronounced change of direction. This time, Johnson approached the maneuver with considerable caution. As anticipated, Owen's defense faltered, unable to keep pace with him. After a few skillful ball-handling moves, Johnson noticed that Owen's center of gravity was precariously unstable. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Larry Johnson performed a dramatic front crossover. Indeed, he managed to deceive Owens, who was left momentarily off balance. After faking Owens aside, Johnson surged forward with the ball towards the basket. At that instant, the Lakers' interior defense was solely reliant on Uchichin. This was precisely the scenario Larry Johnson had yearned for. With 2 swift dribbles, he barreled into the Lakers' paint. However, Uchichin seemed momentarily stunned, failing to position himself in front of Johnson in time. It was only as Johnson gathered himself for a leap that Uchichin reacted, attempting to contest the shot. "You wish to block me?" Too late. At that moment, Larry Johnson, brimming with confidence, bellowed loudly. In midair, he had already drawn back, poised to execute an emphatic dunk. Chapter 45, Larry Johnson avoids confrontation, hesitates to face off against Uchichin. As Larry Johnson soared into the air, preparing for a dunk, a wave of excitement swept through the audience, prompting many to rise from their seats. It was evident to all that Larry had truly gathered his strength for this moment. The possibility of him successfully executing a dunk was palpable. Could it be that he was about to dunk on player number 28? The sheer audacity of it all was exhilarating. Would he indeed succeed? The commentator's voice had begun to grow hoarse, a testament to the tension enveloping the arena. One could hardly blame him. Past summer leagues had offered little spectacle, often pitting rookie players against one another in rather lackluster matches characterized by missed shots. However, this year's summer league was a stark departure from that norm. In fact, the previous 2 games had showcased a triple-double and a near buzzer beater accompanied by impressive double-doubles, clearly indicating the intensity of this year's competition. From the very start of this match, thrilling moments had unfolded. The commentator's hoarse voice was entirely justified, especially during this offensive play, where Larry Johnson maneuvered past Keith Owens and leapt towards Uchichin's defense, intent on a powerful dunk. The scene was undeniably electrifying. With every gaze fixated on Larry Johnson, what unfolded next left the spectators in astonishment. They perceived Uchichin's reaction as slightly delayed. He leapt to defend only after Larry Johnson had already taken off. In such a scenario, intercepting Larry's forceful dunk seemed an impossible dream, unless Uchichin possessed an exceptional vertical leap and speed far surpassing Larry's. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Larry Johnson appeared destined for triumph. However, it is often the case that the anticipated outcome gives way to the unexpected. Just as Larry Johnson was about to thrust the basketball through the hoop, a pair of enormous hands unexpectedly emerged before him, more precisely, above the basketball itself. The ball abruptly halted its forward momentum. No matter how fiercely Larry exerted himself, he found himself unable to surpass those formidable hands and complete the dunk. Ultimately, Larry Johnson, filled with shock and frustration, plummeted from the air, while the basketball fell helplessly alongside him. In an astonishing turn of events, Uchichin had anticipated the moment, executing a dual block in midair that thwarted Larry Johnson's dunk attempt. As the basketball descended, Uchichin swiftly seized it, embarking on a rapid dribble towards the front court. The other players of the Hornets stood, utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Larry Johnson could be denied in such a critical moment. Moreover, it was a resounding blow that cast a formidable shadow. Consequently, their reactions were equally delayed. Only Kyrie Irving managed to keep pace with Uchichin, for he had steadfastly committed Uchichin's words to memory. At this moment, he was gradually grasping a profound truth. Following Uchichin promised rewards. Thus, this time, Kyrie Irving dashed forward with reckless abandon, resolutely trailing behind Uchichin. The audience, too, fell into a profound silence. This time, the Hornets players were unable to catch up in time. It was destined for Uchichin and Kyrie Irving to execute a fast-break collaboration. What sort of synergy would they achieve? Kyrie Irving closely followed in Uchichin's wake. As Uchichin dribbled towards the basket, he astonishingly slammed the ball against the backboard. Kyrie Irving immediately understood the implication, leaping swiftly to catch the basketball, and then with both hands, he forcefully dunked it into the hoop. 7 o'clock. Kyrie Irving scored 7 consecutive points, all stemming from Uchichin's passes. After completing the assist, Uchichin raised his right index finger towards Larry Johnson, who was far beyond the half-court line, gently shaking it. Upon witnessing Uchichin's gesture, Larry Johnson's breath quickened. In these 3 offensive plays, Uchichin recorded 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Such performance left many spectators in awe. They truly dared not underestimate the Lakers or Uchichin any longer. Meanwhile, the Hornets coach decisively called for a timeout. Just as the game commenced, the Lakers launched a 7 o'clock offensive wave, far exceeding their expectations, necessitating a tactical reassessment. Moreover, their defensive focus required a shift. They had misjudged the Lakers' strength and underestimated their players. During the timeout, the commentator fervently praised Uchichin. "All right, I retract my initial prediction." The Lakers' number 28, known as Uchichin, was selected by the Warriors at the 25th pick in the first round before being traded to the Lakers. In the previous match, he achieved a triple-double. This time, he has already showcased an eye-catching performance at the outset, and so far, Larry has not gained any advantage over him. The commentator's remarks resonated with the audience. Initially, they had come to watch Larry Johnson, but unexpectedly, his spotlight was usurped by Uchichin. Now, it remained to be seen what adjustments Larry Johnson would implement following this timeout. Should he fail to score, it was certain that his mindset would shift, especially as he was the number 1 pick in the 1991 draft. Uchichin, a remarkable player, has indeed made a significant impression during the latter stages of the first round. Should he truly overpower Larry Johnson, it would undoubtedly tarnish Johnson's reputation considerably. At this moment, Magic Johnson is grinning from ear to ear, utterly astonished by Uchichin's 3 assists right at the start of the game. Uchichin possesses an extraordinary talent for passing, with each of his deliveries surpassing Magic Johnson's expectations. Upon witnessing Uchichin's assists, Magic Johnson couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration. So this is how basketball can be played. Uchichin has completely captivated Magic Johnson, who now eagerly anticipates the arrival of the next season. With Uchichin's addition to the team, the Los Angeles Lakers are poised for a remarkable leap in strength. Meanwhile, the coach of the Hornets has been delivering motivational words to his players, particularly encouraging Larry Johnson to broaden his approach. He urged Johnson to loosen up and not fixate solely on Uchichin, as the Lakers' other players are not particularly formidable defenders. This revelation jolted Larry Johnson into action. Indeed, he realized he could capitalize on the weaknesses of the other Lakers players. Following the timeout, Johnson altered his offensive strategy. He began to challenge Kyrie Irving's one-on-one, opting not to drive inside but rather to leverage his physical advantages, creating space to execute mid-range jump shots effectively. The results were quite evident, as he successfully scored multiple times, much to Irving's dismay. For the Lakers, the offense revolved around Uchichin, who predominantly positioned himself low to receive the ball. He utilized his physical prowess to penetrate the defense, drawing attention before distributing the ball to his teammates, who capitalized on open shots. Both teams finally found their offensive rhythm. However, since the timeout, Larry Johnson appeared hesitant to confront Uchichin directly. After securing yet another assist, Uchichin calmly approached Kyrie Irving and stated, "From here on, I shall take on the task of guarding Larry." Chapter 46. The death grip skill prevents Larry Johnson from crossing half-court. Keysowens looked at Uchichin, astonished, and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be playing the center position? If you defend him, our interior will be severely compromised." Keys's concerns were indeed valid. However, Uchichin calmly shook his head and replied, "Fear not, he shall not surpass my defense." Seeing Uchichin's unwavering confidence, Keysowens reluctantly acquiesced to his request. At this moment, with just 24 seconds remaining in the first quarter and the ball in the possession of the Hornets, Larry Johnson received the ball in the backcourt, preparing to dribble across half-court. To his surprise, he found Uchichin standing directly in his path. The announcer, equally astonished, remarked, "The Lakers' number 28 has positioned himself against Larry. Is he planning to defend him throughout the court? Though 28 possesses a robust physique, if he were to guard Larry, I believe Larry could easily maneuver past him. After all, Larry's center of gravity is considerably lower." The announcer's sentiments were echoed by many spectators present, and even the Lakers coach standing courtside was perplexed by Uchichin's decision to switch defenses. With Uchichin actively guarding Larry Johnson, the Lakers' interior was left vulnerable. Larry could easily pass the ball to the interior after crossing half-court, allowing Lechner to launch an attack, an undeniably effective strategy. However, with the first quarter nearly concluding, the Lakers coach, Keel, thought to himself that he would emphasize the importance of interior defense to Uchichin after the quarter ended. Magic Johnson and Jerry West exchanged glances, sharing a sense of helplessness as they observed Uchichin's unilateral decision to guard Larry Johnson. They understood Uchichin's good intentions. He likely sought to shine in this game to gain leverage in contract negotiations. Thus, upon witnessing Keysowens being repeatedly outmaneuvered by Larry Johnson, he couldn't resist the urge to swap defensive assignments. This, however, was a rather unwise choice, detrimental to the team's overall defense. Presently, the Lakers held a narrow lead of 4 points over the Hornets, 35-31. Yet, if Yi Ching-chun continued to unilaterally alter the defensive strategy, it could diminish their advantage. Youth is indeed synonymous with naivety, Jerry West remarked with a resigned shake of his head. Magic Johnson remained silent, feeling that Yi Ching-chun's recklessness was unwarranted. Given Yi Ching-chun's usual performances on the court, he would not make an uncalculated choice. Thus, his appearance before Larry Johnson must have been for a significant reason. Let us not rush to conclusions, Jerry. He is the player you have been eyeing, Magic Johnson said with a meaningful tone. Upon hearing the words of the magician Johnson, Jerry West was momentarily taken aback. Eventually, he could only shake his head in resignation and redirect his gaze towards the court. At that moment, Larry Johnson was preparing to dribble past the half-court line. He had a full 8 seconds to do so, an ample amount of time for any ball handler. And Larry Johnson was no exception. After receiving the pass, he held the ball with both hands and cast a glance at Yi Ching-chun, his eyes brimming with derision. To Larry Johnson, Yi Ching-chun's decision to step up and guard him was a foolish choice, since Yi Ching-chun had positioned himself directly in front of him. Larry intended to demonstrate just how formidable his skills truly were. Thus, he began to dribble towards the half-court. Despite harboring disdain for Yi Ching-chun, Larry Johnson remained cautious while dribbling, mindful of the earlier steal that Yi Ching-chun had executed against him. As he approached the half-court, he turned sideways to face Yi Ching-chun, a strategic move designed to prevent any attempts to swipe the ball. Indeed, as Larry commenced his dribble, Yi Ching-chun attempted to steal the ball. A look of disdain crossed Larry's face. Did he truly believe his ball was so easily snatched? He shifted from a sideways stance to a back-to-the-basket position, ensuring the basketball remained securely in front of him. However, this slight delay had already consumed 4 seconds. Recognizing the need to accelerate his advance past the half-court, he pivoted and prepared to hasten his dribble. Unexpectedly, just as he turned, Yi Ching-chun made another attempt to steal the ball. This time, his movements were remarkably swift, and he executed the maneuver without any physical contact with Larry. Fortunately, Larry reacted promptly, shifting the ball to his left hand just in time. Yi Ching-chun's persistent attempts to swipe the ball were beginning to irritate Larry. At that moment, 6 seconds had elapsed, and there remained only 2 seconds before the possibility of crossing the half-court line. It seemed that he was still a few meters away from the midcourt. In truth, Larry could have easily passed the ball to a teammate who had also moved to support him. Yet, fueled by a sense of defiance, Larry believed he could successfully dribble past the half-court. Consequently, he resumed his back-to-basket dribble, then turned to accelerate as he aimed to cross the line. Little did he know, Yi Ching-chun was precisely waiting for this moment of acceleration following Larry's back-to-basket maneuver. With his skill in relentless ball hawking, Yi Ching-chun excelled at incessantly disrupting an opponent's dribbling. Now, he had seized the perfect opportunity to strike again. This time, driven by urgency to cross the half-court, Larry neglected to protect the ball. Yi Ching-chun's third attempt to steal the ball finally bore fruit, as he successfully dislodged the basketball from Larry Johnson's grasp. As Yi Ching-chun swiftly seized the basketball, he surged towards it with determination. He executed a remarkable steal from Larry Johnson. After gaining possession, Yi Ching-chun cast a glance over his shoulder, directing his focus towards his teammate, Keith Owens. Their burgeoning synergy had become evident, as Keith had been attentively monitoring Yi Ching-chun's defensive maneuvers. The moment he witnessed Yi Ching-chun's successful interception, he propelled himself forward with unbridled enthusiasm, recognizing a golden opportunity for a fast break. Larry Johnson, engulfed in frustration and ire, found himself once again outmaneuvered by Yi Ching-chun. He quickly gave chase, resolute in his intention to foul Yi Ching-chun and prevent him from scoring effortlessly. However, trailing closely behind him was not only his own teammate but also Keith Owens. A dilemma arose for Larry Johnson. Should he foul Yi Ching-chun or obstruct Keith Owens? Until now, Yi Ching-chun had yet to score a single point, yet his assists had already soared into double digits. Throughout the entire quarter, Yi Ching-chun had refrained from taking a shot, consistently opting to pass to his teammates for scoring opportunities. This time, it was highly probable that Yi Ching-chun would pass to Keith Owens once more. Yet, Larry Johnson felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. Fixated on the prospect of committing a foul against Yi Ching-chun, he resolved that, regardless of whether Yi Ching-chun opted to pass or shoot, he would ensure a formidable foul was inflicted upon him. At that moment, Yi Ching-chun had dribbled to the free throw line, with Larry Johnson and Keith Owens in close pursuit. Without a backward glance, Yi Ching-chun barreled towards the basket, seemingly intent on scoring himself. Larry Johnson's expression hardened, his determination intensifying as he quickened his pace to close the gap behind Yuchichin. As Yuchichin leaped, Larry Johnson mirrored his ascent, raising his arms in an apparent bid for the ball. However, his elbows were aimed menacingly at Yuchichin's back. In a split second, Yuchichin opted not to dunk, but to pass the ball to Keith Owens behind him. Upon receiving the pass, Keith Owens executed a smooth jump shot, effortlessly finding the net. His personal score climbed to 15 points, all attributed to Yuchichin's assists, which now totaled 11. Yet, just as Keith Owens released his shot, Larry Johnson's iron elbows collided forcefully with Yuchichin's back. Yuchichin was struck hard, plummeting from the air with a jarring impact. Chapter 47, A Clash of Banter? Larry Johnson infuriates Yuchichin to the point of vomiting blood. In truth, the moment Yuchichin felt the intense pain surging from behind, he silently cursed within, "Damn, I was careless," for he had already sensed that this force was exerted covertly. Otherwise, the pain would not have been so acute. Thus, even with Yuchichin's formidable prowess, he lost his balance the instant Larry Johnson struck him with his elbows, crashing heavily onto the floor. Fortunately, Yuchichin's robust physique, honed through extensive workouts in the gym, proved advantageous. Moreover, at the moment of impact, he managed to dissipate a significant portion of the gravitational force. Therefore, aside from the pain radiating from his back, the rest of his body emerged relatively unscathed. However, despite this, Yuchichin was still enraged. It was abundantly clear that Larry Johnson's elbow strike was intentional. After Larry Johnson had sent Yuchichin sprawling to the ground, the referee's whistle remained silent. The referee perceived Larry Johnson's collision with Yuchichin as a mere consequence of inertia, rather than a deliberate act. Observing Yuchichin's fall, Larry Johnson wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Kyrie Irving rushed to Yuchichin's side upon witnessing his fall, inquiring about his condition. "Hey Yi, how do you feel? Are you injured?" "Hey, referee, he committed a foul by pushing. Why didn't you call it?" Kyrie protested towards the referee. However, the referee dismissed Kyrie's complaints, signaling for the game to continue. By this time, Yuchichin had calmed from his fury. Grasping Kyrie Irving's right hand, he rose to his feet. Yuchichin contracted his latissimus dorsi and moved his body. Aside from the persistent pain in his back, he experienced no other issues. The impact on his back was indeed significant, yet not overly concerning. Nevertheless, the pain was undeniably real. At this moment, Yuchichin lightly shook his head at Kyrie Irving and remarked, "It's nothing. Just a woman tickling me. I can hardly feel his strength." Yuchichin deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that Larry Johnson heard him clearly. Initially, Larry had intended to mock Yuchichin upon his rise, yet he was taken aback when Yuchichin preemptively ridiculed him instead, even going so far as to label him a woman. This provoked an immediate fury within Larry Johnson. He swiftly turned, glaring at Yuchichin, and retorted, "Who are you calling a woman? Who reacts the most violently? Isn't that obvious?" Yuchichin scoffed in response. Clearly, he possessed a modicum of skill in the art of trash talk. His words sent Larry Johnson's blood pressure soaring once more. Larry Johnson took 2 steps forward, standing directly in front of Yuchichin, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Damn it. Do you think I wouldn't dare to take action against you? Just wait. I will make you understand what regret truly means." After delivering his menacing words, Yuchichin shook his head in disappointment, saying, "You have truly let me down. Is this the extent of your trash talk? And you're calling yourself the strongest rookie of 91? You should go back to college and play with those kids. The NBA is not suited for you. You are utterly pathetic. You're even worse than the main players who have practiced for 2.5 years. Haraha." At that moment, Keith Owens could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. Yuchichin's words were indeed cutting. Keith noticed that Larry Johnson's face had turned crimson, a clear indication of his rising anger. "You damn it," Larry Johnson managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Just then, the referee finally arrived at the scene, evidently intent on preventing any further conflict between the two. The audience erupted in a loud cheer, their anticipation for the match heightened by the confrontation between Yuchichin and Larry Johnson, especially considering Yuchichin's remarkable performance in the first quarter, where he recorded an impressive 11 assists without scoring a single point, an extraordinary feat, particularly against the Hornets. Conversely, Larry Johnson also had a commendable performance, scoring 15 points in that same quarter. However, overall, it seemed that Larry Johnson was at a disadvantage when faced with Yuchichin. Their standoff was undeniably comedic. Yet from Larry Johnson's expression and demeanor, it appeared that Yuchichin held the upper hand. The referee's intervention forcefully put an end to their confrontation. But this conflict undoubtedly set the stage for an even more thrilling match ahead. It was evident that Larry Johnson was on the brink of an emotional explosion. It was truly remarkable to witness the Lakers leading the Hornets by 6 points in the first quarter. Moreover, the Lakers' number 28 player exhibited formidable strength. The Lakers indeed demonstrated keen insight in this draft. With only 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter and possession still with the Hornets, one could only wonder if they could narrow the gap in this offensive play. As the commentator continued, the Hornets initiated their play, with Larry Johnson receiving the ball. His gaze notably somber, as Yuchinchin appeared right before him. Moreover, after receiving the pass, Yuchinchin continued to hurl taunts at him. "My advice is to pass the ball to your teammates in the backcourt. That way, you can avoid the fate of being stripped of the ball once more. Go on, pass it. I won't mock a coward." Yuchinchin's words were imbued with a formidable intensity. Larry Johnson was on the verge of losing his composure and retaliating against Yuchinchin. Taking a deep breath, Larry began to dribble, preparing to cross half court. At this moment, there was no way he would pass to his teammates. He aimed to swiftly advance the ball past half court and then make a last-second shot in front of Yuchinchin. Larry Johnson dribbled with heightened caution this time. He raised his left elbow, positioning it in front of him, and quickly propelled the ball forward. However, when Larry's elbow made contact with Yuchinchin's chest, he realized that his thoughts had been overly simplistic. Chapter 48, 0 points and 12 assists in 1 quarter? Who was the strongest number 1 pick of the class of 91? In typical circumstances, during dribbling, the ball handler can make a reasonable protective gesture, as long as it does not constitute a blatant offensive foul. Referees generally refrain from calling an offensive foul on the ball carrier. However, in this instance, Larry Johnson appeared to exert a subtle force. Yet, the referees seemingly did not perceive this as an offensive foul, and the whistle remained silent, as Larry Johnson positioned his left elbow against Yuchinchin's chest. Attempting to push him aside while swiftly advancing past half-court, he realized he had underestimated Yuchinchin. Not only did Yuchinchin remain unyielded, but Larry also felt a counterforce emanating from Ye's chest. Consequently, Larry was unable to advance past half-court and even found himself retreating 2 steps. For a moment, Larry was taken aback, unsure of what had just transpired. He cast a bewildered glance at Yuchinchin, seeking confirmation that he had indeed been rebuffed by Ye's counterforce. The spectators were equally astonished by this spectacle. It appeared that Larry Johnson was not merely putting on an act. The commentator, too, expressed uncertainty. Larry not only failed to push Ye aside, but he was also rebuffed. Moreover, Larry's expression conveyed his astonishment, indicating that Ye's strength was indeed formidable. After a brief period of shock, Larry Johnson finally regained his composure. He could no longer afford to delay. Time was not on his side. With only 3 seconds remaining to cross half-court, he opted for a back-to-the-basket dribble, using his back to shield himself from Yuchinchin, even attempting to shoulder him aside. This time, Larry exerted nearly all his strength, refusing to believe that Ye could remain unfazed. However, the fierce Larry Johnson encountered an unexpected challenge. Despite his full exertion, Yuchinchin not only resisted but even caused Larry to step back. Larry was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that he could not overpower Yuchinchin. Just as he grappled with this incredulity, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Larry Johnson had committed an 8-second violation. The possession shifted to the Lakers. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Larry Johnson, unable to move Yuchinchin, was an astonishing realization, especially considering this occurred in the backcourt. Larry's repeated dribbles had failed to advance past half-court. Yuchinchin's defensive prowess was truly terrifying, leaving even Magic Johnson in a state of disbelief. Although he was aware of Yuchinchin's formidable defensive capabilities, he did not anticipate the sheer ferocity with which Yuchinchin defended against the frontline players. If this is all you can muster, then you shall surely face humiliation. At that moment, Yuchinchin shot a disdainful glance at Larry Johnson before stepping to the sideline to prepare for the inbound pass. There were merely 4 seconds remaining in the first quarter, and the Lakers held possession of the ball. Larry Johnson's expression was notably grim. He had finally begun to grasp the immense deterrent power of Yuchinchin's defense. Larry Johnson approached Yuchinchin directly, raising his hands high in an attempt to obstruct the upcoming pass. It is well known that executing an inbound pass from the sideline is a formidable challenge, particularly under the relentless pressure of an opposing defense. Successfully delivering the ball requires a degree of finesse. Larry Johnson leaped in front of Yuchinchin, arms raised, striving to obscure Yuchinchin's line of sight to his teammates and thereby conceal their movements. His defensive efforts were commendable under such circumstances, Accurately passing the ball to a teammate was no simple feat yet. Yi Qingchen managed to do so with aplomb. Prior to the inbound, Yi Qingchen exchanged a knowing glance with Keith Irwin. In an instant, Keith understood Yi Qingchen's intent, even surprising himself with the clarity of that understanding. Upon meeting Yi Qingchen's gaze, he instinctively felt compelled to sprint towards the paint. Thus, when the referee signaled for the inbound, Keith took off according to his own intuition. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchen, undeterred by Larry Johnson's interference, lofted the ball high towards the basket. The arc of Yi Qingchen's pass soared, leaving Larry Johnson unable to intercept it. However, from the angle of Yi Qingchen's throw, it appeared he had not pinpointed his teammate's exact position, an apparent consequence of Larry Johnson's defensive disruption. Just as Larry Johnson anticipated a misstep from Yi Qingchen, a wave of gasps rippled through the audience. A troubling thought crossed Larry's mind, prompting him to swiftly turn towards the hoop. To his astonishment, he saw Keith Irwin soaring through the air, securely catching the basketball before executing a resounding dunk. Even the other players from the Hornets were taken aback by Keith Irwin's aerial display. This spectacular alley-oop dunk transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Yi Qingchen's assist tally had now reached an impressive 12. With just 2 seconds remaining, the Hornets had one final opportunity to score, yet that meager span proved insufficient. As the ball was inbound from the baseline, they found themselves devoid of even a chance to shoot, the clock expiring before they could act. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers held a commanding lead over the Charlotte Hornets, outpacing them by a margin of 8 points, 40-32. Yi Qingchen delivered an astonishing performance with 12 assists, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals. Yet astonishingly, he failed to register a single point. This peculiar statistic left many in utter disbelief, for it is indeed an anomaly. The reason behind Yi Qingchen's scoreless record lies in the fact that he did not attempt a single shot, showcasing an apparent lack of offensive ambition throughout the match. In contrast, Larry Johnson shone brightly, amassing 15 points in the same quarter. If not for 2 costly turnovers in the final moments, his performance would have been nothing short of spectacular. However, when Yi Qingchen took on the task of directly guarding Larry Johnson, the disparity became glaringly evident. Johnson struggled to even advance the ball past half-court. This outcome left the audience in a state of sheer astonishment. How could one achieve 0 points alongside 12 assists and no turnovers? Who truly deserves the title of the #1 pick of the 1991 draft? The commentators were equally befuddled, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Chapter 49. With boundless stamina, Yi Qingchen completely drained Larry Johnson's energy. As the commentator expressed this sentiment, the audience began to engage in fervent discussions. The Lakers' number 28 player undoubtedly possesses exceptional passing abilities, yet have you noticed how seldom he initiates dribbling? Indeed, I have observed that his dribbling skills seem rather limited. Often, he receives the ball and immediately seeks to pass to a teammate. Thus, the Hornets can certainly employ a double-team strategy against him. Under such pressure, his vision for passing will undoubtedly be compromised. If he continues to refrain from dribbling, he is quite prone to making errors. Alternatively, the Hornets could compel him to dribble, potentially inducing turnovers. Although his passing is elusive and unpredictable, a targeted defensive approach should effectively contain him. The spectators in attendance are indeed quite knowledgeable. When faced with uncertainty, a double team can be employed. Even in this year's finals, the strategy employed by Pippen against Magic Johnson was similar. Initially, Pippen defended Magic Johnson in the backcourt, persistently disrupting his dribbling and exhausting his energy. Once he crossed half-court, the Bulls' double team would swiftly follow, forcing Magic to release the ball quickly. This hurried passing often leads to mistakes, simultaneously disrupting the Lakers' offensive rhythm. Hence, the double-team tactic proves to be an exceedingly effective defensive strategy at any time. Now, Yi Qingchen has displayed astonishing passing abilities in the first quarter. Therefore, if the Hornets wish to curtail Yi Qingchen's impact, they must implement a double team. Otherwise, they risk a significant setback. The considerations of the fans are surely mirrored by the Hornets coach. Thus, as the second quarter commenced, the Hornets initiated their double team against Yi Qingchen. Their approach was remarkably clever, executing the double team precisely as Yi Qingchen received the ball. Indeed, the Hornet strategy proved successful. When Yi Qingchen caught the pass, the double team arrived promptly. Although he was mentally prepared, this particular double team still unsettled him. Consequently, he hastily passed the ball, leading to his teammate being unprepared to receive it. The Lakers' offensive rhythm was thus disrupted, resulting in a missed shot. After the Hornets secured the rebound, they accelerated their counterattack. Larry Johnson's exceptional mobility enabled the Hornets' transition offense to unfold rapidly. The Lakers players could not retreat in time, culminating in an effortless score by Larry Johnson. The commentator expressed great admiration for the Hornets' defensive strategy, noting that their double-teaming tactics had forced Houston into a state of struggle, seemingly tilting the game in their favor. However, just as the commentator concluded this observation, he noticed that the Lakers had altered their offensive approach. Surprisingly, Yi Ching-chin refrained from demanding the ball, instead opting to set off-ball screens for Keith Owens. This left the Hornets players in a quandary. Without actively seeking the ball, Yi Ching-chin posed little threat, especially since he had not initiated any offensive plays in the first quarter. They underestimated his scoring ability, leading to a more relaxed defensive posture against him. Yet, to their astonishment, after setting the screen for Keith Owens, Yi Ching-chin swiftly cut towards the basket. The basketball reached Keith Owens' hands, barely pausing, before being rapidly transferred to Yi Ching-chin. Upon receiving the ball under the basket, Yi Ching-chin immediately drew the attention of the entire Hornets defense, as they anticipated his drive to the rim. To their shock, Yi Ching-chin once again passed the ball to Keith Owens on the perimeter, who found himself in a completely open position. With a smooth motion, he launched a three-pointer and scored. Yi Ching-chin achieved yet another assist. The Hornets defenders were nearing the brink of collapse, realizing that Yi Ching-chin seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of stamina as he relentlessly darted around the court, leaving them unable to keep pace. This relentless movement was one of the reasons why he could still deliver assists despite the change in his playing style. After assisting Keith Owens in scoring, Yi Ching-chin appeared before Larry Johnson, appearing neither flushed nor breathless. Upon seeing Yi Ching-chin approach, Larry Johnson's expression darkened considerably. This time, he had learned his lesson and returned to the small forward position, wary of dribbling the ball past half-court, as Yi Ching-chin drove him to the brink of frustration. Nevertheless, despite Larry Johnson's efforts to minimize his dribbling, he remained the focal point of the Hornets' offense. Consequently, the ball was always destined for his hands, with his teammates actively setting off-ball screens to help him evade Yi Ching-chin and receive the ball. However, as Larry Johnson finally broke free from Yi Ching-chin to prepare for his offensive move, he found Yi Ching-chin once again standing before him, as if he were a shadow, persistently glued to Larry Johnson's side. Even when the Hornets' off-ball screens momentarily hindered Yi Ching-chin's movement, he would quickly re-emerge in front of Larry Johnson, displaying no signs of fatigue. This unwavering tenacity was precisely what drove the Hornets players to the edge of exasperation. After receiving the pass, Larry Johnson found himself confronted by the formidable defense of Yi Ching-chin as he attempted to make his move. Initially, seeking to evade Yi Ching-chin, Larry was unable to score in his presence. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ching-chin skillfully grabbed the rebound and launched a powerful long pass to the front court. Unbeknownst to everyone, Keith Owens had already slipped ahead, ready to receive the ball. After catching it, he effortlessly executed a layup to score. Once again, Yi Ching-chin delivered a seamless assist to his teammate. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly throughout the ensuing match. Regardless of the tactics Larry Johnson employed to shake off Yi Ching-chin, he ultimately found Yi Ching-chin calmly positioned before him. Meanwhile, Larry Johnson often appeared breathless after receiving the ball. It is worth noting that during his college days, Larry was renowned for his exceptional stamina, often finishing entire games with enough energy left to engage in post-game workouts. Yet now, entangled by Yi Ching-chin's relentless defense, he was gasping for air before halftime had even concluded. This vividly illustrates the immense pressure Yi Ching-chin's defense exerted on Larry. With a mocking expression, Yi Ching-chin looked at the panting Larry Johnson and remarked, "You simply cannot keep up." Larry was rendered so fatigued that he lacked the strength to exchange banter with Yi Ching-chin. His sole thought at that moment was that Yi Ching-chin was, indeed, the true embodiment of endurance. Chapter 50. Yi Ching-chin scores 0 in the first half, secures only 19 assists. After being mocked by Yi Ching-chin for his ineptitude, Larry Johnson found himself at a loss for words. With merely 30 seconds remaining before the conclusion of the first half, the score stood at 60-50. Leaving the Hornets trailing by a significant margin of 10 points. The shooting percentages for both teams had declined in the second quarter, primarily due to the intensified defensive efforts. Consequently, Yi Ching-chin managed to achieve only 6 assists in this quarter, bringing his total for the half to an impressive 18. However, it is worth noting that his scoring remained non-existent. On the other hand, the Hornets found their offensive endeavors increasingly arduous. Yi Ching-chin's relentless defense made it exceedingly difficult for Larry Johnson to receive the ball. To add to Johnson's frustration, it appeared as though Yi possessed an inexhaustible energy source, seemingly tireless in his pursuit. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, Yi Ching-chin shadowed Larry Johnson closely. despite Johnson employing every conceivable tactic to elude him. He could not break free from Ye's relentless grasp. As a result, Johnson's scoring in the second quarter was nearly non-existent. Had it not been for 3 fouls called by the referee against Yuchinchin, which allowed Johnson to score 6 points from free throws, he would have undoubtedly finished the quarter without a single point. Under Ye's defensive pressure, Johnson went 6 attempts without success, failing to score from the field during this quarter. Such a terrifying level of defensive efficiency left the audience breathless, leading them to reassess their perception of Yuchinchin. The player adorned in the number 28 jersey, with his golden skin, showcased not only an uncanny ability to pass, but also unparalleled defensive prowess. Although his scoring abilities could be deemed negligible, the sheer threat he posed on the basketball court was enough to cause considerable headaches for many teams. As the final 30 seconds of the second quarter ticked away, Yuchinchin had just deflected the basketball out of bounds, meaning the Hornets retained possession. At that moment, Larry Johnson was bent over, hands resting on his legs, gasping for breath. He had just expended tremendous effort in a frantic attempt to shake off Yi, only to find that as he prepared to receive the ball, Yi appeared behind him like a phantom, swatting the ball out of bounds. In that moment, Johnson felt on the verge of tears, utterly exhausted. At this juncture, Yuchinchin continued to taunt him, leaving Johnson feeling utterly frustrated and powerless. He had lost the desire to exchange verbal jabs with Yi. As the referee's whistle signaled that his teammates were about to inbound the ball, Yi maintained his calm demeanor, reappearing behind Johnson, clearly unwilling to grant him an easy opportunity to receive the ball. This time, the player initiating the inbound pass for the Hornets did not send the ball to Johnson, but instead directed it to the center, Lechner, utilizing his height advantage. He effortlessly scored. With just 20 seconds remaining in the offensive play, the Lakers held possession. The score stood at 60-52. Sparrow, the Lakers guard, leisurely dribbled past half-court, exhibiting no urgency in their offense, clearly intent on consuming the remaining time. As the clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Sparrow sprang into action, aided by Yuchinchin, who had positioned himself at the arc to set a screen. Yuchinchin's pick was executed with remarkable precision, as his robust physique effectively shielded the defender. Meanwhile, Keys Owens stealthily maneuvered to the left corner. Following the screen, Yuchinchin swiftly pivoted, creating a significant gap. Sparrow promptly delivered the ball into Yuchinchin's hands. Upon receiving the pass deep within the paint, Yuchinchin was immediately confronted by a double team from the Hornets players, although he had yet to score. Allowing him to receive the ball in such a critical position was simply unacceptable. Little did they know, Yuchinchin was precisely seeking this attention. His gaze was fixed on the basket, yet with a sudden flick of his wrist, he executed a no-look pass to the left corner. "Nice!" exclaimed Magic Johnson from the stands, unable to contain his excitement. The ball found its way into Keys Owens' hands, who was now in an unassailable position. After a quick adjustment, he released the shot, and the ball gracefully swished through the net. Time expired. A buzzer beater. Yuchinchin achieved his 19th assist. The score was now 63-52. And the first half concluded with the Lakers leading the Hornets by 11 points. The crowd erupted in resounding cheers, all directed towards Yuchinchin. His pass was nothing short of spectacular, a visual delight. Larry Johnson was left in awe. Despite scoring 21 points himself in the half, he had been effectively neutralized by Yuchinchin in the second quarter. Otherwise, the Hornets would not have found themselves trailing by such a margin. Moreover, Keys Owens had tallied over 23 points, surpassing Larry Johnson by 2, with an impressive shooting percentage of 60. Keys Owens' scoring efficiency far exceeded that of Larry Johnson. After sinking the buzzer-beater three-pointer, Keys Owens, brimming with excitement, sprinted towards Yuchinchin for a celebratory chest bump. Initially hesitant, Yuchinchin ultimately relented, accommodating Keys Owens' fervent enthusiasm. However, Keys Owens soon regretted this decision. The moment their chests collided mid-air, he felt as though his ribcage had been struck by a hammer. At that moment, Kevin Owens' initial reaction was one of disbelief. Goodness, is this fellow's chest made of steel? How can it be so unyielding? After their collision, Owens fell to the ground and staggered backward a few steps. It was only then that he apprehensively touched his own chest, sensing a slight discomfort in his ribs. From that moment onward, he resolved resolutely never to celebrate in such a manner with Yuchinchin again. The risk was simply too great. Yuchinchin cast a calm glance at Owens, and from his expression, it was evident that he would certainly refrain from such celebratory antics in the future. During the halftime intermission, the audience engaged in fervent discussions regarding the performances of Yuchinchin and Larry Johnson. Soon enough, they reached a consensus. Based on the first half of the match, Yi Qingchen had thoroughly outperformed Larry Johnson. As for whether Johnson could redeem himself in the second half, that remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Jerry West wore a troubled expression, expressing his concerns. "It seems I must approach owner Bus once more. How on earth did this guy manage to rack up 19 assists in just one half? It appears he expended hardly any effort at all." West's remarks resonated deeply with Magic Johnson, who wholeheartedly agreed. Being a prominent guard himself, he understood that achieving 19 assists in a single half was an exceedingly daunting task, even if it was merely a summer league game. With this thought, Magic Johnson could not help but begin to envision the upcoming season. Chapter 51. Larry Johnson charged headlong at Yi Qingchen, only to have Yi Qingchen firmly pin his head down with a single hand. "Hey, Larry, you need to be more assertive in the second half. That guy is entangling you. You could definitely show him a thing or two." The coach of the Hornets said this to Larry Johnson in the locker room. In truth, witnessing Larry Johnson being so effectively defended by Yi Qingchen that he could not make a move left the Hornets coach feeling rather frustrated. He had anticipated that with the first overall pick in this year's draft on the team, the Summer League would be a straightforward endeavor against the other teams. However, to his dismay, they encountered a formidable opponent in the second match. Though Larry Johnson's scoring was not entirely dismal, anyone who watched the second quarter could see that he was completely locked down by Yi Qingchen. In fact, Larry Johnson's stamina was significantly affected. This outcome was difficult for the Hornets coach to accept. They had come prepared to dominate, but instead found themselves on the receiving end of the defeat. Consequently, he directly demanded that Larry Johnson adopt a more aggressive approach in the upcoming half. Larry Johnson was also feeling quite dejected and constrained. The coach's words suddenly sparked a realization within him. Indeed, he could play with greater tenacity. With Yi Qingchen defending him in such a manner, he could retaliate with fierce actions. With this thought, Larry Johnson's gaze regained its determination. "Rest assured, coach, in the second half, I will make him feel the impact of my iron elbows." Seeing Larry Johnson's renewed confidence, the Hornets coach finally nodded in satisfaction. Although they were trailing by 11 points at halftime, it was not an insurmountable deficit. If they played well in the second half, a comeback was entirely possible. After a brief intermission, the second half of the game resumed. Yi Qingchen's brilliant performance in the first half had heightened the audience's anticipation for what was to come. Often, the second half proves to be the most thrilling part of the game. At this moment, Larry Johnson fixed a fierce glare upon Yi Qingchen, as if he intended to consume him whole. Upon noticing this fierce expression, Yi Qingchen merely shook his head in disdain. His nonchalant action only fueled Larry Johnson's anger further. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers initiated the attack. Yi Qingchen continued to set screens for his teammate, Sparrow. The Hornets had devised a strategy in response to Yi Qingchen's screens. They would not switch defenses. However, the quality of Yi Qingchen's screens was exceptional, and even without switching, their defense would still be compromised. Seizing the moment of this disruption, Sparrow swiftly passed the ball to Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen, without hesitation, returned the ball to Sparrow, who was charging towards the basket. This wall pass, often seen on the soccer field, was now being employed by Yi Qingchen on the basketball court. Sparrow effortlessly scored with a layup. Yi Qingchen has achieved his 20th assist. Within less than a minute of the third quarter's commencement, he accomplished this remarkable feat. As the game resumed, Larry Johnson positioned himself in the low post on the left side, demanding the ball with tenacity. His teammates delivered the ball into his hands. However, as Larry Johnson received the pass and pivoted, he unexpectedly elbowed Yi Qingchen in the chest. Caught off guard, Yi Qingchen took the brunt of the blow. It was an unmistakable foul, prompting the referee to sound the whistle immediately. Though Yi Qingchen let out a soft grunt, he was not significantly harmed. He gently massaged his pectorals and, with an unruffled demeanor, looked at Larry Johnson and remarked, "Do you wish to engage me physically? I fear you may not handle it well." Larry Johnson, with an audacious expression, taunted, "Then I shall see what you are truly capable of." With that, he tossed the ball to the baseline and turned to resume defense. The spectators, witnessing this exchange, erupted with excitement. Clearly, the tension between Larry Johnson and Yi Qingchen was palpable. Larry's elbow had firmly struck Yi's chest, indicating that Yi was far from pleased. Was Larry issuing a challenge? His demeanor in the second half seemed to have shifted to a more aggressive tone. Was this a declaration of his intent? This match was becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Yi Qingchen, maintaining a serene expression, passed the ball to Sparrow and slowly made his way to the front court. From Yi's face, one could discern no trace of anger. It seemed that the recent elbow strike had left no significant impression on him. This composure even caused Magic Johnson to fidget in his seat. How could he remain so unfazed? Jerry West remained silent, knowing Yi Qingchen well enough to anticipate that he would not let this incident slide. Perhaps patience was in order. The Lakers' offense continued to flow smoothly. Yi Qingchen appeared to disregard Larry Johnson's provocation entirely, diligently performing his role by setting screens and assisting his teammates in scoring. He had yet to take a single shot himself. On the defensive end, Yi Qingchen clung to Larry Johnson like a piece of gum, proving to be a persistent nuisance. Frustrated, Larry's offensive maneuvers grew increasingly aggressive. Yet, no matter how forceful his attempts, they failed to disrupt Yi Qingchen's defensive prowess, which only intensified. Larry Johnson found it increasingly challenging to receive the ball, as Yi Qingchen ceaselessly circled around, denying him any opportunity to catch it easily. When a Hornets player attempted to lob the ball back to Larry Johnson, Yi Qingchen utilized his height advantage to either intercept or disrupt the pass. In summary, Larry Johnson remained scoreless throughout the entirety of the third quarter, failing even to attempt a shot. Meanwhile, Yi Qingchen's assists continued to rise incessantly. Once Larry Johnson was effectively contained by Yi Qingchen, the Hornets' offense became exceedingly passive, allowing the Lakers to steadily widen the gap. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score had escalated to 90-72, with the Hornets trailing by a staggering 18 points. Apart from panting heavily, Larry Johnson contributed nothing to the game. The audience was acutely aware that Yi Qingchen had completely neutralized Larry Johnson's influence. Reviewing Yi Qingchen's personal statistics at the end of the third quarter, he had amassed an impressive 32 assists, alongside 12 rebounds, 8 steals, and 5 blocks, all while maintaining a flawless record of 0 turnovers and 0 points. What extraordinary statistics! How could he possibly achieve such a feat? Was he truly disinterested in scoring, or was he simply incapable of it? The announcer, equally astonished, exclaimed in disbelief. As the fourth quarter commenced, Larry Johnson still exhibited no signs of improvement. His emotions were pushed to the brink by Yi Qingchen's relentless defense. Finally, with 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Larry Johnson's forced shot was once again thwarted by Yi Qingchen's block. In that moment, Larry Johnson's pinned-up frustration erupted. After being blocked, he charged violently into Yi Qingchen's chest, believing he could launch a successful surprise attack, only to find a powerful hand firmly gripping his head. Chapter 52. On this day, Yi Qingchen firmly pressed down on Larry Johnson's head with one hand, oblivious to the concept of an opponent. Yi Qingchen had been meticulously observing Larry Johnson's emotional state. He possessed a profound understanding of Johnson, who, upon entering the league, earned the moniker Grandma. He was undoubtedly one of the notorious bullies of the NBA during the 1990s. Capitalizing on his boxing background, he often found himself in conflicts with adversaries, where his boxing skills afforded him an unfair advantage. Consequently, in many confrontations, Larry Johnson frequently emerged victorious. Of course, the present Larry Johnson was still the youthful version of Grandma, but in moments of rage, it was entirely natural for him to seek an outlet for his frustrations. In truth, the reason Yi Qingchen had been enduring Johnson's provocations and petty antics was primarily to establish a winning edge first. Only then would he address this incessantly challenging individual. With merely 6 minutes remaining in the game, and the score standing at 110-90, the Lakers held a commanding 20-point lead. In such circumstances, victory was all but assured for the Lakers. Thus, Yi Qingchen deemed it an opportune moment to teach this troublesome Larry Johnson a lesson. Ironically, Johnson had just initiated an attack against him. Therefore, he would not be remiss in retaliating with ruthless efficiency. Yi Qingchen's fist had long been yearning for action. As Johnson attempted to headbutt him, Yi Qingchen swiftly restrained him with a single hand. At that moment, terror enveloped Johnson's face. He had not anticipated that Yi Qingchen would so effortlessly counter his assault. What further instilled fear in him was the realization that, despite his instinct to retreat, he found himself utterly unable to escape. Yi Qingchen's hand was simply too large, completely enveloping Johnson's head. When compared to a basketball, Johnson's head was markedly smaller. Given that Yi Qingchen could easily grasp a basketball with one hand, it was evident that Johnson's head was equally helpless in his grasp. Johnson felt the pressure exerting from Yi Qingchen's firm hold, a sensation that began to overwhelm him. This mounting pressure led him to believe that if Yi Qingchen continued to apply force, his head might well be crushed, akin to the bursting of a watermelon. Images of a watermelon being squashed filled Johnson's mind. He contemplated struggling, attempting to push Yi Qingchen away with his arms, but to his astonishment, he soon realized that he could not reach Yi Qingchen's body at all. The latter's wingspan was simply too extensive. Furthermore, one should not even entertain the notion of using one's own feet to assault Yi Qingchen's body. Moreover, after Larry Johnson struggled The force exerted by Yi Qingqian's palm continued to intensify. Larry Johnson felt as if his head was on the verge of being crushed. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out in agony. "Ah, it hurts. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, let me go?" Unbeknownst to him, amidst his cries, Yi Qingqian's grip only tightened further. He distinctly heard Yi Qingqian's cold voice uttering, "I shall grant you another opportunity to reorganize your words." This chilling tone sent shivers down Larry Johnson's spine. He was genuinely terrified, for the pressure from Yi Qingqian's palm had never ceased. It had been steadily increasing. The interval between Larry Johnson's headbutt attempt and being subdued by Yi Qingqian was remarkably brief. Thus, as other players witnessed this scene, they were already hearing Larry Johnson's anguished screams. The Hornets players were left in a state of bewilderment. They were utterly perplexed about what had transpired. How could it be that Yi Qingqian had just blocked Larry Johnson's shot, yet in the next moment, he had his head pinned down? Was it possible that after blocking the shot, Yi Qingqian had seamlessly transitioned to restraining his head? That didn't seem quite right either. Not only were the Hornets players baffled, but even the other Lakers players wore expressions of confusion. Apart from Keith Owens, only the referee stationed under the basket had a clear view of the entire incident. Consequently, the referee promptly blew his whistle urgently and rushed toward Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson, intending to separate them. As an NBA referee, they are tasked not only with officiating the game impartially, but also with being prepared to intervene in potential altercations. Particularly in the contemporary NBA, fights and brawls are commonplace. Thus, refereeing carries a certain degree of risk. After all, every NBA player stands tall and robust before the referees. Conflicts among such physically formidable athletes can lead to unintended injuries in the blink of an eye. Incidents of referees being accidentally harmed are not uncommon. Fortunately, the confrontation between Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson was not excessively intense. With just one hand, Yi Qingqian had rendered Larry Johnson powerless. However, when the referee attempted to pry Yi Qingqian's arm away, he found it utterly impossible. With a serious expression, the referee addressed Yi Qingqian, saying, "Hey, release your grip at once. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to eject you from the game." In response, Yi Qingqian calmly replied, "Hey, referee. Understand this. He initiated the attack against me first. I am merely defending my own safety." In the midst of their conversation, Yi Qingqian's grip intensified, eliciting another anguished cry from Larry Johnson. He felt as though his head was on the verge of bursting like a ripe watermelon. At that moment, he was utterly consumed by fear of Yi Qingqian. "I was wrong. I should not have attacked you first. I should not have behaved that way towards you. Please, let me go. My head is about to explode." Players from both the Hornets and the Lakers had gathered around them. Coincidentally, Larry Johnson's admission of guilt was heard loud and clear by everyone present. Yi Qingqian, pleased with this outcome, instantly released his grip. He then turned to the referee with an innocent expression, saying, "Referee, you saw it. I merely restrained him. I did not inflict any harm. You also heard him admit his mistake. I am merely teaching him a lesson with virtue." This statement left the referee speechless. If one were to evaluate Yi Qingqian's actions, the referee might have remarked, "Impressive." Meanwhile, the players from both sides had congregated, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The spectators, eager for drama, began to cheer loudly. Magic Johnson and Jerry West stood nervously from their seats, as it was quite difficult for them to discern the physical altercation from their vantage point. Moreover, the large screen would not replay the unfolding conflict, leaving the possibility of a high-definition video leak after the game uncertain. In summary, during this clash, Yi Qingqian emerged victorious over Larry Johnson. That day, Yi Qingqian effortlessly subdued his opponent, leaving him bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 53. Keith Owens. "You possess remarkable martial arts skills, don't you?" Yi Qingqian replied, "In the Dragon Kingdom, everyone is a Bruce Lee." The referee found himself in a rather perplexing situation. Although he had heard Larry Johnson voluntarily apologize to Yi Qingqian, the reality was that those words were uttered under duress, as his head lay firmly within Yi Qingqian's grasp. Under such coercion, one cannot regard those words as genuine. Thus, the referee's immediate course of action was to clear away all the players surrounding them. The first to vacate the court and return to the bench was Larry Johnson, who was still suffering from a throbbing headache. Yi Qingqian's grip had been exceedingly powerful, instilling genuine fear within him. He was apprehensive that Yi Qingqian might strike again. Consequently, as the referee began to disperse the players, he hastily made his way back to the bench. With the referee managing to separate the conflicting players, the audience finally discerned the expressions of both Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson. The commentator's anxiety was palpable. "Damn, I can't quite grasp what exactly transpired." The only thing evident was Larry's expression of profound agony, as he even clutched his head, while Yi appeared remarkably composed, engaging in light-hearted banter with his teammates. Meanwhile, the three referees huddled together, seemingly deliberating on how to adjudicate this altercation. The commentators' sentiments echoed those of the spectators. Even Magic Johnson and Jerry West wore expressions of curiosity. However, upon observing Yi Qingqian's calm demeanor and jovial exchanges, they finally felt at ease. At the very least, Yi Qingqian did not seem to have sustained any harm during the conflict, while Larry Johnson appeared more like a victim. That was sufficient. Regardless, victory in this match was undoubtedly destined for the Lakers. Yi Qingqian had fulfilled his promise, thoroughly dominating Larry Johnson, even managing to completely neutralize him in the second half. Such defensive prowess was nothing short of terrifying. Now, the only dilemma Jerry West faced concerned team owner Jerry Buss. Since Yi Qingqian had honored his commitment by overpowering Larry Johnson, the Lakers would need to present a more sincere offer for negotiations. More precisely, they would be negotiating with Yi Qingqian's agent, Harvey. At this juncture, the initiative no longer lay with the Lakers but resided firmly with Yi Qingqian. His personal statistics were nothing short of explosive: 36 assists, 15 rebounds, 8 steals, 6 blocks, 0 turnovers, and 0 points. These statistics were nearly flawless, barring the final figure. In truth, Jerry West found himself utterly perplexed as to why Yi Qingqian had not made a single offensive attempt. Based on his understanding of Yi Qingqian, while his scoring ability was not exceptionally outstanding, he certainly possessed a modicum of offensive skill. After all, his wingspan speaks for itself. He could even dunk by standing on tiptoes. Throughout the match, Yi Qingqian was presented with numerous scoring opportunities. Yet, he selflessly relinquished these chances to his opponents. This act of altruism by Yi Qingqian ultimately facilitated the success of Keith Irwin, who had soared to an impressive tally of 35 points. All thanks to Yi Qingqian's generous assists. It could be said that Keith Irwin was almost overwhelmed by the abundance of opportunities provided by Yi Qingqian. This 35-point achievement marked a personal best for him, leaving him in a state of disbelief that he could amass such a score. Equally astonishing to Keith Irwin was Yi Qingqian's formidable presence on the court. Although Yi Qingqian had only taken a single shot throughout the game, his mere presence was enough to completely suppress Larry Johnson. This was the aspect that left Keith Irwin utterly astounded. With just one hand, Yi Qingqian had effectively subdued Larry Johnson, rendering him incapable of retaliation. This experience profoundly reshaped Keith Irwin's understanding of confrontations on the basketball court. It is well known that brawls can frequently erupt in the NBA, typically following a predictable pattern. The parties involved often begin by embracing each other, followed by a barrage of verbal exchanges. If the verbal sparring tilts in favor of one side, they inevitably progress to grappling, often tumbling to the ground and continuing their entanglement. Such conflicts usually lack entertainment value, resulting in little more than a few slaps or elbows, and in more severe cases, a flurry of punches, ultimately devolving into a full-blown melee. In contrast, Yi Qingqian's approach was refreshingly unique and left a lasting impression. He not only countered Larry Johnson's initial attack with remarkable swiftness, but did so with a single, decisive move that left Larry Johnson powerless to resist. Keith Irwin's gaze toward Yi Qingqian shifted dramatically. He recalled a legend that claimed every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom possesses martial prowess. Bruce Lee is a prime example of this notion. Consequently, Keith Irwin regarded Yi Qingqian with immense admiration, exclaiming, "Hey, Yi, you really know martial arts, don't you?" His words were not particularly quiet, and the other Lakers players seated nearby overheard him. Yi Qingqian was taken aback by the question, never expecting such an inquiry from Keith Irwin. However, upon reflection, he recognized that there was some truth to it. After all, his singular shot had indeed exuded a hint of mastery. Under the attentive gaze of Keith Irwin and the other Lakers players, Yi Qingqian solemnly responded to the inquiry, "Indeed. You are aware, and that suffices. Our nation boasts an average of Bruce Lee per capita. However, regarding my martial arts abilities, it is prudent that you refrain from divulging such information lightly, for reasons you surely comprehend." Upon hearing Yi Qingqian's own admission of his martial prowess, the expressions of Kyrie Irving and the other Lakers players transformed into sheer astonishment and exhilaration. "Indeed. It is no wonder that you were able to subdue Larry with a single hand. What an astonishing revelation." Such immense shock prompted Kyrie Irving to exclaim the quintessential American catchphrase. At that moment, the three referees had concluded their deliberations. They rendered a final decision concerning the altercation between Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson. As the referee gestured towards Yuchichin, the audience erupted into an overwhelming gasp. What precisely transpired? How could the referee impose such a grave penalty upon Yi? The commentators were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even Magic Johnson and Jerry West found this ruling quite perplexing. Chapter 54. Before the expulsion, Yuchichin's performance was extraordinary. The referee's gestures were unmistakably clear. The Los Angeles Lakers number 28 player was promptly ejected from the game. After this decisive signal, the referee turned his attention to the Charlotte Hornets, where their number 2 player also faced immediate expulsion. Both Yuchichin and Larry Johnson were dismissed from the court. The audience erupted in astonished shouts, questioning the unfolding events. What had transpired? It appeared that Larry had headbutted the Lakers number 28 player, only to be intercepted by the referee. I observed the Lakers number 28 player holding Larry's head with one hand. At this moment, the spectators were engaged in fervent discussions about the confrontation. Their views were fragmented. Few could discern the entire sequence of events clearly. Even the commentators exclaimed in disbelief, suggesting that the conflict was indeed serious enough to warrant expulsion. To fully comprehend the incident, it seemed I would have to seek clarification post-game. The commentators' remarks elicited a chorus of boos from the audience, who evidently deemed him inadequate, as he too lacked a comprehensive understanding of the altercation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuchichin and Larry Johnson exited the court, heading back to the locker room. Despite their shared fate of expulsion, their expressions were starkly contrasting. Larry's countenance was dark and brooding, while Yuchichin maintained a subtle smile. Seemingly unperturbed by the ruling, perhaps even slightly pleased, this only deepened the curiosity of the audience and reporters alike. After exchanging glances, Larry Johnson and Jerry West rose from their seats, departing the stands to return to the locker room, intent on uncovering the truth behind the incident with Yuchichin. With the expulsion of both players, the match lost its intrigue, especially as only 6 minutes remained, with the Lakers leading by a substantial 18 points, rendering the outcome all but certain. Thus, the only lingering mystery was the nature of the conflict between Yuchichin and Larry Johnson. Who had the upper hand? This was the question that captivated the spectators. Moreover, the audience had formed a strong impression of Yuchichin. Following this game, the Lakers' number 28 player was destined for rising notoriety. As the final whistle blew, the score read 120-100. The Lakers triumphed over the Hornets by a commanding 20-point margin, securing their second consecutive victory in the Summer League. As the competition drew to a close, a multitude of journalists flocked towards the Los Angeles Lakers locker room. Even before the game concluded, Magic Johnson and Jerry West had already made their way to the sanctuary of the locker room. Upon their entrance, they discovered Yuchichin leisurely organizing his jersey. Surprisingly, Yuchichin appeared unfazed by the arrival of Magic Johnson and the others. Instead, he playfully remarked to Jerry West, "Hey, Jerry, I suppose I truly outplayed Larry. Didn't I? You might want to have a serious discussion with my agent, Harvey, regarding the terms of my contract." Yuchichin's words left Jerry West somewhat disheartened. He refrained from directly addressing Yuchichin's comment and instead fixed his gaze on him, inquiring, "I'm curious to know, during your altercation with Larry, who was truly in the ascendancy?" Following Jerry West's question, Magic Johnson too looked on with keen interest, eager to ascertain whether Yuchichin had indeed held the upper hand. Yuchichin chuckled at Jerry West's inquiry, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender before shrugging and responding. "The very fact that you pose such a question indicates your profound mistrust in me. Let me clarify, my true forte lies not in playing basketball, but in engaging in brawls." This proclamation rendered both Magic Johnson and Jerry West speechless, their expressions suggesting they deemed Yuchichin to be posturing, and rather forcefully at that. However, noticing no visible signs of injury on him, they chose not to expose his apparent bravado. Magic Johnson, with a tone of earnestness, advised, "Hey, such occurrences will undoubtedly transpire again in the future. A measure of restraint on the basketball court is beneficial, yet excessive reticence should be avoided. At times, one must adopt a more assertive stance. Fear not, for if you do, you may find yourself losing for a lifetime." Jerry West nodded in agreement, both perceiving that Yuchichin had likely suffered a setback, yet he was feigning nonchalance. Their perceptions were influenced by their preconceived notions of individuals of Asian descent, which often rested on stereotypes of timidity and apprehensiveness. Yuchichin, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He had merely spoken the blunt truth, yet they seemed unwilling to concede even a modicum of belief. With a resigned shake of his head, he ultimately conceded, "Ah, yes, you are both correct. Next time, I shall adopt a more assertive approach. Yi Qingqian's response brought considerable satisfaction to Magic Johnson and Jerry West. Little did they know, in the years that followed, they would come to deeply regret their earlier sentiments towards him. After imparting their wisdom, both Magic Johnson and Jerry West departed the locker room, their feelings regarding Yi Qingqian's performance transcending mere satisfaction. It could even be described as a tremendous surprise. The only aspect that left them perplexed was why Yi Qingqian had no inclination towards scoring. When they inquired about this matter, Yi Qingqian's response only deepened their confusion. For he remarked, assists are far more valuable. Meanwhile, sports journalists had already gathered at the entrance of the Los Angeles Lakers locker room. Upon seeing Yi Qingqian emerge, they immediately posed a question. Hey, Yi, who emerged victorious in the altercation with Larry? To this inquiry, Yi Qingqian replied with an enigmatic expression. You might want to ask him if his head still aches. That will reveal the answer. The outcome of the match between the Hornets and the Lakers caught many by surprise. Moreover, following this game, a rookie player from the Lakers entered the public spotlight. The sports newspapers characterized Yi Qingqian with the following assessment: exceptional defensive capability, outstanding assist proficiency, scoring ability nearly at a deficit. He can serve as the engine of the team's offense while also acting as a formidable bastion of defense. Chapter 55. Jerry West addressed Jerry Buss, proclaiming, "The plan has changed. We must increase the budget." This statement bewildered many fans, as they had seldom encountered a player whose scoring ability was deemed negative while simultaneously excelling in assists and defense. Typically, a player with exceptional assist capabilities would draw double teams, thus creating opportunities for teammates. The ability to attract such defensive attention fundamentally hinges on one's offensive threat. Yet, the assessment of Yi Qingqian suggests a scoring capacity that is less than zero. A player with a negative scoring ability yet remarkable assist skills is unparalleled in the annals of NBA history. Even Magic Johnson, the current star of the Lakers, despite not being a prolific scorer, displayed considerable prowess in attacking the rim. Coupled with his height of 6 feet and 9 inches, he could overpower opponents in the same position. Consequently, Magic Johnson's average points per game remained respectable. However, in a recent match against the Hornets, Yi Qingqian astonishingly scored not a single point while amassing a significant number of assists. This anomaly indicates that Yi Qingqian is indeed a most peculiar player. Moreover, reports from this game suggested that Yi Qingqian effectively neutralized Larry Johnson, humiliating him throughout the contest. This revelation piqued the curiosity of fans, for Larry Johnson was the first overall pick and a formidable presence among his contemporaries. In a previous encounter against the Nets, he had physically dominated the second overall pick, Kenny Anderson. How could such a dominant rookie be overwhelmed by a late first-round selection? This notion seemed utterly absurd. Additionally, the reports claimed that during the confrontation between Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson, Yi Qingqian maintained an absolute advantage, leading to both players being ejected from the game. This news shattered the preconceived notions of fans. Larry Johnson, unable to best Yi Qingqian on the court, also fell short in a physical altercation. Who exactly is Yi Qingqian, exhibiting such remarkable valor? As a result, Yi Qingqian garnered significant attention from fans and media alike, leading to the swift sellout of tickets for the Lakers' upcoming game against the Nets. Such curiosity about Yi Qingqian's purported extraordinary abilities was palpable. In the arena, the Nets players were engaged in practice while Kenny Anderson learned of the Hornets' defeat to the Lakers. He was more shocked than anyone, having faced Larry Johnson directly and understanding just how formidable he could be, especially when Larry Johnson was fully unleashed. There was no one in the Nets capable of containing him. To hear that such a fierce first overall pick had been dismantled by an unknown player and thoroughly schooled was beyond comprehension. Kenny Anderson was incredulous. However, upon learning that their next opponent would be the Lakers, he was instantly filled with excitement. Excellent. Larry has fallen to the Lakers. If I can lead my team to victory against them, wouldn't that prove I am superior to Larry? His determination surged as he thought, this time, I shall show this so-called dark horse rookie what I am capable of. At that moment, Kenny was brimming with enthusiasm. In his eyes, among all the rookies of '91, only Larry Johnson had caught his attention. Now, the emergence of a player who could dominate Larry Johnson certainly raised his skepticism. Observing Kenny's elation, his fellow Nets teammates exchanged sympathetic glances for the Lakers. Oh, this Lakers player is in for a tough time. Let us hope he doesn't disappoint our Kenny. Yes, if he proves to be weak, it would merely indicate that the media's glorification was unfounded. Unbeknownst to Kenny, a day later, he would face an unforeseen calamity. While fans and media discussed Yi Qingqian's name, he was engaged in a conversation with his agent regarding contract matters. Hey, Harvey, you are well aware of my capabilities. Moreover, if you can secure a lucrative contract for me, you stand to gain significantly as well. So, when you negotiate my contract, I expect you to be steadfast in your position. Do you understand? Harvey's expression was equally charged with excitement. He had watched the entire Summer League game between the Lakers and the Hornets, and Yi Qingqian's performance had utterly surpassed his expectations. Thus, when Yi Qingqian approached him, indicating that this game would serve as the foundation for negotiations with the Lakers, Harvey grasped his intent. I have noted all your conditions. I believe if Jerry is not a fool, he will certainly strive to meet our demands. Your performance was astonishing. How did you achieve such prowess? You displayed none of this talent during the tryouts. Harvey's exhilaration intensified, and his barrage of questions left Yi Qingqian somewhat exasperated. You don't need to know all that. What you must focus on now is to ensure the Lakers agree to my terms. Harvey paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. All right. I trust Jerry will reach out to me shortly. Yi Qingqian nodded. He had already conveyed his expectations to Harvey. Now, it was time to observe Harvey's actions. Nevertheless, Yi Qingqian remained confident in his terms. For now, he simply needed to conclude the Summer League on a high note, with the game against Larry Johnson behind him. His performance had indeed astonished Jerry West. As the upcoming match approached, Yi Qingqian felt no need to conceal his capabilities any longer. Moreover, the Summer League was inherently a competition of lower caliber. Thus, achieving impressive statistics in such an arena hardly elicited astonishment. Furthermore, the experience points Yi Qingqian garnered from the previous game had all been invested into enhancing his ball handling skill, which had now reached a commendable score of 81. This level could be deemed as the average standard for NBA point guards. Consequently, in the forthcoming match against the Nets, he could unleash his full potential. Jerry West once again stepped through the grand entrance of Lakers owner Jeannie Buss's villa. Noticing West's return, Jeannie Buss greeted him with evident impatience, inquiring, "What brings you here again? Has the contract issue been resolved?" Upon hearing his boss's words, Jerry West's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Jeannie Buss, declaring, "Hey, boss, the plan has changed. We need to increase the budget." West's statement left Jeannie Buss in disbelief. "Jerry, do you even hear the absurdity of what you're saying? You're attempting to sign a late first-round rookie, and you dare to demand more money?" Chapter 56. The contract is nearly settled. Yi Qingqian is ready to swing. Although Jerry Buss is not a miserly individual, it does not imply that he is a fool with an abundance of money. In his understanding, a contract amounting to $3 million for a late first-round pick is already quite commendable. This figure was agreed upon primarily due to Yi Qingqian's considerable potential. However, now Jerry West is absurdly suggesting an increase in the financial offer? Is he truly considering him a simpleton? It seems Jerry West had anticipated such a reaction from Jerry Buss. With a composed demeanor, he produced a videotape and placed it before Jerry Buss. "Hey, boss. If you intend to decline, I kindly ask you to watch this videotape first." Jerry West's words momentarily stunned Jerry Buss. Puzzled, he gazed at West, genuinely unsure of the contents of this tape. What could it possibly contain? Surely, it isn't one of those newly released films? At my age, you dare to show me such things? Your intentions are suspect. Upon hearing Jerry Buss's remarks, Jerry West rolled his eyes dramatically. Where on earth is your mind? This is a recording of the last game featuring that rookie. After watching it, you'll comprehend why I'm advocating for a higher offer. Jerry Buss was taken aback by West's insistence. Typically, Jerry West would not approach him repeatedly, especially not for a rookie player, which underscored the significance he placed on this newcomer. With this realization, Jerry Buss acquiesced to West's request. He inserted the tape into the VCR and began to focus intently on the television screen. This videotape had required considerable effort for Jerry West to procure, encompassing the entire game without any edits, thus promising a lengthy viewing. Yet, instead of sitting down, Jerry West positioned himself beside Jerry Buss, eagerly observing his reactions. He anticipated that Buss's responses would be quite riveting. As the tape played, Jerry Buss exhibited a hint of impatience. However, upon witnessing Yi Qingqian donning the Lakers' number 28 jersey and delivering his first assist, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With each dazzling assist from Yi Qingqian, Jerry Buss's expression transformed further, evolving from grave to exhilarated, ultimately prompting him to leap from his seat. Damn it. He is a young version of Magic Johnson. Now I understand why you want to increase the offer. This money must be added. How much more do you wish to raise it? We must retain him within the Lakers. In the upcoming season, our championship is assured. Jerry Buss excitedly shouted towards Jerry West. At this moment, Jerry Buss was utterly captivated by Yi Qingqian's prowess. This player was truly exceptional. Jerry Buss even felt that Yi Qingqian surpassed a young Magic Johnson in strength, as his defensive capabilities undoubtedly eclipsed those of the Magic. He also took note of the player wearing the number 2 jersey for the Hornets, this year's rookie prodigy. Under Yi Qingqian's relentless defense, the rookie struggled to even attempt a shot. Jerry West observed Jerry Buss's reaction with great satisfaction. As long as Buss was pleased with Yi Qingqian, the ensuing matters would be manageable. However, his asking price is rather steep, and I believe you should prepare yourself mentally. Jerry West gravely stated to Jerry Buss. How much is he asking? Over $3 million. Annually. The news regarding the altercation between Yi Qingqian and Larry Johnson has been extensively reported by various media outlets. Yet, many fans feel that these reports exaggerated the confrontation, as neither Yi Qingqian nor Larry Johnson sustained any injuries, nor did either party face post-match penalties. Nevertheless, the media hype has undeniably increased the attention surrounding Yi Qingqian. Take today's match against the Nets, for instance. The venue is already filled to capacity with spectators. Both teams feature outstanding representatives of the younger generation. Yi Qingqian has garnered significant acclaim during the Summer League, while Kenny Anderson stands as the second pick in this year's draft. Although the Nets lost their previous game against the Hornets, Kenny Anderson's performance was commendable, showcasing impressive personal statistics. Consequently, many fans remain skeptical that Yi Qingqian will continue to shine. Particularly, Kenny Anderson holds a dismissive view of Yi Qingqian, doubting the capabilities of a late first-round player. He is resolved to thoroughly outshine Yi Qingqian. Unbeknownst to him, Kenny Anderson is unaware that Yi Qingqian is entering this match unburdened. Last night, Jerry West spoke with his agent, Harvey, over the phone. They will reconvene to discuss contract matters after this game. From Jerry West's tone, it seems that the Lakers have made significant concessions regarding salary. This news has lifted Yi Qingqian's spirits considerably. With a contract imminent, he resolved to deliver a few surprises. Determined to showcase his offensive prowess, Yi Qingqian commenced his performance. As the match commenced, Yi Qingqian swiftly seized control of the ball. Once again, he occupied the starting position as the 5th player. When he positioned himself beneath the basket, the players of the Nets refrained from double-teaming him, as it was widely acknowledged that Yi Qingqian lacked offensive prowess. However, this perception was soon ruthlessly overturned by Yi Qingqian. Upon receiving the ball under the basket, he executed a powerful two-handed slam, effortlessly turning to not only send the Nets defenders flying, but also to emphatically dunk the basketball into the hoop. At that moment, the audience was left utterly astonished. His offensive capabilities seemed far more formidable than anticipated. Even Lakers coach Keelan was taken aback by Yi Qingqian's audacious display. Yet, this two-handed dunk was merely the beginning. When the first half of the game concluded, the spectators were enveloped in a profound silence. Having just witnessed a ferocious force wreaking havoc within the Nets' interior defense, Yi Qingqian, observing the expression of the Nets captain, Kenny Anderson, it was evident he had become completely numb. Unable to recall how many times he had been on the receiving end of Yi Qingqian's emphatic rejections. As for Yi Qingqian's personal statistics, they were nothing short of staggering. 25 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists, 5 steals, 8 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Chapter 57. Yi Qingqian secures a contract with the Lakers. Although this was merely a summer league game, the statistics presented were truly astounding, particularly as they were merely from the first half. The audience present observed with clarity that Yi Qingqian's 25 points were all scored within the paint. While his scoring techniques may not be particularly agile, they are undeniably effective. His approach consisted primarily of powerful drives to the basket or scoring off the backboard from a 45-degree angle after a spin move. Essentially, after his strong drive and subsequent turn, defenders were often left scrambling away, allowing Yi Qingqian to score with relative ease. Such a straightforward scoring method left the spectators in utter awe. Yi Qingqian's physical prowess was remarkable. During each confrontation near the basket, he effortlessly overpowered his opponents. This innate ability to withstand physical challenges was more than sufficient for him to establish a foothold in the NBA. The commentator, visibly astonished, exclaimed, "Who claimed that his offensive capabilities were negligible? If this is what one considers a negative offensive ability, then what does that make Charles Barkley's low-post game?" The audience erupted in laughter at the commentator's outburst, clearly finding his remarks quite valid. Yi Qingqian not only possessed physicality, but also demonstrated skill. While his backboard shots may not have appeared particularly glamorous, they were undeniably effective. Magic Johnson and Jerry West continued to watch attentively from the sidelines, thoroughly impressed by Yi Qingqian's performance in the first half. They were also taken aback by his newfound desire to score. Initially, they had assumed he was reluctant to attack, but it became evident that he simply preferred to pick his moments. Now that he was intent on scoring, he effortlessly accumulated points, even contributing rebounds and assists along the way. He secured a substantial triple-double by halftime, all while appearing to exert minimal effort. Likewise, his block count was nearing double digits. Should he maintain this level of performance in the second half, achieving a quadruple-double seemed all but certain. At this moment, the most disheartened individual was undoubtedly second overall pick Ken Anderson. Since the game commenced, he had fixated on scoring over Yi Qingchen. However, after being unceremoniously knocked to the ground during their first direct confrontation, his misfortunes began. Yi Qingchen appeared to have an uncanny ability to anticipate Anderson's intentions. Whether Anderson attempted to drive to the basket or shoot from beyond the arc, Yi Qingchen would invariably appear before him at the moment of release, ruthlessly swatting his shots away. Furthermore, it seemed that Yi Qingchen paid little heed to his own defensive positioning. He appeared like a specter, eternally lingering around Kenny Anderson. This pervasive sense of dread shadowed Anderson throughout the entire first half. His personal statistics were dismal: 5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, and 8 turnovers. With a shooting record of 2 out of 12, such figures hardly reflect the prowess of a second overall pick. His performance was even more lackluster than that of Larry Johnson. What perplexed Kenny Anderson most was why such an extraordinary player remained obscure on the NCAA stage. Thus, when the halftime whistle blew, he was the first to retreat to the locker room, his silhouette betraying a sense of disarray. He no longer wished to face Yi Qingchen on the court. In this match, Yi Qingchen had truly unleashed himself. His primary objective was to gauge his scoring ability. After experimenting during the first half, he recognized his limitations in scoring prowess. Although he frequently scored near the basket, it was primarily due to his formidable physicality, easily overpowering his opponents to secure points. Moreover, he employed the most conservative and reliable scoring method, bank shots. With a substantial audience present, it was essential to showcase his skills effectively. Thus, Yi Qingchen revealed his steady scoring side. As for enhancing his scoring abilities and techniques, he had already begun to formulate initial ideas. There remained over 4 months from the conclusion of the Summer League to the commencement of the regular season, a period largely devoid of competitive matches and limited exposure opportunities. It was crucial to seize the chance presented by the Summer League to display his talent and garner media attention, which would greatly benefit his career. As the second half commenced, Yi Qingchen maintained his fiery form. The players of the Nets were utterly demoralized by his performance. Kenny Anderson, even before the second half had truly begun, had already taken a seat on the bench, unwilling to endure further humiliation. Observing Anderson's resignation, the audience comprehended his inner turmoil. Rather than face further torment, he opted to surrender. This outcome elicited exclamations from the commentators. Yi has forced Kenny to capitulate. My goodness, Yi must be the strongest rookie of the '91 draft. Few dissenting voices emerged in response to this proclamation. After all, it was evident from these recent games that Yi Qingchen's prowess indeed overshadowed that of his fellow rookies. With the Nets having already conceded defeat, the coach of the Lakers, ever astute to the circumstances, decided to replace Yi Qingchen before the third quarter had even concluded. With that, Yi Qingchen's participation in the game was abruptly terminated. However, it was evident that he harbored some discontent regarding his substitution. Being taken off the court signified that his opportunity to accumulate experience points had come to an abrupt halt. This summer league represented his sole chance to enhance his skills, and he would likely have to wait until the commencement of the new season to continue his progress. Naturally, Yi Qingchen was reluctant to exit the game so prematurely. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, he maintained a facade of composure, ensuring that no trace of discontent marred his expression. After all, clinging stubbornly to the court could potentially cast a negative light on his reputation among fans. Consequently, his personal statistics were firmly established at an impressive 35 points, 18 rebounds, 18 assists, 10 blocks, and 6 steals. This remarkable performance was swiftly reported by the media post-game, leading to a burgeoning interest in Yi Qingchen among fans. Shortly after the conclusion of the match, a significant piece of news emerged. Yi Qingchen had successfully secured a contract with the Lakers. Chapter 58, $7 million in 2 years. Yi Qingchen's substantial contract sparks jealousy in Barkley. The announcement of Yi Qingchen's contract with the Lakers is indeed monumental news, primarily due to the staggering figures and duration involved. The contract is valued at an impressive $7 million, yet it spans a mere 2 years. What astonishes and confounds many fans is that this 2-year agreement is structured as a 1+1 contract, wherein Yi Qingchen possesses a player option for the second year. This means that after 1 year, Yi Qingchen can opt to either exit the contract or continue his association with the Lakers. This player option truly sets a precedent in this era, as players typically covet long-term contracts. Long-term agreements signify fixed salaries that generally increase over time. For instance, Larry Johnson's decade-long contract with the Hornets exemplifies the franchise's desire to retain him. For Johnson, the assurance of a decade's worth of employment allowed him to focus solely on his performance without the anxiety of job security. Conversely, Yi Qingchen has chosen to sign a shorter contract, leaving many fans perplexed. In fact, even Yi Qingchen's agent, Harvey, initially struggled to comprehend this decision. He believed that a long-term contract would afford greater security for Yi Qingchen's career, as maintaining health is never guaranteed. Should Yi Qingchen suffer a severe injury during his 2-year tenure with the Lakers, he could find himself unceremoniously dismissed once the contract expires. The NBA is an unforgiving realm. However, if Yi Qingchen had opted for a 4-year contract or one of greater length, even a significant injury would pose no risk of unemployment. Thus, long-term contracts serve as a vital safeguard for many athletes, considering the ever-present threat of injury in professional sports. Yet, for Yi Qingchen, injury is not a concern. His rationale for pursuing a short contract is to position himself advantageously for a more lucrative deal after 1 year. This 2-year, $7 million contract is merely a starting point for him, not a culmination. Yi Qingchen intends to utilize his rookie season as leverage in negotiations, confident that the Lakers will eagerly seek to renew his contract with a more substantial offer. Reluctantly, Harvey acquiesced to Yi Qingchen's wishes. Although the Lakers were taken aback by this stipulation, they ultimately accepted Yi Qingchen's terms and finalized the contract. At this point, after representing the Los Angeles Lakers in 3 summer league games, Yi Qingchen officially became a player for the Lakers. The team still had 2 summer league games remaining. Facing the Jazz and the Mavericks, both of whom fielded rosters lacking in notable talent, predominantly featuring fringe players. Consequently, Yi Qingchen effortlessly amassed impressive statistics in these matches. Ultimately, as the Summer League concluded, he led his team to a remarkable 5-game winning streak, achieving the best record of the tournament. His average statistics across these 5 games were nothing short of extraordinary: 35, 5 points, 16, 8 rebounds, 17, 8 assists, 8 blocks, and 6 steals, verging on a near quadruple-double. Such figures represent an explosive performance within the entirety of the NBA Summer League. Thus, following the conclusion of the league, media and fans alike began to take notice of Yi Qingchen, as his statistics alone were quite formidable. Although merely a summer league, attaining such data was undeniably a remarkable feat, especially for a late first-round rookie, who even outperformed the first and second picks of this draft class. Evidently, based solely on his current display, Yi Qingchen's prowess surpassed that of the top draft selections. This news was exceedingly welcome for Lakers fans, indicating that they had indeed stumbled upon a hidden gem. It also validated Jerry West's keen eye for talent. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The Golden State Warriors, who had initially traded for Yi Qingchen, found themselves in a difficult position. At first, they had no impression or expectation of Yi Qingchen. When the Lakers sought to acquire him, the Warriors' general manager viewed Jerry West as naive and overly generous, leading to a swift agreement on the trade. He believed that a player of Asian descent could never shine on the NBA stage, a misguided notion. Yet, upon witnessing Yi Qingchen's summer league performance, his laughter faded away. Now, the general manager of the Warriors was filled with regret, and even their fans began to deride him as blind. Similarly, there was much discourse regarding the substantial contract the Lakers offered Yi Qingchen, which amounted to an annual salary of $3.5 million. In this era, such a salary qualifies as a maximum contract. It's worth noting that during this time, Magic Johnson's salary was approximately the same as Yi Qingchen's, despite Johnson having navigated the NBA for a decade. After enduring such a lengthy journey, his salary stood at just over $300,000. While Yi Qingchen secured such a lucrative contract with his very first rookie deal, this situation undoubtedly evokes envy among many seasoned veterans. Thus, even before Yi Qingchen formally embarks on his NBA journey, he has already faced a considerable amount of jealousy and criticism. Even Charles Barkley, the prominent star of the digital realm, expressed profound envy regarding Yi Qingchen's contract. Damn, who on earth is this guy? He isn't even a first overall pick. What gives him the right to command such a substantial contract? Yes, I admit to my jealousy. I can hardly wait to face the Lakers in the upcoming season. And then, I will surely make this yellow-skinned monkey regret it. Barkley's remarks instantly resonated with numerous fans, as witnessing others prosper can indeed be more disheartening than experiencing personal losses. Chapter 59. Jordan's remarks are boastful, showing utter disregard for Yuchenshin. The new season has commenced. Barkley's comments regarding Yuchenshin did not provoke any discontent in him. In fact, Yuchenshin merely smiled disdainfully. He was fully aware that this loudmouth Barkley would soon find himself overwhelmed by his prowess. Though Barkley possessed considerable strength, his words were equally abrasive. Nonetheless, Yuchenshin harbored no significant animosity towards him. However, since he dared to speak so brazenly, Yuchenshin was determined to ensure he understood the meaning of regret. Upon the conclusion of the Summer League, and after signing a substantial contract, Yuchenshin entered a phase of intense training. For many players, this period was one of relaxation. Yet for Yuchenshin, it was of paramount importance. The experience he garnered during the Summer League was wholly dedicated to enhancing his dribbling skills. His dribbling rating had surged to an impressive 86, signifying that his proficiency now matched the average standard of NBA point guards. Yuchenshin was eager to elevate his dribbling score with a singular aim, to replace Magic Johnson and assume the role of the starting point guard for the Lakers. Currently, there were still over 4 months until Magic Johnson was diagnosed as an HIV carrier during a routine check at the start of the new season's training camp. This revelation would leave the Lakers in disarray, presenting Yuchenshin with an opportunity to rise to prominence. However, he was acutely aware that despite his dazzling performances in the Summer League, it merely served as a prelude to the NBA, which was an entirely different realm. To establish himself in the NBA, he needed to further hone his skills. This off-season was crucial for Yuchenshin. To this end, he utilized his connection with Magic Johnson to enlist the services of a professional personal trainer. This summer would undoubtedly be unforgettable for Yuchenshin. From July 15th to October 25th, he spent over 3 months immersed in training. His regimen encompassed strength training and shooting practice, incorporating shots from various distances, including three-point shots, mid-range shots, and diverse shooting techniques. Initially, the trainers crafted his training plan from the perspective of his physical endurance. However, Yuchenshin assured them that he need not worry about stamina. He sought optimal results from his training. The trainers considered his confidence to be somewhat misguided. Yet as Yuchenshin was the financial backer, they acquiesced to his wishes. They believed that after a few days of such rigorous training, Yuchenshin would surely struggle to keep up. However, from the inception to the conclusion, the intensity of this regimen only escalated. By the end, it was the trainer who lay prostrate on the ground, utterly incapacitated after each session, while Yuchenshin remained vibrant and undeterred, continuing with her strength training. The trainer had come to a lucid understanding of Yuchenshin's extraordinary physical prowess. As time swiftly passed, October arrived, heralding the imminent commencement of the new NBA season. All teams were brimming with confidence for the 1991 to 1992 season, particularly the Chicago Bulls, whose aspiration remained the championship title. Following their triumph in the previous season, Michael Jordan proclaimed, "This will not be my sole championship." During the Bulls training camp, when approached by reporters, he reiterated, "This season, our objective remains the championship. Our roster is even more formidable than last season. This time, no one can impede our progress." Jordan's confidence was well-founded, as the Chicago Bulls indeed boasted a remarkably strong lineup. Yet, the reporters, ever eager for sensationalism, seized upon Jordan's assertion. When he declared that no one could obstruct their strides, one reporter interjected, "However, as far as I know, the Lakers roster this year is quite impressive too. They have selected a rookie of considerable talent. Even Magic Johnson has expressed satisfaction, declaring him his successor." Jordan's interest was piqued by this revelation. "Oh, the Lakers have chosen a noteworthy rookie? Yet, to my knowledge, their draft position is even lower than ours. How could they possibly select a player of such caliber?" This remark elicited hearty laughter from the Bulls players present. The implication of Jordan's statement was clear: the Lakers' draft position, inferior to that of the Bulls, limited the potential of any rookie they could acquire. Subtly mocking Lakers general manager Jerry West's perceived lack of insight. But he averaged nearly a quadruple-double in the Summer League. The reporter persisted. Clearly exasperated, Jordan retorted, "Ha ha ha, you know, the Summer League hardly qualifies as a legitimate competition. Most players participating will not even see the court during the regular season. Do you comprehend my point? So, refrain from inquiring further about this rookie. I am quite occupied." Jordan's dismissal of the reporter's questions indicated his genuine disregard for Yi Qingchen. Consequently, the narrative of Jordan's disregard for Yi Qingchen swiftly permeated the media. As the new season beckoned, and various storylines sought to captivate the attention of fans. Meanwhile, the Lakers training camp had also commenced. When Yi Qingchen emerged from his seclusion and appeared before the Los Angeles Lakers players, they were instantly taken aback by his presence. Even the legendary Magic Johnson was startled by Yi Qingchen's transformation. "Hey, Yi, what have you been up to these past few months? You seem to have bulked up a size." Magic Johnson's words were not an exaggeration. At that moment, although Yi Qingchen was merely clad in a long-sleeved team uniform, it did little to conceal his robust physique, particularly his broad shoulders. Yi Qingchen shrugged and replied, "I simply trained for 3 months to prepare for the new season." His response greatly pleased Magic Johnson. "Excellent. Our team needs players with your level of dedication." As Magic Johnson and Yi Qingchen conversed, the other Lakers players also began to greet him enthusiastically. Yi Qingchen exchanged high-fives and courteous salutations with each player. Just then, a voice rang out from behind the multitude of Lakers players. Chapter 60. The Rookie Welcoming Ceremony in the Intra-Team Scrimmage. Yi Qingchen dominated the Lakers' starting players. "Let me see if you sorry lot have put on weight during the off-season." As this resounding voice echoed from behind the crowd, the Lakers players turned around. At that moment, Yi Qingchen recognized the newcomer. It was Mike Dunleavy, the head coach of the Lakers. Yi Qingchen was quite familiar with Mike Dunleavy. In a typical historical progression, Dunleavy would be dismissed from the Lakers after this season, moving on to coach the Bucks, all due to performance issues. However, with Yi Qingchen now part of the Lakers, this narrative might be rewritten, especially if the team's performance improved, as the Lakers would be unlikely to part ways with Dunleavy. Upon seeing the head coach approach, Magic Johnson took the initiative to greet him. "Hey, coach, we haven't been indulging during the off-season. Just look at my physique. I've maintained it quite well." His remark elicited laughter from the other Lakers players. Dunleavy chuckled as he exchanged high-fives with his players. Yet, when he reached Yi Qingchen, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "So, you are the rookie that Jerry splurged on?" This comment caused an uproar among the Lakers players. Although Yi Qingchen was now a member of the Lakers, he was, in fact, the highest-paid player on the team, even surpassing Magic Johnson. When Dunleavy made this remark, all eyes turned to Yi Qingchen, curious to see how he would respond. Even Magic Johnson looked at him with a smile. Upon hearing Dunleavy's teasing, Yi Qingchen smiled and replied, "Hey, coach, you know what they say, you get what you pay for. If you let me play a full 48 minutes each game, I'm sure you'll find I'm worth every penny." Yi Qingchen's response left many Lakers players momentarily speechless, even surprising Dunleavy. His clever retort not only parried the coach's jest but also directly requested ample playing time. This rebuttal was indeed impeccable. However, Dunleavy, being a seasoned coach, wore a knowing smile. The youth is indeed brimming with confidence. It seems you have great faith in your abilities. As far as I'm concerned, as long as your performance is outstanding, your playing time will surely be assured. But remember, earning more time on the court is something you must strive for yourself. Now, allow me to thoroughly assess your caliber. Well then, let us officially commence the intra-squad scrimmage of the Lakers. Delavine's words instantly ignited excitement among the Lakers players present. It is worth noting that the players have been eagerly anticipating the new season for quite some time. After being bested by the Bulls last season, their disappointment was palpable. Thus, with the arrival of the new season, the Lakers' aspiration remains firmly set on the championship. The players, who have long been away from the court, were filled with exhilaration upon hearing about the scrimmage. Their enthusiasm largely stems from a desire to witness the prowess of Yi Qingchen, the team's highest-paid rookie, and if possible, to give him a lesson in humility. Yi Qingchen, however, appeared unfazed by the announcement of the scrimmage. Traditionally, such scrimmages are contests between the starting lineup and the bench players. The starting team for the Lakers includes James Worthy, Sam Perkins, Cedric Ceballos, Byron Scott, and Magic Johnson. The bench comprises Yi Qingchen, A.C. Green, Vlade Divac, Terry Teagle, and Eldon Campbell. Additionally, 5 other Lakers players are expected to rotate in. Among them is Keith Irvin, with whom Yi Qingchen battled alongside during the Summer League. Owing to Yi Qingchen's frequent assists and ability to capitalize on opportunities, he secured a guaranteed contract with the Lakers, although it is merely a 1-year minimum salary contract. For Keith Irvin, this is an immense stroke of luck. At this moment, he exchanged a high-five with Yi Qingchen, saying, "Hey, buddy, perform well. With your skills, you're sure to secure a starting position." Keith Irvin's words elicited a calm smile from Yi Qingchen. The Lakers' intra-squad scrimmage officially commenced. Magic Johnson and James Worthy exchanged a knowing glance, and their intentions became crystal clear. They both intended to impart a lesson to Yi Qingchun, demonstrating what true NBA competition entails. The starting team initiated the offense. After receiving the ball, Magic Johnson leisurely dribbled past half-court. At this moment, Yi Qingchun was positioned at the point guard spot, a deliberate arrangement by Delevine, aimed at having Yi Qingchun defend against Magic Johnson. The objective was to allow Yi Qingchun to truly experience the strength of a genuine point guard. Undoubtedly, Delevine's intentions were well-founded. Helping Yi Qingchun recognize his shortcomings is vital for his future development. As Magic Johnson crossed half-court, Yi Qingchun positioned himself directly in front of him. "Hey, rookie, you'd better be cautious," Magic Johnson remarked with a light chuckle. At the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly accelerated with the ball. Behind Yi Qingchun, James Worthy had already positioned himself, intending to set a screen for Magic Johnson. This was meant to be a well-executed pick-and-roll. However, in the next instant, Magic Johnson felt his dribbling hand utterly empty. Turning back, he discovered that Yi Qingchun had completed the steal. Yi Qingchun swiftly seized the ball and launched a fast break, effortlessly scoring with a dunk, marking the first blood for the bench team. Both Dunleavy and Magic Johnson, along with other Lakers players, were taken aback by Yi Qingchun's audacious steal. This time, it was not Magic Johnson asserting dominance over Yi Qingchun. Rather, it was Yi Qingchun who had established his prowess over Magic Johnson. Dunleavy's eyes widened in astonishment. He observed Yi Qingchun's steal with clarity. It was decisive and clean. The timing was impeccable, devoid of any reckless gamble. This piqued his interest in Yi Qingchun even further. Meanwhile, the smile on Magic Johnson's face began to fade. As the team's star player, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He realized he needed to adopt a more serious approach. In the subsequent offense, Magic Johnson became increasingly cautious. Yet, events unfolded contrary to everyone's expectations. This time, Magic Johnson didn't even dribble the ball past half-court before Yi Qingchun executed another steal. Once again, it was an effortless fast break. Magic Johnson was left in shock. Yi Qingchun's relentless defense was proving to be quite uncomfortable for him. On the third attempt, he had no choice but to pass the ball to his teammate, Scottie Pippen, allowing the basketball to finally cross half-court. The latter, utilizing James Worthy's screen, charged directly to the basket. After drawing the defense, he passed the ball to the trailing Worthy. Upon receiving the pass, Worthy took a couple of steps and leapt to dunk. Yet, Yi Qingchun appeared seemingly out of nowhere behind him, swatting the ball out of bounds with a single, powerful hand. Worthy was left bewildered. The starting players were in shock. Where had Yi Qingchun emerged from? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding Magic Johnson? How had he rushed to the basket to block Worthy? However, Dunleavy, observing from the sidelines, had seen everything clearly. Yi Qingchun had quietly followed Worthy after noticing Scott passing the ball to the basket. This indicated that he had anticipated Scott would pass to Worthy. Such court awareness was terrifying. Dunleavy's heart was filled with exhilaration. It appeared that Jerry West had indeed struck gold. Chapter 61. Astonishing performance, dominating the main team. The team's physical examination commenced, and it seemed that Maji was in jeopardy. From merely observing Yi Qingchun's 3 defensive maneuvers, Deng Liwei could discern the truly terrifying nature of Ye's defensive prowess. His defensive range extended seamlessly from the point guard to the center position, complemented by an insight that was rare among ordinary players. He possessed the ability to anticipate his opponent's passing intentions with remarkable accuracy. Such a player was indeed a rarity. However, Deng Liwei maintained his composure, aware that the main team players might be underestimating their opponent. Now, after being humiliated repeatedly by Yi Qingchun, they were bound to take the game more seriously. A focused main team was far from easy to contend with. As anticipated, Worthy's demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness. After Magic Johnson initiated the play from the sideline, he deftly lobbed the basketball into Worthy's waiting hands. Upon receiving the ball, Worthy charged aggressively towards the basket, sending Divac sprawling before executing a powerful dunk. This display served as an outlet for the frustration he had been harboring. Following his dunk, Worthy turned and shot a fierce glare at Yi Qingchun, seemingly issuing a challenge. In response, Yi Qingchun sported a playful smile as he received a pass from his teammate and dribbled leisurely past half-court. As Yi Qingchun crossed the midline, Magic Johnson appeared before him. Just as Divac approached to set a screen for Yi, he waved him off, signaling that it was unnecessary. This action left many spectators astonished, wondering if he intended to confront Magic Johnson directly. The next moment, Yi Qingchun provided clarity. With a simple between-the-legs dribble, he aimed to forcefully break through Johnson's right side. Magic Johnson, noticing Yi Qingquan's intent to push past him, wore a disdainful smile, thinking to himself, "This little fellow truly underestimates me." Just as he prepared to jest at Yi Qingquan, he was abruptly caught off guard, feeling as though a freight truck had collided with him. He instinctively staggered backward a few steps, allowing Yi Qingquan to effortlessly bypass him and surge toward the basket. At that moment, seeing Yi Qingquan shove past Magic Johnson and penetrate the paint, Worthy immediately moved to provide help defense. Yi Qingquan, upon encountering Worthy, wore an exhilarated smile and, instead of slowing down, accelerated toward him. Worthy, incensed that Yi would dare challenge him, prepared to teach him a lesson in humility. Yi Qingquan leaped toward the basket, while Worthy rose with both hands raised, positioning himself directly in front of Yi. In the next instant, Worthy realized that Yi Qingquan's jumping ability was astonishingly high, prompting him to recognize that simply standing his ground was not an option. Worthy raised his hands high, intending to block Yi Qingquan's dunk. However, he underestimated Yi Qingquan's prowess. After engaging in physical confrontation midair, Yi Qingquan maintained his balance, securely cradling the basketball in his right hand. This was a fierce axe dunk. Fear flickered in Worthy's eyes as he realized, post-confrontation, that his body was no longer under his control. Initially, he believed he could thwart Yi Qingquan's dunk, but now he recognized the simplicity of his own thoughts. Not only could he not block Yi Qingquan, but he was also in danger of being dunked on himself. How careless! He had not anticipated the sheer power of Yi Qingquan's assault. In the next moment, Worthy steeled himself. He could not allow Yi Qingquan to succeed in dunking over him. The only recourse was to foul Yi Qingquan. Thus, he pressed his hands firmly on Yi Qingquan's shoulders, attempting to pull him down from the air. Yet, as his hands gripped Yi Qingquan's shoulders, he discovered he had still underestimated him. It was impossible to bring him down. Worthy could only watch in disbelief as Yi Qingquan completed a one-handed dunk despite the pull. The thud echoed throughout the arena, and the Lakers players fell silent, their expressions frozen in shock. Yi Qingquan had completed the dunk despite Worthy's foul, and it was an over-the-top dunk. What was happening? That was James Worthy, a formidable force in the Lakers lineup, an all-star player. How could he be successfully dunked on by a rookie? Even Dunleavy was engulfed in profound astonishment. Yi Qingquan's displayed strength far surpassed his expectations. His capabilities were now undoubtedly worthy of a starting position on the Lakers. Turning to Magic Johnson, his expression mirrored that of Dunleavy. Yi Qingquan's prowess had yet again escalated. During the Summer League, Yi Qingquan showcased primarily his passing and defensive skills. But now he exhibited not only exceptional defensive aptitude, but also an overwhelmingly aggressive approach to offense. This indicated that Yi Qingquan had indeed been diligently honing his skills during the off-season. Only after the dunk was completed did the whistle sound, granting Yi Qingquan an opportunity for an additional free throw. On the sidelines, Keith Owens was brimming with excitement, his fist clenched in exhilaration. "I knew it. He is destined to secure a starting position. He is truly remarkable. I can't help but think James Worthy seems quite ordinary." At this moment, the most vexed individual was undoubtedly James Worthy. He had committed a foul, yet still failed to prevent Yi Qingquan's dunk. Should this have occurred in a formal match, it would have been a monumental embarrassment. However, despite the fact that this is an intra-team scrimmage, with so many teammates observing, it is indeed quite embarrassing. At that moment, Yi Qingquan, seemingly lost in thought, remarked, "Hey, you really don't need to be surprised. Our heights are quite similar. You were almost able to defend against me." This statement struck at the heart, rendering Worthy's expression one of sheer fury. Yi Qingquan effortlessly sank the additional penalty shot. The substitute players were visibly exhilarated, awed by Yi Qingquan's prowess. At this rate, the substitutes might genuinely triumph over the main team. On the other hand, the main team continued their offensive, their faces now grave and serious. They could no longer afford to underestimate their opponents. Losing to the substitutes would be utterly humiliating. As the main team players intensified their focus, the scrimmage grew increasingly fierce, particularly between Worthy and Magic Johnson, whose desire to score was palpable. Aware of Yi Qingquan's formidable defensive skills, they consistently employed off-ball screens to evade his guard and created mismatches for their attacks. This strategy yielded some success, as their offensive performance began to improve. Meanwhile, on the substitute side, Yi Qingquan's role as point guard revitalized their offense. Notably, Divac and Yi Qingquan's pick-and-roll collaboration proved exceptionally effective. Yi Qingquan consistently delivered the ball into Divac's hands, which signified that he was in a favorable position to score. All Divac needed to do was effortlessly place the ball through the hoop to fulfill his role, beyond facilitating his teammates' scoring. Yuchinchin also leveraged his physical advantages to overpower defenders and easily penetrate the basket for points. Under Yuchinchin's leadership, the substitutes gradually established a significant scoring lead. By the end of the first half, they were ahead of the main team by a staggering 15 points. Examining Yuchinchin's statistics, they remained impressively comprehensive: 15 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 steals, and 5 blocks. In contrast, Magic Johnson's performance paled in comparison, with stats of 8 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 5 turnovers. Yuchinchin had thoroughly outclassed Magic Johnson. After the first half, Delivey, mindful of the main player's morale, promptly declared the scrimmage concluded. Well, that was an exhilarating match, and everyone performed commendably. I am thoroughly satisfied. Hey, rookie, well done. Delivey even took a moment to commend Yuchinchin. At that juncture, the team physician approached Delivey and exchanged a few words. Then, Deng Liwei nodded and continued speaking to all the players. The team doctor has just informed us that we are to undergo the routine physical examinations for the new season. Please follow the doctor for the necessary checks. I hope none of you have contracted any undesirable viruses. Ha ha ha. Deng Liwei's words elicited hearty laughter from the fans present. Only Yuchinchin wore a peculiar expression, inwardly muttering, "This old man must have a loose tongue." It seems this situation is bound to take a turn for the worse. Chapter 62. A shocking revelation in the NBA's new season. Johnson contracts HIV, announces retirement. Yuchinchin vividly recalls that Magic Johnson was discovered to be an HIV carrier during the team's routine medical examination. It appears that this was indeed a part of the seasonal health checkup. During this period, Yuchinchin aims to showcase his formidable talents, particularly in front of head coach Dunleavy and general manager Jerry West. Only by doing so, when Magic Johnson announces his retirement, will Yuchinchin be the first to come to their minds, seamlessly stepping into the primary point guard position. This determination explains why Yuchinchin has been relentless during the off-season. To stand out on the NBA stage, one must first earn the coach's confidence and trust. Thus, this moment presents Yuchinchin with an exceptional opportunity. The results of the medical checkup require time to be processed. During this interval, Yuchinchin actively participated in team practices. On the very first day of reporting, he made a strong impression on the veteran players. The Lakers roster no longer underestimated Yuchinchin. The head coach intentionally included him in the main squad's training sessions. Yuchinchin adeptly executed the strategies laid out by the coach, which greatly pleased Dunleavy. He is a remarkably perceptive rookie, always moving according to the required positions and completing passes effectively. Such players are favored by coaches. Many key players on the Lakers expressed their satisfaction with Yuchinchin's performance. Although he displayed a commanding presence during the initial inter-squad scrimmage, he adopted a humble demeanor in subsequent practices. Regardless of who offered him suggestions, Yuchinchin remained open and eager to learn. This attitude earned him the admiration of several veteran players. At the very least, Yuchinchin did not allow his talent to foster arrogance. Moreover, his prowess during joint practices with the main players left many Lakers in awe. They recognized that with his current performance, his ascension to a starting position was virtually assured. As time passed, the preseason arrived. However, to Yuchinchin's surprise, the head coach did not grant him playing time during the preseason games. The Lakers' main players took to the court. Even KYS Irvins had the opportunity to play. Yet, Yuchinchin remained sidelined. This arrangement by head coach Dunleavy puzzled even Magic Johnson. The media, too, expressed curiosity over why such a highly touted rookie was denied a chance to play. Many voices speculated that Yuchinchin must have failed to earn the coach's trust, which resulted in his exclusion from the lineup. However, regarding this issue, Yuchinchin appeared utterly unconcerned. He did not even exhibit the slightest impatience. Throughout each preseason game, Yuchinchin diligently occupied the bench, fervently cheering for his teammates. Whenever a teammate scored, he enthusiastically waved the towel in his hand, vocally supporting them. It can be said that apart from participating in the actual games, Yuchinchin fulfilled all his responsibilities. Some media outlets even jested that the Lakers' general manager, Jerry, had spent a fortune to sign a dedicated towel attendant. In the realm of towel waving, this player truly exhibited exceptional skill. This playful banter quickly garnered the approval of numerous fans. Consequently, Yuchinchin soon acquired an additional nickname, the Messenger of Towels. Despite being subjected to relentless mockery from the outside world, Yuchinchin maintained a serene demeanor. Whether during games or training, he exhibited not a hint of impatience. His calmness even astonished head coach Dunleavy. In truth, his actions were designed to test Yuchinchin. assessing whether his mindset was sufficiently mature. Dunleavy had already made a significant decision regarding Yu Chichin. He intended to grant him a starting position as the regular season commenced. The preseason was merely a final test for him on the bench. Clearly, based on Yu Chichin's current performance, he was excelling, just as everything unfolded according to Dunleavy's predictions. A piece of news regarding Magic Johnson's abnormal medical examination disrupted everything. His HIV test returned positive. When the team doctor relayed this information to Dunleavy, he was left in a state of shock. His face registered disbelief as he stared intently at the doctor and inquired, "Is it possible there was a mistake?" The doctor, looking despondent, shook his head and replied, "I have conducted 3 consecutive tests. The results are all positive. There can be no error." This revelation struck Dunleavy like a bolt from the blue, derailing all his plans for the Lakers. Dunleavy had envisioned Yu Chichin playing the small forward position, and even stepping in as the point guard while Magic Johnson rested. Given that Yu Chichin's court management abilities had been thoroughly tested, he was entirely capable of fulfilling that role. However, with the revelation that Magic Johnson was indeed an HIV carrier, the impact of this news was devastating. Even Lakers owner Buss was shaken by the news. Magic Johnson had been the cornerstone of the Lakers. To uncover that he was an HIV carrier at this juncture was truly catastrophic for the team. The Lakers management convened an urgent internal meeting to discuss how to address this situation, including crisis management strategies and the appropriate course of action. Upon learning of the news, Magic Johnson found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. He had never fathomed that he would become a carrier of the HIV virus, as he had never perceived any issues with his health. The sudden revelation of being an HIV carrier was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, the reality lay stark before him. When the team physician inquired about whether he had employed protective measures in his personal life, Magic Johnson was taken aback. The question of needing protective measures left the physician utterly speechless, providing a poignant explanation for Magic Johnson's status as an HIV carrier. In that era, many harbored a profound fear of those living with HIV. Although casual physical contact posed no risk of transmission, the virus itself was undeniably terrifying. And few were indifferent to it. Even within the ranks of the Lakers management, contrasting opinions surfaced. Ultimately, team owner Jerry Buss made the agonizing decision to place Magic Johnson on indefinite hiatus. However, Magic Johnson had his own plans. He convened a press conference to candidly disclose his HIV status and announce his retirement. This announcement became one of the most significant stories of the 1991 to 1992 NBA season, sending shockwaves throughout the entire NBA league. With Magic Johnson's retirement, the Lakers found themselves leaderless, raising questions about the team's future direction. Chapter 63, The Opening Battle. Lakers vs. Rockets. This news proved to be most difficult for the fans of the Los Angeles Lakers to accept. They had believed that this season they remained formidable contenders for the championship. However, just as the regular season was about to commence, the legendary Magic Johnson announced his retirement. The reason was the shocking revelation that he had contracted the HIV virus. Such news was utterly heartbreaking. In an instant, the Lakers' faithful plunged into despair. Without Magic Johnson, could the Lakers still be considered a prestigious team? Would they even make it to the playoffs? The answer was a resounding no. The Lakers, stripped of Magic Johnson's presence, could hardly be regarded as the true Lakers. For the past decade, it was Magic Johnson's prowess that had secured them numerous championships, establishing the Lakers as one of the premier franchises in the league. Although he had aged, his performance remained commendable. His presence provided a guarantee for the Lakers' playoff aspirations. Yet, with the news of his HIV diagnosis, those hopes were dashed. Even Jerry West, the Lakers' general manager, found it impossible to reconcile with this reality. Upon hearing the devastating news, he unleashed a tirade against Magic Johnson, pointing an accusatory finger and exclaiming, "You damned fool. Unable to control your desires. And now you've brought ruin upon us all." Faced with the wrath of Jerry West, Magic Johnson remained speechless. In truth, he was also a victim in this scenario. He acknowledged his indiscretions off the court, and thus did not retaliate against West's accusations. Indeed, this season, bolstered by the signing of Yu Chichin, the Lakers appeared stronger than ever before. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Yet, the outcome was a stark contrast. He had faltered and was compelled to retire prematurely. Simultaneously, the Lakers management convened an urgent meeting to deliberate the team's future direction. They recognized that without Magic Johnson, the team's strength would undoubtedly diminish. Seizing this opportunity, they contemplated a strategy of deliberate decline. The reasoning behind this was the impending draft, in which Shaquille O'Neal was likely to participate. All NBA scouts were well acquainted with O'Neal's prowess. He had proven to be nearly unbeatable on the NCAA stage, and many scouts had already predicted him to be the first overall pick. No matter when he declared for the draft, he would undoubtedly be the preeminent choice. The year 1992 was poised to be the most probable time for O'Neal's declaration. Thus, the purpose of the Lakers meeting was to discuss whether they should indeed embrace a strategy of decline. If this sense of mediocrity has indeed been established, it is, in fact, rather favorable news for Deng Liwei. At the very least, he is relieved of the burden of performance pressure. His sole responsibility is to guide the Lakers through each game. He may even lose matches without any psychological encumbrance. Moreover, even if the Lakers were to openly embrace their lackluster performance, other teams and fans alike would not find it surprising. After all, they have already suffered the loss of Magic Johnson. If the Lakers were not to embrace this mediocrity, that would indeed be peculiar. Consequently, this meeting unanimously endorsed the tone of the upcoming season's lackluster approach. Naturally, Jerry West also considered Yi Qingchen, the rookie for whom they had invested significantly. During the meeting, longtime Lakers associate Jerry Buss directly urged Deng Liwei to afford Yi Qingchen as much playing time as possible. Given that the season is already designated for mediocrity, it would be prudent to cultivate Yi Qingchen thoroughly. The aim is to develop him over the course of the season. By the end of the season, not only would they have nurtured Yi Qingchen, but they would also have successfully positioned themselves for a top 3 draft pick. Deng Liwei wholeheartedly endorsed this proposition. Yi Qingchen's talent is commendable, and he had been contemplating elevating him to the starting position at the season's outset. Now, he finds himself liberated from the need to justify this decision to the management, able to utilize Yi Qingchen freely. With the pressure of performance obligations lifted, Deng Liwei's spirits were notably buoyed. For the venerable coach, sacrificing a season is hardly consequential. Furthermore, the benefits of this season's indulgence are glaringly apparent. Not only could they develop Yi Qingchen, but they could also secure the number 1 draft pick. Such an outcome can hardly be deemed a loss. The announcement of Magic Johnson's retirement due to his HIV diagnosis has gradually faded from the spotlight over time. The Lakers appear to be slowly recovering from this tremendous blow. In the subsequent preseason games, they surprisingly achieved an impressive record of 6 wins and 1 loss, astonishment rippling through many observers. It seems the Lakers have not been significantly affected by Magic Johnson's retirement. However, astute fans and media outlets have keenly noted that Yi Qingchen has not stepped onto the court for even a minute during the preseason matches, a rather unusual occurrence. Many fans and reporters speculate whether Yi Qingchen is suffering from a serious injury or has been deliberately benched by the coach. Nevertheless, the majority lean toward the latter explanation. Perhaps Yi Qingchen is indeed overrated, and his performance within the Lakers has been rather disappointing. Otherwise, how could he fail to secure even a minute of playing time in the preseason? Some inquisitive journalists even sought to interview Yi Qingchen. Yet his response was exceedingly formal. I adhere to the coach's arrangements. He undoubtedly has his own rationale. All I need to do is patiently wait and remain prepared to step onto the court at any moment. Yi Qingchen's response left many journalists quite disheartened, as they felt there must be some hidden truths behind the matter. Meanwhile, with the conclusion of the preseason, the NBA's new regular season was set to commence. The Los Angeles Lakers' inaugural match was against the formidable Texas team, the Houston Rockets. At this time, the Rockets boasted the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, who was in the prime of his career and recognized as one of the 4 premier centers of the modern league. His agile footwork instilled fear in the hearts of interior players across the league. Defenders facing Olajuwon often worried about one thing: whether their shoes would be left behind in his wake. As the game approached, many fans favored the Rockets, believing that the Lakers' current roster could not measure up to the Rockets' strength. Moreover, playing as the visiting team further disadvantaged the Lakers. On November 1st, at the Rockets' home ground, the arena was filled to capacity. The Lakers had already taken to the court, and Yi Qingchen, observing the fervent atmosphere, felt deeply moved. Nearly 20,000 spectators were present for this match, and the cacophony they created was enough to drown out the voices of his teammates. It seemed that his journey to fame would commence from the Rockets' home arena. Yi Qingchen was brimming with anticipation. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. Upon seeing the Lakers' starting roster, the entire audience, including the Rockets players, was taken aback, as a rather unfamiliar name appeared among the Lakers starters. Chapter 64. What is it like to dominate your teammates in front of Olajuwon? This name, which has astonished many, is Yi Qingchen. To everyone's surprise, Yi Qingchen appeared on the Los Angeles Lakers starting lineup, occupying the power forward position. Meanwhile, James Worthy found himself relegated to small forward. The remaining three players included Sedale Threat at point guard, Byron Scott at shooting guard, and Vlade Divac at center. The astonishment surrounding Yi Qingqian's inclusion in the starting lineup stemmed from the fact that he had not had the opportunity to play even a minute in the preseason. This rookie, who had not even managed to step onto the court during the preseason, was now set to start as the power forward in the opening game of the new season, undoubtedly surprising many. Even Houston Rockets head coach Don Chaney found himself deep in thought upon seeing this starting roster. His understanding of Yi Qingqian was rather limited, which made the rookie's presence in the lineup all the more surprising. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. After all, the Lakers had lost Magic Johnson, and their goals for the new season were bound to shift. From the perspective of nurturing new talent, this decision appeared sound. At that moment, the commentator elaborated on Yi Qingqian's background. The Lakers' power forward, Yi Qingqian, wearing jersey number 28, he did not see any action during the preseason. However, for fans who follow the Summer League, it is well known that he delivered a spectacular performance this year, averaging impressive triple-double statistics. He led the Lakers to an undefeated record. Furthermore, he signed a 2-year contract worth $7 million with the Lakers. The expectations for him are exceedingly high. As the commentator concluded, the referee signaled for both teams to take the court. The game officially commenced. Among the Rockets' starting players, there was one whom Yi Qingqian was quite familiar with, Hakeem Olajuwon. He is regarded as one of the four great centers of this era, renowned for his signature move, the Dream Shake. Drafted first overall in 1984, he overshadowed even Michael Jordan, who was merely the third pick of that same draft. This fact alone attests to Olajuwon's extraordinary talent. Players who have faced him have often expressed their trepidation regarding his Dream Shake, as his shooting timing is notoriously unpredictable. When one anticipates a shot, he often feigns. Conversely, when one suspects a feint, he is likely to release the ball, defending against him in the paint. One would feel hesitant to claim they have truly matched up against him without enduring a few of his fakes. Indeed, Olajuwon's footwork beneath the basket is nothing short of exceptional, and his mid-range shooting is equally remarkable, standing at an impressive 2 meters and 13 centimeters. It is astounding that he can execute jump shots. Who could possibly guard him? Furthermore, Olajuwon's defensive prowess is formidable. Attempting to shoot under his watchful eye without being met by a few thunderous blocks is virtually impossible. Thus, the Lakers are faced with a rather formidable opponent today. In addition to Olajuwon, the Rockets' starting lineup includes the power forward, Othella Harrington, point guard, Vernon Maxwell, small forward, Kenny Smith, and shooting guard, Sleepy Floyd. To Yi Qingqian, these four players are relatively unfamiliar. Apart from Olajuwon, he considers them mere supporting roles, approaching this opening game with unwavering confidence. Yi Qingqian is determined to establish his position as a key player on the team. Moreover, it is crucial to achieve eye-catching statistics at such a moment, not only to enhance his reputation but also to elevate his skill attributes. The jump ball commences. Divac versus Olajuwon. With ease, Olajuwon taps the ball into Floyd's hands. The Rockets seize the opportunity for the first offensive play. Floyd dribbles slowly past half court, clad in jersey number 34. Olajuwon swiftly moves to the high post to set a screen for Floyd. After the screen, Olajuwon positions himself at the left 45-degree angle. Floyd delivers the ball to Olajuwon, at which point all Rockets players spread out. Divac stands before Olajuwon while Yi Qingqian guards the basket. Observing Divac before him, Olajuwon can hardly contain his excitement. Believing that Divac simply cannot contain him, Yi Qingqian, too, is intrigued as he watches Olajuwon, eager to witness the legendary footwork that has garnered so much acclaim. Olajuwon begins his offensive dribble, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles that leave Yi Qingqian in awe. The fluidity of his ball handling is remarkable. The continuous dribbling causes Divac to grow increasingly anxious. Just as Divac fixates on Olajuwon's dribbling, Olajuwon suddenly makes his move. Divac instinctively retreats, attempting to block his path. Little does he know, Olajuwon's feint is deceptive. With a swift dribble retreat, Olajuwon rises for a mid-range jumper. Swish. A perfect net. Olajuwon claims the first points for the Rockets. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause. At this moment, Olajuwon's expression towards Divac is one of sheer disdain. Hey, you nearly had me there. Keep trying. His taunts leave Divac feeling quite vexed. At this moment, Yi Qingqian gently patted Divac's shoulder and said, "Hey, buddy, it's all right. Watch how I restore our honor." Yi Qingqian's words momentarily stunned Divac, who was about to retort, but Yi Qingqian had already hastened towards the front court. With a resigned sigh, Divac shook his head in dismay and followed suit. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Srtets dribbled the ball past half-court. Divac, eager to score in front of Olajuwon, immediately positioned himself to receive the ball. However, Srtets did not pass it to him. Instead, he delivered the ball to Yi Qingchen, who had moved to receive it. Prior to the game, Coach Dunleavy had emphasized the importance of passing the ball to Yi Qingchen at the outset. Upon receiving the ball, Yi Qingchen found himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side, facing the defensive Sop. Sop stood at the same height as Yi Qingchen, yet appeared considerably more slender. In stark contrast to Yi Qingchen, Sop seemed almost frail. With such a player defending against him, Yi Qingchen could hardly contain his excitement, as he knew he could easily overpower him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingchen drove towards the basket. Seeing Yi Qingchen's determination to charge at him, Sop instinctively moved to meet him. Consequently, they collided, and Sop's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 65. A stunning slam. Soaring over Sop. At this moment, Olajuwon found himself positioned behind Sop. Although he harbored immense confidence in Sop's defensive abilities as a master of shot blocking, this situation presented an ideal opportunity to execute a block. Sop had effectively obstructed Yi Qingchen's advance, inevitably reducing his momentum. Even if Sop failed to halt Yi Qingchen's shot, he had nonetheless afforded Olajuwon crucial time. Often, it was Olajuwon's impeccable judgment that enabled him to secure the block. The audience erupted into a cacophony of boos as the Lakers' number 28 player aggressively attacked Sop. To them, it was evident that Yi Qingchen was merely courting rejection. Who was unaware of Olajuwon's dominance beneath the basket? With Sop positioned in between, he had already managed to impede Yi Qingchen's approach. Even the commentator, sensing the absurdity of the moment, jestingly remarked, "It appears that this rookie is indeed fearless in the face of danger. His inaugural offensive move is a direct assault on the Rockets' interior. Is he oblivious to the fact that Hakeem lurks behind Sop?" However, as the commentator's words faded, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. What transpired next defied all expectations. As Sop engaged Yi Qingchen defensively, he swiftly positioned himself in the path of Yi Qingchen's advance. Yet, lacking stability, he made contact with Yi Qingchen, and the referee was disinclined to call an offensive foul against Yi Qingchen. Naturally, a defensive foul would not be called either. Yet, this seemingly innocuous physical contact precipitated an astonishing turn of events. Following the collision with Yi Qingchen, Sop's body inexplicably flew backward, crashing into Olajuwon's embrace. Taken aback, Olajuwon stumbled as a result of Sop's unexpected fall. At that moment, Yi Qingchen faced an unguarded hoop. It was worth noting that Yi Qingchen had only just begun his drive, and with a mere first step, he had sent Sop flying. Yi Qingchen felt as though Sop were a mere paper figure, utterly incapable of withstanding his advance. With no defenders in sight, he took another step forward, raised the ball high with one hand, and emphatically slammed it through the hoop. On the ground, Sop and Olajuwon stared in bewilderment at Yi Qingchen as he effortlessly executed a one-handed dunk. Their thoughts were starkly contrasting. Sop's face was a canvas of terror and disbelief. "Damn it, why do I feel as though I've been struck by a massive truck?" Meanwhile, Olajuwon wore an expression of frustration and dismay. "What on earth is happening with Otis Sop? He has been sent flying, and he tripped me as well. Damn it, how could a rookie player possibly dunk over me?" This scene left the spectators in stunned silence, as they could hardly fathom that the outcome was entirely contrary to their expectations. Yi Qingchen not only evaded interception by Sop and Olajuwon but, in a display of sheer audacity, sent Sop crashing to the ground before executing a magnificent dunk over their heads. Oh, my heavens. I had long asserted that Sop's physique was woefully inadequate. To think he was so easily toppled by a rookie. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could hardly deny his impressive strength. It felt as though his arms were even more robust than those of Karl Malone. The astonished commentary from the announcer resonated with many Rockets fans, who began to reassess Yi Qingchen as prowess. They soon recognized that the announcer was indeed correct. Yi Qingchen's physique was notably more imposing than Sop's. It was no wonder Sop was so effortlessly dispatched by this Lakers rookie, whose physicality was undeniably formidable. At that moment, D'Antoni wore an expression of considerable satisfaction. He was acutely aware of Yi Qingchen's capabilities, having witnessed his extraordinary physicality during intra-squad scrimmages. Even the likes of James Worthy and Perkins had felt the brunt of Yi Qingchen's force, and the experience was anything but pleasant. Turning to the Rockets' head coach, Tanksini, one could see his face contorted with anger as he vociferously questioned the referee, That number 28 player clearly committed an offensive foul. Did you not see it? The referee, however, paid no heed to Tangsini's protests and even issued a warning. You would do well to refrain from challenging our calls, or I would not hesitate to assess you a technical foul. Such remarks only intensified Tangsini's frustration. In truth, he recognized that Yi Qingchen had not committed an offensive foul. His outburst was merely a tactical maneuver to draw the referee's attention. Should Yi Qingchen continue to employ such aggressive tactics, the referee might be inclined to penalize him for an offensive foul. This is the essence of a coach exerting pressure on the officials. A game requires not only the players to exert considerable effort on the court, but also underscores the critical role of the coach. Returning the focus to the court, Olajuwon and Sop, who had fallen to the ground, were aided by their teammates in rising. Their expressions mirrored a sense of dismay. Once they regained their footing, Yi Qingchen brazenly gestured at Sop, shaking his head and stating, "Hey, buddy, let us be honest. Your physique is truly lacking. I hadn't even exerted myself. And you were already sent flying?" After delivering his taunt, Yi Qingchen turned and retreated to defense, leaving Sop trembling with indignation. Sop's mood was indeed quite dismal. Not only had he been knocked down by Yi Qingchen, but he was now also subjected to the humiliation of being mocked. Moreover, the opponent was merely a rookie player. And this sensation was undeniably frustrating. Olajuwon observed the entire scene from behind Sop, feeling considerable annoyance at Yi Qingchen's audacity. It was rare for him to encounter a novice player so brazenly arrogant. Was it merely by scoring a single basket that he dared to boast so boldly before him? Olajuwon resolved to impart a lesson to Yi Qingchen. "Hey, Otis, let us switch defenders for a moment. I shall teach him the essence of respecting his elders." Olajuwon's declaration sparked a glimmer of enthusiasm in Sop's eyes. "All right, boss, make sure to give him a proper lesson." As the Rockets initiated their offense, Floyd gradually dribbled past half-court. Upon crossing the line, he directly passed the ball to Olajuwon positioned at the free throw line. After receiving the pass, Olajuwon faced Divac's defense and signaled Sop to provide him with a screen. Sop swiftly complied, setting a screen for Olajuwon, leading to a switch in defense. Consequently, Yi Qingchen now stood before Olajuwon. The sight ignited an immediate uproar among the Rockets fans, who erupted in ecstatic shouts. "Oh my goodness! Olajuwon is about to face the rookie on the Lakers list." The excitement in the commentary booth mirrored that of the crowd. Upon seeing Yi Qingchen before him, Olajuwon's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Youngster, allow me to demonstrate what true offense entails." Yet, Yi Qingchen exhibited no sign of tension, even retorting, "Hey, old man, my skills are far from insignificant. If you doubt it, feel free to come and see for yourself." This trash talk instantly darkened Olajuwon's expression. Chapter 66, Dreamlike Footsteps? "I see you're just cramping up. A 24-second violation and still getting swatted away." Olajuwon was genuinely displeased with Yi Qingchen at this moment. The remarks made by this rookie player were truly irksome to him. As a result, he resolved to teach Yi Qingchen a lesson using his own footwork. Olajuwon always possessed a unique offensive strategy to deal with novice players. Young athletes tend to leap easily during defense, especially rookies, who would jump at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Olajuwon believed that Yi Qingchen would undoubtedly be tricked into bouncing up and down by his footwork. It would surely provide a delightful experience for him to casually score while Yi Qingchen repeatedly leaped in vain. Olajuwon's dribbling rhythm was impeccable and remarkably fluid. He appeared less like a center and more akin to a guard. As he continued to dribble beneath his legs, Yi Qingchen suddenly closed in. Seeing Yi Qingchen actively pressuring him, Olajuwon felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the close defense he desired, as it would allow him to effortlessly maneuver past Yi Qingchen using his pivot and dribbling rhythm. Thus, when Yi Qingchen approached to defend, Olajuwon smoothly dribbled and turned, positioning himself with his back to Yi Qingchen, adopting a back-to-the-basket stance. This dribbling maneuver was exceedingly secure. It was nearly impossible to be intercepted. With his long wingspan, Olajuwon pressed his back against Yi Qingchen and swiftly pivoted, intending to slip past him. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. Unless something went awry, he would easily evade Yi Qingchen's defense and reach the basket. At that moment, Yi Qingchen would undoubtedly find himself out of position and rush to continue his defense. By then, his mental state would likely be unbalanced. A mere feigned shot from Olajuwon would compel Yi Qingchen to leap on the spot. Olajuwon intended to first fake Yi Qingchen out before taking the shot. He planned to wait until Yi Qingchen landed before executing another shot fake, prompting him to jump once more. It would only be after Yi Qingchen landed the second time that he would contemplate whether to actually shoot. The goal was to toy with Yi Qingchen more than twice, effectively dampening his enthusiasm. This was Olajuwon's plan. However, as he executed this strategy, he encountered a slight predicament. When he attempted to back down and pivot past Uchichin, he realized he could hardly budge him. In fact, during his backing maneuver, he found himself being pushed outward. This unexpected development forced him to halt his back to the basket move, a situation he had never previously encountered. Yet, Olajuwon, a seasoned veteran on the court, remained unfazed in the face of such an unexpected situation. Instead, he harnessed the outward momentum to gather the ball and swiftly pivot, executing a shooting motion with remarkable fluidity. At this juncture, regardless of who was defending Olajuwon, they would undoubtedly rush forward, intent on blocking his shot, as his movements had unmistakably signaled his intention to shoot. Furthermore, the shooting gesture appeared strikingly authentic. However, an unforeseen twist occurred once more. Olajuwon did not anticipate the imminent approach of Uchichin. Instead, he found Uchichin tightly adhering to him, resolutely obstructing his path. Uchichin was not deceived in the slightest. Moreover, as he closed in, his right hand was not idle. With precision, Uchichin's hand struck the basketball, dislodging it from Olajuwon's grasp with impressive force. Fortunately, Olajuwon reacted swiftly, retrieving the ball almost instantaneously. Yet, Uchichin's intervention had undeniably disrupted Olajuwon's rhythm of attack. The seamless flow of his previous maneuvers had been abruptly interrupted. Olajuwon felt a wave of frustration wash over him, akin to the vexation one experiences when a climactic moment in a game is abruptly halted. At this moment, his mindset had shifted to one of impatience. With Uchichin firmly positioned before him, he found himself in a state of stasis. Unless he passed the ball, he would be compelled to attempt a shot. The remaining time on the shot clock was dwindling. However, passing the ball would signify that Uchichin's defense had been wholly successful, forcing him into a position where he could not shoot, a scenario that would undoubtedly bolster the morale of the Lakers and leave Olajuwon feeling humiliated. Thus, he resolved not to pass. He needed to shoot under Uchichin's defense and must make it count. Nevertheless, true to his reputation, Olajuwon, despite being unable to dribble, believed he could still employ footwork and feints to shake off Uchichin. Consequently, Olajuwon executed a shoulder shimmy, preparing to turn for a shot. This motion remained remarkably convincing. Even the players from the Rockets sensed that Olajuwon was poised to release the ball. Yet, Uchichin stood resolute, as if his feet were nailed to the ground, his center of gravity unwavering as he remained glued to Olajuwon. With merely 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Olajuwon felt an overwhelming sense of vexation. He had never anticipated that his most adept offensive feints would fail to deceive Uchichin. With only 3 seconds remaining, he had no choice but to shoot. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede. As a master of footwork, he was confident in his ability to outmaneuver Uchichin. Thus, he executed one final feint shot. Bending his knees to lift the ball, he raised it above his head while fixating intently on Uchichin's feet. The slightest bend in her knees would indicate that she had fallen for his ruse. However, Olajuwon was once again met with disappointment. Uchichin remained grounded. This left him feeling exceedingly frustrated and constrained, as his emotions began to shift. The basketball he held aloft was now completely exposed before Uchichin. At last, she made her move. With only 1 second left on the shot clock, Uchichin swiftly slapped the ball from Olajuwon's grasp. In an instant, she surged forward like a leopard, snatching the ball and racing towards the front court, leaving Olajuwon in the backcourt, stunned and questioning his existence. Chapter 67. Olajuwon's mental breakdown. Still hoping to score over Uchichin? While Olajuwon was grappling with existential doubts, the head coach of the Rockets, Don Chaney, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. After all, this was Olajuwon. His footwork and offensive techniques were remarkably diverse. Typically, he was the one overwhelming others. It was unheard of for anyone to easily dominate him, let alone successfully defend against him. Even Patrick Ewing, the center for the Knicks, found Olajuwon's footwork to be an immense challenge. Ewing once articulated in an interview, "The move I despise the most is that nauseating footwork of Hakeem. You can never predict when he will actually shoot during his fakes. It seems like every feint is a shot, yet every shot appears to be a feint." Apart from Ewing's trepidation towards Olajuwon, Admiral Robinson also harbored considerable frustration towards him. One of the most infamous instances occurred when he attempted to defend Olajuwon under the basket, only to be faked out 3 consecutive times, each time leaping in vain. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Olajuwon executed a reverse layup right before him. This moment became one of the defining highlights of Olajuwon's career. Whenever fans recall Olajuwon's mesmerizing footwork, they inevitably think of him toying with Robinson. Thus, Robinson's disdain for Olajuwon's infuriating footwork was entirely justified. Current prominent centers in the league are all wary of Olajuwon. Yet, this master of footwork, who instilled fear even in the league's elite centers, found himself unable to take a shot against Yu Qingchen's defense. In fact, he was ultimately swatted away by Yu Qingchen's emphatic block. Presently, Yu Qingchen surged ahead, dribbling swiftly to the basket to execute a powerful axe-like dunk. 2-4. Yu Qingchen scored 4 consecutive points, turning the tide of the game. The Rockets fans fell into a stunned silence. Their star player, Olajuwon, had been rendered ineffective under Yu Qingchen's defense, culminating in an astonishing block. Such a result was utterly unacceptable for them. Who exactly was this Lakers player donning the number 28 jersey? In stark contrast to the dejected mood of the Rockets players and fans, the morale of the Lakers soared instantaneously. Particularly, James Worthy and Vlade Divac displayed expressions of elation upon witnessing Yu Qingchen successfully defend against Olajuwon. At this moment, Yu Qingchen had regained his defensive position. He celebrated with each of his teammates, yet his face revealed no trace of elation. Once back on defense, Yu Qingchen approached Olajuwon and imitated a shooting feint, saying, "No offense intended. I must ask, are you cramping up?" Yu Qingchen's remark reached the ears of the Lakers players, who couldn't contain their laughter, erupting into raucous amusement. It must be said that Yu Qingchen's prowess in trash talk is remarkably high. Even their ears perceive him as rather insufferable. Olajuwon's face was already clouded with frost. He felt a profound humiliation from Yu Qingchen's mockery, glaring intensely into Yu Qingchen's eyes. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Little brat, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. A single successful defense does not signify your defensive prowess. I hope you can still manage a smile after this." At that moment, Olajuwon was thoroughly incensed by Yu Qingchen. He felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, the fans would undoubtedly be disappointed in him. This was the season opener, and he had no desire to disgrace himself before the home crowd. He aimed to secure victory and prove his unwavering form to the fans. In addition to the supporters of both teams, the management of both sides was also keenly observing the match. This included the retired Magic Johnson, who sat at home with a broad smile on his face. He was immensely pleased with Yu Qingchen's performance against Olajuwon, having initially worried that Yu might exhibit signs of nervousness on the court. However, it seemed he had been overly concerned. From the very beginning, Yu Qingchen unleashed his full potential, exhibiting not only a formidable offense but also a tenacious defense that even left Olajuwon unable to take a shot. Such a performance was nothing short of perfection. Lakers owner Bus was equally invested in the game, having made a substantial investment in securing Yu Qingchen's services. He was eager to witness Ye's debut performance in the season opener, and presently, his spirits were high. Jerry's judgment during the draft had indeed proven astute. Although the team had decided to embrace a rebuilding phase this season, Ye's performance suggested he might become a delightful surprise for the squad. Returning to the court, Olajuwon had positioned Yu Qingchen behind him, raising his hands to call for the ball. He needed to score under Ye's defense to validate himself. In truth, when a player becomes fixated on such a notion, it may not bode well, particularly for Olajuwon at this moment. His desire to score against Ye's defense was unlikely to yield favorable results. Yu Qingchen's training during the off-season could be described as relentless. Over the span of 3 months, he had not taken a single day off. Every day began with rigorous practice. From shooting drills to ball handling exercises and strength training, Yu Qingchen felt no fatigue. His boundless stamina sufficed to endure the grueling regimen. Yet, as emotional beings, humans inevitably experience weariness. Despite his physical resilience, the monotonous training appeared torturous to outsiders. Indeed, during this period of training, Yu Qingchen has endured considerable mental torment. After all, even without pushing himself to the limits, his current abilities would suffice to yield commendable performances in the upcoming season. However, Yu Qingchen believes that since he possesses a system, it would be prudent to exert himself further, allowing for a rapid enhancement of his skills. He yearns to unveil his formidable prowess right at the onset of the new season, for such a display would be immensely gratifying. Moreover, since the commencement of the preseason, Yu Qingchen has been harboring a fervent determination. Although he outwardly exhibits no dissatisfaction, he has been keenly aware of the external mockery and criticism, which he has etched into his memory. He intends to deliver a resounding rebuttal at the opportune moment, making it abundantly clear how foolish the initial derision was. Now, the opportunity lies before him, as the Lakers have entrusted him with the starting position. Thus, Yu Qingchen is resolved to no longer conceal his capabilities. He aims to fully showcase his strength in this opening match. At this moment, Olajuwon has received a pass from his teammate. Instead of dribbling immediately, he leans back slightly, gauging Yi Qingqian's strength. Typically, this leaning gesture serves as a probing maneuver, one that defenders might not regard with utmost seriousness. However, Olajuwon's action carries profound significance. He senses Yi Qingqian's strength and recognizes the earnestness with which he is defending him. This is precisely the outcome he desires. Chapter 68. Olajuwon takes the initiative to defend against Yi Qingqian. Let's understand Taizhan. At this moment, Olajuwon executed a decisive pivot, forcefully maneuvering past Yi Qingqian. After turning and dribbling, Olajuwon found himself in position beneath the basket. He initiated his signature deceptive move under the rim, feigning a reverse layup. With Yi Qingqian already behind him, in such a scenario, one would typically expect a jump. Yet, Yi Qingqian remained grounded, undeterred. Olajuwon retracted the ball and performed a fake for a straightforward layup. Still, Yi Qingqian stood resolute, unperturbed. At that moment, the realization dawned upon Olajuwon. He understood why Yi Qingqian refrained from leaping. It was apparent that Yi had received prior counsel from his coach, advising him against jumping for the block. Given that the player he was defending was none other than Olajuwon himself, this revelation made things even simpler. With Yi not jumping, Olajuwon could simply take a jump shot right in front of him. This time, he abandoned the feigned shot entirely and prepared to shoot for real. However, at that very moment, Yi Qingqian's right hand swooped down mercilessly. Once again, a precise steal was executed. The basketball slipped from Olajuwon's grasp, snatched away by Yi Qingqian. Immediately, Olajuwon clutched the ball with both hands, only to find Yi Qingqian doing the same at that very instant. Olajuwon anticipated a jump ball situation. Yet once again he was mistaken. He sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Yi Qingqian's grip, a strength that left him feeling powerless. In an instant, Yi Qingqian had seized the basketball. At that moment, a thought crossed Olajuwon's mind. This is not merely a steal, this is outright robbery. While Olajuwon mentally lamented his predicament, Yi Qingqian swiftly initiated a counterattack. However, Olajuwon reacted promptly, pulling Yi Qingqian back. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Olajuwon. Regret washed over Yi Qingqian. Had he been a fraction quicker, it could have been yet another fast break score. The referee gestured for the Lakers to resume play, and Yi Qingqian glanced back at Olajuwon, playfully teasing, "Hey, Hakeem, how many points do you give my steal?" Yi Qingqian's just left Olajuwon visibly frustrated. He shot Yi a fierce glare and retorted, "Young man, I advise you not to be too cocky." Those words sparked a moment of clarity for Yi Qingqian. He was all too familiar with that phrase. Without a second thought, he replied, "If not being cocky is what defines youth, then what am I?" With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Yi Qingqian sprinted towards the front court, leaving Olajuwon even more vexed by his rebuttal. In his usual demeanor, he would remain impervious to the taunts of his adversaries. Yet today, his composure was repeatedly unsettled by Yi Qingqian. Nevertheless, Yi Qingqian's retort resonated with a peculiar sense of validity. Reflecting on his own youthful arrogance, Olajuwon shook his head. Casting these thoughts aside, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset, acknowledging that initially, Yi Qingqian's words had indeed rattled him. However, he had now completely regained his poise. His current resolve was to maintain a steady demeanor, focus on his defense, and demonstrate to Yi Qingqian the true essence of a basketball star. The Lakers' offense once again directed the ball into Yi Qingqian's hands. Upon receiving the pass, he found himself face-to-face with Olajuwon, who had taken on the defensive mantle. The Houston fans erupted in excitement at the sight of Olajuwon confronting Yi Qingqian, especially after Yi Qingqian had successfully defended against him twice prior, leaving the crowd frustrated. Now, with Olajuwon actively guarding Yi Qingqian, it signified his intent to reclaim his dignity. At this moment, Yi Qingqian signaled for his teammates to spread out. The Lakers players were acutely aware of Yi Qingqian's formidable prowess. It could be said that during practice, Yi Qingqian had thoroughly dominated all of them. Even legends like James Worthy were hesitant to face him in one-on-one situations, not due to Yi Qingqian's offensive skills alone, but because of his adeptness at leveraging his physical advantages. Standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 120 kilograms, Yi Qingqian possessed a mere 9% body fat, indicating an absence of excess flesh, in essence. He was a veritable powerhouse of muscle. Consequently, when defending against Yi Qingqian, opponents often found themselves overwhelmed by his sheer force, leading to easy scoring opportunities. Thus, when Yi Qingqian gestured for his teammates to spread out, they complied with remarkable synergy, eager for Olajuwon to experience the brunt of Yi Qingqian's relentless assault. Olajuwon, renowned for his defensive acumen, was not only skilled at help defense but also excelled in individual matchups. As a master of footwork, He possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate the movements of offensive players. At this moment, he fixated intently on Yi Qingquan's feet. Upon encountering Olajuwon, Yi Qingquan's lips curled into a subtle smile. If you were to defend me, you had best be cautious. With that warning, he commenced his dribble, initiating an offensive maneuver. Olajuwon quickly realized that Yi Qingquan was not feigning. Instead, he was prepared to execute a back-to-basket play against him. Olajuwon displayed a look of disdain, contemplating the absurdity of attempting to score by turning his back. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. He had already closed in, determined not to grant Yi Qingquan any opportunity for offense. Meanwhile, Yi Qingquan commenced his initial back-to-basket dribble. Those familiar with basketball understand that back-to-basket moves hinge on the harmonious interplay between strength and rhythm. This maneuver demands not only raw power, but also a keen sense of timing. However, the moment Yi Qingquan leaned into Olajuwon with his back-to-basket dribble, the latter's expression shifted dramatically. For Yi Qingquan's approach resembled that of an immovable force. When Yi Qingquan first leaned back, he nearly lost his footing. His strength was undeniably formidable. Just as Olajuwon was engulfed in astonishment, Yi Qingquan initiated a second back-to-basket dribble. What Olajuwon was unaware of was that Yi Qingquan's first attempt had merely been a probe, employing a mere 30% of his strength. In stark contrast, he exerted 50% of his power during the second approach towards Olajuwon. Yi Qingquan successfully pressed against Olajuwon, who, at that moment, was thrown into a state of shock, his body losing all semblance of control. Chapter 69, Olajuwon is stunned. Yi Qingquan sent him flying. Under normal circumstances, when defending against a back-to-the-basket move, defenders typically lean their entire weight against the offensive player. The objective is to prevent the attacker from easily penetrating the lane. Although Olajuwon possessed a height advantage over Yi Qingquan, his weight was considerably less. Thus, while Olajuwon was attentive to Yi Qingquan's footwork, he also bore his weight down upon him, aiming to thwart Yi Qingquan's advance. However, the outcome was astonishing. During his second back-to-the-basket attempt, Yi Qingquan managed to knock Olajuwon to the ground. The latter slid back a short distance before finally coming to a halt against the basketball hoop. In that moment, Yi Qingquan seized the opportunity to spin and executed a one-handed slam dunk effortlessly, barely needing to rise on his toes to complete the feat. As the Lakers players prepared to celebrate, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Offensive foul on Yi Qingquan. Upon seeing the referee's signal, Yi Qingquan wore an expression of profound frustration. He did not believe that his offensive action constituted a foul. In fact, he felt that it was Olajuwon's lack of strength that had left him vulnerable to being knocked over. Yet, the Rockets fans erupted in exhilaration, clearly perceiving Olajuwon's defense as a resounding success that had led to Yi Qingquan's offensive foul. The remaining Rockets players rushed to Olajuwon's side, eager to assist him to his feet, their faces alight with excitement. However, Olajuwon did not extend his hands. Instead, he grimaced in pain, clutching his chest. In reality, Olajuwon was not feigning. He had genuinely been knocked down by Yi Qingquan's sudden impact. Moreover, Yi Qingquan had not even executed a shoulder drop. He had simply used his back to deliver the blow. This was a legitimate offensive maneuver. Yet, perhaps due to the convincing nature of his fall, the referee ruled Yi Qingquan's action as an offensive foul. Although this was a misjudgment, it was not overly embarrassing for him. Nevertheless, he felt a heavy discomfort in his chest and needed a moment to recover. The Rockets players soon noticed Olajuwon's distress, exchanging glances filled with concern. Meanwhile, the large screen in the arena replayed the moment Yi Qingquan sent Olajuwon flying. The slow-motion footage clearly revealing that Yi Qingquan had not exerted any undue force during his attack. His back-to-the-basket move was entirely legal, as he had simply leaned against Olajuwon while dribbling forward. Olajuwon's flight was utterly authentic, devoid of any semblance of theatrics. After reviewing the replay, the commentator, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Why do I feel that player number 28 did not commit an offensive foul this time? It seems more like he simply overpowered Hakeem." This statement elicited a chorus of boos from the Rockets fans present, who firmly believed that Yi Qingquan had indeed initiated the contact, thus constituting an offensive foul. However, Hakeem Olajuwon remained on the ground, slow to rise, causing concern among the Rockets supporters. After a considerable pause, Olajuwon finally extended his hands to his teammates, who assisted him in getting back on his feet. Even upon rising, Olajuwon's expression remained pained. At that moment, Yi Qingquan casually walked past him, lightly uttering, "Is that all it takes to keep you down? I only exerted 50% of my strength." Yi Qingquan's words left Olajuwon feeling utterly frustrated. He had never encountered an opponent with such formidable strength, even feeling that Yi Qingquan surpassed Barkley in terms of sheer power. although his chest still ached. Olajuwon did not show any signs of discomfort. After a heavy grunt, he proceeded towards the front court. Noticing Olajuwon occasionally rubbing his chest, Yichichin realized that this time he had indeed gained the upper hand. Unfortunately, the offensive play was ultimately nullified by the referees, much to their regret. Once again, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. Due to his chest discomfort, Olajuwon refrained from actively seeking the ball. Ultimately, it was Sop who received the ball in the low post, while Yichichin returned to his defensive position. Defending against Sop posed no challenge for Yichichin. When Sop turned and attempted a fadeaway jumper, Yichichin leapt high and emphatically swatted the ball away. The basketball was retrieved by Byron Scott, who quickly transitioned to offense. Following his block, Yichichin sprinted closely behind him. The Rockets' defense was a step too slow. As Scott dribbled up the court, Yichichin trailed closely behind, with the Rockets' defenders lagging behind them. Thus, this fast break became the Lakers' moment to shine. Upon reaching the front court, Scott leaped and struck the ball against the backboard. The rebound was skillfully caught by Yichichin, who soared from behind and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. It was an impressive fast break alley-oop. The Lakers had once again scored. This outcome was difficult for the Rockets' home fans to accept. The prowess of the Lakers' number 28 player had exceeded their expectations, showcasing remarkable dominance on the defensive end, making it challenging for even Olajuwon to find a clear shot. The commentator, overwhelmed with astonishment, exclaimed, "My goodness! What have I just witnessed? This marks 3 consecutive successful defensive plays. His defensive prowess is truly formidable." The Rockets find themselves in significant trouble. They must reevaluate this rookie player. As the commentator's words faded, Rockets head coach Stephen Silas promptly called for a timeout. At this juncture, a pause was essential, as the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the Rockets. They lacked a clear understanding of Yichichin, allowing him to pose a substantial threat on the defensive end. A reassessment of the Rockets' offensive strategy was imperative. From the onset of the match, Yichichin dazzled with a series of remarkable performances, leaving many Rockets fans utterly astounded. Lakers head coach Darvin Ham was equally pleased with Yichichin's display. "Well done, rookie." As James Worthy exited the court, he excitedly patted Yichichin on the backside, saying, "Great job." This gesture caused Yichichin to furrow his brow slightly. Why did this encouragement from James Worthy feel somewhat inappropriate? Chapter 70, a triple-double at halftime. The Rockets are anxious and ready to strike. At this moment, the expression of Magic Johnson, who was closely observing the game, was one of great satisfaction. Yichichin's performance met his expectations splendidly. Especially when he witnessed Olajuwon struggle against ES defense, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Splendid. This Hakeem, who often relies on his offensive footwork to toy with others, has finally met his match. When he was knocked away by Yi, the look on his face was quite agonizing. He has certainly suffered a great loss. Excellent. Truly deserving of my selection, he has not disappointed me. Under my defense, Hakeem is finding it exceedingly difficult to even attempt a shot, which astonishes me greatly. At the same time, Jerry West was equally exhilarated. He was deeply concerned about Yichichin's performance in the season opener. This inaugural game was not only a test for Yi, but also for Jerry West himself. Now, with Yi delivering such a dazzling performance right from the start, it attested to his formidable prowess. This was also a commendable report for Lakers owner Buss. However, the game had only just begun. The Rockets' unfamiliarity with Yichichin allowed him to shine in both defense and offense. It was certain that after the timeout, the Rockets would focus their attention on him closely. Thus, if Yi wished to continue his outstanding display in the following segments of the match, it would become increasingly challenging. Now was the true test of Yichichin's capabilities. If, when targeted by the Rockets, he could still adeptly manage the ball, it would prove that he possessed the potential of a superstar. On the Rockets bench, head coach Tancini was explaining defensive strategies to the players. As you all witnessed, we underestimated player number 28, and he decisively outplayed us. Therefore, we cannot allow him to wreak havoc upon us any longer. Our offense must steer clear of him, and our defense must pay special attention to him, employing double teaming when necessary. Tancini's words elicited nods of agreement from the Rockets players. Clearly, they understood the need to closely monitor Yichichin and prevent him from continuing his rampage. "Hey, Hakeem, I'll have Sop set you a screen off the ball. After receiving the pass at mid-range, you must take the shot decisively. You need to respond to him using your strengths. Can you manage that?" Olajuwon replied earnestly, "Rest assured. Coach, leave it to me." It was evident that he comprehended the coach's intentions. Having Sop set a screen was aimed at preventing Yi from entangling him. thereby simplifying Olajuwon's offensive efforts. With the new strategy in place, the game resumed. The Rockets, indeed, adjusted their offensive tactics after the timeout. Under the screen set by Sop, Olajuwon received the ball in a completely unguarded position. He executed a smooth mid-range jump shot, scoring effortlessly. At this moment, Yi Qingchen found himself firmly obstructed by Sop. He had long anticipated this outcome, for those capable of competing in the NBA are hardly foolish. Especially given the knowledge of their formidable defense, the Rockets would undoubtedly seek to shield Olajuwon from confrontation. Yet, after successfully making a shot, a pained expression emerged on Olajuwon's face, hinting at the discomfort lingering in his chest. He even began to question whether his ribs were truly intact. However, the team still required his presence. He could not afford to rest. Observing Olajuwon's anguished expression, Yi Qingchen deduced something amiss. He gently shook his head, pondering how, in an era renowned for its physicality, these stars seemed so fragile. Should Hakeem Olajuwon catch wind of Yi Qingchen's notion, he might very well be incensed to the point of spitting blood. It is essential to recognize that fierce competition does not inherently equate to injury. The Rockets' defense against the Lakers had also become increasingly targeted. Upon receiving the ball, Yi Qingchen was swiftly besieged by Rockets players. Little did they realize, this was precisely the outcome Yi desired. His initial series of offensive plays aimed to draw the Rockets' attention, prompting them to double-team him. In doing so, he could exploit this distraction to pass the ball to an open teammate. With the advantage of height, he quickly identified an unguarded ally the moment he was trapped. The basketball was dispatched with alacrity to Divac, who had already maneuvered into the paint. After receiving Ye's pass, he effortlessly scored with a reverse layup. The Lakers' offense appeared remarkably effortless, much to Dunleavy's satisfaction. Subsequently, a fierce exchange of scoring ensued between the Rockets and the Lakers. The primary offensive force for the Rockets was Olajuwon, and whenever Yi Qingchen attempted to defend him, he would invariably be substituted out, denying him the chance for a one-on-one matchup. Conversely, Olajuwon, when confronted by other Lakers players, exhibited his prowess with remarkable finesse, showcasing his dreamlike footwork. Yet, the Rockets found themselves equally unable to curtail Yi Qingchen's performance, often left bewildered by his maneuvers. When the Rockets chose to double-team him, Yi decisively passed to an open teammate, facilitating their scoring. Conversely, when left unguarded, he would leverage his robust physique to aggressively assault the basket. Few among the Rockets could withstand Ye's forceful incursions. They either succumbed to his scoring in the paint or committed fouls, sending him to the free throw line. Yi Qingchen's style of play left the Rockets players feeling frustrated and helpless. In fact, by the conclusion of the first half, the Lakers had established a substantial lead of over 10 points against the Rockets, with a score of 65-55. Furthermore, Yi Qingchen's individual statistics were remarkably impressive: 20 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 3 steals, and 4 blocks. Achieving a triple-double in just the first half is truly exceptional, a feat that resonates throughout the annals of NBA history. It is noteworthy that this was Yi Qingchen's inaugural regular season game, and he was facing the formidable Texas team, the Rockets, which still boasts the presence of Olajuwon. Thus, Yi Qingchen's performance was undoubtedly sufficient to capture the attention of players across the entire league. Within the Rockets' locker room, Olajuwon wore a grave expression. His own performance was not subpar. Aside from being successfully defended by Yi Qingchen at the outset, he had shone brightly in the subsequent play, racking up a double-double reminiscent of his 2010 statistics. However, in comparison to Yi Qingchen, his contributions paled significantly. At that moment, Tang Cheney, with a serious demeanor, articulated his demands. In the second half, we must adopt a more aggressive stance. If he dares to penetrate the paint again, you must bring him down decisively. At all costs, make him aware of the true nature of competition in the NBA. Chapter 71. Wojcik was locked in a stranglehold midair and forcefully slammed to the ground. Yi Qingchen's boxing DNA was ignited. The players of the Rockets instantly comprehended the essence of Coach Tang Cheney's statement. His objective was to instill fear in Yi Qingchen through intense physical confrontation, thus influencing his emotions and inevitably affecting his performance. This tactic is, indeed, a prevalent defensive strategy in today's NBA, particularly impactful for rookies entering the league. Therefore, from Coach Tang Cheney's perspective, subjecting Yi Qingchen to physical challenges would undoubtedly affect his state. At that moment, Olajuwon's expression remained grave, as he sensed a persistent discomfort in his chest. Coupled with his role as the primary scorer in the first half, he had expended considerable energy, resulting in a decline in stamina and an exacerbation of his unease. He was genuinely astonished by Yi Qingchen. He had not anticipated that a rookie would exhibit such remarkable prowess in his inaugural regular season game. Even he had to concede that Yi Qingchen's performance in the first half overshadowed his own. However, as Coach Tang Qian's strategy suggested, Yi Qingchen was still a rookie. Although he possessed formidable strength and could employ his physical advantages to assertively attack the basket, the question remained, would he maintain his composure in the face of fierce physical confrontation? In Olajuwon's view, the answer was negative. Having traversed the path of a rookie himself, he recalled experiencing a profound fear when confronted with intense physical challenges during his debut season. It was only after 2 seasons of perseverance that such anxiety gradually dissipated. Thus, he did not believe Yi Qingchen could easily overcome this fear. The second half of the game would indeed be the ultimate test of Yi Qingchen's mindset. Olajuwon resolved to ensure that Yi Qingchen fully understood the essence of true competition. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the Rockets' locker room, the Lakers' locker room resonated with laughter and cheer. Apart from Yi Qingchen, who wore a smile, the other players were animated with excitement. Even James Worthy exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, "My goodness, have you ever seen a rookie like this? He utterly dominated Hachimura in his very first regular season game. Incredible. He rendered Hachimura incapable of making a shot right from the onset. Did you see the expression on Hachimura's face? Honestly, after so many encounters with him, I have never seen him look so frustrated. Yi, your performance today was absolutely phenomenal. You have truly astonished us all." James Worthy's words received unanimous agreement from all the Lakers players. At this moment, Keith Owens stood enthusiastically behind everyone, his expression equally fervent. Although he had not had the opportunity to play in the first half, Yi Qingchen's brilliant performance ignited his passion. Indeed, on the sidelines, Keith Owens was fervently waving his towel, embodying the spirit of a supportive teammate. He held deep admiration for Yi Qingchen. Observing the excitement of his teammates, Yi Qingchen merely smiled and shook his head, saying, "Hey, you're exaggerating. I was just focused on the game." He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, they will reveal their true strength in the second half." This statement surprised Coach Dunleavy considerably. Ordinarily, one would expect a young player to feel a sense of pride when receiving such praise from teammates. However, Yi Qingchen appeared completely unfazed. Instead, he calmly considered the possibility of a Rockets counterattack in the second half. His composed demeanor already surpassed that of many novice players. Thus, Dunleavy nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Yi is correct. The Rockets will certainly retaliate in the second half. Therefore, we must not relax at all. We need to maintain our focus." The entire Lakers team shouted in unison, "What is our goal?" To secure victory in the season opener. At this moment, Yi Qingchen was also reflecting on his experience points. After playing a half, he realized that the intensity of the regular season was indeed far more fierce than that of the Summer League. Furthermore, he noticed that while he possessed considerable strength, it could not be used to break through off-ball screens when defending against Rockets players, as forcefully colliding with such screens would result in a defensive foul. This revelation made Yi Qingchen understand that tightly guarding an opponent throughout the game was a notably challenging endeavor. Consequently, this was why his statistics in the first half were somewhat lacking. Initially, Yi Qingchen believed he could effortlessly accumulate impressive stats in the regular season. However, it became apparent that he had underestimated the challenge. Moreover, he had a strong premonition that the Rockets would ramp up their physicality in the second half. Nevertheless, he found himself anticipating the increased intensity of the game. As halftime concluded, the match resumed. The Rockets initiated the offense at the start of the third quarter. When Yi Qingchen attempted to navigate around a Rockets off-ball screen to defend against Olajuwon, he sensed a shift in the Rockets' defensive strategy. As he tried to circumvent Sop's screen, he was unexpectedly jolted by a discreet nudge from Sop. Yi Qingchen not only endured a solid blow from Sop's elbow, but also delayed his defensive timing. Consequently, the outcome was that he could only watch helplessly as Olajuwon effortlessly caught the ball and executed a jump shot that swished through the net. When Yi Qingchen turned to face Sop, he was met with the latter's smug expression as he proclaimed, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." Observing Sop's air of triumph, Yi Qingchen couldn't help but smile. He replied with a playful tone, "I hope to witness that arrogant grin of yours in the next round." With that, he pivoted and sprinted toward the front court. Sop, taken aback by Yi Qingchen's audacity, felt a surge of irritation. He acknowledged that he was unable to guard against Yi Qingchen, yet as a seasoned player in the NBA, it was intolerable to be mocked by a rookie. His thoughts immediately turned to Coach Tang Qian's words, darkening his expression. The initiator of the Lakers' next play was James Worthy. After receiving the ball near the free throw line, he faced Sop's defense and opted for a powerful drive. Yi Ching-chun, quick to react, followed closely behind as Worthy surged toward the basket. Upon witnessing Worthy's aggressive approach to the paint, Sop gritted his teeth and, in a moment of reckless abandon, executed a throat-lock maneuver midair against the leaping Worthy. This was an exceedingly perilous move, aimed at the player rather than the ball. Worthy, caught off guard by the ferocity of Sop's foul, plummeted to the ground, landing harshly on his back. The severity of this infraction was utterly unacceptable. The referee immediately blew the whistle, signaling the foul, while Lakers players rushed over, casting furious glares at Sop. Unbeknownst to them, Sop wore a disdainful smile, seemingly unfazed. Yi Ching-chun narrowed his eyes at the grinning Sop, contemplating. This guy certainly seems to be asking for a fight. Chapter 72. Sop's air choke and Yi Ching-chun's decisive punch sent Sop crashing to the ground, leaving James Worthy in considerable discomfort. As James landed, he fell on his back, instinctively bracing himself with his hands, which resulted in injury to his wrists. He lay motionless on the floor for a considerable duration before gradually regaining his composure. James, no longer in the bloom of youth, had battled in the league for nearly a decade and was now in his 30s. Sop's choke had indeed left him momentarily incapacitated. Tension mounted on the court as players from both teams bristled with hostility, particularly the Lakers, who were visibly incensed by Sop's actions. The referee, positioned between the two factions, halted the game, issuing Sop a standard defensive foul while indicating that a review of the footage would determine whether the foul warranted escalation. The immediate priority was to separate the players. With expressions of indignation, the Lakers assisted James Worthy to his feet. Upon returning to the sidelines, pain was etched on his face. The team physician approached, inquiring about his condition, and subsequently decided that James should return to the locker room for further examination. This prognosis suggested that he might miss the remainder of the game, a grim development for the Lakers. As James was escorted towards the locker room, a surprising wave of cheers erupted from the Rockets fans, as if his injury was a cause for celebration. This only fueled the Lakers' frustration further. Dunleavy's countenance was clouded with dismay. He had not anticipated such a significant uptick in the Rockets' defensive intensity. James's injury was indeed a troubling omen for the team. At that moment, the referee reviewed the footage and upgraded Sop's foul to a level 1 flagrant foul, yet he refrained from ejecting him from the game. This decision elicited a chorus of boos from the Rockets supporters, who expressed their dissatisfaction vocally. Even Sop, with a bewildered expression, raised his hands in innocence and questioned the referee's rationale. Until now, Sop had not perceived any impropriety in his actions. The reactions from the Rockets players and fans ignited the Lakers' ire. Yi Ching-chun, too, was taken aback by Sop's brazen demeanor, reflecting on the necessity of a thick skin in the modern game. However, the decision not to expel Sop was a silver lining. At least he would have the chance to teach him a lesson. Despite Dunleavy's vehement objections to the ruling, it was futile. Thus, the game resumed with both teams returning to the court. Following the injury of James Worthy, the Los Angeles Lakers substituted Eldon Campbell into the game, positioning him at center. Consequently, Vlade Divac moved to the power forward position, while Yi Ching-chun assumed the small forward role. Yi Ching-chun found this arrangement by Dunleavy to be exceedingly reasonable. Campbell, stepping in for Worthy, successfully converted all his free throws, maintaining possession for the Lakers. This sudden acquisition of 4 points further frustrated the players of the Houston Rockets. The Lakers pressed on with their offense. After Scott received the ball, he surveyed his teammates' movements from the top of the arc. Yi Ching-chun then circled out to receive the pass, becoming the focal point of the attack. As soon as Yi Ching-chun caught the ball, Sop rushed to guard him. Rockets head coach Don Chaney had issued a strict mandate to Sop. Yi Ching-chun must not be allowed to approach the basket easily, with Olajuwon ready to provide support at any moment. Thus, Sop clung tightly to Yi Ching-chun, denying him any space to penetrate. However, Yi Ching-chun was determined to break through. Sop, despite his efforts, was no match for his resolve. Holding the ball high above his head with both hands, Yi Ching-chun lowered his center of gravity, keenly observing Sop's stance. Sop remained fixated on the basketball, occasionally reaching out to disrupt Yi Ching-chun's rhythm, attempting to steal the ball. Then, an opportunity arose. Seizing the moment Sop extended his hand, Yi Ching-chun launched himself forward with explosive speed. The force of his movement sent Sop, who was closely guarding him, stumbling backwards several steps. Witnessing this, even Olajuwon, positioned for help defense beneath the basket, appeared astonished. The sheer power exhibited by Yi Ching-chun was truly formidable. Although Sop may have lacked a weight advantage, his defensive skills were commendable. Yet, skillful defense crumbled under the weight of raw power. After overpowering Sop, Yi Qingchen advanced toward the basket with confident strides. Olajuwon, though startled, quickly positioned himself in front of Yi Qingchen to block his path. Meanwhile, Sop, still reeling from being pushed aside, seethed with anger, feeling a sharp pain in his chest from Yi Qingchen's sudden burst of force. Realizing that Yi Qingchen had breached the defense and was now beneath the basket, Sop's expression turned fierce once more. He swiftly pursued Yi Qingchen from behind. At that moment, Yi Qingchen, now confronted by Olajuwon, showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he gathered his strength and accelerated, charging forward. Olajuwon's positioning was slightly off, as he stood within the restricted area, an offensive zone. Should Yi Qingchen force his way through, it could potentially lead to a defensive foul against Olajuwon. Yi Qingchen had already made physical contact with Olajuwon, the tremendous impact sending Olajuwon crashing to the ground. This moment provided Yi Qingchen with an opportunity to strike. Just as he was poised to execute a fierce layup, Sop, who had followed closely behind, unexpectedly committed a throat foul against Yi Qingchen at that very instant. This act was even more brutal than his previous foul against Worthy. Due to the nature of the foul, coming from behind, Yi Qingchen was entirely unprepared. Consequently, he was caught off guard, and as Sop locked his throat, he lost his balance midair and tumbled to the ground. In that fleeting moment of the ambush, Yi Qingchen internally shouted, "I was careless." An ambush. Nevertheless, his reflexes were remarkably swift. As he descended, he forcefully adjusted his landing posture. Ultimately, he landed on his rear, significantly minimizing the risk of injury. The moment he touched down, he had already devised a counterattack strategy. Thus, as soon as he hit the ground, Yi Qingchen sprang back up, delivering a powerful punch towards Sop, who was still unprepared. Chapter 73. An assault, 2 injured. A fractured rib for Dream. KO on the sneak attack by Sop. For Yi Qingchen, such a flagrant foul was clearly intentional, aimed directly at him. It was not merely an attempt to prevent him from scoring. It was a calculated effort to inflict injury. The earlier exit of James Worthy had already spoken volumes. Now, being subjected to a chokehold from behind, one could only wonder if Sop had developed an addiction to such underhanded tactics. Consequently, Yi Qingchen was not one to tolerate such despicable behavior. Thus, after he fell to the ground, he swiftly rose and retaliated with a powerful punch. This was no aimless flail. It was a forceful jab, one that any boxing enthusiast would recognize as capable of causing a gory spectacle upon contact with the face. At that moment, Sop had not even had the chance to display his usual arrogance before blood began to spray. He was utterly unprepared for Yi Qingchen's sudden resurgence in the subsequent strike. Not only had he not anticipated this reaction, but neither had the crowd, who were equally taken aback by Yi Qingchen's boldness. In the moment preceding the punch, Sop was preoccupied with evading the referee's scrutiny, concocting a facade of innocence while intending to explain his actions as unintentional. As for the possibility of being ejected from the game, he had little concern, given that 2 key players from the Lakers had already succumbed to his chokehold. However, what Sop could never foresee was that Yi Qingchen would not suffer severe injury but would instead retaliate with astonishing speed and precision. Sop had no opportunity to scream. Darkness enveloped him as he fell backward, blood erupting from his wounds. Yi Qingchen had successfully delivered a KO to Sop. A vendetta served instantly. This encapsulated Yi Qingchen's life philosophy, solidified by his newfound prowess. Sop's heinous foul had provoked an immeasurable wrath within him. The sequence, from Yi Qingchen colliding with Olajuwon, to being choked from behind by Sop, and culminating in Yi Qingchen's decisive blow, seemed intricate yet transpired in the blink of an eye. Even the referee's whistle pierced the air only after Yi Qingchen had risen from the ground. In that moment, the spectators witnessed Yi Qingchen's fist send Sop crashing to the floor, his face drenched in blood, the bridge of his nose likely fractured. Whether he had lost any teeth remained uncertain. Sop's condition appeared quite dire, leaving even the seasoned referee momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him. Such a scenario was rare, even for the most experienced officials, particularly when the perpetrator was a rookie player. Meanwhile, Olajuwon lay on the ground, groaning in agony. After Yi Qingchen collided with him, he once again crashed into his chest. This exacerbated the discomfort in his chest, making even the simple act of breathing feel exceedingly difficult. At that moment, he awaited the arrival of his teammates to help him up, as he had already heard the sound of the whistle. From Olajuwon's perspective, he assumed the referee must have called an offensive foul on Yi Qingchen, for he had not witnessed Sop's actions of locking Yi Qingchen's throat as he fell to the ground. However, after waiting for a brief moment. Olajuwon sensed something amiss. His teammates had yet to assist him. Instead, he heard the genuine gasps of astonishment from the audience. Looking at the expressions of the players on the court, the other four members of the Lakers bore nearly identical looks of shock and disbelief. Yi Qingxin's punch had truly taken them by surprise. Without any forewarning, Yi Qingxin had retaliated with remarkable swiftness. They had all felt a surge of rage upon witnessing Sop's aggressive maneuver against their teammate and were ready to strike back at once. Yet, the supposed victim, Yi Qingxin, had already executed his retaliation in the blink of an eye. The speed of his vengeance was nothing short of explosive. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Rockets players reflected sheer terror. The image of Sop being knocked out by Yi Qingxin was indelibly etched in their minds. Upon seeing Sop's brutal defensive move, they had anticipated the Lakers players would be extremely displeased. However, they did not believe Sop's actions were unjustified. Their immediate instinct was to protect Sop from any impending attacks by the Lakers. Yet, they were too late. The Lakers' reprisal had already occurred in an instant. The one who had exacted revenge was none other than Yi Qingxin, the very player who had been choked and thrown to the ground. This had completely overturned their understanding of retaliation. At that moment, the Rockets fans also began to react. Witnessing Sop lying on the ground, unconscious and bloodied, they instantly directed their immense hostility towards Yi Qingxin. The reason for Sop's dire predicament lay solely in the punch delivered by Yi Qingxin. Yet they had not paused to consider why Yi Qingxin had struck him. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of curses, with some fans even attempting to rush onto the court. Finally, the referees fully grasped the situation. Their immediate focus turned to the benches of both teams, as the players seated there were the most likely to join the fray. Fortunately for the three referees, the players on both benches merely stood at the sidelines, their faces frozen in shock. Clearly, Sop's fall had left them profoundly shaken. At that moment, the camera fixated intently on Yi Qingxin. However, Yi Qingxin's countenance bore no trace of dejection or anger. Instead, it radiated an air of tranquility and disdain. She even lifted her fist, which had just struck Sop, casting a glance at it before gently shaking her head, seemingly dissatisfied with the ferocity of her blow. This demeanor and action left the Rockets fans in utter disarray, with some even rushing down from the stands. Fortunately, the security personnel on site acted promptly, intervening to restrain these impulsive supporters. The referees, witnessing the unfolding chaos, found themselves in a precarious predicament, having never anticipated such an occurrence. Sop's malicious foul was indeed egregious, had it not been for his unsportsmanlike conduct. Yi Qingxin would not have unleashed such a fierce punch. The immediate priority now was to address the agitated emotions on both sides, not to mention the brewing unrest among the fans. The referees swiftly summoned the head coaches of both teams to the court, seeking their assistance in persuading the players to return to their respective benches. A thorough discussion regarding the conflict was imperative. Frankly, the head coaches, Tang Cheney of the Rockets and Deng Liwei of the Lakers, were equally taken aback by Yi Qingxin's unexpected retaliation. However, Tang Cheney quickly regained his composure, instructing the team physician to assess Sop's injuries. Meanwhile, a stretcher was urgently prepared at the sidelines, as it was evident that Sop would require it. The critical matter now was how to adjudicate Yi Qingxin's attack. At this juncture, Olajuwon was finally recalled by his teammates and, as he was assisted to his feet, he grasped the situation that had transpired. His gaze towards Yi Qingxin shifted, filled with a sense of despair as he mused to himself. This individual is truly a peculiar one. My ribs were shattered by his blow, and astonishingly, he knocked Sop unconscious with a single punch. Truly terrifying. Chapter 74. The heavy blow from Yi Qingxin sparks nationwide debate. Nicole Kidman makes an appearance. Hakeem Olajuwon was genuinely taken aback by Yi Qingxin's ferocity. His teammate, Sop, lay unconscious, necessitating immediate medical attention as confirmed by the team physician. Consequently, Sop was carried off on a stretcher, his face covered in blood. As Olajuwon was assisted to the bench, he too requested a medical evaluation. The physician, upon examining Olajuwon's chest based on his account, wore a grave expression as he stated, "Hey, Hakeem, there may be serious issues with your ribs. You are unfit to continue playing and require urgent treatment." The physician's words left Rockets head coach, Don Chaney, in shock. He had not anticipated the severity of Olajuwon's injury. Initially, upon witnessing Olajuwon being knocked to the ground by Yi Qingxin, he assumed it was merely an attempt to draw an offensive foul. However, it now appeared that Yi Qingxin had indeed fractured Olajuwon's ribs. How could he possess such formidable strength? Nevertheless, The physician's counsel was paramount, and as Olajuwon was the team's linchpin, ensuring his health was imperative. Thus, Chaney acquiesced to the physician's recommendation, allowing Olajuwon to attend to his injury. The Rockets fans in attendance were understandably horrified. Olajuwon was their team's unequivocal cornerstone, and now he required assistance to return to the locker room. At that moment, the crowd was left in the dark regarding the nature of Olajuwon's ailment. Even the commentators were visibly astonished, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! What has happened to Hakeem? He appears to be in considerable pain. When did he sustain this injury?" As the commentators' words faded, the camera shifted to capture Yi Qingqian's impact. The fans quickly grasped the situation. After landing, Olajuwon clutched his chest, confirming that his injury was indeed a result of the collision with Yi Qingqian. Consequently, the ire of the Rockets supporters towards Yi Qingqian intensified, with some even feeling an urge to physically confront him. The gaze of the Lakers players towards Yi Qingqian shifted as well. While they were aware of his strong physicality, they were astounded that he had incapacitated two players in a single offensive play, one of whom was a premier star in the league, Olajuwon. What an extraordinary feat! It was remarkable that Olajuwon could withstand the notorious bad boys yet succumb to Yi Qingqian. At this moment, Doherty's expression reflected a mix of frustration and helplessness. In the first half, Yi Qingqian's performance was nothing short of perfection, leaving him quite satisfied. However, the tides turned dramatically at the onset of the second half when Rockets player Sop's choke maneuver resulted in Wash's injury and departure from the game. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Qingqian subsequently managed to eject both Olajuwon and Sop from the court. It appeared that the Lakers had reaped some benefits from the situation. Nevertheless, the referees had yet to render a final judgment. Dunleavy predicted that Yi Qingqian would inevitably face expulsion from the game, considering the severity of his punch. With Sop in such a state, a concussion was unavoidable, and it was likely that his nasal bridge and teeth had suffered grievous harm. Thus, the critical question remained: would Yi Qingqian face suspension? Regardless, it seemed that Yi Qingqian's hopes for the match were dashed. Dunleavy, somewhat exasperated, patted Yi Qingqian on the shoulder and remarked, "Hey, could you perhaps refrain from hitting so hard next time? You might find yourself suspended for several games." Yi Qingqian was taken aback by Dunleavy's words, questioning, "What? I merely threw a punch. Is that really so severe? Aren't NBA games known for their intense physicality?" Dunleavy was at a loss for words in response to Yi Qingqian's retort. Did Yi Qingqian harbor some misunderstanding regarding the nature of competitive intensity? Despite Dunleavy's astonishment at Yi Qingqian's aggressive action, he secretly felt a sense of satisfaction. In this league, one truly must adopt a resolute demeanor, otherwise, kindness may be mistaken for weakness. Thus, while it was likely that Yi Qingqian would face expulsion or even a suspension, Dunleavy was nonetheless pleased with Yi Qingqian's debut performance. Amidst the vehement boos from Rockets fans, the referees finally approached the scorer's table and rendered their ultimate decision. Yi Qingqian was assessed a level 2 flagrant foul and was summarily ejected from the game. Upon hearing this news, Dunleavy exhibited a look of utter disbelief. He even rushed to confront the referees on Yi Qingqian's behalf, exclaiming, "It was clearly he who initiated the foul. My player was merely acting in self-defense." Upon hearing Dunleavy's words, the referees were equally astonished, questioning whether they had misheard. Could it be that the Lakers head coach was claiming his player was acting in self-defense? Had he ever witnessed a form of self-defense that involved knocking someone unconscious with a punch? Unable to contain his sarcasm, a referee muttered under his breath. Dunleavy helplessly shrugged, insisting that Yi Qingqian was truly innocent. However, after announcing Yi Qingqian's expulsion, the referee proceeded to declare another ruling. Rockets player Otis Sop was also assessed a level 2 flagrant foul and was similarly ejected from the game. Upon this announcement, the Rockets fans erupted in discontent. In their eyes, Sop was merely a victim, and his fate had already been sufficiently tragic. How could he be subjected to expulsion? Was this not akin to desecration? Consequently, the atmosphere within the Rockets arena was charged with an uproar from the fans. This ruling offered a modicum of solace to Dunleavy, as it signified that Sop had received his just deserts. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqian, upon learning of his expulsion, wore a smile as he made his way to the locker room. As he traversed the players' tunnel, some fervent fans even hurled paper cups filled with soda in his direction. However, the security personnel trailing behind Yi Qingqian effectively intercepted these assaults. At that moment, Yi Qingqian's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He pondered whether he should retaliate if he were to be struck by these projectiles. It evoked a memory reminiscent of the infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills, where a frenzied player charged into the stands and unleashed a brutal assault on an unsuspecting fan, who was later found to be innocent. Thus, Yi Qingchen lightly shook his head, contemplating that such a reaction might not be the wisest course of action. If he were to confront the audience, it would be imperative to identify the instigator. At the very least, he should avoid striking the wrong individual. This match between the Lakers and the Rockets was broadcast live across the nation, garnering considerable attention from fans. Therefore, the scene of Yi Qingchen delivering a powerful blow was witnessed by numerous spectators. It can be said that during this game, Yi Qingchen truly established his reputation. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa located in a wealthy district of Los Angeles, Nicole Kidman fixated intently on Yi Qingchen as he entered the locker room, her expression revealing her burgeoning fascination with him. As soon as Yi Qingchen vanished into the player's tunnel, she swiftly seized the telephone beside her and dialed her agent. "Casey, I need you to procure a ticket for the Lakers' next game immediately and ensure it is in the front row." Chapter 75, Inaugural Match. The Lakers triumph over the Rockets, securing a glorious start. Yi Qingchen earns the recognition of his teammates. In this nationally televised match, Yi Qingchen undeniably stole the spotlight. However, there was a stark contrast between his performance in the first and second halves. In the first half, Yi Qingchen resembled a youthful version of the legendary Magic Johnson, having achieved a triple-double and successfully defending against Olajuwon on multiple occasions. Consequently, fans watching the game were filled with optimism for Yi Qingchen's future, believing that the Lakers had made a significant gain from this trade. Unexpectedly, in the second half, the Rockets intensified their defensive measures, which led to injuries among the Lakers players, including the departure of Worthy due to this very reason. Yet, when Sop attempted to unleash his aggression on Yi Qingchen, he was met with a counterattack that left him reeling. For the spectators of this game, while they were accustomed to the various conflicts and intense confrontations typical in NBA matches, witnessing Yi Qingchen retaliate with a boxing-style punch was unprecedented. This was a maneuver one would expect to see in a legitimate boxing ring. Once this jab strikes the opponent's face, the resulting damage is indeed quite severe. Thus, Sop's tragic fate is the direct consequence of this very jab. Magic Johnson himself was closely observing this match, and upon witnessing Yi Qingchen deliver a punch that rendered Sop unconscious, his expression was one of utter astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he finally shook his head with a resigned demeanor and remarked, "Young man, that punch was truly exceptional." The focus returned to the scene. Although Yi Qingchen had been expelled from the court, the Rockets fans remained profoundly dissatisfied. They generated a cacophony of boos and noise, exerting pressure on the referees. However, at this moment, the officials had effectively muted these distractions. The game had not yet concluded. Indeed, there was still nearly an entire second half to play. Therefore, they needed to continue with their duties. The referees signaled for the game to resume. The primary players of both the Rockets and the Lakers are experiencing varying degrees of setbacks. On the Lakers side, both Magic Johnson and Yi Qingchen are unable to continue participating. Meanwhile, the Rockets have also seen the exit of Sop and Olajuwon due to injuries. Consequently, in the forthcoming matches, both teams will be devoid of their star athletes, relying solely on the performance of role players. In comparison, the Lakers possess a superior strength. After all, Byron Scott's prowess remains commendable. Additionally, the formidable interior duo of Divac and Perkins presents a significant threat. Perhaps influenced by Yi Qingchen's formidable counter against Sop, the Lakers' morale surged even higher following Ye's ejection. Thus, throughout the ensuing match, the Lakers maintained an imposing offensive momentum over the Rockets. Ultimately, the result was that the Lakers preserved their lead until the conclusion of the game. The Los Angeles Lakers have commenced the new season with a resounding victory, a cause for jubilation among the entire team. In stark contrast, the Houston Rockets find themselves in a rather dismal predicament. Not only did they suffer a defeat, but their star player, Olajuwon, along with their primary power forward, also sustained varying degrees of injuries. This misfortune will undoubtedly have significant implications for their upcoming regular season schedule. Judging by the severity of Sop's injury, a swift return to the court seems improbable. Although Olajuwon's injury lacks a definitive diagnosis, the expression on his face suggests it is quite serious. Thus, the opening match between the Rockets and the Lakers has resulted in considerable losses for Houston. Upon returning to the locker room after the game, the Lakers players were greeted by Yi Qingchen, who, with a relaxed demeanor, congratulated them. At that moment, James Worthy, brimming with excitement, turned to head coach Dunleavy and remarked, "Coach, while I do not advocate for conflicts on the court, Sop's actions were truly excessive and have led to my injury. Therefore, I believe Ye's response was justified. He should take pride in his retaliation." Worthy's words elicited hearty laughter from the Lakers players, as they found his sentiments both reasonable and reflective of their own feelings. Yi Qingchen, a rookie in this being his inaugural NBA game, had boldly retaliated against a malicious foul with an impressive display of strength, knocking Saab to the ground with a decisive punch. Such audacity earned him the admiration of his teammates. Following Worthy's proclamation, the other players chimed in, expressing their appreciation for Yi Qingchen's actions. Observing the players' reactions, Dunleavy, with an exasperated gesture, admitted, honestly, I too found that punch incredibly satisfying. His candid remarks sent the entire Lakers team into fits of laughter. Yi Qingchen maintained a calm demeanor, sensing the affirmation from his teammates. It appears that in this era of basketball, one must indeed possess a certain degree of toughness. However, at that moment, Coach Dunleavy signaled for silence once more. While I appreciate Ye's sense of justice, the consequences of such actions can be quite grave. Yi, you must brace yourself for the possibility of suspension. Dunleavy's expression turned serious as he addressed Yi Qingchen directly. With a composed nod, Yi replied, I have considered the consequences. In fact, after he pulled me down from the air, I anticipated this outcome. Yet, despite foreseeing the repercussions, I acted without hesitation. In my view, not intervening when he harmed my teammate Worthy was already a failing on my part. Now, if he dares to come and harm me again, I shall resolutely not allow him to continue his reckless behavior. Thus, I approached this punch without the slightest hesitation. When Yi Qingchen calmly articulated these words, the entire Los Angeles Lakers team fell silent. They had anticipated that Yi Qingchen would engage in self-reflection regarding Coach Dunleavy's remarks. Yet he did not. Not only did he refrain from self-criticism, but he also boldly declared that he harbored no regrets for his actions. This truly demonstrates that Yi Qingchen genuinely cares for his teammates. It is no exaggeration to say that his words significantly heightened his teammates' fondness for him. Beside him, Keith Owens was nearly moved to tears, feeling that Yi Qingchen's statement was profoundly touching. At that moment, James Worthy took the lead in applauding. Consequently, the entire Lakers team erupted into enthusiastic applause for Yi Qingchen. Observing his teammates' reaction, Yi Qingchen, though maintaining a composed exterior, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This act of bravado had indeed succeeded. It was evident that they were genuinely moved. Chapter 76. Post-match interview sparks fury at journalists. The reputation of the court bully begins to emerge. Yi Qingchen's statement was merely an attempt to garner the goodwill of his teammates. Although he was confident in swiftly securing the position of the team's leader, he understood that certain social dynamics required careful navigation. After all, basketball has never been a solitary endeavor. At the very least, he had stood up for his teammates this time, ensuring that should he encounter malicious fouls again, his teammates would not stand idly by. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, Yi Qingchen possessed his own insights into social intricacies. After some commotion in the locker room, the players of the Lakers gradually made their way to the showers. Following a match, one is often drenched in sweat. Despite being ejected to the locker room early, Yi Qingchen had been too engrossed in banter with LeBron and Worthy to take a shower. Thus, he too ventured into the shower area. It is well known that the locker room showers resemble those in swimming pools or public baths, where nudity is not uncommon, especially among teammates. Nonetheless, Yi Qingchen habitually pulled the curtain for a semblance of privacy, as he was still not accustomed to being seen by others. However, as he was washing his hair, a voice suddenly called from behind him, Hey, Yi, I've run out of soap. Do you have any left? It was the voice of Kyrie Irving. In that moment, Yi Qingchen instinctively turned around, handing over the soap he held. In truth, he had forgotten his current state of undress. Kyrie Irving, too, seemed oblivious to how he had taken the soap from Yi Qingchen and exited. Only after passing the soap did Yi Qingchen realize the implications of the situation. What the hell? Soap? Damn it, could Kyrie be? He pondered whether Kyrie might now feel too embarrassed to face him. At that moment, Yi Qingchen felt a twinge of apprehension, recognizing the need for vigilance in the future. After all, many individuals may outwardly appear as men, yet their true orientations remain uncertain. While navigating life in a foreign land, one must learn to protect oneself. Once the Lakers players finished their personal grooming, they prepared to leave the arena. However, some players were to attend post-match interviews with the head coach, and Yi Qingchen was among them. When Yi Qingchen entered the press conference room, a stir rippled through the assembled journalists, who momentarily overlooked Coach Dunleavy and directed their questions at Yi Qingchen. Hey, Yi, I'm curious, did you ever train in boxing? When questioned by the reporter, Yi Qingchen exhibited an expression of helplessness and responded, You have a keen eye. I am an enthusiast of boxing and have also learned some techniques. Her words sent a wave of excitement through the gathered journalists. The reporter pressed on, asking, "Is this why you were able to land a punch on Otis Sop?" At this moment, Yi Chichen's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Have you considered what Sop actually did when you asked that question?" Her retort rendered the reporter momentarily speechless. Yi Chichen continued her fierce rebuttal. "From your reaction, I already know the answer. You need not ask me further questions. Let us move on to the next topic." Her attitude left the journalists in attendance quite dissatisfied. It is well known that NBA players are generally averse to provoking journalists, as these reporters can easily portray a player as villainous or devoid of merit. In this age, newspapers, magazines, and television serve as primary channels of information dissemination. Thus, offending a journalist could lead to a concerted effort to tarnish a player's reputation, which would be detrimental to their career development. Consequently, many NBA players adopt a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary conflict, choosing instead to cultivate amicable relationships with reporters in hopes of receiving favorable coverage. This prevailing attitude has fostered an environment in which journalists become quite audacious, expecting players to respond to their inquiries without hesitation. However, Yi Chicchen has shattered this norm. Not only did she refuse to answer the reporter's questions, but she also directly countered his inquiries, insisting that he cease further comments. Such audacity from a rookie player was unprecedented for the journalists present. At this juncture, Dunleavy, taken aback by Yi Chichen's forthrightness, quickly sought to defuse the situation, stating, "It is well known that Yi hails from Longwa, and her English may not be proficient. So, please direct your questions to me." His intervention momentarily quelled the restless journalists. Nevertheless, some reporters persisted, continuing to press Yi Chichen. "Hey, Yi, have you considered that your punch might have been a sneak attack? Or, to put it differently, if Otis had been prepared, you might not have succeeded in your strike?" Upon hearing this question, Yi Chichen fixed her gaze intently on the reporter and replied, "Had he been prepared, I fear his fate would not have been as simple as just being knocked out." Her assertion sent another ripple of astonishment through the journalists. Quite honestly, they had never encountered such an audacious rookie player before. Generally speaking, rookie players tend to exhibit a degree of nervousness or discomfort when faced with the scrutiny of reporters. However, Yi Chicchen displayed no such signs. Instead, he was surprisingly confrontational. This demeanor irked the journalists, who were unaccustomed to such audacity from a newcomer. They resolved to tarnish Yi Chichen's reputation, intending to teach him that reporters are not to be trifled with. The head coach of the Lakers, D'Antoni, observed the situation with a sense of resignation and promptly concluded the post-game interview, escorting Yi Chicchen away. Shortly thereafter, reports regarding the match were published, and concurrently, Yi Chichen's reputation as a fierce competitor on the court emerged before the eyes of the fans for the first time. Chapter 77. After a one-game suspension. The return to face the bad boys of the Pistons. The battle commences. Those who witnessed the Lakers clash against the Rockets via live broadcast undoubtedly grasped the essence of the term court enforcer. However, for fans who did not have the opportunity to watch the live telecast, this moniker remains quite foreign. It is precisely due to this appellation that their curiosity about Yi Chicchen has been piqued. Thus, when they sought to uncover the events of the match, they were utterly astonished. It turned out that Yi Chicchen had delivered a powerful punch that resulted in the immediate knockout of Otis Thorpe, who was subsequently carried off the court unconscious. It is worth noting that during a post-match interview, Yi Chicchen had fiercely rebuked numerous journalists. Consequently, the journalists, in their embellished accounts of Yi Chichen's actions, contributed to the creation of his court enforcer persona. Simultaneously, the league imposed additional sanctions on Yi Chicchen for his actions that rendered Thorpe incapacitated, resulting in a one-game suspension and a fine of $5,000. Upon the announcement of this supplementary punishment, fans unaware of the true circumstances hastily labeled Yi Chicchen as a court enforcer. Many voiced their condemnation of his conduct, insisting that Thorpe was the true victim. Thus, after a single game, Yi Chichen's reputation began to tarnish significantly. This predicament left the Lakers' public relations team quite distressed. Initially, the Lakers aimed to nurture Yi Chichen's potential this season. However, he had sullied his name in his very first outing. This incident could profoundly impact Yi Chichen's future career. Nevertheless, Yi Chichen himself remained unfazed by the situation. He understood that in this era, a player devoid of controversy signifies a lack of exposure opportunities. As a rookie, regardless of his impressive statistics or standout performance with the Lakers, he would inevitably be looked down upon once others recognized his novice status. In this age, the NBA is predominantly ruled by superstars like Michael Jordan, To garner attention from these icons, one must exhibit exceptional prowess. Yi Qingqian's strategy commenced with the media. He intended to cultivate an image of a court enforcer before the press, subsequently attracting more fans. In crucial matches, if he could then demonstrate remarkable skill, his reputation would receive maximum exposure. In this era, exposure equates to opportunity. Exposure signifies commercial value. With commercial value, businesses will seek you out. Only then would he truly step into the public eye and begin to reap financial rewards. As for the one-game suspension, to be frank, it was somewhat unexpected for Yi Qingqian. He initially believed that he would face a suspension of at least 2 matches. Thus, a one-match suspension was, in his view, a relatively favorable outcome. However, the fine of $5,000 was still quite a painful blow for Yi Qingqian. It is worth noting that during the suspension, no salary is received. To further extract $5,000 from his own pocket naturally caused him great distress. Nevertheless, Yi Qingqian swiftly devised a plan to evade the financial penalty. His idea was to wager with his teammates. What would they bet on? Naturally, it would pertain to the game itself. After the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets, their next adversary was the Mavericks. In that match, James Worthy was absent due to injury. And with Yi Qingqian suspended, they unfortunately lost. However, the next game would take place at the Lakers' home court. This was the first home game of the season for the Lakers, and Yi Qingqian would be reinstated, while James Worthy would still be sidelined. In this home match, the Lakers faced the Pistons. Thus, Yi Qingqian approached James Worthy with a proposition. "Hey, James, are you interested in making a wager with me? What are we betting on? I bet I can achieve more than 5 steals against Isaiah." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." "Excellent. If you think it's impossible, then that means our wager is valid. If I manage to secure over 5 steals, you owe me $1,000. If I lose, I will pay you $5,000. Why just 5,000? Because I was fined 5,000 for defending you." Ultimately, Worthy agreed to the bet. From his perspective, although Yi Qingqian possessed exceptional defensive skills, achieving 5 steals from the crafty smiling assassin Thomas seemed a mere fantasy. After all, Thomas was renowned for his stealing prowess. And even the legendary Jordan found it challenging to snatch the ball from him. In truth, the upcoming Lakers versus Pistons match was replete with intrigue. The Pistons were known for their fierce and tenacious playing style, a fact that Danzy could attest to profoundly. In the 2 years leading up to Danzy's championship victory, he had repeatedly fallen to the Pistons. The team was famously dubbed the Bad Boys, and they even formulated a unique strategy known as the Jordan rules specifically to counter Danzy. Simply put, the Jordan rules entailed an escalation in defensive intensity and aggression the moment Danzy obtained the ball. They would relentlessly engage in physical confrontations with him. And even during his offensive plays, they would commit fierce fouls, causing him to fall and fostering a sense of frustration. This defensive strategy proved to be remarkably effective, leaving Danzy in a precarious situation. Although he ultimately managed to overcome the formidable challenge posed by the Pistons, the notoriety of the Bad Boys team continued to resonate loudly in the annals of basketball history. Moreover, Yi Qingqian was directly bestowed the moniker of the court's villain by the press. Both parties possess rather unsavory reputations. The Bad Boy Brigade and the court's ruffians are set to collide on the basketball court. What kind of sparks will fly from this encounter? This premise itself is undeniably intriguing. Consequently, this match is to be broadcast live across the nation, with tickets having sold out well in advance. For the fans of the Lakers, this inaugural home game of the season is an event they simply cannot miss. Likewise, Yi Qingqian and his compatriots are equally eager for this showdown. Not only do they refrain from blaming Yi Qingqian for his initial aggressive approach, but they also find immense comfort in his boldness. The Lakers are set to face the Pistons at their home ground, and the match is on the brink of commencing. Chapter 78, the Lakers' home opener of the new season. It is time to make an appearance. True fans are aware that in the 1990s, the home arena of the Lakers was not the well-known Staples Center, which only commenced operations in 1999. Prior to that, the Lakers played at the Great Western Forum. Therefore, at this moment, the Lakers' home ground is indeed the Great Western Forum. This marks Yi Qingqian's inaugural game at the Great Western Forum. After all, during the preseason, Yi Qingqian did not have the opportunity to step onto the court. Thus, this is his genuine first home game. Although the match has yet to commence, the seats in the arena are nearly filled to capacity. The fervent atmosphere envelopes Yi Qingqian, momentarily leaving him in awe. He is about to partake in a game that captures the attention of the entire arena, with nearly 20,000 spectators, predominantly Lakers fans, poised to cheer for their team. The thought of such a grand spectacle is undeniably exhilarating. Yi Qingchen finally comprehends the essence of home court advantage in such a vibrant environment. One's spirit undoubtedly surges with fervor. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Qingchen regains his composure. He understands that the fans in attendance are quite discerning. Should he deliver an outstanding performance, these spectators will not hesitate to shower him with applause and cheers. Conversely, if his performance falters or fails to meet their expectations, their camaraderie may dissipate swiftly. Should they become discontented, they might even voice their displeasure openly. Thus, it is evident that players lacking mental fortitude may struggle under such immense pressure, leading to subpar performances. However, for Yi Qingchen, such a scenario is non-existent. He possesses a heart of resilience. The grander the stage, the steadier his performance. Naturally, this self-assessment is not yet apparent to the fans. In addition to Yi Qingchen, this is also the first time Keith Urban experiences such a spectacle. Although he did not play in the previous 2 games, the sight of the home crowd leaves him visibly astounded. When his teammate passes him the ball, he is so taken aback that he fails to react in time, resulting in the basketball striking him unexpectedly. It is only at this moment that he regains his senses, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. The passer is Byron Scott, who would later become the head coach of the Lakers. With a smile, he teases Keith Urban, "Hey, rookie, have you never witnessed such a grand scene? Just don't get so nervous that you soil your pants." After being teased by Byron Scott, Keith Owens became increasingly anxious. Upon noticing his distress, Yi Qingchen approached him and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Hey, buddy, there's no need to be nervous. You must understand that there are so many fans here, and they have come to witness our performance. What we need to do is showcase our skills before them. Let our prowess astonish and excite them." Yi Qingchen's words exuded a powerful confidence that greatly encouraged Keith Owens. He nodded emphatically and, emulating Yi Qingchen, lifted his gaze towards the audience. Keith Owens first directed his attention to the sidelines, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. As if he had discovered a new world, he grasped Yi Qingchen's hand and pointed towards a specific direction, exclaiming, "Yi, look over there. Oh my gosh. She actually made it to the event. You must know, I am her biggest fan. She is truly the woman of my dreams." Yi Qingchen, intrigued by Keith Owens' reaction, followed his gaze. Soon, he recognized the source of Keith's excitement, Nicole Kidman. Yi Qingchen was certainly familiar with Nicole Kidman, who had achieved considerable success in Hollywood. Her marriage to Tom Cruise had initially garnered much attention, yet the reasons for their eventual separation remain a topic of speculation. Nevertheless, from an aesthetic standpoint, Nicole Kidman aligned with Yi Qingchen's tastes, though he wouldn't say he was particularly enamored. He had seen some of her films, including those with daring performances that had left a lasting impression on him during his younger years, often watched late at night. However, Yi Qingchen felt quite different now upon seeing her in person. She was not as extraordinary as he had imagined. "You really like her?" Yi Qingchen inquired calmly. "Yes. Oh my gosh, she is here, and she likes basketball. I've made up my mind. I must perform well and get her attention," Keith Owens exclaimed, visibly excited and somewhat incoherent. Observing his friend's fervor, Yi Qingchen shook his head gently. "I just want to tell you, being a sycophant leads to no good end. Moreover, the women in the entertainment industry are not someone you can easily approach. The waters are deep, and so are the complexities." With that, Yi Qingchen resumed his warm-up shooting practice, choosing not to engage further with Keith Owens. At this moment, Nicole Kidman's gaze was fixated on Yi Qingchen. Ever since she witnessed Yi Qingchen deliver a decisive punch on television, her interest in him had been piqued. She had always harbored a fondness for basketball, drawn to the intensity of the sport, which served as a form of entertainment for her. The calmness in Yi Qingchen's eyes following that powerful strike, coupled with his rebellious aura, further captivated her. Consequently, she promptly instructed her agent to invest a considerable sum to secure the best seats near the court for this match. She yearned to observe Yi Qingchen up close, eager to discover what other remarkable qualities he possessed. At the very least, she found his appearance and physique exceedingly pleasing. Had Yi Qingchen been aware of Nicole Kidman's sentiments, he would undoubtedly have uncovered her true intentions, her attraction to his handsome visage. Indeed, it should be noted that Yi Qingchen, in addition to his robust physique, possessed a strikingly handsome face, rivaling that of a youthful Tom Cruise. Such stunning good looks held an irresistible allure for Nicole Kidman. The DJ at the Lakers' home court was actively engaging the audience, using his deep voice to announce the starting lineups for both teams. The Lakers' starting lineup included Sam Perkins, Cedric Ceballos, Byron Scott, Vlade Divac, and Yi Qingchen. The Pistons' starting lineup featured Joe Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, Orlando Woolridge, Mark Aguirre, and Dennis Rodman. As the Lakers lineup was announced, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers from the Lakers fans. Even Uchichin felt a surge of excitement. The atmosphere of playing at home was undeniably exhilarating. Conversely, when the Pistons lineup was revealed, a chorus of boos filled the air, reaching a crescendo upon the mention of Dennis Rodman's name. Clearly, the Lakers fans held a strong disdain for Rodman, a player notorious for his aggressive style and relentless pursuit of rebounds, often at any cost. Rodman was emblematic of the bad boys team persona. Moreover, another player, Bill Laimbeer, was equally reviled for his penchant for underhanded tactics while feigning innocence. His actions were often aimed at incapacitating opponents, marking him as a particularly unsavory character. Aside from these two, the remaining Pistons players were not to be underestimated either. Yet, amidst this infamous team, there existed a good-natured individual, Joe Dumars, who even served as their leading scorer. The performance of Joe Dumars on the court can be described as remarkably clean, and his style of play is notably steady. Thus, this team should not be underestimated. They possess not only a sharp offense, but also a tenacious defense. For the Lakers, lacking the presence of James Worthy, securing a victory against the formidable Pistons at home is indeed a daunting challenge. Lakers head coach Del Harris approaches this match with great caution. His foremost directive is to ensure the players' safety and avoid injuries, as everyone is aware of the Pistons' aggressive playing style. Therefore, maintaining health during the game is paramount. As for the outcome of the match, Harris does not impose any strict expectations. The management's objective is to develop the team, which essentially translates to a focus on growth rather than winning. Achieving this goal and providing training opportunities for Uchichin is of utmost importance, making the game's results secondary. Meanwhile, Jerry West occupies a seat in the stands, his purpose for attending being to observe Uchichin's performance, especially against the fiercely defensive Pistons. This will serve as a critical measure of whether Uchichin has the potential to become a superstar. Coach Chuck Daly of the Pistons is currently rallying his players with a final motivational speech. The opposing team's key player, James Worthy, is sidelined due to injury. Thus, their strength will undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Our objective is to swiftly widen the gap, demonstrating our resilience on the defensive end and making it clear to them the tenacity we possess. Let us proceed. As the motivational address by the head coach of the Pistons concludes, the game officially commences. Uchichin continues to occupy the position at number 3. Divac stands at 5, while Perkins holds the 4. Divac and Rodman engage in the jump ball. Although Rodman's height is merely 2.01 meters, his leaping ability is remarkably swift. The moment the referee tossed the basketball into the air, Rodman made contact with it. The ball was deflected into Dumars' hands, and the Pistons swiftly initiated their offensive play. At this moment, the Lakers have employed a 2-to-3 zone defense strategy. Uchichin's defensive position is on the left wing. Scott is assigned to guard Dumars, standing directly in front of him. Dumars dribbles at the top of the arc while surveying the movements of his teammates. At this juncture, Thomas emerges to receive the ball. After passing to Thomas, Dumars swiftly moves to the left side at a 45-degree angle, utilizing a screen set by his teammate Rodman. At this point, Dumars has found an opening. The Lakers' defense exhibited vulnerabilities. Thomas promptly passed the ball into Dumas' hands. Upon receiving the ball, Dumas made a slight adjustment before taking a mid-range shot. At that moment, he noticed a Lakers player positioned to his left front. However, he paid it no heed. Given the distance, the opponent would be unable to close in swiftly enough to contest his shot. Unbeknownst to many, to the left of Dumas was Uchichin. Even as Dumas moved towards him, Uchichin astutely predicted his intent to receive the ball and take a shot. Thus, although he did not immediately advance towards Dumas, he was ever ready to spring forward. This strategy was intended to deceive Dumas, instilling in him a false sense of security. When Dumas confidently released the shot, Uchichin, who had been poised and prepared, lunged forward with remarkable swiftness. The contrast between a well-prepared defense and a hasty one is indeed stark. Consequently, Uchichin's calculated dive effectively swatted Dumas' mid-range shot away. It was only after his shot was deflected that Dumas wore an expression of utter astonishment. Following the successful block, Uchichin landed and immediately sprinted towards the basketball. The force of his block had sent the ball flying towards the midcourt area. Upon witnessing the ball soar from Uchichin's block, Thomas hastened towards it as well. However, Uchichin's speed outmatched his, for he was well prepared. Seizing the opportunity, Uchichin collected the basketball a step ahead of Thomas, forcefully slamming it onto the court. sending it racing toward the front court. Simultaneously, Yi Qingchen continued his dash towards the ball. Thomas, undeterred, closely trailed behind him. Yet, with Yi Qingchen's height and long strides, he swiftly retrieved the basketball once more. Now positioned at the free throw line. Without hesitation, Yi Qingchen gathered the ball, took 2 powerful steps, and leaped off 1 foot, executing a thunderous axe-like dunk. The sheer force of his slam rattled the entire rim. Meanwhile, Thomas, who followed closely behind, wore a look of sheer frustration, helplessly observing as Yi Qingchen transitioned seamlessly from defense to offense. At this moment, the Lakers fans erupted in deafening cheers, a cacophony akin to a thunderous wave. In that instant, Yi Qingchen truly felt the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. As for Nicole Kidman, she had risen from her seat, joining the other fans in fervent celebration. Yi Qingchen's explosive performance at the outset ignited the home crowd's enthusiasm. On the Pistons bench, Bill Laimbeer squinted towards Yi Qingchen, reveling in the adoration of the home fans, softly murmuring to himself, "So, this is the rookie from the Lakers? Such a rookie is precisely who I relish facing off against." Chapter 79. Rodman seeks the ball. He forcefully thrusts it against his abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. In the stands, Jerry West rises from his seat, joining in the applause for Yi Qingchen. Clearly, Yi Qingchen's remarkable performance on both offense and defense has caught everyone's attention. The head coach of the Pistons, Chuck Daly, wears an expression of displeasure. He attributes Yi Qingchen's successful defense to the Pistons' underestimation. Consequently, he shouts from the sidelines, "Hey, focus. Show them your prowess. Don't act like a bunch of cowards." Daly's outburst leaves the Pistons players feeling quite frustrated, particularly Dumars and Thomas, who find themselves overshadowed by Yi Qingchen's brilliance. Thus, the Pistons must respond to Yi Qingchen's fast break dunk with a successful offensive play. At this moment, Thomas brings the ball past half-court, guarded by Sret. Both players are of similar height, which offers Sret little advantage in defense. Moreover, Thomas excels at dribbling, effortlessly faking Sret with a slight change of direction. Having evaded Sret, Thomas charges towards the free throw line. Divac, stationed in the paint, is drawn out, creating an opening in the Lakers' interior defense. Simultaneously, Ulrich stealthily slips into the paint, and Thomas promptly delivers the ball into his hands. Upon receiving the pass, Ulrich prepares to unleash a powerful two-handed dunk, unaware that Yi Qingchen has already positioned himself for a timely defensive intervention. As Yi Qingchen arrives just in time, he decisively swipes at the ball. His 2 prized skills at this moment are his boundless stamina and his relentless tenacity. Thus, the advantages of his tenacity become evident. The swipe is swift, precise, and forceful, effectively dislodging the ball. In that instant, Yi Qingchen secures the ball tightly in his grasp. Just as he readies himself for a rapid transition, a figure rushes in from his right, striking fiercely at the basketball in his hands. It is a ferocious attempt to steal the ball. The sharp sound of impact resonates through the air. Clearly, the Pistons player failed to make contact with the ball and instead struck Yi Qingchen's hand. However, in the process of hitting Yi Qingchen's hand, he grazed the basketball. Nonetheless, the ball remains firmly within Yi Qingchen's control, unwavering as a mountain. The assailant is none other than Rodman. At this moment, the referee blows the whistle, calling a foul on Rodman for hitting the hand. Yi Qingchen then gazes at Rodman and, with utmost seriousness, inquires, "Haven't you eaten? Is that why you can't dislodge the ball from my grasp? Or are you just a coward?" Originally, Rodman intended to thwart Yi Qingchen's fast break opportunity, which prompted him to attempt a ball steal. If the referee had not called a foul and he had successfully intercepted the ball, it would have been to his advantage. Even if the interception failed, he would have still impeded the Lakers' fast break, thus achieving his objective. However, to Rodman's surprise, the referee not only called the foul, but he also failed to dislodge the ball. Ultimately, he found himself ridiculed by Yi Qingchen, who taunted him as a famished coward. Rodman, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly contain his anger at such mockery. He swiftly turned to glare at Yi Qingchen and retorted, "Hey, rookie, what did you say?" Just when Rodman assumed that his aggressive demeanor would intimidate Yi Qingchen, he was met with an infuriating response. "What a pity to be so young and deaf. I said you are a coward. Do you need me to repeat it?" Rodman was genuinely incensed by Yi Qingchen's words, realizing that Yi was deliberately trying to provoke him. Despite his fury, Rodman chose not to engage verbally. Instead, he took another forceful swipe at the basketball in Yi Qingchen's possession. He believed this time his assault would surely succeed in dislodging the ball, having exerted all his strength. However, the outcome once again defied Rodman's expectations. His attempt failed to snatch the ball, striking instead the back of Yi Qingchen's hand. Rodman looked up in astonishment at Yi, who merely cast a downward glance in his direction. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Just as Rodman was engulfed in uncertainty, Yi suddenly thrust the ball forcefully into Rodman's abdomen. This unexpected maneuver caught Rodman completely off guard, particularly as he was standing in close proximity to Yi. He had no time to react until the sharp pain jolted him back to reality. As he received the ball in his gut, Yi added, "If you covet the basketball so much, just say so. Here you go." The conflict between Rodman and Yi unfolded in a flash, with both players in close quarters. It was only upon Rodman's second attempt to steal the ball that the potential for a clash became apparent. Consequently, teammates and referees rushed toward them. Upon arrival, they witnessed the moment Yi forcefully pressed the ball into Rodman's midsection, followed by the grimace of pain that transformed Rodman's expression. In the end, Rodman found himself gasping for breath, collapsing to his knees and clutching his abdomen, unable to utter a word. Those who have experienced a sudden blow to the stomach would understand all too well that such an unexpected assault can indeed induce a fleeting sensation of suffocation. The discomfort of struggling to breathe is truly unbearable. Clearly, Rodman was enduring such excruciating torment at that moment. The players from the Pistons, witnessing Rodman's agonized expression, immediately surged towards Yi in a fit of rage, seeking to avenge their fallen comrade. However, the Lakers players were equally undeterred, positioning themselves defiantly in front of Yi. Not long after the match commenced, the first confrontation between the two teams erupted. The referees swiftly intervened, placing themselves between the rival factions to prevent the situation from escalating further. They signaled for both teams to calm down, assuring them that a just ruling would be rendered. At that juncture, Yi raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence towards the referees and the Pistons players, exclaiming, "You all saw it. He has been trying to snatch the basketball from my hands. He simply failed twice. Out of pity, I chose to pass the ball to him. Look, he is so moved that he is in tears. He even knelt before me." Yi mocking words were so acerbic that even the Lakers players could hardly tolerate them. They were astonished by the sheer artistry of Yi trash talk. It was akin to a heart-wrenching blow. The Pistons players, upon hearing Yi audacious explanation, were incensed beyond measure. The referees, too, were nearly provoked into issuing a technical foul due to Yi shameless remarks. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, Yi decided to retreat gracefully. His audacity stemmed from Rodman attempting to swipe the ball even after the referee's whistle had blown, a gesture that was tantamount to provocation on the basketball court. Therefore, Yi could not let such a golden opportunity to ambush Rodman slip away. Moreover, he intended to teach Rodman a lesson, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. However, when Yi passed the ball to Rodman, he exerted a bit more force than necessary. Rodman was likely in considerable discomfort. At the referee's insistence, both head coaches stepped onto the court, persuading their respective players to return to the bench. Yet, Chuck Daly's demeanor and actions betrayed his reluctance. He even directed his grievances at the referee, stating, "It was he who initiated the attack on my player. You should expel him from the game." The referees disregarded Daly's complaints, needing to analyze the reasons behind the altercation. Thus, less than a minute into the match, play was halted due to the conflict. At this moment, the most exhilarated were undoubtedly the Lakers fans in attendance. From the live broadcast, it was evident that Yi response to Rodman captured the attention of the audience. The Lakers fans on-site erupted in enthusiastic cheers, exclaiming, "Well done. If only the basketball could move down a few more inches. My goodness, I absolutely adore this rookie wearing number 28. Our Lakers desperately need such a commanding player. I can't believe he is still a rookie. Who would have thought that Dennis would have such a humiliating day?" It seemed that the bad boys might soon unleash their fury, and the rookie needed to be cautious. In summary, nearly all Lakers fans applauded Yi actions. Even Nicole Kidman appeared starstruck, overwhelmed with excitement at Yi performance on the court. At that moment, the large screen replayed the entire confrontation between Rodman and Yi, igniting even more fervent cheers from the Lakers fans. They felt genuine satisfaction with Yi retaliatory act and welcomed such a strong response. In stark contrast to the elation of the Lakers fans, the Detroit Pistons players, battling as the visiting team, were filled with rage. Known as one of the league's notorious tough teams, the Pistons had always been the ones to provoke others, never the targets of provocation. Now, a rookie player had audaciously challenged them, resulting in Rodman suffering a significant setback. At that moment, Rodman wore an expression of anguish, his mind consumed by Yi words as he shoved the ball towards him. Those words only served to heighten Rodman's irritation and fury. His singular thought was to retaliate with a punch that would silence Yuchichin, as the latter's words had deeply unsettled him. This time, he had truly faced a substantial loss. Rodman was not one to suffer in silence. He had already resolved in his heart to seek vengeance in the forthcoming match. Meanwhile, the Lakers players radiated excitement, invigorated by Yuchichin's boldness. After all, Rodman's second attempt to intercept the ball had clearly been a provocation towards Yuchichin. Such behavior warranted a technical foul, and Yuchichin's forceful shove towards Rodman's midsection could only be described as streetball. However, it seemed that Yuchichin's force had been a tad excessive. At that moment, Keith Owens also exhibited considerable excitement. He disapproved of Rodman's playing style. He believed Rodman was less of a basketball player and more of a wrestler on the court. Therefore, witnessing Rodman crouched on the ground, clutching his stomach in pain, brought him immense relief. His admiration for Yuchichin grew even stronger. The referees, having reviewed the video playback, rendered their final decision. Both Rodman and Yuchichin were assessed a technical foul each, signifying a mutual reprimand. The coaches of both teams felt this outcome was exceedingly unjust. However, the referees silenced their protests with a warning gesture, indicating that continued complaints would result in the coaches themselves receiving technical fouls. Consequently, Dunleavy and Chuck Daly prudently chose to remain silent. The match resumed, with the Lakers still in possession of the ball. Rodman was substituted by Bill Laimbeer, who took to the sidelines. Rodman's demeanor was notably grim as he fixed a steely gaze on Yuchichin. In contrast, Laimbeer approached Yuchichin with a smile. Upon seeing Laimbeer, a spark of recognition flashed in Yuchichin's eyes. He was well acquainted with this notorious figure, who, rather than being a conventional basketball player, resembled a cunning strategist on the court. Laimbeer's defensive maneuvers were often unorthodox, tending towards fouling or incapacitating opponents. He was infamous within the league for his brutish tactics, and his entrance into the game signaled potential trouble. Yuchichin remained vigilant, eager to experience this infamous brute's methods firsthand. The Lakers initiated their offense through Scott, with Perkins emerging from the paint to receive the ball and successfully executing a mid-range jumper, putting the Lakers ahead 4-0. As the second half commenced, the Pistons adopted a more cautious approach to their offense, opting for a structured play. Bill Laimbeer, having drawn double coverage in the paint, swiftly distributed the ball to the perimeter, where Dumars seized the opportunity to sink a three-pointer, finally putting the Pistons on the scoreboard at 4-3. As both teams found their rhythm, an exchange of offensive plays ensued. Throughout the first quarter, Yuchichin's performance was particularly striking, showcasing brilliance on both ends of the court. Dunleavy was pleasantly surprised to observe Yuchichin's mid-range shooting, which he executed multiple times during the game, much to Dunleavy's delight. Unbeknownst to him, Yuchichin's newfound shooting prowess stemmed from the experience points garnered in the previous game, which he had allocated entirely to enhancing his mid-range skills, aiming to diversify his offensive options. Meanwhile, the Pistons' offense remained vibrant. No matter how exceptional Yuchichin's defense was, he could not single-handedly guard against 5 players. The rest of the Lakers' defensive efforts were rather mediocre, providing the Pistons with ample scoring opportunities. As the first quarter drew to a close, with just one offensive play remaining, the score stood at 35-32, with the Lakers leading by 3 points. The Lakers had one final chance to attack. After a series of continuous screens, Yuchichin found himself in an open position. At the left side, at a 45-degree angle, Yuchichin received the ball and decisively took the shot. Despite knowing that he could not possibly interfere with Yuchichin's shot, Bill Rambill still leapt forward. At that moment, Yuchichin had already released the ball, and only then did Bill Rambill crash into him. As Yuchichin landed, Bill Rambill collided forcefully with him. Chapter 80. Bill Rambill's Bloodstained Arena. Isaiah was thwarted by Yuchichin, unable to cross half the court. Bill Rambill had awaited this opportunity for a considerable duration. In truth, he had always harbored the desire to foul Yuchichin. However, Yuchichin was exceedingly cunning and remarkably swift. Each time Bill attempted to lay hands on him, Yuchichin had already scored. In fact, during the latter half of the first quarter, Yuchichin scarcely occupied the paint of the Pistons. He deftly utilized his teammates' off-ball screens, darting around furiously, then receiving the pass to shoot. The Pistons players felt utterly powerless in their efforts to shadow Yuchichin, as his stamina was outstanding. They couldn't perceive even a hint of fatigue from him. It was no exaggeration to say they noted that Yuchichin seemed not to be breathing heavily at all. Consequently, this time Bill Rambill finally seized his chance. After Yi Qingchen released the ball, he charged in violently, using his shoulder to clear a path, aiming directly for Yi Qingchen's chest. This maneuver was exceedingly perilous. Upon releasing his shot, Yi Qingchen quickly detected Bill Rambil barreling towards him. He had always been wary of Bill Rambil. Although his physique was robust, he was not invincible and was susceptible to injury. Thus, upon witnessing Bill's oncoming charge, Yi Qingchen promptly adopted a defensive stance. Those who have played basketball know that after shooting, one's elbows naturally drop. Yi Qingchen skillfully capitalized on this motion to defend against Bill Rambil. Therefore, when Bill collided with Yi Qingchen's elbows struck forcefully against Bill's head. Nevertheless, despite this, Bill Rambil's momentum still sent Yi Qingchen sprawling to the ground. In that fleeting moment of impact, a pained cry escaped from Bill Rambil's lips, and both players fell to the floor. Fortunately, as Yi Qingchen's elbows made contact with Bill's head, he had absorbed most of the impact. Thus, even though Bill collided with his chest, Yi Qingchen sustained minimal injury. He merely exaggerated the scene for dramatic effect. As Bill howled in agony, Yi Qingchen also let out a cry. The referee's whistle pierced the air following their cries. The referee's signal was unmistakably directed at Bill Rambil. He committed a foul. The Lakers fans erupted in a cacophony of cheers. It turned out that Yi Qingchen's jump shot had swished through the net and won. The commentator at that moment was fervently shouting in excitement. The other Lakers players rushed to Yi Qingchen, eager to help him to his feet. However, when they turned to look at Yi Qingchen and Bilan on the ground, they were momentarily stunned, for they beheld a scene of sheer terror. Bilan lay on the ground, his face drenched in blood, groaning in agony while clutching his head. Yi Qingchen was also splattered with several bloodstains, leaving everyone momentarily uncertain whose blood it truly was. The referee, witnessing this spectacle, was equally taken aback. After a brief moment of shock, he promptly summoned the respective team doctors to assess the injuries. The match was once again put on pause. Both teams' medical staff hurried to examine the condition of the two players. At that moment, Bilan felt more miserable than if he had consumed something utterly repugnant. His original intention had been to charge at Yi Qingchen, yet unexpectedly, he had not only failed to inflict any serious harm on Yi Qingchen, but had instead sustained a grievous injury himself. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his scalp, indicating that he must have sustained a cut. The Lakers fans, upon seeing Bilan's bloodied visage, were left in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what had transpired. After the Lakers team doctor examined Yi Qingchen, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, for Yi Qingchen bore no wounds. Thus, it was evident that the blood was solely Bilan's, which was indeed favorable news for the Lakers. Bilan was assisted by the medical staff back to the sidelines for treatment of his injury. Rodman gazed at the bloodied Bilan in a daze, lost in thought. He had observed clearly that Bilan had been resolute in his expression when he lunged at Yi Qingchen. Yet, in the end, it was he who had sustained the injury, rendering the situation rather perplexing. Only Bilan himself understood that he had truly suffered a silent defeat this time. After completing his shot, Yi Qingchen's elbows had struck Bilan's head with considerable force. The impact caused Bilan to momentarily see darkness, followed by the sensation of warm liquid streaming down from his head. Consequently, after a brief bandaging, Bilan expressed his grievances to his coach, claiming that Yi Qingchen had deliberately inflicted his injury and should be ejected from the game. Upon hearing Bilan's complaints, Pistons head coach Chuck Daly immediately lodged a protest with the referee. However, the officials paid no heed to Daly's complaints, believing that Bilan had committed a foul first and that Yi Qingchen's blow to his head was unintentional. Thus, Bilan had genuinely suffered a substantial loss. With a gash on his head, he could not return to the game immediately. Filled with rage, Bilan could only strike the team bench with a powerful fist, venting his frustration and pin-up indignation. He harbored deep resentment towards Yi Qingchen, vowing to ensure that Yi Qingchen would pay the price. Since Yi Qingchen's jersey had also been stained with Bilan's blood, he promptly returned to the locker room to change into a fresh uniform. When Yi Qingchen returned to the sidelines, he was immediately met with thunderous applause from the crowd. Clearly, his performance had garnered the approval of the discerning Lakers fans. Particularly noteworthy was Yi Qingchen's unwavering demeanor when confronted by the brutish Pistons. He responded to their aggression with resolute defiance. Such a disposition greatly pleased the Lakers supporters, instilling in them a sense of optimism about Yi Qingchen's future. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Yi Qingchen stepped up to the free throw line and confidently sank his shot. Meanwhile, the Pistons reintroduced Rodman to the game, who had since recovered from his earlier discomfort. His gaze towards Yi Qingchen turned menacing, as coach Chuck Daly assigned him the task of shadowing the young player. The directive was clear: prevent Yu Qingchen from getting an easy shot off and ensure he felt the full force of physical confrontation. Daly's objective was straightforward: to disrupt Yu Qingchen's composure through Rodman's fierce defense. Few can maintain their poise when faced with Rodman's intensity, especially rookie players. At this juncture, the score stood at 38-32. With just 5 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Pistons failed to capitalize on their offensive opportunity, leading both teams into the intermission. Yu Qingchen's play style in the first quarter had instilled a deep sense of apprehension in Chuck Daly. He had not anticipated Yu Qingchen's proficiency in mid-range shooting. Therefore, the paramount focus of the second quarter was to curtail Yu Qingchen's effectiveness from that distance, making Rodman's defense all the more crucial. After a brief intermission, the game continued. The Pistons initiated the offense, while Dunleavy reorganized the Lakers' defensive strategy. The Lakers switched to man-to-man defense, assigning Yu Qingchen to Mark Thomas, the Pistons' offensive linchpin. This arrangement aimed to sever the connection between Thomas and his teammates. Dunleavy was acutely aware of Yu Qingchen's individual defensive capabilities, confident that his exceptional stamina and defensive prowess would enable him to fulfill this role. Upon seeing Yu Qingchen before him, Thomas's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly replaced by a menacing grin. "Your coach has sent you to your demise," he taunted. Known as the Smiling Assassin, Thomas possessed impeccable ball-handling skills. Most guards struggled not only to defend against him, but even to keep pace. Now, Dunleavy had assigned a towering player, standing at 2 meters and 6 centimeters. To guard him, was this a jest? Although the reason behind Deng Liwei's unwavering confidence in defending Yu Qingchen remains a mystery, Thomas feels certain that Deng must have lost his senses. Given this situation, he naturally would not hold back. Moreover, Yu Qingchen was tasked with guarding Thomas throughout the game, which granted Thomas ample room to maneuver. Thus, he immediately showcased his dribbling skills right in front of Yu Qingchen. With a series of swift changes in direction and fluid body movements, Thomas appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. The Lakers fans were taken aback upon witnessing Yu Qingchen standing before Thomas. Why was he assigned to defend Isaiah? His center of gravity was far too high. He simply could not keep up with Isaiah. What was Mike thinking? You would be easily outmaneuvered. Indeed, you should remain in the paint to guard. He ought not to be defending a guard. This was infuriating. We initially held an advantage, but after altering our defensive strategy, it had become uncertain. The Lakers fans expressed their discontent with such a defensive arrangement. Just as their dissatisfaction peaked, Thomas effortlessly dribbled past the half-court line. Meanwhile, Yu Qingchen seemed to struggle to keep pace with Thomas, frequently retreating and appearing somewhat disordered in his footwork. Observing Ye's faltering steps only intensified Thomas's confidence. He resolved to leave Ye flat on the ground before crossing the midline. Consequently, Thomas executed a significant change of direction, accompanied by pronounced shoulder movements, making it exceedingly difficult for an average player to remain standing. However, just as Thomas believed his maneuver was remarkably successful, Yu Qingchen seized the moment. The apparent disarray in Ye's footwork was a deliberate tactic to mislead Thomas, fostering a false sense of security that would ultimately reveal a greater vulnerability. This pronounced shift in Thomas's movement presented a significant opening, and Yu Qingchen capitalized on it. With the skill of a relentless pursuer, Ye swiftly closed the distance, blocking Thomas's path. Simultaneously, his powerful hand intercepted the basketball, executing a flawless steal. Following the successful theft, Ye nudged Thomas with his robust physique, causing the latter to stumble uncontrollably backward and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ye quickly dribbled toward the basket and effortlessly completed a fast break dunk. Thomas's expression was one of sheer shock, mirroring the bewilderment of the Lakers fans in attendance. They had never anticipated that Yu Qingchen would execute such a dominant steal from Thomas himself. After all, this was Thomas. For an average player to strip the ball from him was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Yet, the evidence lay before their eyes. Yu Qingchen not only achieved the steal, but also transformed it into a swift scoring opportunity. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Lakers fans swiftly regained their composure and erupted into thunderous cheers. Even the commentators on site exclaimed in disbelief, "My goodness, what have I just witnessed?" Ye actually managed to steal the ball from Isaiah while defending him one-on-one. This is utterly incredible. His defense is remarkably fierce. At this juncture, the camera focused on Thomas's face, which bore no trace of a smile. His expression was grim. He could hardly believe that Yu Qingchen could so effortlessly execute a steal against him. To him, this was an immense humiliation, and thus, he felt compelled to reclaim his dignity against Yu Qingchen. Consequently, the basketball was once again passed into Thomas's hands. Yu Qingchen remained calm and composed as he positioned himself in front of Thomas. Observing the situation, Dumas also approached Thomas's side, ready to provide support. However, Thomas's sole intention at that moment was to advance the ball past the half-court under Yi Qingchen's defense. To pass the ball to a teammate now would signify his fear of Yi Qingchen's defense, a notion he could not entertain. This was absolutely inconceivable. This time, Thomas was exceptionally focused. He dared not make any sudden movements in front of Yi Qingchen. Instead, he opted for the most prudent approach, dribbling with his back to Yi, using his body to shield the ball as he prepared to push forward. Yet, as he leaned against Yi Qingchen, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 81. In the air, Yi Qingchen fell victim to a malicious foul, and Thomas became the most unfortunate scapegoat. Thomas intended to leverage his body against Yi Qingchen, using him as an axis to swiftly dribble past the halfway line. This is a fundamental skill that many guards must master. However, the outcome left him utterly astonished. Not only did he fail to catch the quick dribble, but he also felt as though he had collided with a solid wall, being violently rebounded back. Thomas was in a state of shock. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, typically, players matched against him would instinctively take a step back when he leaned in. Why? Then, did this not work today? At this moment, Yi Qingchen seized the opportunity of Thomas's momentary distraction and actively pressed forward. The basketball in Thomas's possession was once again snatched away by Yi Qingchen. Standing beside Thomas, Dumas witnessed the entire episode unfold, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had never seen anyone successfully steal the ball from Thomas twice in succession. Even Jordan could not accomplish such a feat, as Thomas's dribbling skills were exceptionally refined. Moreover, his dribbling stance was notably low, making it exceedingly challenging for taller players to execute a successful steal against him in a one-on-one situation. Yet now, a towering player standing at 2 meters and 6 centimeters had effortlessly achieved 2 consecutive steals from Thomas. This was, in itself, an astonishing event. The Lakers fans present were brimming with elation. They were aware of Yi Qingchen's exceptional talent in assisting, but were oblivious to the formidable intimidation he posed on the defensive end. Now, they had witnessed Yi Qingchen's consecutive steals from Thomas firsthand, fundamentally altering their perception of him. Furthermore, after securing the ball from the steal, Yi Qingchen transitioned into offense, dribbling swiftly towards the basket. At this moment, Thomas's expression darkened ominously. He had genuinely not anticipated being stolen from by Yi Qingchen twice in a row. Therefore, he felt compelled to thwart Yi Qingchen's fast break at all costs. With determination, Thomas sprinted after Yi Qingchen. In reality, Yi Qingchen's speed during the fast break was not particularly rapid. This attribute of his offense had yet to be enhanced through experience points, particularly after executing a steal against a guard. Achieving a quick score in transition necessitated an improvement in his dribbling speed. Otherwise, he risked being thwarted by the opposing guard's rapid return to defense, potentially jeopardizing the fast break. Unfortunately, Yi Qingchen's concerns materialized. After all, his proficiency in dribbling and the speed of his fast breaks had not reached a high level. Compounded by the fact that an enraged Thomas was exerting every ounce of strength to close the distance between them. As Yi Qingchen approached the free throw line with the ball in hand, Thomas had already positioned himself defensively. Thomas stood firmly in front of Yi Qingchen, harboring no intentions of allowing him an easy fast break score. His strategy was straightforward, to provoke an offensive foul as Yi Qingchen charged toward him. Naturally, should you expose any vulnerabilities during his aggressive advance, Thomas would seize the opportunity to snatch the ball away. In the stands, Jerry West observed the scene with a subtle shake of his head, acknowledging Yi's commendable defensive skills. However, he noted that the pace at which he transitioned from stealing the ball to initiating a fast break was still too sluggish. He needed to enhance his practice in this aspect. Otherwise, he risked squandering valuable fast break opportunities. As a seasoned veteran of the game, West easily discerned Yi Qingchen's shortcomings. Thus, faced with the well-positioned Thomas, Yi could only bide his time, awaiting the return of his teammates to mount a renewed offensive. To force an attack against Thomas's defense would likely yield poor results. One should not underestimate Thomas's physique. His defensive prowess was equally formidable. Turning his attention back to the standoff between Yi Qingchen and Thomas, the latter sensed a flicker of hesitation in Yi's gaze. Seizing the moment, he provocatively taunted. "Such a prime opportunity, you must be eager to force your way through. Come on, let me see what you've got." As Thomas engaged Yi with his baiting remarks, his teammates were swiftly closing in on defense. The Lakers players were also positioning themselves, and Thomas genuinely worried about Yi attempting to orchestrate a fresh offensive play. However, Upon hearing Thomas's challenge, an enigmatic smile crept across Yi Qingqian's face. To Thomas's astonishment, he charged forward with the ball, proving that the provocation had indeed struck a chord. As he advanced, Rodman and Ulrich trailed closely behind him, indicating that even if you managed to push past Thomas, he would soon confront the combined might of two tenacious Pistons defenders. This rendered Yi's impulsive drive rather unwise. Furthermore, Thomas was confident that you would find it challenging to simply bulldoze his way through. His gaze was fixated intently on the basketball in Yi's possession, ready to swipe it away the moment you prepared to make a move. The Lakers fans, witnessing Yi's decisive advance toward Thomas, expressed a sense of resignation. In their view, Yi's choice to attack was somewhat reckless. He should have waited for his teammates to regroup before initiating another offensive effort. Yet, at this juncture, words were futile. Yi Qingqian had already made contact with Thomas. As Thomas prepared to strike the ball, he was horrified to experience an immense force surging through his body. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed him. Suddenly, he was uncontrollably propelled backwards. At that moment, Thomas was utterly bewildered, feeling as though his bones were fracturing. After colliding with Thomas, Yi Qingqian seamlessly transitioned into a dribbling motion, poised to execute a two-handed dunk. However, Rodman and Ulrich, who trailed closely behind him, were determined not to allow Yi Qingqian to complete his scoring opportunity with ease. Having witnessed Yi Qingqian send Thomas flying, their immediate reaction was to forcefully shove him away. As Yi Qingqian leapt into the air, both Rodman and Ulrich simultaneously extended their hands, delivering a powerful push to his back. Although Yi Qingqian sensed the defensive players closing in behind him, he dismissed the threat, confident that his speed would prevent them from blocking his shot. Yet, he gravely underestimated the ferocity of the bad boys' defense. When he felt the forceful shove from behind, he realized that he might be in serious trouble. Those familiar with basketball know that being aggressively pushed in midair inevitably leads to disastrous consequences. Losing balance and crashing to the ground could result in anything from fractures to severe injuries. Moreover, Yi Qingqian was being simultaneously thrust by two opponents. The referee noticed Rodman and Ulrich's dangerous actions and promptly blew the whistle. The Lakers fans in attendance gasped in shock as they witnessed Yi Qingqian being shoved midair. Nicole Kidman, seated courtside, stood up in alarm, her hands covering her mouth, her expression filled with concern. At that moment, as Yi Qingqian lost his balance in the air, he found himself plummeting towards the ground with alarming speed. With no time to contemplate other thoughts, his sole focus shifted to minimizing the risk of injury. In midair, he caught sight of Thomas, still sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "I'm sorry," Yi Qingqian silently cried out, twisting his body in an effort to alter his descent towards Thomas. Unbeknownst to Thomas, danger was imminent. He was preoccupied with contemplating how to lodge a complaint with the referee, hoping to penalize Yi Qingqian, ideally leading to his ejection from the game. Additionally, Thomas felt a troubling discomfort in his chest, prompting him to take a moment on the floor before attempting to rise, intending to ensure the referee acknowledged his serious injuries. However, it was precisely because he lingered on the ground that calamity was about to unfold. Yi Qingqian descended gracefully, landing directly upon Thomas. After adjusting his posture midair, he ultimately made contact with the ground, his rear hitting first. Consequently, Thomas bore the brunt of Yi Qingqian's descent, the impact landing squarely on his thigh. A piercing cry escaped Thomas's lips, echoing through the air as he was jolted by the excruciating pain, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets in sheer agony. The extent of his suffering was palpable. Yet, remarkably, Yi Qingqian, cushioned by Thomas's presence, emerged unscathed. After the collision, he took a moment to assess his own condition. Finding no discomfort, however, he refrained from rising immediately. Instead, he feigned pain, grinding against Thomas before curling his body and emitting groans of distress. At that moment, Yi Qingqian was quite pleased with his performance, convinced that this series of theatrics might earn him an Oscar. He mused that a cameo in Hollywood might be in order. The atmosphere among the Lakers fans was charged with fury, particularly incensed upon witnessing Yi Qingqian tumble to the ground and roll in apparent agony. They seethed, believing him to have sustained grave injuries. How else could one explain such a dramatic display? Their ire directed squarely at Rodman and Ulrich. They longed to tear them apart. Meanwhile, Rodman and Ulrich reveled in the unfolding drama, their smug expressions betraying their satisfaction with the chaos they had incited, oblivious to the repercussions their actions would have on their own teammate. As the other Lakers players surged toward Rodman and Ulrich, it became clear that they had witnessed the perilous foul committed. Rather than exhibiting any concern as the Lakers approached, Rodman and Ulrich displayed a brazen arrogance, laughing derisively. The tension in the air was palpable. A brawl seemed imminent should Rodman or Ulrich utter another taunt. The referees, caught in a web of frustration and anxiety, rushed to intercede, urging both parties to separate. The Lakers fans, fueled by outrage, began to stir restlessly, some even contemplating a descent from the stands. Amidst the turmoil, the Pistons players sensed something amiss. They had heard Thomas's anguished groans. They hurried to his side, intent on assisting him. Yet, at that moment, Thomas was in no condition to rise. He felt as though several of his bones had been crushed under Yi Qingqian's weight. "Don't move. It's broken. Call the team doctor." Thomas endured excruciating pain, his hoarse cries piercing the air. At this moment, the players of the Pistons finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They immediately signaled for the team physician to come and examine Thomas. Seizing the opportunity, the referee instructed both opposing teams to return to their respective benches, indicating that they would review the incident to determine if further penalties were warranted. The Lakers players shot a fierce glare at Rodman and his companions before assisting Yi Qingqian to his feet and guiding him toward the bench. Just as they were about to reach their destination, Yi Qingqian calmly addressed Divac and Perkins, saying, "You may let go. I'm fine." His nonchalant tone left Divac and Perkins in astonishment. "Are you truly unscathed?" they inquired in unison. Yi Qingqian gestured for them to release their grip and shrugged his shoulders. His expression remarkably relaxed. At last, Divac and Perkins were convinced. How could Yi Qingqian have fallen under such circumstances and emerged completely unscathed? "How did you manage that?" Divac asked, incredulity etched on his face. "Look at Isaiah's condition, and you might understand," Yi Qingqian replied with a teasing lightness. Meanwhile, the camera panned to Thomas, who lay on the ground. After a thorough assessment, he was initially diagnosed with multiple fractures and required a stretcher for urgent medical attention. Consequently, the Lakers fans looked on in bewilderment as Thomas was carried off the court. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed a replay of the entire altercation.